tempting to an objectifying cast of mind, allowing it to slide from the ego defined as the perception consciousness system, that is, as the system of the subject's objectifications, to the ego conceived of as the correlate of an absolute reality, and thus, in a singular return of the repressed in psychologistic thought, to once again take the ego as the reality function in relation to which Pierre Janet organizes his psychological conceptions. Such slippage occurred only because it was not realized that, in Freud's work, the ego *id superego topography is subordinate to the metapsychology whose terms he was propounding at the same time, and without which the topography loses its meaning. Analysts thus became involved in a sort of psychological orthopedics that will continue to bear fruit for a long time to come. Michael Balint has provided a thoroughly penetrating analysis of the interaction between theory and technique in the genesis of a new conception of analysis, and he finds no better term to indicate its result than the watchword he borrows from Rickman, the advent of a two-body psychology. Indeed, it couldn't be better put. Analysis is becoming the relation of two bodies between which a phantasmatic communication is established, in which the analyst teaches the subject to apprehend himself as an object. Subjectivity is admitted into analysis only as long as it is bracketed as an illusion, and speech is excluded from a search for lived experience that becomes its supreme aim, but its dialectically necessary result appears in the fact that, since the analyst's subjectivity is freed de livre from all restraint, this leaves the subject at the mercy lever of every summons of the analyst's speech. Once the intrasubjective topography has become entified, it is in fact realized in the division of labor between the subjects present. This deviant use of Freud's formulation that all that is id** must become ego* appears in a demystified form. The subject, transformed into an/r, has to conform to an ego*, which the analyst has no trouble recognizing as his ally, since it is, in fact, the analyst's own ego*. It is precisely this process that is expressed in many a theoretical formulation of the splitting asterisk of the ego* in analysis. Half of the subject's ego* crosses over to the other side of the wall that separates the analysand from the analyst, then half of the remaining half, and so on, in an asymptotic progression that never succeeds regardless of how great the inroads it makes into the opinion the subject will have formed of himself in crushing his every possibility of reversing the aberrant effects of his analysis. But how could a subject, who undergoes a type of analysis based on the principle that all his formulations are systems of defense, defend himself against the total disorientation to which this principle consigns the analyst's dialectic? Freud's interpretation, the dialectical method of which appears so clearly. 252. In the case of Dora, does not present these dangers, for when the analyst's biases, that is, his counter-transference, a term whose correct use, in my view, cannot be extended beyond the dialectical reasons for his error, have misled him in his intervention, he immediately pays a price for it in the form of a negative transference. For the latter manifests itself with a force that is all the greater the further such an analysis has already led the subject toward an authentic recognition, and what usually results is the breaking off of the analysis. This is exactly what happened in Dora's case, because of Freud's relentless attempts to make her think Herr K was the hidden object of her desire. The constitutive biases of Freud's counter-transference led him to see in Herr K the promise of Dora's happiness. Dora herself was undoubtedly mistaken faintly about her relationship with Herr K, but she did not feel any the less that Freud was too. Yet when she comes back to see him, after a lapse of 15 months in which the fateful cipher of her time for understanding is inscribed, we can sense that she begins to feign to have been feigning. The convergence of this feint, raised to the second power, with the aggressive intent Freud attributes to it not inaccurately, of course, but without recognizing its true mainspring, presents us with a rough idea of the intersubjective complicity that an analysis of resistances, sure of being within its rights, might have perpetuated between them. There can be little doubt that, with the means now available to us due to the progress that has been made in our technique, this human error could have been extended well beyond the point at which it would have become diabolical. None of this is my own invention, for Freud himself recognized after the fact the preliminary source of his failure in his own misrecognition at that time of the homosexual position of the object aimed at by the hysteric's desire. The whole process that led to this current trend in psychoanalysis no doubt goes back, first of all, to the analyst's guilty conscience about the miracle his speech performs. He interprets the symbol and, lo and behold, the symptom which inscribes the symbol in letters of suffering in the subject's flesh disappears. This thaumaturgy is unbecoming to us. For, after all, we are scientists and magic is not a justifiable practice. So we disclaim responsibility by accusing the patient of magical thinking. Before long we'll be preaching the gospel according to Levi-Bruhl to him. But in the meantime behold we have become thinkers again, and have re-established the proper distance between ourselves and our patients, for we had, no doubt, a little too quickly abandoned the tradition of respecting that distance, a tradition expressed so nobly in the lines by Pierre Janet in which he spoke of the feeble abilities of the hysteric compared to our own lofty ones. She understands nothing about science, he confides to us regarding the poor little thing, and doesn't even 25s. Imagine how anybody could be interested in it. If we consider the absence of control that characterizes hysterics thinking, rather than allowing ourselves to be scandalized by their lies, which, in any case, are very naive, we should instead be astonished that there are so many honest ones. Since these lines represent the feelings to which many of those present-day analysts who condescend to speak to the patient in his own language have reverted, they may help us understand what has happened in the meantime. For had Freud been capable of endorsing such lines, how could he have heard as he did the truth contained in the little stories told by his first patients, or deciphered a dark delusion like Schreber's to such a great extent as to broaden it to encompass man eternally bound to his symbols? Is our reason so weak that it cannot see that it is the same in the meditations of scientific discourse and in the first exchange of symbolic objects, and cannot find here the identical measure of its original cunning? Need I point out what the yardstick of thought is worth to practitioners of an experience that associates the job of thought more closely with a mental eroticism than with an equivalent of action? Must the person who is speaking to you attest that he need not resort to thought to understand that, if he is speaking to you at this moment about speech, it is insofar as we have in common a technique of speech which enables you to understand him when he speaks to you about it, and which inclines him to address those who understand nothing of it through you. Of course, we must be attentive to the unsaid that dwells in the holes in discourse, but the unsaid is not to be understood like knocking coming from the other side of the wall. If we are to concern ourselves from now on with nothing but such noises, as some analysts pride themselves on doing, it must be admitted that we have not placed ourselves in the most favorable of conditions to decipher their meaning, for how, without jumping to conclusions about their meaning, are we to translate what is not in and of itself language? Led then to call upon the subject, since it is after all to his account that we must transfer this understanding, we shall involve him with us in a wager that we understand their meaning, and then wait for a return that makes us both winners. As a result, in continuing to perform this shuttling back and forth, he will learn quite simply to beat time himself. It is a form of suggestion which is no worse than any other, in other words, one in which, as in every other form of suggestion, one does not know who starts the ball rolling. The procedure is recognized as being sound enough when it is a question of going to prison. 39. Halfway to this extreme the question arises, does psychoanalysis remain a dialectical relation in which the analyst's non-action guides the subject's Z5-4 course toward the realization of his truth, or is it to be reduced to a phantasmatic relation in which two abysses brush up against each other without touching, until the whole range of imaginary regressions is exhausted, reduced, that is, to a sort of bundling *40 taken to the extreme as a psychological test? In fact, this illusion which impels us to seek the subject's reality beyond the wall of language is the same one that leads the subject to believe that his truth is already there in us, that we know it in advance. This is also why he is so open to our objectifying interventions. He, of course, does not have to answer for this subjective error which, whether it is avowed or not in his discourse, is immanent in the fact that he entered analysis and concluded the original pact involved in it. And we can still less neglect the subjectivity of this moment because it reveals the reason for what may be called the constitutive effects of transference, insofar as they are distinguished by an indication of reality from the constituted effects that follow them. 41. Freud, let us recall, in discussing the feelings people relate to the transference, insisted on the need to discern in them a reality factor. He concluded that it would be taking undue advantage of the subject's docility to try to persuade him in every case that these feelings are a mere transferential repetition of the neurosis. Now, since these real feelings manifest themselves as primary and since our own charm remains a matter of chance, there might seem to be some mystery here. But this mystery is solved when viewed from the vantage point of the phenomenology of the subject, insofar as the subject is constituted in the search for truth. We need but consider the traditional facts which Buddhists provide us with, although they are not the only ones to recognize in this form of transference the characteristic error of existence, broken down by Buddhists into the following three headings: love, hate, and ignorance. It is therefore as a counter to the analytic movement that we shall understand their equivalence in what is called a positive transference at the outset, each one being shed light on by the other two in this existential aspect, as long as one does not accept the third, which is usually omitted because of its proximity to the subject. I am alluding here to the invective with which someone called upon me to witness the lack of discretion shown by a certain work, which I have already cited too often, in its insane objectification of the play of the instincts in analysis, someone whose debt to me can be recognized by his use of the term real in conformity with mine. It was in the following words that he unburdened his heart: as they say, it is high time we put an end to the fraud that tends to perpetrate the belief that anything real whatsoever takes place during Treat 255. MEM. Let us leave aside what has become of him, for alas, if analysis has not cured the dog's oral vice mentioned in the scriptures, its state is worse than before, it is others' vomit that it laps up. This sally was not ill-directed, since it sought in fact to distinguish between those elementary registers, whose foundations I have since laid, known as the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real, a distinction never previously made in psychoanalysis. Reality in analytic experience often, in fact, remains veiled in negative forms, but it is not that difficult to situate. Reality is encountered, for instance, in what we usually condemn as active interventions, but it would be an error to limit its definition in this way. For it is clear that the analyst's abstention, his refusal to respond, is also an element of reality in analysis. More exactly, the junction between the symbolic and the real lies in this negativity, insofar as it is pure, that is, detached from any particular motive. This follows from the fact that the analyst's non-action is founded on the knowledge affirmed in the principle that all that is real is rational, and on the resulting motive that it is up to the subject to find 310 anew its measure. The fact remains that this abstention is not maintained indefinitely. When the subject's question assumes the form of true speech, we sanction it with our response, but I have shown that true speech already contains its own response, thus we are simply doubling his antiphon with our lay. What can this mean except that we do no more than give the subject's speech its dialectical punctuation? Thus we see the other moment which I have already pointed out theoretically, in which the symbolic and the real come together, in the function of time. It is worth dwelling for a moment on time's impact on technique. Time plays a role in analytic technique in several ways. It presents itself first in the total length of an analysis, and concerns the meaning to be given to the term of the analysis, which is a question that must be addressed prior to examining that of the signs of its end. I shall touch on the problem of setting a time limit to an analysis. But it is already clear that its length can only be expected to be indefinite for the subject. This is true for two reasons that can only be distinguished from a dialectical perspective. The first, which is based on the limits of our field, and which confirms my remarks on the definition of its confines: we cannot predict how long a subject's time for understanding will last, insofar as it includes a psychological factor that escapes us by its very nature. 256. The second, which is a characteristic of the subject, owing to which setting a time limit to his analysis amounts to a spatializing projection in which he already finds himself alienated from himself. From the moment his truth's due date can be predicted whatever may become of it in the intervening intersubjectivity, the fact is that the truth is already there, that is, we re-establish in the subject his original mirage insofar as he situates his truth in us and, by sanctioning this mirage with the weight of our authority, we set the analysis off on an aberrant path whose results will be impossible to correct. This is precisely what happened in the famous case of the wolf man, and Freud so well understood its exemplary importance that he used the case to support his argument in his article on analysis, finite or indefinite. 42. Setting in advance a time limit to an analysis, the first form of active intervention, inaugurated, proputer/ by Freud himself regardless of the divinatory, in the true sense of the term. 43. Sureness the analyst may evince in following Freud's example will invariably leave the subject alienated from his truth. We find confirmation of this point in two facts from the wolf man case. In the first place, despite the whole network of proofs demonstrating the historicity of the primal scene, and despite the conviction he displays concerning it remaining imperturbable to the doubts Freud methodically cast on it in order to test him, the wolf man never managed to integrate his recollection of the primal scene into his history. Secondly, the same patient later demonstrated his alienation in the most categorical way, in a paranoid form. It is true that another factor comes in here, through which reality intervenes in the analysis, namely, the gift of money, whose symbolic value I shall leave aside for another occasion, but whose import is already indicated in what I have said about the link between speech and the gift that constitutes primitive exchange. In this case, the gift of money is reversed by an initiative of Freud's in which, as in the frequency with which he returns to the case, we can recognize his unresolved subjectivization of the problems this case left in abeyance. And no one doubts but that this was a triggering factor of the Wolfman psychosis, though without really being able to say why. Don't we realize, nevertheless, that allowing a subject to be nourished at the expense of the Analytic Academy in return for the services he rendered to science as a case, for it was in fact through a group collection that the Wolfman was supported, is also to decisively alienate him from his truth? The material furnished in the supplementary analysis of the Wolfman 25y, entrusted to Ruth Mack Brunswick, illustrates the responsibility of the previous treatment with Freud by demonstrating my remarks on the respective places of speech and language in psychoanalytic mediation. What's more, it is from the perspective of speech and language that one can grasp how Mack Brunswick took her bearings not at all badly in her delicate position in relation to the transference. The reader will be reminded of the very wall in my metaphor, as it figures in one of the Wolfman's dreams, the wolves in the key dream displaying their eagerness to get around it. Those who attend my seminar know all this, and others can try their hand at it. 44. What I want to do is touch on another aspect of the function of time in analytic technique that is currently a matter of much debate. I wish to say something about the length of sessions. Here again it is a question of an element that manifestly belongs to reality, since it represents our work time, and viewed from this angle it falls within the purview of professional regulations that may be considered predominant. But its subjective impact is no less important and, first of all, on the analyst. The taboo surrounding recent discussion of this element is sufficient proof that the analytic group's subjectivity is hardly liberated on this question, and the scrupulous, not to say obsessive, character that observing a standard takes on for some if not most analysts, a standard whose historical and geographical variations nevertheless seem to bother no one, is a clear sign of the existence of a problem that analysts are reluctant to broach because they realize to what extent it would entail questioning the analyst's function. Secondly, no one can ignore its importance to the subject in analysis. The unconscious, it is said in a tone that is all the more knowing the less the speaker is capable of justifying what he means, the unconscious needs time to reveal itself. I quite agree. But I ask, how is this time to be measured? By 313, what Alexander Coyer calls the universe of precision? We obviously live in such a universe, but its advent for man is relatively recent, since it goes back precisely to Huygens' clock. In other words, to 1659, and the discontent of modern man precisely does not indicate that this precision serves him as a liberating factor. Is this time the time characteristic of the fall of heavy bod ies in some way sacred in the sense that it corresponds to the time of the stars as it was fixed for all eternity by God who, as Lichtenberg tells us, winds our sundials? Perhaps we could acquire a somewhat better idea of time by comparing the amount of time required for the creation of a symbolic object with the moment of inattention in which we drop it. Whatever the case may be, if it is problematic to characterize what we do during this time as work, I believe I have made it quite clear that we can characterize what the patient does during this time as work. 258 Ecrits. But the reality, whatever it may be, of this time consequently takes on a localized value, that of receiving the product of this labor. We play a recording role by serving a function which is fundamental in any symbolic exchange, that of gathering what Ducomo, man in his authenticity, calls the lasting word. A witness blamed for the subject's sincerity, trustee of the record of his discourse, reference attesting to its accuracy, guarantor of its honesty, keeper of its testament, scrivener of its codicils, the analyst is something of a scribe. But he remains the master of the truth of which this discourse constitutes the progress. As I have said, it is the analyst above all who punctuates its dialectic. And here he is apprehended as the judge of the value of this discourse. This has two consequences. The ending of a session cannot but be experienced by the subject as a punctuation of his progress. We know how he calculates the moment of its arrival in order to tie it to his own timetable, or even to his evasive maneuvers, and how he anticipates it by weighing it like a weapon and watching out for it as he would for a place of shelter. It is a fact, which can be plainly seen in the study of manuscripts of symbolic writings, whether the Bible or the Chinese canonical texts, that the absence of punctuation in them is a source of ambiguity. Punctuation, once inserted, establishes the meaning, changing the punctuation renews or upsets it, and incorrect punctuation distorts it. The indifference with which ending a session after a fixed number of minutes has elapsed interrupts the subject's moments of haste, can be fatal to the conclusion toward which his discourse was rushing headlong, and can even set a misunderstanding in stone, if not furnish a pretext for a retaliatory ruse. Beginners seem more struck by the effects of this impact than others, which gives one the impression that for others it is just a routine. The neutrality we manifest in strictly applying the rule that sessions be of a specified length obviously keeps us on the path of non-action. But this non-action has a limit, otherwise we would never intervene at all, so why make intervening impossible at this point, thereby privileging it? The danger that arises if this point takes on an obsessive value for the analyst lies simply in the fact that it lends itself to the subject's connivance, a connivance that is available not only to the obsessive, although it takes on a special force for him, owing precisely to his impression that he is working. The sense of forced labor that envelopes everything for this subject, including even his leisure activities, is only too well known. This sense is sustained by his subjective relation to the master insofar as it is the master's death that he awaits. 25g. Indeed, the obsessive manifests one of the attitudes that Hegel did not develop in his master/slave dialectic. The slave slips away when faced with the risk of death, when the opportunity to acquire mastery is offered to him in a struggle for pure prestige. But since he knows he is mortal, he also knows that the master can die. Hence he can accept to work for the master and give up jouissance in the meantime, and, unsure as to when the master will die, he waits. This is the intersubjective reason for both the doubt and procrastination that are obsessive character traits. Meanwhile, all his work is governed by this intention and thus becomes doubly alienating. For not only is the subject's creation overtaken away from him by another the constitutive relation of all labor, but the subject's recognition of his own essence in his creation, in which this labor finds its justification, eludes him no less, for he himself is not in it. He is in the anticipate moment of the master's death, at which time he will begin to live, but in the meantime he identifies with the master as dead and is thus already dead himself. he nevertheless strives to fool the master by demonstrating his good intent 315 through hard work. This is what the dutiful children of the analytic catechism express in their crude language by saying that the subject's ego asterisk is trying to seduce his superego asterisk. This intrasubjective formulation is immediately demystified if we understand it in the analytic relationship, where the subject's working through is in fact employed to seduce the analyst. And it is no accident that, once the dialectical progress begins to approach the challenging of the ego's asterisk intentions in our subjects, the fantasy of the analyst's death, often experienced in the form of fear or even of anxiety, never fails to be produced. And the subject then sets off again in an even more demonstrative elaboration of his goodwill. Can there be any doubt, then, about what happens when the master manifests disdain for the product of such work? The subject's resistance may become completely disconcerted. From then on, his alibi hitherto unconscious begins to unveil itself to him, and we see him passionately seek the why and wherefore of so much effort. I would not say so much about it if I had not been convinced in experimenting with what have been called my short sessions, at a stage in my career that is now over, that I was able to bring to light in a certain male subject fantasies of anal pregnancy, as well as a dream of its resolution by caesarean section, in a time frame in which I would normally still have been listening to his speculations on Dostoevsky's artistry. 260. In any case, I am not here to defend this procedure, but to show that it has a precise dialectical meaning in analytic technique. 45. And I am not the only one to have remarked that it bears a certain resemblance to the technique known as Zen, which is applied to bring about the subject's revelation in the traditional ascesis of certain Far Eastern schools. Without going to the extremes to which this technique is taken, since they would be contrary to certain of the limitations imposed by our own, a discrete application of its basic principle in analysis seems much more acceptable to me than certain methods of the so-called analysis of the resistances, insofar as such an application does not in itself entail any danger of alienating the subject. For it shatters discourse only in order to bring forth speech. Here we are, then, up against the wall of language. We are in our place here, that is, on the same side of the wall as the patient, and it is off this wall, which is the same for him as for us, that we shall try to respond to the echo of his speech. There is nothing that is anything but outer darkness to us beyond this wall. Does this mean that we thoroughly master the situation? Certainly not, and on this point Freud has bequeathed us his testament regarding the negative therapeutic reaction. The key to this mystery, it is said, is in the instance of a primary masochism, in other words, in a pure manifestation of the death instinct whose enigma Freud propounded for us at the height of his career. We cannot discount it, any more than I can postpone examining it here. For I note that two different groups join forces in refusing to accept this culminating point of Freud's doctrine, those whose approach to analysis revolves around a conception of the ego asterisk which I have shown to be erroneous, and those who, like Reich, take the principle of seeking an ineffable organic expression beyond speech so far that, like him, in order to free it from its armor, they might symbolize, as he does, the orgasmic induction that, like him, they expect from analysis in the superimposition of the two vermicular forms whose stupefying schema is found in his book, Character Analysis. Once I have demonstrated the profound relationship uniting the notion of the death instinct to problems of speech, we will see that a rigorous logic governing intellectual productions underlies this joining of forces. As even a moment's reflection shows, the notion of the death instinct involves a basic irony, since its meaning has to be sought in the conjunction of two opposing terms: instinct, which, in its broadest acceptation, is the law that regulates the successive stages of a behavioral cycle in order to accomplish a life function, and death, which appears first of all as the destruction of life. 261. Nevertheless, the definition of life provided by Bichat at the dawn of biology as the set of forces that resist death, and the most modern conception of life found in Canon's notion of homeostasis as the function of a system maintaining its own equilibrium, are there to remind us that life and death come together in a relation of polar opposites at the very heart of phenomena that people associate with life. Hence the congruence of the contrasting terms of the death instinct with the phenomena of repetition, Freud in fact relating the former to the latter with the term automatism, would not cause difficulty were it simply occasion of a biological notion. But, as we all know, it is not, which is what makes the problem a stumbling block to so many of us. The fact that numerous analysts balk at the apparent incompatibility of these terms might well be worth our attention, for it manifests a dialectical innocence that would probably be disconcerted by the classical problem posed to semantics in the determinative statement, a Hamlet on the Ganges, by which Hindu aesthetics illustrates the second form of the residential onences of language. 46. This notion of the death instinct must be broached through its resonances in what I will call the poetics of Freud's work, a first avenue for getting at its meaning, and a dimension that is essential for understanding the dialectical repercussion of its origins at the apogee marked by this notion. It should be recalled, for example, that Freud tells us his vocation for medicine came to him during a public reading of Goethe's famous hymn to nature, that is, in a text that was brought to light by one of Goethe's friends, which the poet, in the twilight of his life, agreed to recognize as a putative child of the most youthful effusions of his pen. At the other end of Freud's life, we see in the article on analysis considered as finite or indefinite that he explicitly relates his new conception to the conflict of the two principles governing the alternation of all life according to 318 Empedocles of Agrigentum in the 5th century BC, that is, in the pre-Socratic era in which nature and mind were not distinguished. These two facts are a sufficient indication to us that what is at stake here is a myth of the dyad, whose exposition by Plato is, moreover, mentioned in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, a myth that can only be understood in the subjectivity of modern man by raising it to the negativity of the judgment in which it is inscribed. This is to say that, just as the repetition automatism, which is just as completely misunderstood by those who wish to separate its two terms, aims at nothing but the historicizing temporality of the experience of transference, so the death instinct essentially expresses the limit of the subject's historical func. 262. This limit is death not as the possible end date of the individual's life, nor as the subject's empirical certainty, but, as Heidegger puts it, as that possibility which is the subject's own most, which is unconditional, unsurpassable, certain, and as such interminable, the subject being understood as defined by his historicity. Indeed, this limit is present at every instant in what is finished in this history. It represents the past in its real form. It is not the physical past whose existence is abolished, nor the epic past as it has become perfected in the work of memory, nor the historical past in which man finds the guarantor of his future, but rather the past which manifests itself in an inverted form in repetition. 47. This is the dead person le mort subjectivity takes as its partner in the triad instituted by its mediation in the universal conflict of philia, love, and neokos strife. Thus there is no further need to resort to the outdated notion of primary masochism to explain repetitive games in which subjectivity simultaneously masters its dereliction and gives birth to the symbol. These are occultation games which Freud, in a flash of genius, presented 319 to us so that we might see in them that the moment at which desire is humanized is also that at which the child is born into language. We can now see that the subject here does not simply master his deprivation by assuming it, he raises his desire to a second power. For his action destroys the object that it causes to appear and disappear by bringing about its absence and presence in advance. His action thus negativizes the force field of desire in order to become its own object to itself. And this object, being immediately embodied in the symbolic pair of two elementary exclamations, announces the subject's diachronic integration of the dichotomy of phonemes, whose synchronic structure the existing language offers up for him to assimilate. The child thus begins to become engaged in the system of the concrete discourse of those around him by reproducing more or less approximately in his fort and the terms he receives from them. Fort. It is already when quite alone that the desire of the human child becomes the desire of another, of an alter ego who dominates him and whose object of desire is henceforth his own affliction. Should the child now address an imaginary or real partner, he will see that this partner too obeys the negativity of his discourse, and since his call has the effect of making the partner slip away, he will seek to bring about the reversal that brings the partner back to his desire through a banishing summons. Thus the symbol first manifests itself as the killing of the thing, and this death results in the endless perpetuation of the subject's desire. The first symbol in which we recognize humanity in its vestiges is the Ber 263. Ill, and death as a means can be recognized in every relation in which man is born into the life of his history. This is the only life that endures and is true, since it is transmitted without being lost in a tradition passed on from subject to subject. It is impossible not to see how loftily this life transcends that inherited by the animal, in which the individual fades into the species, since no memorial distinguishes its ephemeral appearance from the appearance that reproduces it in the invariability of the type. Indeed, apart from the hypothetical mutations of the phylum that must be integrated by a subjectivity that man is still only approaching from the outside, nothing, except the experiments in which man uses it, distinguishes a particular rat from rats in general, a horse from horses, nothing except the amorphous passage from life to death, whereas Empedocles, by throwing himself into Mount Etna, leaves forever present in the memory of 320 men the symbolic act of his being toward death. Man's freedom is entirely circumscribed within the constitutive triangle of the following: the renunciation he imposes on the other's desire by threatening to kill the other in order to enjoy the fruits of the other's serfdom, the sacrifice of his life that he agrees to for the reasons that give human life its measure, and the suicidal abnegation of the vanquished party that deprives the master of his victory and leaves him to his inhuman solitude. Of these figures of death, the third is the supreme detour by which the imdied particularity of desire, reconquering its ineffable form, refines in negation a final triumph. And we must recognize its meaning, for as analysts we deal with it. It is not, in fact, a perversion of instinct, but rather a desperate affirmation of life that is the purest form we can find of the death instinct. The subject says no to this darting game of intersubjectivity in which desire gains recognition for a moment only to lose itself in a will that is the other's will. The subject patiently withdraws his precarious life from the churning aggregations of the symbols eros in order to finally affirm life in a speechless curse. When we want to get at what was before the serial games of speech in the subject and what is prior to the birth of symbols, we find it in death, from which his existence derives all the meaning it has. Indeed, he asserts himself with respect to others as a death wish. If he identifies with the other, it is by freezing him in the metamorphosis of his essential image, and no being is ever conjured up by him except among the shadows of death. To say that this mortal meaning reveals in speech a center that is outside of language is more than a metaphor, it manifests a structure. This structure differs from the spatialization of the circumference or sphere with which some people like to schematize the limits of the living being and its environment. It 264 corresponds rather to the relational group that symbolic logic designates topologically as a ring. If I wanted to give an intuitive representation of it, it seems that I would have to resort not to the two-dimensionality of a zone, but rather to the three-dimensional form of a torus, insofar as a torus peripheral exteriority and central exteriority constitute but one single region. 48. The schema represents the endless circularity of the dialectical process that occurs when the subject achieves his solitude, whether in the vital ambiguity of immediate desire or in the full assumption of his being toward death. But we can simultaneously see that the dialectic is not individual, and that the question of the termination of an analysis is that of the moment at which the subject's satisfaction is achievable in the satisfaction of all that is, of all those it involves in a human undertaking. Of all the undertakings that have been proposed in this century, the psychoanalysts is perhaps the loftiest, because it mediates in our time between the care-ridden man and the subject of absolute knowledge. This is also why it requires a long subjective ascesis, indeed one that never ends, since the end of training analysis itself is not separable from the subject's engagement in his practice. Let whoever cannot meet at its horizon the subjectivity of his time give it up then. For how could he who knows nothing of the dialectic that engages him in a symbolic movement with so many lives possibly make his being the axis of those lives? Let him be well acquainted with the whirl into which his error draws him in the ongoing enterprise of Babel, and let him be aware of his function as an interpreter in the strife of languages. As for the darkness of the mundus around which the immense tower is coiled, let him leave to mystical vision the task of seeing the putrescent serpent of life rise up there on an everlasting rod. Allow me to laugh if these remarks are accused of turning the meaning of Freud's work away from the biological foundations he would have wished for it toward the cultural references with which it is rife. I do not wish to preach to you the doctrine of the B factor, designating the first, nor of the C factor, designating the second. All I have tried to do is remind you of the neglected A, B, C structure of language, and to teach you to spell once again the forgot 10 ABCs of speech. For what recipe would guide you in a technique that is composed of the first and derives its effects from the second, if you did not recognize the field of the one and the function of the other? Psychoanalytic experience has rediscovered in man the imperative of the word as the law that has shaped him in its image. It exploits the poetic function of language to give his desire its symbolic mediation. May this experience 265 finally enable you to understand that the whole reality of its effects lies in the gift of speech. 49, for it is through this gift that all reality has come to man, and through its ongoing action that he sustains reality. If the domain defined by this gift of speech must be sufficient for both your action and your knowledge, it will also be sufficient for your devotion. For it offers the latter a privileged field. When the Devas, the men, and the Asuras were finishing their novitiate with Prajapati, as we read in the first Brahmana of the 5th lesson of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, they begged him, "Speak to us." Da said Prajapati, "God of thunder, did you hear me?" And the Devas answered, saying, "Thou hast said to us, Damayata, master yourselves the sacred text, meaning that the powers above are governed by the law of speech." Da said Prajapati, "God of thunder, did you hear me?" And the men answered, saying, "Thou hast said to us, Dutta, give the sacred text, meaning that men recognize each other by the gift of speech." Da said Prajapati, "God of thunder, did you hear me?" And the Asuras answered, saying, "Thou hast said to us, Dayadvam, be merciful the sacred text, meaning that the powers below resound resonant 50 to the invocation of speech. That," continues the text, "is what the divine voice conveys in the thunder. Submission, gift, grace. Da da da." For Prajapati replies to all, "You have heard me." Variations on the Standard Treatment 323. This title, the counterpart of another title promoting the unheard of heading, Standard Treatment, was assigned to me in 1953 as part of a project for which a committee of psychoanalysts was responsible. Selected from various tendencies due to their competence in the area, my friend Henry E.Y. had delegated to them the general responsibility he himself had received for the volume on therapeutic methods in psychiatry, to be published in the Encyclopedic Medico-Chirurgicale. I accepted this role in order to investigate the scientific foundation of the said treatment, the only foundation on which the implicit reference to a deviation that such a title offered me could make any sense. A deviation that was all too palpable, in effect. At least I believe I succeeded in raising a question about it, even though this undoubtedly ran counter to the intentions of its promoters. Are we to think that the question was resolved by the removal of my article from subsequent editions of the encyclopedia, quickly explained, by the above-mentioned committee, as part of the ordinary updating of this kind of work? Many people saw it as the sign of a certain precipitation, which would be understandable in this case by the very way in which a certain majority conceded itself to be defined by my criticism. The article was published in 1955. A bat question, examining it in the light of day. Variations on the Standard Treatment. This title constitutes a pleonasm, though not a simple one based on a contradiction. It is nonetheless lame. Is this twisting due to the fact that it is addressed to a medical audience? Or is it 324 a distortion intrinsic to the question? This stopping point serves as an entry point into the problem, since it recalls what the public senses, namely, that psychoanalysis is not like any other form of therapeutics. For the term variations implies neither the adapting of the treatment to the variety of cases, in accordance with empirical or even clinical criteria, nor a reference to the variables by which the field of psychoanalysis is distinguished, but rather a concern, which may even be hypersensitive, for purity in the means and ends, which allows us to foresee a more meritorious status than the label presented here. At stake here is clearly a rigor that is in some sense ethical, without which any treatment, even if it is filled with psychoanalytic knowledge, can only amount to psychotherapy. 2J0. This rigor would require a formalization, by which I mean a theoretical formalization, which has hardly been provided to date because it has been confused with a practical formalism, that is, a set of rules regarding what is done and what is not done. This is why it is not inauspicious to start from the theory of therapeutic criteria in order to shed light on this situation. Certainly, the psychoanalyst's lack of concern about the basics required for the use of statistics is only equaled by that still found in medicine. It is, however, more innocent in the analyst's case. For he makes less of assessments as cursory as improved, much improved, and cured, being warned against them by a discipline that knows how to isolate haste in concluding as an element that is in and of itself questionable. Clearly advised by Freud to closely examine the effects in his experience of the danger sufficiently announced by the term Führer sanandi, he does not, in the end, wish to appear to be motivated by it. While he thus views cure as an added benefit laugueisen cum benefice de circuit of psychoanalytic treatment, he is wary of any misuse of the desire to 325 cure. This is so ingrained in him that, when an innovation in technique is based upon this desire, he worries deep inside and even reacts inside the analytic group by raising the automatic question, is that still psychoanalysis? This point may appear to be tangential to the question at hand. But its import is precisely to encircle this question with a line which, while barely visible from the outside, constitutes the inner supporter of a circle, without the latter ceasing for all that to present himself as if nothing there separated him. In this silence, which is the privilege of undisputed truths, psychoanalysts find the refuge that makes them impermeable to all criteria other than those of a dynamic, a topography, and an economy that they are incapable of justifying to those outside. Hence no recognition of psychoanalysis, as either a profession or a science, can occur except by hiding a principle of extraterritoriality which it is as impossible for the psychoanalyst to give up as it is for him not to deny. This obliges him to place all validation of its problems under the heading of dual membership and to arm himself with the postures of inscrutability adopted by the bat in the fable. All discussion of the present question thus begins with a misunderstanding, which is further heightened when it is backlit by a paradox from the inside. This paradox is clearly introduced by what all analytic writers express, the most authorized affirming it no less than the others, regarding analysis therapeutic criteria, namely, that the more stridently we demand a theoretical reference the more these criteria vanish. This is a matter of serious concern. When theory is alleged to give treatment its status. More serious is when, at such times, it suddenly becomes abundantly clear that the most widely accepted terms are utterly useless except as indices of inadequacy or as screens for incompetence. To appreciate this, it suffices to read the papers given at the last Congress of the International Psychoanalytical Association, held in London on July 27, 1953. These papers warrant being included in our file, all of them and each of them in its entirety. 3.1 will cite a measured assessment from one of them, the one by Edward Glover. About 20 years ago, I circulated a questionnaire with the intention of ascertaining what were the actual technical practices and working standards of analysts in this country, Great Britain. Full replies were obtained from 24 of 29 practicing members, from the examination of which it transpired that on only 6 out of the 63 points raised was there complete agreement. Only one of these 6 points could be regarded as fundamental, viz., the necessity of analyzing the transference, the others concern such lesser matters as the inadvisability of accepting presents, avoidance of the use of technical terms during analysis, avoidance of social contact, abstention from answering questions, objection to preliminary injunctions and, interestingly enough, payment for all non-attendances. 4. This survey taken long ago derives its value from the quality of the practitioners to whom it was addressed, since they still constituted a small elite at that time. Glover only mentions it here due to the urgency, which has now become public, of what had before been merely a personal need, namely, and this is the title of his article, to define the therapeutic criteria of psychoanalysis. The major obstacle to doing so is found, in his view, in fundamental theoretical divergences. We need not go afield to find psychoanalytical societies riven by such differences, with extreme groups holding mutually incompatible views, the opposing sections being held in uneasy alliance by middle groups whose members, as is the habit of eclectics the world over, compensate themselves for their absence of originality by extracting virtue from their eclecticism, maintaining, either implicitly or explicitly, that, whether or not principles differ, scientific truth lies only in compromise. Despite these eclectic efforts to maintain a united front to the scientific or psychological public, it is obvious that in certain fundamental respects the techniques practiced by the opposing groups must be as different as chalk from cheese. 5. Moreover, the author cited has no illusions about his chances of attenuating these discordances at the plenary congress he is addressing, due to the lack of any critique of the sedulously cultivated assumptions that participants in such discussions hold roughly the same views, speak the same technical language, follow identical systems of diagnosis, prognosis, and selection of cases, and practice approximately the same technical procedures. Not one of these assumptions will bear close investigation. 6. As it would require 10 full pages of this encyclopedia to list merely those articles and books in which the most widely recognized authorities confirm this view, any attempt to resort to philosophy's common sense would be ruled out in seeking some standard against which to measure variations in analytic treatment. The maintenance of standards falls more and more within the ambit of the group's interests, as is seen in the USA where the analytic group represents a significant power. What is at stake is thus less a standard asterisk than standing star. What I earlier termed formalism is what Glover calls perfectionism. To realize this, it suffices to underscore how he speaks of it. Analysis loses any measure of its therapeutic applicability. This ideal leads analysis to criteria of its operation that are undefined and uncontrolled, and even to a mystique. He uses the French word, which not only baffles investigation but blankets all healthy discussion. 7. This mystification, which is, in fact, the technical term for any process that hides from the subject the origin of the effects of his own action, is all the more striking in that analysis enjoys favor, a favor which earns its stripes by its duration, only because it is well regarded broadly enough to occupy its putative place. It suffices to have those in human science circles look to psychoanalysis to give them their place, for psychoanalysis to have found its guarantee. Problems result from this that become of public interest in a country like America, where the quantity of analysts gives the quality of the group the scope of a sociological factor influencing the collective. The fact that the milieu considers it necessary for the technique to be coherent with the theory is no more reassuring for all that. Only a global apprehension of the divergences, which is able to grasp them synchronically, can determine the cause of their discord. 2J3. If we attempt to gain such an apprehension, we get the idea of a massive phenomenon of passivity, and even of subjective inertia, whose effects seem to grow with the spreading of the movement. At least this is what is suggested by the dispersion we observe both in the coordination of concepts and in their comprehension. Fine texts try to revitalize them and seem to take the hardy approach of arguing on the basis of their antinomies, but it is only to fall into purely acetive syncretisms that do not rule out indifference to false appearances. People even go so far as to rejoice in the fact that the weakness of invention has not allowed for more damage to the fundamental concepts, those still being the concepts we owe to Freud. the latter's resistance to so many attempts to adulterate them becomes the a contrario proof of their consistency. This is true of transference, which manages to weather the storm of popularizing theory and even popular ideas. It owes this to the Hegelian robustness of its constitution. Indeed, what other concept is there that better brings out its identity with the thing, the analytic thing in this case, cleaving to it with all the ambiguities that constitute its logical time? This temporal foundation is the one with which Freud inaugurates transference, and that I modulate by asking, is it a return or a memorial? Others dwell on the thing regarding this resolved point by asking, is it real or deristic? Lagache 8 raises a question about the concept of transference, need for repetition or repetition of need. 9. We see here that the dilemmas in which the practitioner gets bogged down derive from depreciations by which his thinking fails his action. These contradictions captivate us when, extenuated in his theory, they seem to force his pen with some semantic ananke in which the dialectic of his action can be read ab inferiori. Thus an external coherence persists in the deviations of analytic experience that surround its axis, with the same rigor with which the shrapnel of a projectile, in dispersing, maintains its ideal trajectory with the center of gravity of the pyramidal shape it traces out. The condition of the misunderstanding which, as I noted above, obstructs psychoanalysis' path to recognition thus turns out to be redoubled by a misrecognition internal to its own movement. It is here that the question of variations which must arise anew for the analyst after having been presented to the medical public can find an unforeseen advantage. This platform is narrow. It is based entirely on the fact that a practice based on intersubjectivity cannot escape the latter's laws when, in seeking to gain recognition, it invokes their effects. 2. Perhaps the flash will be bright enough to bring out the fact that the hidden extraterritoriality by which psychoanalysis proceeds in order to spread suggests that we treat it in the same way as a tumor by exteriorization. But we can only do justice to a claim that is rooted in misrecognition by accepting it in its crudest terms. The question of variations in treatment, taken further still here with the gallant jibe of standard treatment, incites me to retain here but one criterion, since it is the only one at the disposal of the physician who orients his patient in the treatment. This criterion, which is rarely enunciated since it is considered tautological, can be stated as follows: a psychoanalysis, whether standard or not, is the treatment one expects from a psychoanalyst. From the psychoanalyst's pathway to its maintenance, considered from the viewpoint of its deviation. The remark with which I closed the preceding section is only obvious ironically. Highlighting, as it does, the apparent impasse of the question when taken dogmatically, it reiterates it if we look at it closely, without omitting the necessary grain of salt by way of a synthetic a priori judgment, on the basis of which practical reason could no doubt find its bearings. For if psychoanalysis pathway is called into question so seriously by its variations that it can no longer recommend itself except on the basis of a standard, such a precarious existence requires that a man maintain this pathway and that he be a real man. Furthermore, it is in the solicitations to which the real man is exposed by the ambiguity of this pathway that people will try to gauge what he makes of it through its effect on him. For if he pursues his task amid this ambiguity, it is because it does not stop him any more than is common in the majority of human practices. But if the question of the limit to be assigned to these variations remains endemic to this particular practice, it is because no one sees where the ambiguity ends. Hence it is of little importance that the real man spares himself the effort of defining this endpoint on the basis of authorities who provide support here only by making him mistake one thing for another, or that he makes do by misrecognizing this endpoint in its rigor, avoiding experiencing its limit. In both cases, he is more duped /jow by his action than he performs it chu filn la but he finds it all the easier to situate therein the gifts that adapt him to it without noticing that, in abandoning himself to the bad faith of institute practice, he degrades it to the level of routines whose secrets are dispensed by clever analysts. Such secrets become unassailable, since they are 2J5. Always subordinated to the same gifts even if there were none left in the world that they reserve themselves the right to detect. He who spares himself the trouble of concerning himself with his mission at such a cost will even consider his decision confirmed by a warning that still resonates from the very voice which formulated the fundamental rules of his practice, not to form too lofty an idea of this mission, still less to become the prophet of some established truth. Hence this precept, by which the master thought he was offering these rules for the understanding, merely lends itself to false humility because, being presented in a negative form, it was misunderstood contre sens. Along the path of true humility, we will not have to look far for the unbearable ambiguity that is proposed to psychoanalysis. It is within everyone's reach. It is revealed in the question of what it means to speak, and one encounters it simply by welcoming a discourse. For the very locution in which 331 the French language records recueille its most naive intention, that of understanding what this discourse means to say, ce 9 il veut dire, tells us clearly enough that it does not say it. But what this means to say is still a double entendre, and it is up to the hearer whether it is one or the other, whether it is what the speaker means to say to him by the discourse he addresses to him, or what this discourse tells him about the condition of the speaker. Thus not only does the meaning of this discourse reside in he who listens to it, but the reception he gives it determines who says it, namely, whether it is the subject to whom he gives permission and lends credence, or the other that his discourse delivers to the listener as constituted. Now the analyst seizes the listener's discretionary power to raise it to a second power. For apart from the fact that he expressly positions himself as an interpreter of the discourse for himself, and even for the speaking subject, he imposes upon the subject, in the topic of his discourse, the proper opening for the rule he assigns him as fundamental. This discourse must be pursued first without stopping, and second without holding anything back, something the subject might be inclined to do not only out of a concern for its coherence or internal rationality, but also out of shame regarding its ad hominem thrust or its unacceptability in polite society. The analyst thus widens the gap that places at his mercy the subject's overdetermination in the ambiguity of constituting speech and constituted discourse, as if he hoped that the extremes would meet up by a revelation that brings them together. But this conjunction cannot occur due to the rarely noticed limits within which supposedly free association remains contained, by which the subject's speech is maintained in syntactic forms that articulate it in discourse in the language employed as understood by the analyst. 2. Hence the analyst retains complete responsibility, in the weighty sense that I have just defined, on the basis of his position as a listener. An ambiguity that is direct, since it is at his own discretion as an interpreter, turns into a secret summons that he cannot dismiss even by remaining silent. Psychoanalytic authors thus admit to its weight, as obscure as it remains to them. This is seen in all the ways in which their uneasiness can be identified, running the gamut from the awkwardness and even formlessness of their theories of interpretation, to the ever rarer use of interpretation in practice owing to its never properly explained postponement. The vague term analyzing all too often makes up for the imprecision that keeps them from using interpreting, because it has not been updated. This is an effect of the avoidance at work in the practitioner's thinking. The false consistency of the notion of countertransference, its stylishness, and the fanfare it fosters can be explained by the fact that it serves as an alibi. The analyst thereby avoids considering the action that it is incumbent upon him to take in the production of truth. 10. The question of variations would be clarified by following this effect, diachronically this time, in a history of variations of the psychoanalytic movement, in bringing the type of parodic Catholicity in which this question takes shape back to its universal root, namely, its introduction into the experience of speech. Moreover, there is no need to be a genius to realize that the key words that the real man I mentioned uses so sparingly to illustrate his technique are not always the words he conceptualizes the most clearly. Our oracles would turn red were they to all try to explain them at once, and are not unhappy that the shame of their junior colleagues extending to the most inexperienced by a paradox explained by the training methods currently in favor spares them any such ordeal. Analysis of the material, analysis of resistances. It is in these terms that analysts explain both the basic principle of and the ultimate key to their technique, the analysis of the material seeming outdated since the promotion of the analysis of resistances. Nevertheless, since the relevance of the interpretation of a resistance is demonstrated by the production of new material, the nuances, or even divergences, begin with what is done with this new material. And if we are to interpret it like we did before, we will be justified in wondering whether the term interpretation has the same meaning at these two different points in time. To answer this question, we can look back to around 1920 when the turning point, that is the term consecrated in the history of analytic technique, occurred, which has since been considered decisive in the pathways of analysis. It was explained at that time by an ebbing in the results analysis was able 77. To achieve a finding, one could only shed light on heretofore with the recommendation, whether apocryphal or not, in which the master's humor retroactively acquires the status of foresight, that we had better quickly take inventory of the unconscious before it closes back down. Yet the very term material has since denoted the fact that the set of phenomena in which we had hitherto learned to find the symptom secret, an immense domain annexed by Freud's genius to man's knowledge connaissance, that warrants the true title of psychoanalytic semantics, including dreams, bungled actions, slips of the tongue, memory disturbances, whims of thought association, and so on, has fallen out of favor in analytic technique. Prior to this turning point, it was by deciphering such material that the subject was able to remember his history along with the outlines of the conflict that determined his symptoms. And the value to be granted in technique to the elimination of symptoms was based on how well the order in his history was restored and the gaps in it were filled. The observed elimination of symptoms demonstrated a dynamic in which the unconscious was defined as a clearly constituting subject, since it sustained symptoms in their meaning before it was revealed, and we experienced the unconscious directly, recognizing it in the ruse of disturbances in which the repressed compromises with the censorship. In this respect, let it be noted in passing, neurosis is akin to the most common condition of truth in speech and writing. If, then, the analyst gave the subject the solution MOT to his symptom, but the symptom persisted, it was because the subject resisted recognizing its meaning. Analysts thus concluded that it was this resistance that must, above all, be analyzed. Note that this conclusion still put its faith in interpretation, but it was the particular aspect of the subject in which people sought this resistance that led to the approaching deviation, for it is clear that this notion tends to take the subject to be constituted in his discourse. Should the deviation go on to seek his resistance outside of this discourse, it will be irremediable. No one will come back to question the constitutor function of interpretation regarding its failure. This move to give up on the use of speech justifies my saying that psychoanalysis has not since left behind its childhood illness, this term going beyond the commonplace here, with all the propriety it encounters due to this very move, where everything is, in effect, based on the methodological faux pas made by the best-known name in child analysis. The idea of resistance was not new, however. In 1895, Freud had already recognized its effect in the verbalization of chains of speech in which the subject constitutes his history. Freud did not hesitate to illustrate his conception of this process by representing these chains as encompassing with their array 2J8. The pathogenic nucleus around which they bend, in order to indicate that resistance operates in a direction perpendicular to the parallelism of these chains. He even went so far as to posit the mathematical formula that this effect is inversely proportional to the distance between the nucleus and the chain being remembered, allowing us to gauge thereby how closely we have managed to approach it. It is clear here that while interpretation of the resistance at work in such a chain of speech is different from interpretation of meaning by which the subject passes from one chain to another deeper chain, the first form of interpretation nevertheless operates on the very text of that speech, which includes its allusions, distortions, elisions, and even holes and syncopes. The interpretation of resistance thus introduces the same ambiguity that I analyzed above in the position of the listener, which is taken up again here in the question, who is resisting? The ego, answered the first doctrine, including therein the personal subject, no doubt, but solely from the undiscriminating angle of its dynamics. It is here that the new orientation in technique runs headlong at allure. It answers the question in the same way, neglecting the fact that it puts the blame on an ego whose meaning Freud, its oracle, has just changed, for Freud has just installed the ego in a new topography precisely in order to specify that resistance is not the privilege of the ego alone, but also of the ID and the superego. Nothing else in his last conceptualization will henceforth be truly understood, as can be seen in the fact that the authors of the turning point wave are still at the stage of examining the death instinct from every angle, and even of getting bogged down regarding what the subject must properly identify with, the analyst's ego or his superego, without making a single worthwhile step forward, multiplying ever more instead an irresistible misconception. By reversing the correct choice that determines which subject is welcomed in speech, the symptoms constituting subject is treated as if he were constitute like material and material, as they say, while the ego, as constituted as it may be in resistance, becomes the subject upon whom the analyst henceforth calls as the constituting agency. The idea that this subject involves the person in his totality is a false effect of the new concept, even and especially insofar as it ensures a connection with the organs of the so-called perception consciousness system. Doesn't Freud, moreover, make the superego the first guarantor of an experience of reality? What is in fact at stake is the return, of the most reactionary and thus of a highly instructive kind, of an ideology that has been given up everywhere else because it is quite simply bankrupt. 11-2J9. Consider the lines with which Anna Freud's book The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense opens. There have been periods in the development of psychoanalytic science when the theoretical study of the individual ego was distinctly unpopular. Whenever interest was shifted from the deeper to the more superficial psychic strata, whenever, that is to say, research was deflected from the ID to the ego, it was felt that here was a beginning of apostasy from psychoanalysis as a whole. These few lines suffice to allow us to hear, in the anxious sound with which they prelude the advent of a new era, the sinister music with which Euripides inscribed, in the Phoenician Women, the mythical link between the character of Antigone and the moment of the Sphinx's repercussion on the hero's action. Since then it has become commonplace to repeat that we know nothing more about the subject than what his ego is willing to let us know. Otto Fenichel goes so far as to proffer quite simply, as if it were an indisputable truth, that the understanding of the meaning of words is particularly a concern of the ego. 12. The next step led to the confusing of resistances with ego defenses. The idea of defense, put forward by Freud already in 1894 when he first relates neurosis to a widely accepted conception of the function of illness, is taken up again by him in his major work, Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, to indicate that the ego forms on the basis of the same moments as a symptom. But the semantic use Anna Freud makes of the ego, in the book just mentioned, as the subject of verbs, suffices by itself to display the transgression she consecrates in it. It shows too that, in the thereafter received deviation, the ego is truly the objectified subject whose defense mechanisms constitute resistance. Treatment is henceforth conceptualized as an attack, positing in theory the existence of a succession of systems of defense in the subject, which is quaintly confirmed by the cant phrase made fun of in passing by Edward Glover, by which one facilely tries to sound important by raising the question on any and every occasion whether one has sufficiently analyzed the aggression. 13. In this way, the simpleton asserts that he has never encountered any transferential effects other than aggression. It is in this way that Fenichel tries to set things right by a reversal that confuses things still more. For while there may be some value in the order he traces of the operation to be carried out against the subject's defenses, which he considers to be like a fortress, implying that the defenses as a whole merely tend 28 to divert the attack from the one defense which, since it too closely covers what it hides, already gives it away, but also that this latter defense is henceforth the essential stake, so much so that the drive hidden by this defense, when it offers itself up nakedly, must be considered to be the supreme artifice designed to preserve it. The impression of reality that holds our attention in this strategy serves as a prelude to the awakening that is such that where all suspicion of truth disappears, the dialectic reasserts its rights by appearing not to have to be useless in practice, if only by giving it a meaning. For there is no longer any end to the supposed depths or even any reason to seek them if what such a search discovers is no truer than what covers it over. In forgetting this, analysis degenerates into an immense psychological mess, and what we hear about the way it is practiced by certain analysts merely confirms this impression. If pretending to pretend is, indeed, a possible moment of the dialectic, the fact remains that the truth the subject confesses in order that we take it to be a lie is not the same as an error on his part. But the maintenance of this distinction is only possible in a dialectic of intersubjectivity in which constituting speech is presupposed in constituted discourse. Indeed, to flee the area shy of the reason for this discourse, people displace it to the beyond. While the subject's discourse could, possibly and occasionally, be bracketed in the initial perspective of an analysis because it may serve as a lure-in or even as an obstruction to the revelation of truth, it is insofar as it serves as a sign that it is now permanently devalued. For it is no longer only that it is stripped of its content in order to dwell instead on its flow, its tone, its interruptions, and even its melody. It seems that any other manifestation of the subject's presence will soon have to be preferred to it, his presentation in his approach and gait, the affectation of his manners, and the way he takes his leave of us. An attitudinal reaction in the session will hold our attention more than a syntactical error and will be examined more in terms of its energy level than its gestural import. An upwelling of emotion and a visceral gurgle will be the sought-for evidence of the mobilization of resistance, and the idiocy of the fanatics of lived experience will go so far as to find the crème de la crème in smelling each other. But the more we separate the authenticity of the analytic relationship from the discourse in which it is inscribed, what we continue to call its interpretation derives ever more exclusively from the analyst's knowledge. This knowledge has, of course, grown considerably in this pathway, but people cannot claim they have, in this way, left behind an intellectualist form of analysis, unless they admit that the communication of this knowledge to the subject acts only as a suggestion to which the criterion of truth remains foreign. Thus, 281. Wilhelm Reich, who clearly defined the conditions of this kind of intervention in his form of character analysis, which is rightly considered to be an essential stage in the development of the new technique, admits that he can expect it to have an effect only on the basis of his insistence. 14. This use of suggestion does not become a veritable interpretation just because it is analyzed as such. Such an analysis merely traces out the relation of one ego to another ego. This can be seen in the usual formulation that the analyst must become an ally of the healthy part of the subject's ego, when it is completed with the theory of the dissociation of the ego in psychoanalysis. 15. If we thus proceed to make a series of bipartitions in the subject's ego by doing this ad infinitum, it is clear that his ego is reduced, in the end, to the analyst's ego. Along this pathway, what does it matter if we proceed according to a formulation in which the return to the scholar's traditional disdain for morbid thought is clearly reflected? For by speaking to the patient in his own language, we still will not render him his own speech. The ground of the question remains unchanged and is instead confirmed when it is formulated from an entirely different perspective, that of the object relation, whose recent role in technique we shall see. But when object relations theory refers to an introjection by the subject of the analyst's ego, in the guise of the good object, it makes us wonder what an observant Huron would deduce about the mentality of modern civilized man from this mystical meal, assuming he makes the same strange mistake we make in taking literally the symbolic identification seen in the kind of thought that we call primitive. The fact remains that a theoretician weighing in on the delicate question of the termination of analysis can crudely posit that it implies that the subject has identified with the analyst's ego, insofar as this ego analyzes him. 16. This formulation, once demystified, signifies nothing if not that in ruling out any foundation of his relationship with the subject in speech, the analyst can communicate nothing to him that the analyst does not already know from his preconceived views or immediate intuition, that is, nothing that is not subject to the organization of the analyst's own ego. I will momentarily accept this aporia to which analysis is reduced in order to maintain its core in its deviation, and I will raise the question, what must the analyst's ego thus be if it assumes the role of being the measure of truth for all of us and for each subject who puts himself in the analyst's hands? On the ego in analysis and its end in the analyst. The term aporia, with which, At the end of the second section, I summed up the gain made with respect to the impasse in the first chapter, announces that 282. I intend to confront this gain in the psychoanalyst's common sense and certainly not take pleasure in the fact that he may be offended by it. Here again I will proceed by noting that the same things require a different discourse when they are taken up in another context, and will introduce my remarks by recalling that, if this connivance, Einfühlung, and assessment Allschuschung, which Ferenczi, 1928, p. 209, 17 will not have come from anywhere but from the preconscious have prevailed over the notorious communication of unconsciouses, considered, not unjustifiably, in an early phase of analysis to be the crux of true interpretation. The current promotion of effects that are placed under the heading of counter-transference 18 is equally a step backward. Moreover, the quibbling can only continue given that the ego as an agency is situated as unrelated to its neighbor agencies by those who consider it to represent the subject's collateral Schuld. We must call upon the first impression the analyst gives, which is certainly not that the ego is his strength, at least when it comes to his own ego and the foundation it can serve as for him. Isn't that the hitch that requires the analyst to be analyzed, a principle that Ferenczi considers to warrant the title of the second fundamental rule of psychoanalysis? And doesn't the analyst bend under the weight of the judgment 340 that might well be viewed American Samoa Freud's last, since it was handed down by him 2 years before his death? Analysts in their own personalities have not invariably come up to the standard of psychical normality to which they wish to educate their patients. 19. This astonishing verdict, which there is no reason to revise today, means that the analyst cannot take advantage of the excuse that can be used in favor of every elite, which is that it finds its recruits among ordinary mortals. Since this elite is below average, the most favorable hypothesis is to attribute it to the adverse repercussion of a disturbance disoroi that originates in the analytic act itself, as the preceding shows. Ferenczi, the first-generation author who most relevantly raised the question of what is required of the analyst as a person, in particular as regards the end of the treatment, elsewhere mentions the root of the problem. In his luminous article on psychoanalytic elasticity, he expresses himself as follows. I should like to mention, as a problem that has not been considered, that of the metapsychology of the analyst's mental processes during analysis. His cathexes oscillate between identification, analytic object love, on the one hand and self-control or intellectual activity on the other. 283. During the long day's work he can never allow himself the pleasure of giving his narcissism and egoism free play in reality, and he can give free play to them in his fantasy only for brief moments. A strain of this kind scarcely occurs otherwise in life, and I do not doubt that sooner or later it will call for the creation of a special hygiene for the analyst. 20. Such is the abrupt precondition whose importance derives from the fact that it concerns what the psychoanalyst must first vanquish in himself. For why else would Ferenczi use this to introduce the tempered pathway that he wants to trace for us of the analyst's intervention with the elastic line he tries to define? The order of subjectivity that the analyst must bring about in himself is the only thing Ferenczi indicates with an arrow at each intersection, and it is monotonously repeated by recommendations that are too varied for us not to try to 341 grasp how they fit together. Menschenkenntnis and Menschenverstehung are two terms he uses whose romantic ancestry, which pushes them toward the art of leading men and the natural history of man, allows us to appreciate what the author hopes to do with them, by way of a sure method and an open market, reduction of one's personal impact, knowledge relegated to a subordinate position, authority that knows not to insist, goodness without indulgence, 21 distrust of the altar of good deeds, the only resistance to be attacked being that of indifference, Unglauben, or of refusal, Ablehnung, encouraging nasty comments, and true modesty regarding one's knowledge. In all of these rules, isn't it the ego that effaces itself in order to give way to the subject point of interpretation? Thus these rules can only take effect on the basis of the psychoanalyst's personal analysis, and especially its end. Where is the end of analysis as far as the ego is concerned? How can we know this if we misrecognize the ego's function in the very action of psychoanalysis? Let us follow the path of a kind of criticism that puts a text to the test of the very principles it defends. And let us submit the so-called analysis of character to it. Character analysis presents itself as based on the discovery that the subject's personality is structured like a symptom that his personality feels to be foreign. In other words, like a symptom, his personality harbors a meaning, that of a repressed conflict. The material that reveals this conflict is elicited in the second stage, after a preliminary stage of treatment whose goal, as Reich expressly states it in his conception, which has remained a classic in analysis, is to get the subject to take his own personality as a symptom. This point of view has clearly borne fruit in an objectification of structures, such as the so-called genital narcissistic and masochistic characters. 284. Which were previously neglected because they were apparently asymptomatic, not to mention the hysterical and compulsive characters, which were already indicated by their symptoms, whose collection of traits constitutes a precious contribution to psychological knowledge, even if their theorization leaves something to be desired. It is all the more important to pause at the results of this form of analysis, of which Reich was the master craftsman, in the assessment he gives of them. It amounts to the following: the quantity of change in the subject that legitimates this kind of analysis never even goes so far as to blur the lines that separate the original structures from each other. 22. Hence, the positive effects of the analysis of these structures that are felt by the subject, after the structures have been symptomatized through the objectification of their traits, oblige us to more closely indicate their relation to the tensions that the analysis has resolved. The whole theory that Reich provides of it is based on the idea that these structures are a defense by the individual against the orgasmic effusion whose primacy in lived experience can alone ensure its harmony. The extremes this idea led him to are well known. They went so far as to get him ousted by the analytic community. But, in ousting him not unjustifiably, no one ever really knew how to formulate why Reich was wrong. We have to realize, first, that these structures play only the role of a medium or material, since they persist after the resolution of the tensions that seem to motivate them. This medium or material is, no doubt, ordered like the symbolic material of neurosis, as analysis proves, but it derives its efficacy here from the imaginary function, as it is revealed in the triggering of instinctual behavior. We learn about this from animal ethology, even though ethology itself has been strongly influenced by the concepts of displacement and identification stemming from psychoanalysis. Thus Reich made only one mistake in his character analysis, what he calls character armor *, and treats as such is actually but an armorial. The subject, after treatment, still carries the weight of the arms he received from nature, having merely effaced from them the mark of a blazon. If this confusion was nevertheless possible, it is because the imaginary function which in animals serves as a guide in their sexual fixation on the congener, in their display rituals by which the reproductive act is triggered, and even in their marking of territory seems in man to be entirely diverted toward the narcissistic relation on which the ego is based, giving rise to an aggressiveness whose coordinate denotes the signification that I will try to show to be the first and last word of this relation. Reich's error can be explained by his deliberate refusal of the signification that is tied to the death instinct, which was introduced by Freud at the height of his conceptual powers, and which is 285. As we know, the touchstone of the mediocrity of analysts, whether they reject it or disfigure it. Thus character analysis is only able to establish a properly mystifying conception of the subject on the basis of what proves to be a defense in that analysis, if we apply its own principles to it. To return psychoanalysis to a veridical path, it is worth recalling that analysis managed to go so far in the revelation of man's desires only by following, in the veins of neurosis and the marginal subjectivity of the individual, the structure proper to a desire that thus proves to model it at an unexpected depth, namely, the desire to have his desire recognized. This desire, in which it is literally verified that man's desire is alienated in the other's desire, in effect structures the drives discovered in analysis, in accordance with all the vicissitudes of the logical substitutions in their source, aim direction, and object. 23. But these drives, however far back we go into their history, instead of proving to derive from the need for a natural satisfaction, simply modulate in phases that reproduce all the forms of sexual perversion that, at least, is the most obvious and best known fact of analytic experience. But we more easily neglect the dominance found there of the narcissistic relation, that is, of a second alienation by which the internal splitting of his existence and his facticity is inscribed in the subject, along with the complete ambivalence of the position he identifies with in the perverse couple. It is nevertheless in the properly subjective meaning thus highlighted in perversion, far more than in its accession to a widely acknowledged objectification, that lies the step that psychoanalysis made man's knowledge take through its annexation, as the evolution of scientific literature alone demonstrates. Now, the theory of the ego in analysis remains marked by a fundamental misrecognition if we neglect the period of its elaboration in Freud's work running from 1910 to 1920, in which it is entirely inscribed in the structure of the narcissistic relation. In the early stage of psychoanalysis, the study of the ego never constituted a subject of aversion, as Anna Freud would have it in the above-cited passage. Rather, it is since people came up with the idea of promoting it in analysis that the study truly favors the subversion of psychoanalysis. The conception of the phenomenon of passionate love, amour passion, as determined by the image of the ideal ego, like the question of its imminent hatred, are the points we must examine from the above-mentioned period of Freud's thought if we are to properly understand the relation between the ego and the image of the other, such as it is already made sufficiently clear in his very title, which joins group psychology and the analysis of the ego, 1921, 24, in one of the texts with which Freud inaugurates the last period of 286. His thought, the one in which he completes the definition of the ego in his topography. But this completion can only be understood by grasping the coordinates of his progress in developing the notions of primary masochism and the death instinct, found in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920-25, and in developing the conception of the negating root of objectification, as it is laid out in the short 1925 article on Verneinung, negation. 26. Only by studying Freud's progress in these areas can we explain his growing interest in aggressiveness, in transference, in resistance, and even in civilization and its discontents, 1929, 27, showing that the kind of aggression we imagine to be at the root of the struggle for survival is not what is at stake in them. The notion of aggressiveness corresponds, on the contrary, to the rending of the subject from himself, a rending whose primordial moment comes when the sight of the other's image, apprehended by him as a unified whole, anticipates his sense that he lacks motor coordination, this image retroactively structuring this lack of motor coordination in images of fragmentation. This experience explains both the depressive reaction, as reconstructed by Melanie Klein at the origins of the ego, and the child's jubilatory assumption of his image in the mirror, the phenomenon of which, characteristic of the period beginning at 6 to 8 months of age, is considered by the author of these lines to manifest in an exemplary manner the properly imaginary nature of the ego's function in the subject, along with the constitution of the ego's ideal urbud. 7. It is thus at the heart of experiences of bearing and intimidation during the first years of his life that the individual is introduced to the mirage of mastery of his functions, in which his subjectivity will remain split, and whose imaginary formation, naively objectified by psychologists as the ego's synthetic function, manifests instead the condition that introduces him to the alienating master/slave dialectic. But if these experiences, which can be seen in animals too at many moments in their instinctual cycles, and especially in the preliminary displays of the reproductive cycle, with all the lures and aberrations these experiences involve, in fact open onto the signification in order to durably structure the human subject, it is because they receive the signification from the tension stemming from the impotence proper to the prematurity of birth, by which naturalists characterize the specificity of man's anatomical development, a fact that helps us grasp the dehiscence from natural harmony, required by Hegel to serve as the fruitful illness, life's happy fault, in which man, distinguishing himself from his essence, discovers his existence. There is, in effect, no other reality behind the new prestige, the imaginary. 287. Function takes on in man then this touch of death whose mark he receives at birth. For it is clearly the same death instinct that is manifested in this function in the animal kingdom, if we stop to consider that, 1. By serving in the specific fixation on the congener in the sexual cycle, subjectivity is not distinguished there from the image that captivates it, and that, 2. The individual appears there only as the passing representative of this image, that is, only as the passage of this represented image into life. Only to man does this image reveal its mortal signification and, at the same time, that he exists. But this image is only given to him as an image of the other, that is to say, it is ravished from him. Thus the ego is never but half of the subject, moreover, it is the half he loses in finding that image. We can thus understand why he clings to it and tries to hold on to it in everything that seems to stand in for /double or / it in himself or in the other, and offers him its resemblance, along with its effigy. Demystifying the meaning of what analytic theory calls primary identifications, let us say that the subject always imposes on the other in the radical diversity of relational modes that run the gamut from the invocation of speech to the most immediate sympathy and imaginary form which bears the seal, or even superimposed seals, of the experiences of impotence by which this form has been shaped in the subject. And this form is no other than the ego. Thus, to return to the action of analysis, the subject always naively tends to concentrate his discourse on the focal point of the imaginary where this form is produced once he is freed, by the condition of the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis, from the threat that a total rejection may be addressed to him. It is the visual power this imaginary form retains from its origins that, in fact, justifies a condition which is rarely explained, even though it is felt to be crucial in variations in technique, the condition that the analyst occupy, in the session, a place that makes him invisible to the subject. For this allows the narcissistic image to be produced all the more purely and the regressive proteanism of its seductions to have freer range. Now, the analyst undoubtedly knows, on the other hand, that he must not respond to appeals that the subject makes to him in this place, as implicit as they may be, otherwise he will see transference love arise there that nothing, except its artificial production, distinguishes from passionate love, the conditions which produced it thus failing due to their effect, analytic discourse being reduced to the silence of the evoked presence. The analyst also knows that the more he fails to respond, the more he provokes in the subject the aggression, and even hatred, characteristic of negative transference. But he knows less well that what he says in his response is less important here than the place from which he responds. For he cannot content himself. 288. With the precaution of avoiding entering into the subject's game when the principle of the analysis of resistances orders him to objectify it. Indeed, by simply targeting the object whose image is the subject's ego, that is, by targeting his character traits, the analyst falls under the sway of the illusions prestiges of his own ego, no less naively than the subject himself does. And the effect here is not so much to be gauged in the mirages they produce as in the distance they bring about in his object relation. For it suffices for it to be fixed for the subject to know how to find it there. The analyst thus enters into the game of a more radical connivance in which the shaping of the subject by the analyst's ego serves merely as an excuse for the analyst's narcissism. If the truth of this aberration were not openly avowed in the theorization provided for it, whose forms I highlighted above, the proof could be found in the phenomena that one of the analysts the best trained in Ferenczi's school of authenticity so sensitively analyzes as characteristic of the cases that he considers to have been successfully terminated, whether he is describing the narcissistic ardor with which the subject is consumed and which we encourage him to douse in the cold shower of reality, or his oozing of an indescribable emotion at the final leave-taking, going so far as to note that the analyst shares his emotion. 29. This is corroborated by the author's disappointed resignation at having to admit that certain beings cannot hope for anything more than to separate from their analysts in hatred. 30. These results justify a use of transference corresponding to a theory of so-called primary love which takes as its model the mutual voracity of the mother/child couple. 31. In all the forms envisioned, we see the purely dyadic conception that has come to govern the analytic relationship. 32. If the intersubjective relationship in analysis is, indeed, conceptualized as that of a dyad of individuals, it can only be based on the unity of a perpetuated vital dependency, the idea of which altered the Freudian conception of neurosis, abandonment neurosis, and it can only be carried out in the passivation/activation polarity of the subject, the terms of which are expressly considered by Alice Balint to formulate the impasse that makes this theory necessary. 33. Such errors can be considered human inasmuch as they are rendered subtle in connotation by their author. These errors cannot be corrected without reference to the mediation that speech constitutes between subjects. But this mediation is inconceivable unless one presupposes the presence of a third term in the imaginary relationship itself, mortal reality, the death instinct which conditions the illusions prestiges of narcissism, as I showed earlier, and whose effects can be found. 289. Anew in a brilliant form in the results considered by Balint to be those of an analysis carried to its full term in an ego-to-ego relationship. In order for the transference relationship to escape these effects, the analyst would have to strip the narcissistic image of his own ego of all the forms of desire by which that image has been constituted, reducing it to the only face that sustains it behind their masks, the face of the absolute master, death. It is thus clearly here that the analysis of the ego finds its ideal terminus, that in which the subject, having refound the origins of his ego in an imaginary regression, comes, by the progression of remembering, to its end in analysis, namely, the subjectification of his death. And this is supposed to be the end required of the analyst's ego, about whom we can say that he must acknowledge the prestige of but one master, death, in order for life, which he must guide through so many vicissitudes, to be his friend. This goal does not seem beyond human grasp, for it does not imply that for him, or for others, death is anything more than an illusion prestige, and it merely satisfies the requirements of his task, such as someone like Ferenczi had defined it earlier. This imaginary condition can only be brought about, nevertheless, through an ascesis that is affirmed in a being by following a path along which all objective knowledge is progressively suspended. This is true because, for the subject, the reality of his own death is in no wise an object that can be imagined, and the analyst can know nothing about it, no more than anyone else, except that he is a being destined to die promise a la mort. Thus, assuming he has eliminated all the illusions prestiges of his ego in order to accede to being toward death, no other knowledge, whether immediate or constructed, can be preferred by him to be made a power of, assuming it is not simply abolished thereby. Thus he can now respond to the subject from the place he wants to respond from, but he no longer wants anything that determines this place. Here we find, if we think about it, the reason for the profound oscillatory movement that brings analysis back to an expectant practice after each misguided attempt to make it more active. The analyst's approach cannot be left up to the indeterminacy of a free dom of indifference, nevertheless. But the usual watchword of benevolent neutrality does not provide a sufficient indication here. For while it subordinates the analyst's pleasure to the subject's own good, it still does not place his knowledge at his disposal. Which brings us to the following question: what must the analyst know in analysis? 2.0. What the psychoanalyst must know, how to ignore what he knows. The imaginary condition with which the preceding section culminates must be understood only as an ideal condition. But if we realize that the fact that something belongs to the imaginary does not mean that it is illusory, we can say that being taken to be ideal does not make it any more deristic. For an ideal point, and even a solution that is called imaginary in mathematics, because it provides the pivotal point of transformation, the node point of convergence of figures or functions that are entirely determined in reality real, are clearly constitutive parts of those figures and functions. This is true of the condition involving the analyst's ego in the form of the problem whose challenge I have accepted. The question now directed at the analyst's knowledge derives its power from the fact that it does not bring with it the answer that the analyst knows what he is doing, since it is the obvious fact that he does not, whether in theory or in technique, which led us to raise the question here. For, if it is taken for granted that an analysis changes nothing in reality real but changes everything for the subject, as long as the analyst cannot say what he is doing, the term magical thinking used to designate the naive faith the subject he works with has in his power only serves as an excuse for his own ignorance. If, indeed, there are many opportunities to demonstrate how idiotically this term is used both inside and outside of analysis, we will find here, no doubt, the most favorable opportunity for asking the analyst what authorizes him to consider his knowledge to be privileged. For his imbecilic recourse to the term lived experience to qualify the knowledge connaissance he gains from his own analysis, as if all knowledge connaissance deriving from an experience were not lived, does not suffice to distinguish his way of thinking from the way of thinking that considers him to be a man not like the others. Nor can we attribute the vanity of this statement to the they on who repeat it. For if they are not justified, in effect, in saying that he is not a man like the others, since they recognize in their semblable a man in that they can speak to him, they are not wrong to mean by this that he is not a man like everyone else in that they recognize a man as their equal on the basis of the weight portee of his words. Now the analyst is different in that he makes use of a function that is common to all men in a way that is not within everyone's grasp portee when he supports port speech. For that is what he does for the subject's speech, even by simply welcome 291. Ing it, as I showed earlier, with an attentive silence. For this silence implies comport speech, as we see in the expression to keep silent which, speaking of the analyst's silence, means not only that he makes no noise but that he keeps quiet instead responding. We can go no further in this direction without asking, what is speech? And I will do my best to ensure that all the words hit their target portent here. Nevertheless, no concept supplies the meaning of speech, not even the concept of concept, for speech is not the meaning of meaning. But speech gives meaning its medium in the symbol that speech incarnates through its act. It is thus an act and, as such, it presupposes a subject. But it is not enough to say that, in this act, the subject presupposes another subject, for it is rather that he establishes himself here by being the other, but in a paradoxical unity of the one and the other by means of which, as I showed earlier, the one defers to the other in order to become identical to himself. We can thus say that speech manifests itself as a communication in which the subject, expecting the other to render his message true, proffers his message in an inverted form, and in which this message transforms him by announcing that he is the same. As is seen in any promise made foi donne / in which the declarations you are my wife and you are my master signify I am your husband and I am your disciple. Speech thus seems to be an all the more true instance of speech on parole the less its truth is based on what is known as its correspondence to the thing. True speech is thus paradoxically opposed to true discourse, their truth being distinguished by the fact that the former constitutes the recognition reconnaissance by the subjects of their beings insofar as they are invested ires in them, while the latter is constituted by knowledge connaissance of reality /real / insofar as die subject targets reality in objects. But each of the truths distinguished here is altered when it crosses the path of the other truth. This is how true discourse, by isolating the givens dones of promises in the giving of one's word parole donne / makes the latter appear to be lying speech since it pledges the future which, as they say, belongs to no one and ambiguous too in that it constantly outstrips the being it concerns in the alienation in which its becoming is constituted. But true speech, questioning true discourse as to what it signifies, will find 352 that one signification always refers to another signification in true discourse, no thing being able to be shown other than by a sign, and will thus make true discourse seem to be doomed to error. How, in navigating between the Charybdis and the Scylla of this interaccusation of speech, could the intermediate discourse that in which the subject, in his design to get himself recognized, addresses speech to the other while taking into account what he knows of his being as given, avoid being forced into proceeding by way of ruse. This is, in effect, how discourse proceeds to convince, a word that involves strategy in the process of reaching an agreement. And, however little we may have participated in the enterprise of a human institution, or even in merely supporting it, we know that the struggle continues over the terms, even when the things have been agreed to. The prevalence of speech as the middle term is again manifested in this. This process is carried out while the subject manifests bad faith, steering his discourse between trickery, ambiguity, and error. But this struggle to assure so precarious a peace would not offer itself as the most common field of intersubjectivity if man were not already completely persuaded by speech, which means that he indulges in it thoroughly. For it is also true that man, in subordinating his being to the law of recognition, is traversed by the avenues of speech, which is why he is open to every suggestion. But he pauses and loses himself in the discourse of conviction, due to the narcissistic mirages that dominate his ego's relation to the other. Thus the subject's bad faith, being so constitutive of this intermediary discourse that it is not even absent in his declaration of friendship, redoubles due to the misrecognition in which these mirages are instated. This is what Freud called the unconscious function of the ego in his topography, before he demonstrated its essential form in the discourse of negation, see Die Verneinung, 1925. If the analyst is thus subjected to the ideal condition that the mirages of his narcissism must have become transparent to him, it is in order that he be permeable to the other's authentic speech. We must now try to understand how he can recognize the latter through the other's discourse. Of course, this intermediate discourse, even qua discourse of trickery and error, does not fail to bear witness to the existence of the kind of speech on which truth is based, for it sustains itself only by attempting to pass itself off as such, and even when it openly presents itself as a lying discourse, it merely affirms all the more strongly the existence of such speech. If we refined, through this phenomenological approach to truth, the key the loss of which leads positivist logicism in search of the meaning of meaning, doesn't this approach also get us to recognize in truth the concept of concept insofar as it is revealed in speech in action act? This speech, which constitutes the subject in its truth, is nevertheless forever forbidden to him, except in rare moments of his existence when he strives, ever so confusedly, to grasp it in his sworn word foi jure. It is forbidden in *93. That he is doomed to misrecognize it by the intermediate discourse. This speech nonetheless speaks wherever it can be read in his being, that is, at all the levels at which it has shaped him. This antinomy is the very antinomy found in the meaning Freud gave to the notion of the unconscious. But if this speech is nevertheless accessible, it is because no true speech is simply the subject's speech, since true speech always operates by grounding the subject's speech in its mediation by another subject. In that way, this speech is open to the endless chain, which is not, of course, an indefinite chain, since it forms a closed loop of words paroles in which the dialectic of recognition is concretely realized in the human community. It is to the extent that the analyst manages to silence the intermediate discourse in himself, in order to open himself up to the chain of true speech paroles, that he can interpolate his revelatory interpretation. This can be seen whenever we consider an authentic interpretation in its concrete form. For example, in the analysis classically known as that of the rat man, the major turning point comes when Freud comprehends the resentment aroused in the subject by the fact that his mother suggested that his choice of a wife should be dictated in a calculating manner. The fact that the prohibition this advice brought with it for the subject, the prohibition against becoming engaged to the woman he thinks he loves, is associated by Freud with the father's speech, despite obvious facts to the contrary, especially the one, which takes precedence over all the others, that his father is dead, leaves us quite surprised. But it is justified at the level of a deeper truth that Freud seems to have unwittingly divined, which is revealed by the series of associations the subject then goes on to provide. This truth is situated solely in what Freud refers to here as the word chain, which, making itself heard both in the neurosis and in the subject's destiny, extends well beyond him as an individual and consists in the fact that a similar lack of good faith presided over his father's marriage, and that this ambiguity itself covered over a breach of trust in money matters which, in causing his father to be discharged from the army, determined the latter's decision whom to marry. Now this chain, which is not made up of pure events, all of which had, in any case, occurred prior to the subject's birth, but rather of a failure, which was perhaps the most serious because it was the most subtle, to live up to the truth of speech, and of an infamy more sullying to his honor, the debt engendered by the failure seeming to have cast its shadow over the whole of his parents' marriage, and the debt engendered by the infamy never having been paid. This chain provides the meaning by which we can understand the simulacrum of redemption that the subject foments to the point of delusion in the course of the great obsessive trance that leads him to ask Freud for help. 294. Note that this chain is certainly not the whole structure of his obsessive neurosis, but that, in the text of the neurotic's individual myth, it crossbreeds with the web of fantasies in which the shadow of his dead father and the ideal of his lady love are conjoined in a couple of narcissistic images. But if Freud's interpretation, by undoing this chain in all its latent import, leads the imaginary web of the neurosis to disintegrate, it is because this chain summons the subject, concerning the symbolic debt that is promulgated in his tribunal, less as its legatee than as its living witness. For it is important to consider that speech constitutes the subject's being not merely by a symbolic assumption, but that prior to his birth speech determines through the laws of marriage, by which the human order is distinguished from nature, not only the subject's status but even the birth of his biological being. Now, it seems that Freud's access to the crucial point of the meaning with which the subject could literally decipher his destiny was made possible by the 355 fact that a similar suggestion of familial prudence had been made to Freud himself, as we know from a fragment of his self-analysis, mentioned in his work, which was unmasked by Bernfeld. Had Freud himself not rejected it on that occasion, perhaps he might have missed the opportunity to recognize it when treating the rat man. The dazzling comprehension Freud demonstrates in such cases is, of course, clouded over often enough by the effects of his own narcissism. Still, owing nothing to an analysis conducted in the usual manner, it allows us to see that, in the lofty heights of his final doctrinal constructions, the paths of being were cleared for him. While this example makes us realize how important it is to comment upon Freud's work in order to understand analysis, it will serve here only as a springboard for the last stop in our discussion of this question, namely, the contrast between the objects proposed to the analyst by his experience and the discipline necessary to his training. Never having been fully conceptualized, or even approximately formulated, this contrast is nevertheless expressed, as we might well expect of any neglect truth, in the rebelliousness of the facts. The facts rebel first at the level of analytic experience, where no one gives voice to their rebellion better than Theodore Reik. We can confine our attention here to his sounding of the alarm in his book Listening with the Third Ear, 34, the third ear designating nothing other, no doubt, than the two at every man's disposal, on the condition that the function the scriptures claim they do not have be restored to them. The reader will find there his reasons for opposing the requirement of a 2C5 regular succession of levels of imaginary regression, whose principle was stipulated by the analysis of resistances, no less than the more systematic forms of planning. This kind of analysis went on to formulate, while he recalls, with 100 lively examples, the pathway proper to true interpretation. One cannot, in reading his book, fail to note his recourse, that is unfortunately poorly defined, to divination, if the use of this term can re-find its former virtue by evoking the juridical procedure it originally designated, Aulus Gellius MC Knights, 2, 4, reminding us that human destiny depends upon the choice of he who will support speech's accusation in a trial. We will be no less concerned by the malaise that reigns regarding everything related to the analyst's training. To take but the most recent reverberation, consider the declarations made in December 1952 by Dr. Knight in his presidential address to the American Psychoanalytic Association. 35 Among the factors that tend to alter the character of analytic training, he points out, alongside the increase in the number of analysts in training, the more structured training in the institutes that offer training, opposing it to the earlier type of training by a master, the earlier preceptorship type of training *, page 218. Regarding the recruitment of analytic trainees, he says the following. Formerly they were primarily introspective individuals, inclined to be studious and thoughtful, and tended to be highly individualistic and to limit their social life to clinical and theoretical discussions with colleagues. They read prodigiously and knew the psychoanalytic literature thoroughly. In contrast, perhaps the majority of students of the past decade are not so introspective, are inclined to read only the literature that is assigned in institute courses, and wish to get through with the training requirements as rapidly as possible. Their interests are primarily clinical rather than research and theoretical. Their motivation for being analyzed is more to get through this requirement of training. The partial capitulation of some institutes to the pressure arising from their students' ambitious haste, and from their tendency to be satisfied with a more superficial grasp of theory, has created some of the training problems we now face. 218-19. It is quite clear, in this highly public discourse, how serious the problem is and also how poorly it is understood, if it is understood at all. What is desirable is not that the analysans be more introspective but rather that they understand what they are doing, and the remedy is not that the institutes be less structured, but rather that analysts stop dispensing predigested knowledge in them, even if it summarizes the data of analytic experience. 2c6. But what we must understand above all is that, whatever the dose of knowledge thus transmitted, it is of no value in training analysts. For the knowledge accumulated in the course of an analyst's experience concerns the imaginary, which his experience constantly runs up against, so much so that his experience has come to adjust its pace to the systematic exploration of the imaginary in the subject. This experience has thus succeeded in constituting the natural history of the forms of desire's capture and even of the subject's identifications that had never before been catalogued this rigorously in their richness or even approached in terms of their means of action, whether by science or even wisdom, even though their luxuriance and seduction had long been deployed in artists' fanciful imaginings. But beyond the fact that the imaginary's capture effects are extremely difficult to objectify in a true discourse, creating the major obstacle to true discourse in our daily work, which constantly threatens to make analysis into a bad science, given its continued uncertainty as to their limits in reality, the science, even if we assumed it were correct, is of only deceptive help in the analyst's action, for it concerns only the deposit, not the mainspring. In this respect, experience privileges neither the so-called biological tendency in analytic theory, which of course has nothing biological about it except the terminology, nor the sociological tendency sometimes referred to as culturalist. The first tendency's ideal of drive harmony, based on individualist ethics, cannot, as it is easy to see, yield effects that are any more humanizing than the ideal of conformity to the group with which the SEC on tendency exposes itself to the covetousness of engineers of the soul. The difference one can see in their results derives only from the distance that separates an autoplastic graft from a member made of the orthopedic device that replaces it. What remains lame, in the first case, with regard to instinctual functioning, what Freud calls the scar of neurosis, leaves only an uncertain advantage over the compensatory artifice aimed at by the second sublimations. In truth, if analysis borders closely enough on the scientific domains thus evoked that certain of its concepts have been adopted by them, these concepts are not grounded in the experience of those domains, and the attempts analysis makes to get its experience naturalized in science remain in a state of suspension that leads analysis to be highly regarded in science only insofar as it is posited as a problem. For psychoanalysis is also a practice subordinated by its purpose to what is most particular about the subject. And when Freud emphasizes this, going so far as to say that analytic science must be called back into question in the analysis of each case, see the case of the wolf man, pass him, the entire discussion. 497. Of the case unfolding on the basis of this principle, he quite clearly indicates to the analysan the path his training should follow. Indeed, the analyst cannot follow this path unless he recognizes in his own knowledge the symptom of his own ignorance, in the properly analytic sense that the symptom is the return of the repressed in a compromise formation, and that repression, here as elsewhere, constitutes the censorship of truth. Ignorance must not, in fact, be understood here as an absence of knowledge, but, just as much as love and hate, as a passion for being, for it can, like them, be a path by which being forms. This is clearly the passion that must give meaning to all of analytic training, as is obvious if one simply allows oneself to see that this passion structures the analytic situation. People have tried to detect the inner obstacle to training analysis in the psychological attitude of candidacy in which the candidate places himself in relation to the analyst, but they fail to realize that the obstacle lies in its essential foundation, which is the desire to know, or the desire for power that motivates the candidate at the core of his decision. Nor have they recognized that this desire must be treated like the neurotic's desire to love, which is the very antinomy of love, according to the wisdom of the ages, unless this is what is aimed at by the best analytic writers when they declare that every training analysis is obliged to analyze the reasons why the candidate chose the career of analyst. 36. The positive fruit of the revelation of ignorance is non-knowledge, which is not a negation of knowledge but rather its most elaborate form. The candidate's training cannot be completed without some action on the part of the master or masters who train him in this non-knowledge, failing which he will never be anything more than a robotic analyst. It is here that we understand this closing up of the unconscious whose enigma I pointed out at the major turning point of analytic technique. Freud foresaw, in more than just a quick remark, that this closing up could result someday from the very effects on a social scale of analysis becoming more widespread. 37. Indeed, the unconscious shuts down insofar as the analyst no longer supports speech porte la parole because he already knows or thinks he knows what speech has to say. Thus, if he speaks to the subject, who, moreover, knows as much about it as he does, the latter cannot recognize in what the analyst says the truth in statu nascendi of his own particular speech. This also explains the effects, which are often astonishing to us, of the interpretations Freud himself gave. The response he gave the subject was the true speech in which he himself was grounded, for in order to unite two subjects in its truth, speech requires that it be true speech for both of them. This is why the analyst must aspire to a kind of mastery of his speech that 298 makes it identical to his being. For he does not need to say much in the treatment, so little, indeed, that we might believe there is no need for him to say anything, in order to hear every time he has, with the help of God, that is, with the help of the subject himself, brought an analysis to its full term, the subject pronounce before him the very words in which he recognizes the law of his own being. How could he be surprised by this, he whose action, in the solitude in which he must answer for his patient, does not fall solely under the jurisdiction of consciousness conscience, as they say of surgeons, since his technique teaches him that the very speech it reveals concerns an unconscious subject. Thus the analyst must know, better than anyone else, that he can only be himself in his speech. Isn't this the answer to the question that tormented Ferenczi, namely, in order for the patient's avowal to come to its full term, mustn't the analyst's avowal also be pronounced? Indeed, the analyst's being acts even in his silence, and it is at the low water level of the truth that sustains him that the subject proffers his speech. But while, in accordance with the law of speech, it is in him qua other that the subject finds his own identity, it is in order to maintain his own being there. This result is far removed from narcissistic identification, so finely described by Balint, see above, for such identification leaves the subject, in infinite beatitude, more than ever exposed to the obscene and ferocious figure that analysis calls the superego, and that must be understood as the gap opened up in the imaginary by any and every rejection, Verwerfung, of the commandments of speech. 38. And there is no doubt but that a training analysis has this effect if the subject finds therein nothing more proper to witness the authenticity of his experience, for example, of having fallen in love with the person who opens the door at his analyst's house, mistaking her for his analyst's wife. A titillating fancy, of course, by its specious conformity, but about which he can hardly brag that he derived his lived knowledge of it from Oedipus, this knowledge being destined, rather, to take this fancy away from him. For, in going no further, he will have experienced nothing more than the myth of Amphitryon, and he will have done so the way Sosia did, that is, without understanding anything about it. How then can we expect that, as subtle as he may have seemed to be in his promises, such a subject will prove to be anything other than a foul lower whose head is full of idle gossip, when it will be his turn to add his 2 cents worth to the question of variations in treatment? In order to avoid such results, training analysis, about which all analytic authors note that its conditions are never discussed except in a censored form, *99, must not drive its ends and practice ever further into the shadows, as the formalism of the guarantees that people claim to provide of it grows stronger, as Michael Balint declares and demonstrates with the greatest clarity. 39 Indeed, the sheer quantity of researchers cannot bring quality to psychoanalytic research the way it does in a science that is constituted in objectivity. 100 mediocre psychoanalysts do not advance analytic knowledge 1 iota, whereas a physician, being the author of a wonderful book on grammar, you must not imagine that it was some pleasant little product of medical humanism, defended his whole life long a certain style of communication within a group of analysts against the winds of its discordance and the tide of its servitudes. The fact is that psychoanalysis, since it progresses essentially in non-knowledge, is tied in the history of science to a state prior to its Aristotelian definition, which is known as dialectic. Freud's work bears witness to this in its references to Plato and even to the pre-Socratics. But far from being isolated or even isolable, it simultaneously finds its place at the center of the vast conceptual movement which in our time restructuring so many sciences that are improperly called social, changing or refining the meaning of certain sections of the exact science par excellence, mathematics, in order to restore the foundations of a science of human action insofar as it is based on conjecture, is reclassifying the body of sciences of intersubjectivity under the name human sciences. The analyst will find much to borrow from linguistic research in its most concrete modern developments, with which to shed light on difficult problems posed to him by verbalization in both his practice and doctrine. And we can see, in the most unexpected manner, in the elaboration of the unconscious most original phenomena, dreams and symptoms, the very figures of the outdated rhetoric, which prove in practice to provide the most subtle specifications of those phenomena. The modern notion of history will be no less necessary to the analyst if he is to understand the function of history in the subject's individual life. But it is above all the theory of symbols revived from its status as a curiosity during what one might call the paleontological age of analysis, when it was classed under the heading of a supposed depth psychology, that analysis must restore to its universal function. No study would be better suited to this than the study of whole numbers, whose non-empirical origin cannot be excessively pondered by the analyst. And without going into the fruitful exercises of modern game theory, much less into the highly suggestive formalizations of set theory, the analyst will find sufficient material upon which to base his 300. Practice by simply learning to correctly count to 4, as the author of these lines is trying to teach people to do, that is, to integrate the function of death into the ternary Oedipal relationship. My point is not to define the fields of a program of study, but rather to indicate that, in order to situate analysis in the eminent place that those responsible for public education should grant it, its foundations must be laid open to criticism, without which it will degenerate into effects of collective subordination. It is up to the discipline of analysis itself to avoid these effects in the training of analysts and to thus bring clarity to the question of its variations. Only then will we be able to understand the extreme discretion with which Freud introduced the very forms of the standard treatment that have since become the norm. I must, however, make it clear that what I am asserting is that this technique is the only one suited to my individuality. I do not venture to deny that a physician quite differently constituted might find himself driven to adopt a different attitude to his patients and to the task before him. 40. For this discretion will then cease to be relegated to the status of a sign of Freud's profound modesty, and will instead be recognized as affirming the truth that analysis cannot find its measure except along the pathways of a learned ignorance. The two samples of my seminar that follow inspire me to give the reader some idea of the purpose of my teaching. These texts still bear traces of the violent novelty they brought with them. One can gauge how great a risk I ran at that time by observing that the subjects they deal with have yet to be taken up by others, even though I provided an elaboration of them which I have continued to corroborate through critique and construction. In rereading these texts, I am happy to see that I highlighted the repraiseion that struck the word senior, which was recently echoed by a question that was posed to me about the locus where the forgotten term resides. To put it more precisely in the terms of my typology, is that locus the dummy mentioned later in my direction of the treatment or the other's discourse as formulated in function and field. To this work in progress let me add the personal difficulties that make it hard for someone to grasp a notion like that of Verwerfung foreclosure when he himself may be characterized by it. This is an everyday tragedy which serves as a reminder that my teaching, although it exposes its theory to everyone, has as its practical stakes the training of psychoanalysts. How influential is my teaching? Let us approach the question by first considering that the two pieces presented here were published in the first issue, which is now out of print, of the journal La Psychanalyse, The Room. 304. My texts took up in it, measuring only imperfectly, by their very excess, the work I put into it. How can we evaluate what was required, due to the ever-composite nature of such an undertaking, on the terrain of an exigency whose status I shall state? It would not be the whole story to note that such invective earth moving, were it to stir up dust here, would still be relevant. I would also maintain that the tenor of this journal stopped French circles from sliding down the slippery slope seen in international psychoanalytic congresses. I occasionally receive news from abroad of people's astonishment at its collapse. It goes without saying that the journal was disavowed in psychoanalytic circles right from its very introduction. Nothing in it goes beyond or goes against the order of importance that I have recently captured with a pun of my own making, pobellication. The two texts that follow here warrant further consideration since they are representative of the kind of work done in my seminar, having framed the contribution that Jean Hippolyte, who was one of my auditors at the time, was willing to make at my request in the form of a commentary on Freud's paper entitled Verneinung, Negation. The reader will find his commentary in an appendix to the present volume, permission for its reproduction having been graciously granted by its author. The latter would like its character as a memorial to be clear, and the reader will see that the efforts made to preserve its character as a set of notes obviate any and all misunderstanding, but also thereby its value for us. For it was by allowing himself to be led in this way by the letter of Freud's work, up to the spark that it necessitates, without selecting a detonation in advance and by not backing away from the residue, found anew at the end, of its enigmatic point of departure, and even by not considering that he had accounted, at the end of the proceedings, for the astonishment by which he entered into the proceedings that a tried and true logician brought me the guarantee of what constituted my request, when for the preceding 3 years already I had been legitimating my work as a literal commentary on Freud's work. The requirement to read does not take up as much space in the culture of psychoanalysis as one might think. There is nothing superstitious in my privileging the letter of Freud's work. It is in circles where liberties are taken with that letter that people render that letter sacred in a way that is altogether compatible with its debasement to routinized use. Freud's discovery shows the structural reason why the literality of any text, whether proposed as sacred or profane, increases in importance the more it involves a genuine confrontation with truth. That structural reason is found precisely in what the truth that it bears, that of the unconscious, owes to the letter of language, that is, to what I call the signifier. While this incidentally accounts for Freud's quality as a writer, it is above all decisive in interesting psychoanalysts as much as possible in language and in what language determines in the subject. Herein too lies the motive for the collaborations I obtained for the first issue of my journal La Psychanalyse, Martin Heidegger's for his article entitled Logos, even if I had to be so audacious as to translate it myself, and Emile Benvenist's for his critique of one of Freud's referinces, which was eminent in proving to be governed by language at the deepest level of the affective realm. Therein lay my motive, and not in some vain semblance of dialogue, even and especially philosophical. We need not, in psychoanalysis, broaden people's minds. All of the illustrious neighboring fields that I brought together at certain moments in lectures designed to further my purpose were destined by the structuralist nature of their own tasks to accentuate that purpose for us. It should be indicated that the exceptional stupidity that put an end to them, taking umbrage at them, had already quashed the undertaking by seeing in it nothing but propaganda. What thus impels the psychoanalyst to cast his anchor elsewhere? If approaching the repressed is accompanied by resistances that indicate the degree of repression, as Freud tells us, this implies at the very least that there is a close relationship between the two terms. This relationship is borne out here by functioning in the opposite direction. The truth effect that is delivered up in the unconscious and the SYMP requires that knowledge adopt an inflexible discipline in following its contours, for these contours run counter to intuitions that keep it all too comfortably safe. This truth effect culminates in a veiled irreducibility in which the primacy of the signifier is stamped, and we know from Freud's doctrine that nothing real shares in this more than sex. But the subject's foothold there can only be overdetermined. Desire is the desire to know, aroused by a 306 cause connected with the subject's formation, owing to which this connection is related to sex only through an awkward Deterbiasan Expresssion in which the reader can recognize the topology with which I try to close in on that cause. This makes it necessary to render present a whole which can no longer be situated in the transcendental nature of knowledge connaissance, a locus that is, in sum, designed to simply move it back a step, but only in a place which is closer that pressures us to forget it. This is the place where being, which is so inclined to flee its jouissance that it shows itself in the process, nevertheless does not assume, even in a less permanent way, that it has rightful access to it, a pretension that escapes being comical due only to the anxiety provoked by the experience that deflates it. Curiously enough, Freud's success can be explained on the basis of this impasse. People capitulate when they understand his success so as not to encounter this impasse, and his language, as people say, to reduce discourse to the verbal, appears in statements involving a we on that most thoroughly flees the light of day. Who will be surprised, outside of this we, that psychoanalysts attribute the same success to Freud when engaging in a sort of sucking of his thought through the gap that opens up in his thought, which is so much closer in that it takes on, in his practice, the insistence of an indecent intimacy. This gap redoubles analysts' horror by usually forcing them to engage in the morose operation of obstructing it. This is why no one any longer deals with each delicate joint that Freud borrows from the most subtle aspects of language long, without pouring into them beforehand the confused images into which the worst translations run headlong. In short, people read Freud in the same way that they write in psychoanalysis. Enough said. One can thus see that the watchword I adopted, a return to Freud, has nothing to do with a return to the sources that could, here as elsewhere, signify no more than a regression. Even if the point were to correct a deviation from Freud that is too obvious not to be apparent at every crossroads, I would merely be making way for an external, albeit salubrious, necessity. My return to Freud has an entirely different meaning insofar as it is based on the subject's topology, which can only be elucidated through a second twist back tour on itself. Everything about it must be restated on another side so that what it hones in on can be closed, which is certainly 307. Not absolute knowledge, but rather the position from which knowledge can reverse truth effects. It is, no doubt, on the basis of a suture that was made at one moment at this joint that what we have absolutely achieved by way of science was assured. Isn't that also enough to tempt us to undertake a new operation where this joint remains gaping in our lives? This double twist tour, of which I provide the theory, lends itself, in effect, to another seam by offering up a new edgeboard, a seam from which arises a structure that is far more apt than antiquity's sphere to answer for what proposes itself to the subject as an inside and an outside. One when Freud, in a famous text, presents Anank and Logos together, Should we believe that he does so because he enjoys the effect created, or to restore a firm footing to the rabble-pied plat by holding out for them the step down to earth? The formidable power that Freud invokes awakening us from the sleep in which we weaken at great necessity, is no other than that which is exercised in the Logos, which he was the first to clarify with the glanking light of his discovery. It is repetition itself whose face he, as much as Kierkegaard, renews for us in the division of the subject, the fate of scientific man. Let another confusion be dispelled, it bears no relation to Nietzsche's eternal return. Repetition is unique in being necessary, and should I be unable to tame the repetition for which I assume responsibility, my index would command it to continue. 1966. Introduction to Jean Hippolyte's Commentary on Freud's Verneinung. Seminar on Freudian Technique, February 10, 1954 X. You have been able to gauge how fruitful my method of returning to Freud's texts proves to be for providing a critical examination of the current use of the fundamental concepts of psychoanalytic technique, and especially of the notion of resistance. The adulteration this latter notion has undergone is all the more serious because of the order that Freud consecrated with his own authority to give pride of place in psychoanalytic technique to the analysis of resistances. For although Freud intended to mark thereby a turning point in psychoanalytic practice, I believe that there is nothing but confusion and misinterpretation in the way in which people justify a technique that misrecognizes nothing less than what it is applied to on the basis of an emergency measure. The question is that of the meaning that we must restore to the precepts of this technique which, since they will soon be reduced to fixed formulas, have lost the indicative virtue that they can only preserve through an authentic comprehension of the truth of the experience they are designed to guide. Freud, of course, could not but have such a comprehension, like those who immerse themselves in his work. But, as you have had the opportunity to see, this is not the case of those in our discipline who noisily seek refuge behind the primacy of technique, no doubt in order to hide behind the simultaneous harmonizing of their technique with progress in the theory, in the dumbed-down usage of analytic concepts which alone can justify their technique. One will be quite disappointed if one attempts to look a little more closely. 309. At what the analysis of resistances represents in the dominant usage. For what strikes one first in reading the work of the doctrinaires of this perspective is that the dialectical handling of any idea whatsoever is so unthinkable to them that they cannot even recognize it when they are thrown into it, like Monsieur Jourdain was when he spoke in prose without realizing it by a practice in which dialectic is in fact immanent. Thus they cannot reflect upon it without latching in panic onto the most simplistic or the most grossly imaginative objectifications. This is why resistance comes to be imagined rather than conceptualized by them according to what it connotes in its average semantic usage too, namely, if we examine this usage closely, in the indefinite transitive acceptation. Thanks to which the phrase "the subject resists" is understood as he resists something. What does he resist? No doubt he resists his tendencies in the way he forces himself to behave as a neurotic subject, and resists avowing them in the justifications he proposes for his behavior to the analyst. But since the tendencies come back in force, and since the analyst's technique had something to do with it, this resistance is presumed to be seriously tried. Hence, in order to maintain it, he must work at it, and, before we even have the chance to turn around, we have slipped into the rut of the obtuse idea that the patient is being defensive. For the misinterpretation is only definitively sealed due to its conjunction with another misuse of language, the one that gives the term defense the carte blanche it has in medicine, without us realizing, for one does not become a better physician by being a bad psychoanalyst, that there 371 is a misunderstanding in medicine too regarding the notion if we intend to echo its correct meaning in physiopathology. And we betray no less, for one becomes no better instructed in psychoanalysis by being ignorant in medicina the perfectly well-informed application Freud made of it in his first writings on the pathogenesis of the neuroses. But, people will ask us, by centering your aim of grasping a confused idea at its lowest point of disintegration, don't you fall into the trap of condemning the patient, not for his acts, but for intentions you attribute to him pro se detendance? The fact is, I will answer, that nothing stops the users of a technique thus fitted out from sliding down this dangerous slope, for the precepts with which they parry its original confusion do not in any wise remedy its consequences. This is what allows people to proffer the following, that the subject can communicate to us only about his ego and with his ego. Here we see the defiant look of common sense that comes home to roost, that it is necessary, in order to get anywhere, to strengthen the ego, or at least, they correct themselves, its healthy part, and heads nod in assent at this tomfoolery, that in the use of analytic material we proceed by following blueprints. 3. Of which we have, of course, the certified plans in our pocket, that we proceed thusly from the surface to the depths, no putting the cart before the horse, that in order to do so the master's secret is to analyze the subject's aggressiveness, no attaching a cart which would kill the horse. Here, finally, are the dynamics of anxiety and the arcanes of its economy. Let no one touch the potential of this sublime mana if he is not an expert in hydraulics. All these precepts, let it be said, and their theoretical trappings shall be ignored here because they are simply macaronic. In effect, resistance can but be misrecognized in its essence if it is not understood on the basis of the dimensions of the discourse in which it manifests itself in analysis. We encountered them right away in the metaphor with which Freud illustrated his first definition of resistance. I mean the one I commented on some time ago, which evokes the staves on which the subject unfolds the chains of his discourse longitudinally, to use Freud's term, according to a musical score whose pathogenic nucleus is the leitmotif. 3. In the reading of this score, resistance manifests itself radially, a term which is opposed to the preceding term longitudinally and with a strength proportional to the proximity of the line being deciphered to the line that delivers the central melody by completing it. So much so that this strength, Freud stresses, can serve as a measure of this proximity. Certain analysts even tried to find in this metaphor an indication of the mechanistic tendency with which Freud's thought is supposedly shackled. This attempt evinces a complete lack of comprehension, as can be seen in the research I have carried out step by step into the successive clarifications Freud gave to the notion of resistance, especially in the writing we are now considering, in which he gives the clearest formulation of it. What does Freud tell us, in fact? He reveals to us a phenomenon that structures every revelation of truth in the psychoanalytic dialogue. There is the fundamental difficulty that the subject encounters in what he has to say. The most common is the one that Freud demonstrated in repression, namely, the sort of discordance between the signified and the signifier that is brought on by all censorship of social origin. The truth can always, in this case, be communicated between the lines. That is, he who wishes to make the truth known can always adopt the technique indicated by the fact that truth is identical to the symbols that reveal it. In other words, he can always arrive at his ends by deliberately introducing into a text discordances that cryptographically correspond to those imposed by the censorship. The true subject, that is, the subject of the unconscious, proceeds no differently in the language of his symptoms. That language is not so much deciphered by the analyst as it comes to be more and more solidly addressed. 311. To him, for the ever-renewed satisfaction of analytic experience. Indeed, this is what analysis recognized in the phenomenon of transference. What the subject who speaks says, however empty his discourse may at first be, derives its effect from the approximation made in it on the basis of speech in which he tries to fully convert the truth expressed by his symptoms. Let me indicate right away that this formulation is of more general import, as we shall see today, than the phenomenon of repression by which I just introduced it. Be that as it may, it is insofar as the subject arrives at the limit of what the moment allows his discourse to effectuate by way of speech, that a phenomenon is produced in which, as Freud shows us, resistance is linked to the psychoanalytic dialectic. For this moment and this limit are balanced in the emergence, outside of the subject's discourse, of the trait that can most particularly be addressed to you in what he is in the process of saying. And this juncture is raised to the function of the punctuation of his speech. In order to convey this effect I have used the image that the subject's speech suddenly swings toward the presence of the listener. For this presence, which is the purest relationship the subject can have with a being, and which is all the more deeply felt as such since this being is for him less qualified, This presence, momentarily freed to the utmost from the veils that cover it over and elude it in everyday discourse insofar as the latter is constituted as they on discourse precisely for this purpose, this presence is marked in discourse by a suspensive scansion often connoted by a moment of anxiety, as I have shown you in an example from my own experience. Hence the import of the indication that Freud gave us from his own experience, namely, that when the subject interrupts his discourse you can be sure that a thought is occupying him that is related to the analyst. You will see this indication most often confirmed if you ask the subject the following question: what are you thinking about right now that is related to what is around you here, and more precisely to me who is listening to you? Still, the inner satisfaction you may derive from hearing more or less unflattering remarks about your general appearance and your mood that day, about your taste as denoted by your choice of furniture or the way in which you are dressed, does not suffice to justify your initiative if you do not know what you are expecting from these remarks, and the idea which for many is a received idea that these remarks give the subject the opportunity to discharge his aggression is utterly idiotic. As Freud said prior to the elaboration of the new topography, resistance is essentially an ego phenomenon. Let us try to understand here what that means. This will allow us later to understand what we mean by resistance when we relate it to the subject's other agencies. 312. The phenomenon in question here shows one of the purest forms in which the ego can manifest its function in the dynamic of analysis. This is why it makes us realize that the ego, as it operates in analytic experience, has nothing to do with the supposed unity of the subject's reality that so-called general psychology abstracts as instituted in its synthetic functions. The ego we are talking about is absolutely impossible to distinguish from the imaginary captures that constitute it from head to toe in both its genesis and its status, in both its function and its actuality by an other and for an other. Stated differently, the dialectic that sustains our experience, being situated at the most enveloping level of the subject's efficacy, obliges us to understand the ego entirely in the movement of progressive alienation in which self-consciousness is constituted in Hegel's phenomenology. This means that if, in the moment we are studying, you are dealing with the subject's ego asterisk, it is because you are at that moment the prop for his alter ego. I have reminded you that one of our colleagues who has since been cured of this pruritus of thought which still tormented him at the time when he was cogitating about the cases in which psychoanalysis is indicated as a treatment was seized by a suspicion of this truth, the miracle of intelligence illuminating his face. He ended his talk regarding these indications by announcing the great news that analysis had to be subordinated to the primary condition that the subject have some sense of the existence of the other. It is precisely here that the question begins: what is the kind of alterity by which the subject is interested in this existence? For the subject's ego partakes of this very alterity, so much so that if there is something to be known unconnaissance which is truly classificatory for the analyst and of a kind that can satisfy the requirement of having a preliminary orientation that the new technique proclaims with a tone that is all the more hilarious since it misrecognizes it right to the very core, it is the thing which in each neurotic structure defines the sector that is open to the ego's asterisk alibis. In short, what we expect from the subject's reply in asking him this stereotypical question, which most often frees him from the silence that serves us as a signal of this privileged moment of resistance, is that he show us who is speaking and to whom, which is, in fact, one and the same question. But it remains up to you to get him to understand it by questioning him in the imaginary place where he is situated. This will depend on whether or not you can tie the unflattering jibe he makes at that moment of resistance to the point in his discourse where his speech ground to a halt. You will thereby confirm this point as a correct punctuation. And it is here that the analysis of resistances and the analysis of the material, whose apogee it would be ruinous to formally endorse, harmoniously converge. This is a technique in which you are given practical training in supervision. To those who have nevertheless learned another technique, the systematics of which I know only too well, and who still lend it some credence, I would observe that you of course will not fail to obtain a relevant response by pointing out the subject's aggression toward you and even by showing some modicum of finesse in recognizing therein, by way of contrast, the need for love. And after thus plying your art, the field of defense's ploys will open up before you. Big deal. Don't we know that where speech gives up, the domain of violence begins, and that violence reigns there already without us even provoking it? Thus, if you bring war to it, you should at least be aware of its principles and realize that we misrecognize its limits when we do not understand it, as Clausewitz does, as a particular form of human commerce. We know that it was by recognizing, by the name of total war, its internal dialectic that Clausewitz was able to formulate that war is in command because it is considered to be an extension of political expedience. This has allowed more advanced practitioners in the modern experience of social warfare, to which he served as a prelude, to formulate the corollary that the first rule to be observed is not to allow the moment at which the adversary becomes other than he was to slip away, which means that we should rapidly divide up the stakes that form the basis of an equitable peace. It has been made amply clear to your generation that this art is unknown to demagogues who can no more detach themselves from abstractions than your ordinary psychoanalyst can. This is why the very wars they win serve only to engender contradictions in which one can rarely perceive the effects that they promised would be achieved thereby. Hence they throw themselves headlong into the undertaking of humanizing the adversary who has become their responsibility through his defeat, even calling the psychoanalyst to the rescue to collaborate in restoring human relations, a task in which the analyst, given the pace at which he now pursues things, does not hesitate to go astray. None of this seems irrelevant when we rediscover, at a turning point, Freud's note, in the same text, about which I have already spoken, and this perhaps sheds new light on what Freud means when he says that one must not infer, on the basis of a battle that is waged sometimes for months around an isolated farm, that the farm itself represents the national sanctuary of one of the warring parties, or even that it shelters one of their military industries. In other words, the meaning of a defensive or offensive action is not to be found in the 314 object that is apparently fought over, but rather in the plan it forms a part of, which defines the adversary by his strategy. The gallows humor evinced in the morosity of the analysis of the defenses would no doubt bear more encouraging fruit for those who trust in it if they simply took their cue from the smallest real struggle, which would teach them that the most effective response to a defense is not to bring to bear upon it the test of strength. What they in fact do, instead of confining themselves to the dialectical pathways by which psychoanalysis has been elaborated, and lacking the talent necessary to return to the pure and simple use of suggestion, is merely resort to a pedantic form of suggestion, taking advantage of our culture's ambient psychologism. In doing so, they offer up to their contemporaries the spectacle of people who were drawn to their profession by nothing other than the desire to always be able to have the last word, and who, when they encounter a little more difficulty than in other so-called professional liberates activities, 377 sport the ridiculous face of Perkins, obsessed as they are by the defense of whomsoever does not understand why his daughter is mute. But in so doing they merely enter the dialectic of the ego and the other that constitutes the neurotic's impasse and renders his situation of a piece with the analyst's biased belief prejudged in his ill will. This is why I sometimes say that there is no other resistance in analysis than that of the analyst. For this biased belief can only give way through a true dialectical conversion, a conversion that must, moreover, be maintained in the analyst by continual use. This is what all the conditions of the training of a psychoanalyst truly come down to. Without such training, this bias prejudice, which has found its most stable formulation in the conception of patriotism, will remain forever dominant. But other formulations had preceded it, and I merely want to infer what Freud thought of it by recalling his feelings about its latest incarnation during his youth. I will extract his testimony about it from Chapter 4 of his great text, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego. He speaks there of Bernheim's astonishing tours de force with suggestion, which he witnessed in 1899. But I can remember even then feeling a muffled hostility to this tyranny of suggestion. When a patient who showed himself unamenable was met with a shout, "What are you doing? Vous contre suggestion /9 / I said to myself that this was an evident injustice and an act of violence. For the man certainly had a right to counter suggestions if people were trying to subdue him with suggestions. Later on my resistance took the direction of protesting against the view that suggestion, which G5 explained everything, was itself to be exempt from explanation. Thinking of it, I repeated the old conundrum: Christopher bore Christ, Christ bore the whole world. Say, where did Christopher then put his foot? SE 1889. And given that Freud goes on to deplore the fact that the concept of suggestion has drifted in an ever vaguer direction, which does not allow us to foresee the clarification of the phenomenon any time soon, what might he have said about the current usage of the notion of resistance? How could he not have encouraged, at the very least, my efforts to tighten up its use in analytic technique? In any case, my way of reintegrating it into the whole of the dialectical movement of an analysis is perhaps what will allow me to someday provide a formulation of suggestion that will stand up to the criteria of analytic experience. This is the aim that guides me when I shed light on resistance at the moment of transparency at which it presents itself by its transferential end, to borrow an apt expression from Octave Manini. This is why I shed light on it with examples in which one can see the same dialectical syncope at work. This led me to highlight the example with which Freud illustrates, almost acrobatically, what he means by the desire in a dream. 5. For while he provides this example in order to cut short the objection that a dream undergoes alteration when it is recollected in the narrative, it appears quite clearly that only the elaboration of the dream interests him insofar as it is carried out in the narrative itself. In other words, the dream has no value for him except as a vector of speech. Hence all the phenomena that he furnishes of forgetting, and even of doubt, which block the narrative must be interpreted as signifiers in this speech. And were there to remain of a dream but a fragment as evanescent as the memory floating in the air of the Cheshire cat who fades away in such a worrisome manner in Alice's eyes, this would simply render more certain that we have here the broken end of what constitutes the dream's transferential tip, in other words, the part of the dream that directly addresses the analyst. Here this occurs by means of the word channel, the sole vestige remaining of the dream, namely, a smile here too, but this time a woman's impertinent smile, with which she to whom Freud took the trouble to give a taste of his theory of jokes paid homage to it, which is translated by the sentence that concludes the funny story that she associates, at Freud's invitation, to the word channel, du sublime au ridicule ilny pas, from the sublime to the ridiculous there is but one step. Similarly, in the example of the forgetting of names which I just recently 3I6 examined, it being literally the first that came along, in the psychopathology of everyday life, I was able to discern that Freud's inability to find the name Signorelli in the dialogue he carried on with his colleague who was his travelling companion at that time, corresponded to the fact that by censoring earlier in the conversation with the same gentleman everything that this man's remarks had stirred up in him both by their content and by memories that came in their wake, regarding the relationship of man and doctor to death, the absolute master, Herr, Signor Freud had literally left in his partner, excised retranche from himself, therefore, the broken half, to be understood in the most material sense of the term, of the sword of speech. For a little while, precisely the time during which he continued to speak with this partner, he could no longer have this term as signifying material at his disposal, since it remained attached to the repressed signification, especially since the theme of the work he needed to find anew in Signorelli, the author, namely, the fresco of the Antichrist at Orvieto, simply illustrated the mastery of death in one of the most manifest, albeit apocalyptic, forms. But can we confine our attention to repression here? I can, of course, assure you that repression is at work here thanks to the overdeterminations Freud himself supplies us with regarding the phenomenon, and we can also confirm here, thanks to the relevance of these circumstances, the import of what I want to convey to you with the formulation, the unconscious is the other's discourse. For the man who breaks the bread of truth with his semblable in the act of speech shares a lie. But is that the whole story? Could the speech that was excised retranche here avoid being extinguished before being toward death when speech approached it at a level at which only witticisms are still viable, appearances of seriousness no longer seeming to be anything but hypocritical in responding to its gravity. Hence death brings the question of what negates discourse, but also the question whether or not it is death that introduces negation into discourse. For the negativity of discourse, insofar as it brings into being that which is not, refers us to the question of what non-being, which manifests itself in the symbolic order, owes to the reality of death. It is in this way that the axis of poles by which a first field of speech was oriented, whose primordial image is the material of the tessera, in which one finds anew the etymology of the symbol, is crossed here by a second dimension which is not repressed but of necessity allure. This is the dimension from which, alongside non-being, the definition of reality arises. Thus we already see the cement crumble, the cement with which the So 31J called new technique ordinarily plugs up its cracks by resorting to the relationship to reality real, without in any way critiquing the notion. In order to get you to see that such critique is part and parcel of Freud's thought, I didn't think I could do any better than to confide the demonstration to Jean Hippolyte, who not only graces the seminar with his kind interest, but who, by his very presence, also in some sense guarantees you that I don't go astray in my dialectic. I asked him to comment on a text by Freud that is very short, but that, being situated in 1925, in other words, much further along in the development of Freud's thought, since it comes after the main writings on the new topography HY7, brings us right to the heart of the new question raised by our examination of resistance. I am referring to the text on negation-denegation. Jean Hippolyte, by taking responsibility for this text, is sparing me an exercise in which my competence is far from attaining the level of his own. Let me thank him for having granted my request, and let us give him the floor regarding Freud's Verneinung 8. Response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung. I hope that the gratitude we all feel for the favor Professor Hippolyte did for us by providing such an illuminating expose will justify in your eyes, no less I hope than in his, my insistence in asking him to prepare it. We see once again here that, in proposing a text by Freud that is apparently of but the most local interest to a mind that has the fewest preconceptions about it, even if that mind is certainly not the least practiced, we find in the text the inexhaustible richness of significations that it is destined to offer up to the discipline of commentary. It is not one of those two-dimensional texts, which are infinitely flat, as mathematicians say, which have only a fiduciary value in a constituted discourse, but rather a text which carries speech insofar as speech constitutes a new emergence of truth. While it is fitting to apply to this sort of text all the resources of our exegesis, we do so not simply, as you see in this example, in order to investigate it in relation to he who is its author, a mode of historical or literary criticism whose value as resistance must be immediately obvious to a trained psychoanalyst, but rather in order to make it respond to questions that it raises for us, to treat it like true speech in its transferential value, as we should say, assuming we know our own terms. This, of course, assumes that we interpret it. And is there, in fact, a better critical method than the method that applies to the comprehension of a message the very principles of comprehension that the message itself conveys? This is the most rational means by which to test its authenticity. 319. For full speech is defined by the fact that it is identical to what it speaks about. And this text by Freud provides us with an illuminating example by confirming my thesis regarding the transpsychological nature of the psychoanalytic field, as Jean Hippolyte just told you quite directly. This is why Freud's texts turn out, in the final analysis, to have true training value for the psychoanalyst, making him practiced, which he must be, as I teach explicitly in a register without which his experience becomes worthless. For what is at stake is nothing less than whether the analyst is equal to the level of man at which he grabs hold of him, regardless of what he thinks of it, at which he is called upon to respond to him, whether he likes it or not, and for which he assumes responsibility, despite any reservations he may have about doing so. This means that he is not free to let himself off the hook with a hypocritical reference to his medical qualifications and an indeterminate reference to clinical foundations. For the psychoanalytic New Deal * has more than one face indeed, It changes faces depending on its interlocutors, such that it has had so many faces for some time now that it has been getting caught in its own alibis, starting to believe them itself, and even to erroneously see itself in them. Regarding what we have just heard, today I simply want to indicate to you the avenues that it opens up for our most concrete research. Professor Hippolyte, in his analysis, has brought us over the high pass, marked by the difference in level in the subject of the symbolic creation of negation with respect to Beijahung. This creation of the symbol, as he stressed, must be conceptualized as a mythical moment rather than as a genetic moment. One cannot even relate it to the constitution of the object, since it concerns the relation between the subject and being and not between the subject and the world. In this short text, as in the whole of his work, Freud thus proves to be very far ahead of his time and not at all lacking compared with the most recent aspects of philosophical reflection. He does not in any way anticipate the modern development of the philosophy of existence. But this philosophy is no more than the peri-parade that reveals in certain people and covers over in others the more or less well understood repercussions of a meditation on being, which goes so far as to contest the whole tradition of our thought, believing it to stem from a primordial confusion of being among beings dans iadent. Now, we cannot fail to be struck by what constantly shines through in Freud's work regarding the proximity of these problems, which leads me to believe that his repeated references to pre-Socratic doctrines do not simply bear witness to a discreet use of notes on his reading, which would, moreover, contradict Freud's almost mystifying reluctance to show how immensely cultivated he was, but rather to a properly metaphysical apprehension of what were pressing problems for him. What Freud designates here as the affective has nothing to do, need we go back over this, with the use made of this term by backers of the new psychoanalysis. They use it as a psychological qualitas occulta in order to designate that lived experience whose subtle gold, they claim, is only rendered through the decanting of a high alchemy, yet their quest for it evokes little more than a sniffing that hardly seems promising when we see them panting before its most inane forms. In this text by Freud, the affective is conceived of as what preserves its effects right down to the discursive structuration on the basis of a primordial symbolization, this structuration, which is also called intellectual, having been constituted in such a way as to translate in the form of misrecognition what the first symbolization owes to death. We are thus brought to a sort of intersection of the symbolic with the real that one might call immediate, insofar as it occurs without an imaginary intermediary, but that is mediated although in a form that goes back on itself esse reni by what was excluded at the first moment temps of symbolization. These formulations are accessible to you, despite their aridity, thanks to everything they condense related to the use of the categories of the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real, which you are kind enough to grant me. I want to give you an idea of the fertile fields, the key to which is what I earlier called the high pass defined by these categories. In order to do so, I will extract two examples as premises from two different fields. The first, from what these formulations can clarify about psychopathological structures and simultaneously allow nosography to understand. The second, from what these categories allow us to understand about psychotherapeutic clinical work and simultaneously shed light on for the theory of technique. The first concerns the function of hallucination. We cannot, of course, overestimate the magnitude of the displacement which occurred in the position of this problem by the so-called phenomenological envisioning of the data of hallucination. But whatever progress has been made here, the problem of hallucination remains just as centered as before on the attributes of consciousness. This is a stumbling block for a theory of thought that sought the guarantee of its certainty in consciousness. As such, at the origin of the hypothesis of this counterfeiting of consciousness that one understands as one can using the term epiphenomenon, it is once again and more than ever as a phenomenon of consciousness that hallucination is subjected to phenomenological reduction. Response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung 321. Phenomenologists believing that it yields its meaning to us when we triturate the component forms of its intentionality. There is no more striking example of such a method than the pages devoted by Maurice Merleau-Ponty to hallucination in his Phenomenology of Perception. but the limits to the autonomy of consciousness that he so admirably apprehended there in the phenomenon itself were too subtle to bar the way to the crude simplification of the hallucinatory noesis into which psychoanalysts regularly fall, incorrectly using Freud's notions in their attempt to explain hallucinatory consciousness on the basis of an eruption of the pleasure principle. 1. It would be all too easy to object to this, that the noem of an hallucination, the hallucination's content, as we would say in the vernacular, in fact has only the most contingent of relations with any of the subject's satisfactions. Hence the phenomenological preparation of the problem allows us to glimpse that it no longer has any value here other than that of laying out the terms necessary for a true conversion of the question, namely, whether or not the noesis of the phenomenon bears any necessary relationship to its noem. It is here that this article, put back on the analyst's reading list, assumes its proper place by pointing out how much more structuralist Freud's thought is than received ideas would have it. For we distort the meaning of the pleasure principle if we neglect the fact that it is never posited all by itself in Freud's theory. The casting into structural form found in this article, as Professor Hippolyte just outlined it for you, brings us immediately beyond the conversion that I consider to be necessary, if we know how to understand it. I am going to try to accustom you to this conversion by analyzing an example in which I hope you will sense the promise of a truly scientific reconstitution of the givens of a problem. Together we shall perhaps be the artisans of this reconstitution, insofar as we can find the handholds that have heretofore eluded theoreticians concerned with the crucial alternative of experience. I need go no further to find such an example than to take up the one that fell into our lap last week. By investigating a significant moment in the analysis of the Wolfman 2, I believe that you still recall the hallucination whose trace the subject finds anew when he remembers a scene from his childhood. The hallucination appeared erratically in his 5th year, but it comes to him now with the illusion, whose falsity is soon demonstrated, that he has already told Freud about it. Our examination of this phenomenon will be rendered easier by what we already know about its context. For it is not on the basis of an accumulation of facts that light can shine forth, but on the basis of a fact that is well reported. 322. With all its correlations, in other words, with the correlations that one forgets precisely because one does not understand the fact except when a genius intervenes who formulates the enigma precisely, here again, as if he already knew its solution, s. This context is furnished to us in the obstacles to analysis that this case presented, Freud seeming to proceed here from one surprise to the next. For he did not, of course, have the omniscience that allows our neo-practitioners to situate case planning at the crux principi of the analysis. Indeed, it is in this very case study that he asserts with the greatest force that the crux should be quite the opposite, namely, that he would rather give up the entire stability of his theory than misrecognize the tiniest particularities of a case that might call his theory into question. This means that even if the sum total of analytic experience allows us to isolate some general forms, an analysis proceeds only from the particular to the particular. The obstacles of the present case, like Freud's surprises, assuming you remember not only what came to light last week but also my commentary on this case in the first year of the Seminar 3, lie at the heart of contemporary concerns, namely, the intellectualization of the analytic process, on the one hand, and the maintenance of repression, despite conscious acknowledgement prise de conscience of the repressed, on the other. For Freud, in his inflexible inflection of analytic experience, comments here that, although the subject manifested in his behavior that he had access, not without audacity, to genital reality, the latter went unheeded in his unconcise where the sexual theory of the anal phase still reigned. Freud discerns the reason for this phenomenon in the fact that the feminine position, assumed by the subject in the imaginary capture of the primal trauma, namely, the one whose historicity gives the case right up its major raison d'etre, makes it impossible for him to accept genital reality without inevitably being threatened with castration. But what Freud says about the nature of the phenomenon is far more remarkable. It is not a question, he says, of repression, Verdrängung, for repression cannot be distinguished from the return of the repressed, in which the subject cries out from every pore of his being what he cannot talk about. Regarding castration, Freud tells us that this subject did not want to know anything about it in the sense of repression, wanneer nichts wissen wollte im Sinder verdrängen. For and to designate this process he uses the term Verwerfung, for which, on the whole, I would propose the term excision retrancement. 5. Its effect is a symbolic abolition. 4. When Freud says, Verwarf sie, he excises castration, adding, und bleib auf dem Standpunkt des Verkehrs. Response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung 323. I'm after, and held to his theory of anal intercourse, he continues, thereby one cannot say that any judgment regarding its existence was properly made, but it was as if it had never existed. 6. Several pages earlier, right after having determined the historical situation of this process in the subject's biography, Freud concluded by distinguishing it expressly from repression in the following terms, Een verdranging ist etwas anders als een Verwerfung. 7. This is presented to us in the following terms in the French translation, a repression is something other than a judgment which rejects and chooses. I will let you judge what kind of evil spell we must admit has cursed Freud's texts in French, assuming we refuse to believe that the translators made a pact to render them incomprehensible, not to mention the added impact of the complete extinguishing of the liveliness of his style. The process in question here, known as Verwerfung, which I do not believe has ever been commented on in a sustained manner in the analytic literature, is situated very precisely in one of the moments that Professor Hippolyte has just brought out for us in the dialectic of Verneinung. Verwerfung is exactly what opposes the primal Beijahung and constitutes as such what is expelled. You will see proof of this in a sign whose obviousness will surprise you. For it is here that we find ourselves at the point at which I left you last week, a point beyond which it will be much easier for us to go after what we have just learned from Professor Hippolyte's talk. I will thus forge on ahead, and the most fervent devotees of the idea of development, if there still are any here, will be unable to object that the phenomenon occurred at too late a date to constitute a primal scene, since Professor Hippolyte has admirably shown you that it is mythically speaking that Freud describes it as primal. Verwerfung thus cut short any manifestation of the symbolic order, that is, it cut short the Beijahung that Freud posits as the primary procedure in which the judgment of attribution finds its root, and which is no other than the primordial condition for something from the real to come to offer itself up to the revelation of being, or, to employ Heidegger's language, to be let be. For it is clearly to this distant point that Freud brings us, since it is only afterwards that anything whatsoever can be found there as existent cum etant. Such is the inaugural affirmation, which can no longer recur et renouvelé except through the veiled forms of unconscious speech, for it is only by the negation of the negation that human discourse allows us to return to it. But what thus becomes of that which is not let be in this Beijahung? Freud told us right away that what the subject has thus excised, verwerfen, as I put it, from the opening toward being will not be refound in his history, Assum. 3*4. We designate by the latter term the locus in which the repressed manages to reappear. For I ask you to note how striking the formulation is, since there is not the slightest ambiguity in it. The subject will not want to know anything about it in the sense of repression, for, in order for him to be able to know something about it in this sense, it would have had to come in some way to light in the primordial symbolization. But once again, what becomes of it? You can see what becomes of it. What did not come to light in the symbolic appears in the real. For that is how we must understand Einbeziehung in sich, taking into the subject, and Ausstoßung aus dem Ich, expelling from the subject. The latter constitutes the real insofar as it is the domain of that which subsists outside of symbolization. This is why castration, which is excised by the subject here from the very limits of what is possible, but which is also thereby withdrawn from the possibilities of speech, appears in the real, erratically. In other words, it appears in relations of resistance without transference. To extend the metaphor I used earlier, I would say, like a punctuation without a text. For the real does not wait attend, especially not for the subject, since it expects attend nothing from speech. But it is there, identical to his existence, a noise in which one can hear anything and everything, ready to submerge with its roar what the reality principle constructs there that goes by the name of the outside world. For if the judgment of existence truly functions as we have understood it in Freud's myth, it is clearly at the expense of a world from which the cunning ruse of reason has twice collected its share part. There is no other value to be given, in fact, to the reiteration of the dividing up partage of the outside and the inside articulated by Freud's sentence. Es ist, wie man sieht, wieder einfrichte außen und innen. It is, we see, once more a question of the outside and the inside. When exactly does this sentence come? First there was the primal expulsion, that is, the real as outside the subject. Then, within representation, Vorstellung, constituted by the imaginary reproduction of the original perception, there was the discrimination of reality as that aspect of the object of the original perception which is not simply posited as existing by the subject but can be refound, wiedergefunden, in a place where he can grab hold of it. It is in this respect alone that the operation, even if it is set in motion by the pleasure principle, escapes the latter's mastery. But in this reality, which the subject must compose according to the well-tempered scale of his objects, the real as that which is excised from the primordial symbolization is already there. We might even say that it talks all by itself cause tout seul. The subject can see something of it emerge in the form of a thing which is far from being an object that satisfies him and which involves. Response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung JZS. His present intentionality only in the most incongruous way. This is the hallucination here insofar as it is radically differentiated from the interpretive phenomenon. As we see here in the testimony Freud transcribes as the subject speaks. The subject tells him that when he was 5, he was playing in the garden next to his maid, and was cutting notches into the bark of one of the walnut trees, whose role in his dream we are aware of. Suddenly, he noticed, with a terror which was impossible to express, that he had sectioned his pinky, right or left, he doesn't know, and that the finger was hanging on by the skin alone. He didn't feel any pain but a great deal of anxiety. He did not have the heart to say anything to the maid who was only a few steps away from him. He let himself fall onto a bench and remained there, incapable of looking at his finger again. In the end, he calmed down, looked carefully at his finger, and lo and behold, it was altogether intact. Let us leave it to Freud to confirm for us with his usual scrupulous care, employing all the thematic resonances and biographical correlations that he extracts from the subject by the pathway of association, the whole symbolic richness of the hallucinated scenario. But let us not ourselves be fascinated by it. The correlations of the phenomenon will teach us more, regarding what we are interested in, than the narrative that submits the phenomenon to the conditions of the transmissibility of discourse. The fact that its content lends itself to this so easily, and that it goes so far as to coincide with themes of myth and poetry, certainly raises a question which can be formulated immediately, but which perhaps must be posed anew in a second moment, if only owing to the fact that we know at the outset that the simple solution is not sufficient here. For a fact is brought out in the narrative of the episode which is not at all necessary for its comprehension, quite the contrary, the fact that the subject felt it impossible to speak about at the time. Let us note that there is a reversal of the difficulty here in relation to the case of the forgetting of a name that we analyzed earlier. In that case the subject no longer had the signifier at his disposal, whereas here he is arrested by the strangeness of the signified to so great an extent that he cannot communicate the feeling he has, even if only by crying out, whereas the person who is most suited to hear his call, his beloved Nania, is right nearby. Instead, he doesn't balk mouthy, if you'll allow me the term due to its expressive value. What he says about his attitude suggests that it is not simply that. 326. He sinks into immobility, but that he sinks into a kind of temporal funnel out of which he eventually rises without having been able to count how many times he has wound around during his descent and his rescent, and without his return to the surface of ordinary time having in any way occurred in response to an effort on his part. Strangely enough, we find the feature of terrified mutism in another case, which is almost a carbon copy of this one, a case that is related to Freud by an occasional correspondent of his. 8. This feature of a temporal abyss proves to have significant correlations. We shall find them in the current forms in which the recollection occurs. You know that the subject, at the moment of undertaking his narrative, at first believed that he had already recounted it, and that this aspect of the phenomenon seemed worth considering separately to Freud, being the subject of one of his writings that is on our syllabus this year. 9. The very way in which Freud comes to explain this illusion of memory, namely, by the fact that the subject had recounted several times an episode in which his uncle bought him a pocket knife at his request while his sister received a book, is of concern to us only in terms of what it tells us about the function of screen memories. Another aspect of the movement of the recollection seems to me to converge on an idea that I will propose. It is the correction that the subject adds secondarily, namely, that the walnut tree involved in the narrative, and which is no less familiar to us than to him when he mentions its presence in the anxiety dream, the latter being in some sense the key piece of material in this case, is probably brought in from elsewhere, in particular, from another memory of an hallucination where it is from the tree itself that he makes blood seep. Doesn't all of this indicate to us, in the recollections in some sense extratemporal character, something like the seal of origin of what is remembered? And don't we find in this character something not identical but that we might call complementary to what occurs in the famous sense of déjà vu, which, since it constitutes the cross of psychologists, has not been clarified despite the number of explanations it has received, and regarding which it is no accident and not simply out of a taste for erudition that Freud recalls them in the article I was just speaking about? One might say that the feeling of déjà vu comes to meet the erratic hallucination, that it is the imaginary echo which arises as a response to a point of reality that belongs to the limit where it has been excised from the symbolic. This means that the sense that something is unreal is exactly the same phenomenon as the sense of reality, if we designate by this term the click-to-click that signals the resurfacing, which is hard to obtain, of a forgotten memory. What allows the second to be felt as such is the fact that it is produced inside the symbolic text that constitutes the register of the recollection, whereas the first corresponds to the immemorial forms that appear on the palimpsest of the imaginary when the text, leaving off, lays bare the medium of reminiscence. To understand it in Freud's theory we need but listen to the latter all the way to the end, for if a representation is of value there only in terms of what it reproduces from the original perception, this recurrence cannot stop at the original perception, except mythically. This observation already led Plato to the eternal idea, today it presides over the rebirth of the archetype. As for me, I will confine myself to remarking that perception takes on its characteristic of reality only through symbolic articulations that interweave it with the whole world. But the subject has a no less convincing sense if he encounters the symbol that he originally excised from his Beijahung. For this symbol does not enter the imaginary, for all that it constitutes, as Freud tells us, that which truly does not exist. As such, it exists, for nothing exists except against a supposed background of absence. Nothing exists except insofar as it does not exist. This is what we see in our example. The content of the hallucination, which is so massively symbolic, owes its appearance in the real to the fact that it does not exist for the subject. Everything indicates, indeed, that the subject remains fixated in his unconscious in an imaginary feminine position that evacuates all meaning from his hallucinatory mutilation. In the symbolic order, the empty spaces are as signifying as the full ones. In reading Freud today, it certainly seems that the first step of the whole of his dialectical movement is constituted by the gap of an emptiness lobbied unvide. This is what seems to explain the insistence with which the schizophrenic reiterates the step. In vain, however, since for him all of the symbolic is real. He is very different in this respect from the paranoiac whose predominant imaginary structures I laid out in my doctoral thesis, that is, the retroaction in a cyclical time that makes the anamneses of his troubles so difficult, the anamneses of his elementary phenomena which are merely pre-signifying and which only attain that ever-partial universe we call a delusion after a discursive organization that is long and painful to establish and constitute. 10. I will go no further today with these indications, which we will have to take up again in a clinical context, because I would like to provide a second example by which to put my thesis today to the test. This example concerns another mode of interference between the symbolic and the real, not that the subject suffers in this case, but that he acts on. Indeed. 328. This is the mode of reaction that we designate in analytic technique as acting out, without always clearly delimiting its meaning. As we shall see, our considerations today can help us revamp the notion. The acting out that we are going to examine, even though it apparently was of as little consequence for the subject as was the hallucination we have just discussed, may be no less demonstrative. If it will not allow us to go as far, it is because the author from whom I am borrowing it does not demonstrate Freud's investigative power and divinatory penetration, and because we quickly run out of the material we would need to learn more from it. This example is recounted by Ernst Kriss, an author who is nevertheless quite important because he is part of the triumvirate that has assumed responsibility for giving the New Deal of ego psychology its in some sense official status, and even passes for its intellectual leader. He does not give us a more assured formulation of ego psychology, for all that, and the technical precepts that the example he provides in his article, Ego Psychology and Interpretation in Psychoanalytic Therapy, 11 is supposed to illustrate lead, in their vacillations, in which we can see the nostalgia of the old-school psychoanalyst, to wishy-washy notions that I will examine at some later date, ever hoping, as I am, that a half-wit will come along who, in his naivete, will keenly size up this infatuation with normalizing analysis and land Kriss the definitive blow without anyone else having to get involved. In the meantime, let us consider the case that he presents to us in order to shed light on the elegance with which he, one might say, cleared it up, thanks to the principles whose masterful application his decisive intervention demonstrates, these principles being the appeal to the subject's ego, the approach from the surface, the reference to reality, and all the rest. We have here a subject for whom Kriss is serving as the second psychoanalyst. The subject is seriously thwarted in his profession, an intellectual profession which seems not so far removed from our own. This is couched by Kriss in the following terms: although he holds a respected academic position, he cannot rise to a higher rank because he is unable to publish his research. Page 22. The obstacle is a compulsion that he feels impels him to take other people's ideas. He is thus obsessed with the idea of plagiarizing and even with plagiarism. Although he derived a pragmatic improvement from his first analysis, at present he is tormented by the constant effort not to take others' ideas, especially those of a brilliant scholar he knows. In any case, the subject has a study that he is ready to publish. One fine day he arrives at his session with an air of triumph. He has found proof. He has just come across a book in the library that contains all the ideas in his own book. One might say that he did not know the book since he had. Response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung 329. Merely glanced at it some time ago. Nevertheless, he is a plagiarist in spite of himself. The woman analyst with whom he did his first analysis was certainly right when she told him more or less the following: he who has stolen once will steal again, since at puberty as well he pilfered books and sweets. It is here that Ernst Kriss intervenes with his science and audacity, expecting us to appreciate their great merits, a wish we are likely to only half satisfy. He asks to see the book from the library. He reads it. He discovers that nothing in it justifies what the subject thinks is in it. It is the subject alone who has attributed to the author everything the subject himself wanted to say. At this point, Kriss tells us, the question appeared in a new light. The eminent colleague, it transpired, had repeatedly taken the patient's ideas, and embellished and repeated them without acknowledgement. Page 22. This was what the subject was afraid of taking from him, having failed to recognize his own property therein. An era of new comprehension begins. Were I to say that it was Kriss' big heart that opened its doors, he probably would not agree. He would tell me, with the seriousness proverbially attributed to the Pope, that he followed the grand principle of approaching problems from the surface. Why not add that he approaches them from the outside, and even that there is, unbeknown to him, something quixotic in the way he settles a question as delicate as that of plagiarism? The reversal of intention that Freud has taught us about again earlier today no doubt leads to something, but it does not lead to objectivity. In truth, if we can be sure that it is in no wise useless to alert the beautiful soul, who is revolting against the disorder of his world, to the part he plays therein, the opposite is not at all true. We should not assure someone that he is not in the least bit guilty just because he accuses himself of bad intentions. It was, nevertheless, a fine opportunity to perceive that if there is at least one bias a psychoanalyst should have jettisoned thanks to psychoanalysis, it is that of intellectual property. Perhaps this would have made it easier for Chris to take his bearings from the way in which the patient understood that notion himself. And, since we are crossing the line of a prohibition, which is actually more imaginary than real, in order to allow the analyst to make a judgment on the basis of documentary evidence, why not perceive that we would be adopting an overly abstract perspective were we not to examine the true content of the ideas at issue here, for that content cannot be indifferent? Furthermore, the impact of the inhibition on his vocation perhaps must not be altogether neglected, even if such effects obviously seem more significant in the success*-oriented context of American culture. 330. Now, although I have noticed some modicum of restraint in the exposition of the principles of interpretation implied by a form of psychoanalysis that has definitively reverted to ego psychology, we are certainly not spared anything in Chris' commentary on the case. Finding passing comfort in having come across formulations by the Honorable Edward Bibring, and considering himself very fortunate to have done so, Chris exposes his method to us as follows. Here was an initial exploratory, period, during which typical patterns of behavior, present and past, were studied. Noted first were his critical and admiring attitudes of other people's ideas, then the relation of these to the patient's own ideas and intuitions, page 24. Please excuse me for following the text step by step. I am doing this so that we will not be left with any doubt as to what the author thinks. At this point the comparison between the patient's own productivity and that of others had to be traced in great detail. Finally, the distortion of imputing to others his own ideas could be analyzed and the mechanism of give and take made conscious. One of my early and sorely missed teachers, whose every twist and turn in thought I did not follow for all that, long ago designated as summaryism villainismo what Chris describes to us here. We should not, of course, disdain the making conscious of an obsessive symptom, but it is something else altogether to fabricate such a symptom from scratch. Abstractly posited, this analysis, which is descriptive we are told, still does not strike me as very different from the approach adopted by the patient's first analyst, based on what we are told of it. No mystery is made of the fact that the analyst was Melita Schmidberg, for Chris cites a passage from a commentary she apparently published of this case. A patient who during puberty had occasionally stolen, retained later a certain inclination to plagiarism. Since to him activity was connected with stealing, scientific endeavor with plagiarism, etc. Page 23. I have been unable to check whether the sentence exhausts the part played in the analysis by the author mentioned, some of the psychoanalytic literature having unfortunately become very difficult to find. 12 But we understand much better the emphasis of the author whose text we. Response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung 331. Do have, when he trumpets his conclusion, it is now possible to compare the two types of analytic approach page 23. For insofar as he has concretely indicated what his approach consists of, we clearly see that the analysis of the subject's behavior patterns * amounts to inscribing his behavior in the analyst's patterns. Not that nothing else is stirred up in this analysis. Chris sketches for us a situation involving three people, including the subject's father and grandfather, which is quite attractive in appearance, all the more so in that the father seems to have failed, as sometimes happens, to rise to the level of the grandfather, a distinguished scientist in his homeland. Chris provides a few astute remarks here about the grandfather and the father who was not grand, whereas I might have preferred a few indications about the role of death in this whole game. I don't doubt but that the big grand and little fish caught on the fishing trips with his father symbolized the classic comparison, which in our mental world has taken the place held in earlier centuries by other more gallant comparisons. But all that does not seem to me to be approached from the right end, so to speak. I will provide no other proof of this than the corpus delicti promised in my example, in other words, precisely what Chris produces as the trophy of his victory. He believes that he has arrived at his goal, he shares this with his patient. Only the ideas of others were truly interesting, only ideas one could take, hence the taking had to be engineered. At this point of the interpretation I was waiting for the patient's reaction. The patient was silent and the very length of the silence had a special significance. Then, as if reporting a sudden insight, he said, "Every noon, when I leave here, before luncheon, and before returning to my office, I walk through X Street, a street well known for its small but attractive restaurants, and I look at the menus in the windows. In one of the restaurants I usually find my preferred dish, fresh brains." These are the closing words of Chris' clinical vignette. I can only hope that my abiding interest in cases in which a mountain is made out of a molehill will convince you to pay attention for another moment as I examine this case more closely. We have here in every respect an example of an acting out asterisk, which is no doubt small in size, but very well constituted. The very pleasure this acting out seems to give its midwife surprises me. Does Chris actually believe that the height of his art has managed to give rise to a valid way out for this ID asterisk? 13. 332. I have no doubt but that the subject's confession has its full transferential value, although the author decided, deliberately as he stresses, to spare us any details regarding the link I am stressing this myself between the defenses, whose breakdown he has just described for us, and the patient's resistance in analysis page 24. But what can we make of the act itself if not a true emergence of a primordially excised oral relation, which no doubt explains the relative failure of his first analysis? But the fact that it appears in the form of an act which is not at all understood by the subject does not seem to me to be of any benefit to the subject, even if it demonstrates to us what an analysis of the resistances leads to when it consists in attacking the subject's world, that is, his patterns asterisk, in order to reshape it on the model of the analyst's world, in the name of the analysis of defense. I don't doubt but that the patient feels quite good, on the whole, going on a diet of fresh brains in his analysis too. He will thus follow one more pattern asterisk, the one that a large number of theoreticians ascribe quite literally to the process of analysis, namely, the introjection of the analyst's ego. We can only hope that, here too, they are referring to the healthy part of his ego. Chris' ideas about intellectual productivity thus seem to me to receive the good housekeeping seal of approval for America. It might seem incidental to ask how he is going to deal with the fresh brains, the real brains, the brains that one fries in black butter, it being recommended to first peel the pia mater, which requires a great deal of care. It is not a futile question, however, for suppose that he had discovered in himself a taste for young boys instead, demanding no less refined preparations, wouldn't there ultimately be the same misunderstanding? And wouldn't this acting out asterisk, as we would call it, be just as foreign to the subject? This means that by approaching the ego's resistance in the subject's defenses, and by asking his world to answer the questions that he himself should answer, one may elicit highly incongruous answers whose reality value, in terms of the subject's drives, is not the reality value that manages to get itself recognized in symptoms. This is what allows us to better understand the examination made by Professor Hippolyte of the theses Freud contributes in Die Verneinung. The Freudian thing or the meaning of the return to Freud in psychoanalysis. An expanded version of a lecture given at the Vienna Neuropsychiatric Clinic on November 7, 1955. To Sylvia. Situation in time and place of this exercise. At a time when Vienna, in making itself heard again through the voice of its opera, is resumming, in a moving variation, its age-old mission at a crossroads of cultures from which she was able to create harmony. I have come here not unfittingly, I think, to evoke the fact that this chosen city will remain, this time forevermore, associated with a revolution in knowledge of Copernican proportions. I am referring to the fact that Vienna is the eternal site of Freud's discovery, and that, owing to this discovery, the veritable center of human beings is no longer at the place ascribed to it by an entire humanist tradition. Perhaps even prophets whose own countries were not entirely deaf to them must be eclipsed at some point in time, if only after their death. It is appropriate for a foreigner to exercise restraint in evaluating the forces at work in such a phase effect. The return to Freud, for which I am assuming here the role of herald, is thus situated elsewhere, where it is amply called for by the symbolic scandal which Dr. Alfred Winterstein, who is here with us today, rightly highlighted when it occurred during his tenure as president of the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society, namely, upon the inauguration of the commemorative plaque marking the house in which Freud pursued his heroic work, the scandal being not that this monument was not dedicated to Freud by his fellow citizens, but $33. That it was not commissioned by the International Association of those who live off his patronage. This failure is symptomatic, for it indicates that he was disowned, not by 402, the land in which, by virtue of his tradition, he was merely a temporary guest, but by the very field he left in our care and by those to whom custody of that field was entrusted, that is, the psychoanalytic movement itself, where things have come to such a pass that to call for a return to Freud is seen as a reversal. Since the time when the first sound of the Freudian message rang out from the Viennese bell to echo far and wide, many contingent factors have played a part in this story. Its reverberations seem to be drowned out by the muffled collapses brought about by the First World Conflict. Its propagation resumed with the immense human wrenching that fomented the second and was its most powerful vehicle. It was on the waves of hate's tocsin and discord's tumult, the panic-stricken breath of war, that Freud's voice reached us, as we witnessed the diaspora of those who transmitted it, whose persecution was no coincidence. The shock waves were to reverberate to the very confines of our world, echoing on a continent where it would be untrue to say that history loses its meaning, since it is where history finds its limit. It would even be a mistake to think that history is absent there, since, already several centuries in duration, it weighs all the more heavily there due to the gulf traced out by its all too limited horizon. Rather, it is where history is denied with a categorical will that gives enterprises their style, that of a cultural ahistoricism characteristic of the United States of North America. This ahistoricism defines the assimilation required for one to be recognized there, in the society constituted by this culture. It was to its summons that a group of emigrants had to respond. In order to gain recognition, they could only stress their difference, but their function presupposed history at its very core, their discipline being the one that had reconstructed the bridge between modern man and ancient myths. The combination of circumstances was too strong and the opportunity too attractive for them not to give in to the temptation to abandon the core in order to base function on difference. Let us be clear about the nature of this temptation. It was neither that of ease nor that of profit. It is certainly easier to efface the principles of a doctrine than the stigmata of one's origins, and more profitable to subordinate one's function 403 to demand. But to reduce one's function to one's difference in this case is to give in to a mirage that is internal to the function itself, a mirage that grounds the function in this difference. It is to return to the reactionary principle that covers over the duality of he who suffers and he who heals, with the opposition between he who knows and he who does not. How could they avoid regard? 33.5. Ing this opposition as true when it is real and, on that basis, avoid slipping into becoming managers of souls in a social context that demands such offices? The most corrupting of comforts is intellectual comfort, just as the worst corruption is corruption of the best. Thus Freud's comment to Jung, I have it from Jung's own mouth, when, having been invited by Clark University, they arrived in view of New York Harbor and of the famous statue illuminating the universe, they don't realize we re-bringing them the plague was turned against him as punishment for the hubris whose antiphrasis and darkness do not extinguish its turbid brilliance. To catch its author in her trap, Nemesis had merely to take him at his word. We would be justified in fearing that Nemesis added a first-class ticket home. Indeed, if something of the sort has happened, we have only ourselves to blame. For Europe seems rather to have faded from the concerns and style if not the minds of those who left, along with the repression of their bad memories. I will not pity you for having been forgotten, since it leaves me freer to present to you the project of a return to Freud, as some of us teaching at the Société Française de Psychanalyse conceive of it. We are not seeking to emphasize a return of the repressed here, but want to use the antithesis constituted by the phase that has passed in the psychoanalytic movement since Freud's death to show what psychoanalysis is not, and find with you a way to put back into force what has continued to sustain it, even in its very deviation, namely, the original meaning Freud preserved in it by his mere presence, which I should like to explain here. How could this meaning escape us when it is attested to in a body of written work of the most lucid and organic kind? And how could it leave us his 404 it when the study of this work shows us that its different stages and changes in direction are governed by Freud's inflexibly effective concern to maintain its original rigor? His texts prove to be comparable to those that, in other times, human veneration has invested with the highest qualities, in that they withstand the test of the discipline of commentary, whose virtue one rediscovers in making use of it in the traditional way, not simply to situate what someone says in the context of his time, but to gauge whether the answer he gives to the questions he raises has or has not been superseded by the answer one finds in his work to current questions. Will I be telling you anything new if I say that these texts, to which for the past 4 years I have devoted a 2-hour seminar every Wednesday from November to July, without having taken up more than a quarter of them? 337. Although my commentary is based on the whole set of them, have surprised me and those who attend my seminars as only genuine discoveries can. These discoveries range from concepts that have remained unexploited to clinical details left to be unearthed by our exploration. They demonstrate how far the field investigated by Freud went beyond the avenues he left us by which to gain access to it, and how little his case studies, which sometimes give an impression of exhaustiveness, were subordinated to what he intended to demonstrate. Who, among the experts in disciplines other than psychoanalysis whom I have guided in reading these texts, has not been moved by this research in action, whether it is the research he has us follow in the Traum de Doom, the interpretation of dreams, the case study of the wolf man, or beyond the pleasure principle, what an exercise for the training of minds, and what a message to lend one's voice to. And what better confirmation could there be of the methodical value of this training and the truth effect this message produces than the fact that the students to whom you transmit them bring you evidence of a transformation, occurring sometimes overnight, in their practice, which becomes simpler or more effective even before it becomes more transparent to them. I cannot provide you with a detailed account of this work in my talk here, for which I am indebted to the kindness of Professor Hoff for the opportunity to give it in this place of noble memory, to the convergence between my views and those of Dr. Arnold for the suggestion to give this talk here, and to my excellent and long-standing relations with Mr. Igor Caruso for knowing how it would be received in Vienna. But I cannot forget that I owe part of my audience today to the indulgence of Mr. Susani, the director of the French Institute in Vienna. And this is why I must ask myself, coming now as I am to the meaning of the return to Freud that I am professing here, whether I am not running the risk of disappointing this part of my audience because it is less prepared than the specialists may be to understand me. The adversary. I am sure of my answer here, absolutely not assuming that what I am going to say is as it should be. The meaning of a return to Freud is a return to Freud's meaning. And the meaning of what Freud said may be conveyed to anyone because, while addressed to everyone, it concerns each person. One word suffices to make this point: Freud's discovery calls truth into question, and there is no one who is not personally concerned by truth. It must seem rather odd that I should be flinging this word in your face as a word of almost ill repute, a word banished from polite society. But isn't it? $33. Inscribed in the very heart of analytic practice, since this practice is constantly rediscovering the power of truth in ourselves and in our very flesh? Why, indeed, would the unconscious be more worthy of being recognized than the defenses that oppose it in the subject, so successfully that the defenses seem no less real than it? I am not reviving here the shoddy Nietzschean notion of the lie of life, nor am I marveling at the fact that one believes, nor do I accept that to will something one need but want it badly enough. But I am asking where the peace that ensues in recognizing an unconscious tendency comes from if the latter is not truer than what restrained it in the conflict. For some time now this peace has, moreover, been quickly proving illusory, for psychoanalysts, not content to recognize as unconscious the defenses to be attributed to the ego, have increasingly identified the defense mechanism's displacement of the object, turning back against the subject, regression of form with the very dynamic that Freud analyzed in the tendency, which thus seems to persist in the defenses with no more than a change of sign. Haven't people gone too far when they submit that the drive itself may be made conscious by the defense so that the subject won't recognize himself in it? In order to try to explain these mysteries in a coherent discourse, I am, in spite of myself, using words that re-establish in that discourse the very duality that sustains them. But what I deplore is not that one cannot see the forest of the theory for the trees of the technique employed, but rather that it would take so little to believe that one is in the Bondi forest, precisely because of the following notion, which is hiding behind each tree, namely, that there must be some trees that are truer than others, or, if you prefer, that not all trees are bandits. Without which, one might wind up asking where the bandits are who are not trees. Does this little, then, which can become everything onyxozion, perhaps deserve an explanation? What is this truth without which there is no way of distinguishing the face from the mask, and apart from which there seems to be no other monster than the labyrinth itself? In other words, how are they to be distinguished, in truth, if they are all equally real? Here the big clodhoppers come forward to slip onto the dove's feet on which, as we know, truth is born, and to swallow up the bird occasionally as well. Our criterion, they cry, is simply economic, you ideologist. Not all organizations of reality are equally economical. But at the point at which truth has already been brought to bear, the bird escapes unscathed when I ask, economical for whom? Things have gone too far this time. The adversary snickers, we get the picture. Monsieur has a philosophical bent. Plato and Hegel will be showing up any minute now. Their stamp suffices. Whatever they endorse should be discarded, and, anyway, if, as you said, this concerns everyone, it's of no interest to specialists like us. It can't even be classified in our documentation. You think I'm joking here? But not at all, I subscribe to it. If Freud contributed nothing more to the knowledge of man than the verity that there is something veritable, there is no Freudian discovery. Freud's imply belongs then to the line of moralists in whom a tradition of humanistic analysis is embodied, a Milky Way in the heavenly vault of European culture in which Balthazar Gracian and La Rochefoucauld are among the brightest stars, and Nietzsche is a nova as dazzling as it is short-lived. The latest to join them, and spurred on, like them, no doubt by a characteristically Christian concern for the authenticity of the stirrings of the soul, Freud was able to precipitate a whole casuistry into a map of tendra, in which one couldn't care less about an orientation for the offices for which it was intended. Its objectivity is, in fact, strictly tied to the analytic situation, which, within the four walls that limit its field, can do very well without people knowing which way is north, since they confuse north with the long axis of the couch, assumed to point in the direction of the analyst. Psychoanalysis is the science of the mirages that arise within this field. A unique experience, a rather abject one at that, but one that cannot be too highly recommended to those who wish to get to the crux of mankind's forms of madness, for, while revealing itself to be akin to a whole range of alienations, it sheds light on them. This language is moderate enough. I am not the one who invented it. I have even heard a zealot of supposedly classical psychoanalysis define the latter as an experience whose privilege is strictly tied to the forms that regulate its practice, forms that cannot be altered one iota because, having been obtained by means of a miracle of chance, they provide access to a reality that transcends the phenomena of history, a reality in which a taste for order and a love of beauty, for example, find their permanent ground, namely, the objects of the pre-Oedipal relation. Shit and all that other crap. This position cannot be refuted since its rules are justified by their outcomes, and the latter are taken as proof that the rules are well-founded. Yet our questions proliferate anew: how did this prodigious miracle of chance occur? Whence stems this contradiction between the pre-Oedipal mess, to which the analytic relationship can be reduced, according to our modern analysts, and the fact that Freud wasn't satisfied until he had reduced it to the Oedipal position? How can the sort of hothouse auscultation on which this new look asterisk of analytic experience borders be the final stage in a development that appeared at the outset to open up multiple paths among all the fields of creation? Or the same question put the other way round, if the objects discerned in this elective fermentation were thus discovered through some other path? 340. Way than that of experimental psychology. Is experimental psychology qualified to rediscover them through its own procedures? The replies we will receive from the interested parties leave no room for doubt. The motor force of analytic experience, even when explained in their terms, cannot simply be this mirage-like truth that can be reduced to the mirage of truth. It all began with a particular truth, an unveiling, the effect of which is that reality is no longer the same for us as it was before. This is what continues to attach the crazy cacophony of theory to the very heart of worldly things, and to prevent practice from degenerating to the level of the wretched who never manage to leave them behind. It should be understood that I am using the term to exclude cynics. A truth, if it must be said, is not easy to recognize once it has become received. Not that there aren't any established truths, but they are so easily confused with the reality that surrounds them that no other artifice was for a long time found to distinguish them from it than to mark them with the sign of the Spirit and, in order to pay them homage, to regard them as having come from another world. It is not the whole story to attribute to a sort of blindness on man's part the fact that truth is never to him a finer-looking girl than when the light, held aloft by his arm as in the proverbial emblem, unexpectedly illuminates her nakedness. And one must play the fool la bête a bit to feign knowing nothing of what happens next. But stupidity remains characterized by bull-headed frankness when one wonders where one could have been looking for her before, the emblem scarcely helping to indicate the well, an unseemly and even malodorous place, rather than the jewelry box in which every precise form must be preserved intact. The thing speaks of itself. But now the truth in Freud's mouth takes the said bull bet by the horns. To you I am thus the enigma of she who slips away as soon as she appears, you men who try so hard to hide me under the tawdry finery of your proprieties. Still, I admit your embarrassment is sincere, for even when you take it upon yourselves to become my heralds, you acquire no greater worth by wearing my colors than your own clothes, which are like you, phantoms that you are. Where am I going, having passed into you? And where was I prior to that? Will I perhaps tell you someday? But so that you will find me where I am, I will teach you by what sign you can recognize me. Men, listen, I am telling you the secret. I, truth, speak. Must I point out that you did not yet know this? Of course, some of you who proclaimed yourselves my lovers, no doubt because of the principle that 341. One is never better served than by oneself in this kind of boasting, had posited in an ambiguous manner, and not without revealing the clumsiness brought on by the vanity that they were really concerned about that the errors of philosophy, that is, their own, could subsist only on my subsidies. Yet having embraced these daughters of their thought, they eventually found them as insipid as they were futile, and began associating anew with opinions considered to be vulgar according to the moral standards of the sages of old. The latter knew how to put such opinions, whether narrative, litigious, guileful, or simply mendacious, in their place, but also to seek them out in the home and in the forum, at the forge and at the fair. They then realized that, by not being my parasites, these opinions seemed to be serving me far better, and who knows, even to be acting as my militia, the secret agents of my power. Several cases observed in certain games of sudden transformations of error into truth, which seem to be due only to perseverance, set them on the path of this discovery. The discourse of error, its articulation in action, could bear witness to the truth against the apparent facts themselves. It was then that one of them tried to get the cunning of reason accepted into the rank of objects deemed worthy of study. Unfortunately, he was a professor, and you were only too happy to listen to his teachings with the dunce caps you were made to wear at school, and which have since served as ear trumpets for those of you who are a bit deaf. Remain content, then, with your vague sense of history, and leave it to clever people to found the world market in lies, the trade in all-out war, and the new law of self-criticism on the guarantee of my future firm. If reason is as cunning as Hegel said it was, it will do its job without your help. But for all that, you haven't rendered what you owe me obsolete or end 410 lessly postponable. It falls due after yesterday and before tomorrow. And it hardly matters whether you rush ahead to honor or evade it, since it will grab you from behind in both cases. Whether you flee me in deceit or think you can catch me in error, I will catch up with you in the mistake from which you cannot hide. Where the most cunning speech reveals a slight stumbling, it doesn't live up to its perfidy. I am now publicly announcing the fact, and it will be a bit harder after this to act as if nothing is happening, whether in good company or bad. But there is no need to wear yourselves out keeping a closer watch on yourselves. Even if the combined jurisdictions of politeness and politics declared that whatever claims to be associated with me is inadmissible when it presents itself in such an illicit manner, you would not get off so lightly, for the most innocent intention is disconcerted once it can no longer conceal the fact that one's bungled actions are the most successful and that one's failures fulfill one's most secret wishes. In any case, doesn't my escape first from the dungeon of the fortress in which you think you are most sure to hold me? 342. By situating me not in yourselves, but in being itself suffice to prove your defeat? I wander about in what you regard as least true by its very nature, in dreams, in the way the most far-fetched witticisms and the most grotesque nonsense of jokes defy meaning, and in chance not in its law, but rather in its contingency. And I never more surely proceed to change the face of the world than when I give it the profile of Cleopatra's nose. You can therefore reduce the traffic on the roads that you strove so hard to prove radiate from consciousness, and which were the ego's pride and joy, crowned by Fichte with the insignias of its transcendence. The long-term trade in truth no longer involves thought. Strangely enough, it now seems to involve things. Rebus, it is through you that I communicate, as Freud formulates it at the end of the first paragraph of the 6th chapter, devoted to the dream work, of his work on dreams and what dreams mean. But you must be careful here. The hard time Freud had becoming a pro 411 Fesser will perhaps spare him your neglect, if not your deviation. The prosopopoeia continues. Listen carefully to what he says, and as he said it of me, the truth that speaks the best way to grasp it is to take it quite leader ally. Here, no doubt, things are my signs, but, I repeat, signs of my speech. If Cleopatra's nose changed the world's course, it was because it entered the world's discourse, for in order to change it for the longer or the shorter, it was sufficient, but it was also necessary, that it be a speaking nose. But it is your own nose that you must now use, albeit for more natural ends. Let a sense of smell surer than all your categories guide you in the race to which I challenge you. For if the cunning of reason, however disdainful it may have been of you, remained open to your faith, I, truth, will against you be the great trickster, since I slip in not only via falsehood, but through a crack too narrow to be found at feigning's weakest point, and through the dream's inaccessible cloud, through the groundless fascination with mediocrity and the seductive impasse of absurdity. Seek, dogs that you become upon hearing me, bloodhounds that Sophocles preferred to put on the scent of the hermetic traces of Apollo's thief than on Oedipus' bleeding heels, certain as he was of finding the moment of truth with him at the sinister meeting at Colonus. Enter the lists at my call and howl at the sound of my voice. Now that you are already lost, I belie myself, I defy you, I slip away, You say that I am being defensive. Parade. The return to darkness, which I think must be expected at this moment, is the signal for a murder party * that begins with an order forbidding everyone to 343. Leave, since anyone may now be hiding the truth under her dress, or even in her womb, as in the amorous fiction, The Indiscreet Jewels. The general question is, who is speaking? And the question is not an irrelevant one. Unfortunately, the answers given are a bit hasty. First, the libido is accused, which leads us in the direction of the jewels, but we must realize that the ego itself, although it fetters the libido, which pines for satisfaction, is sometimes the object of the libido's undertakings. One senses that the ego is about to collapse any minute, when the sound of broken glass informs everyone that it is the large drawing room mirror that has sustained the accident, the golem of narcissism, hastily 412 invoked to assist the ego, having thereby made its entrance. The ego is then generally regarded as the assassin, if not the victim, the upshot being that the divine rays of the good President Schreiber begin to spread their net over the world, and the Sabbath of the instincts becomes truly complicated. The comedy, which I shall interrupt here at the beginning of its second act, is less mean-spirited than is usually believed, since attributing to a drama of knowledge a buffoonery that belongs only to those who act in this drama without understanding it, it restores to such people the authenticity from which they had fallen away ever further. But if a more serious metaphor befits the protagonist, it is one that would show us in Freud an Acteon perpetually set upon by dogs that are thrown off the scent right from the outset, dogs that he strives to get back on his tail, without being able to slow the race in which only his passion for the goddess leads him on. It leads him on so far that he cannot stop until he reaches the cave in which the Chthonian Diana, in the damp shade that confounds the cave with the emblematic abode of truth, offers to his thirst, along with the smooth surface of death, the quasi-mystical limit of the most rational discourse the world has ever heard, so that we might recognize there the locus in which the symbol substitutes for death in order to take possession of the first budding of life. As we know, this limit and this locus are still far from being reached by his disciples, when they don't simply refuse to follow him there altogether, and so the Acteon who is dismembered here is not Freud, but every analyst in proportion to the passion that inflamed him and made him, according to the signification Giordano Bruno drew from this myth in his heroic Friendpiece, the prey of the dogs of his own thoughts. To gauge the extent of this rending we must hear the irrepressible protests that arise from both the best and the worst, when one tries to bring them back to the beginning of the hunt, with the words that truth gave us as a viaticum, I speak, adding, there is no speech without language. Their tumult drowns out what follows. Logomachia. Goes the strophe on one side. What do you make of the 344? Preverbal, gestures and facial expressions, tone, melody, mood, and affective contact. To which others, no less vehement, give the antistrophe, everything is language, language when my heart beats faster as fear strikes, and, if my patient faints at the roar of an airplane at its zenith, it is a way of telling me the memory she still has of the last bombing. Yes, eagle of thought, and when the plane's shape cuts out your semblance in the night-piercing beam of the searchlight, it is heaven's response. Yet, in trying out these premises, people did not challenge the use of any of the forms of communication people might resort to in their exploits, any either signals nor images, content nor form, whether man or woman, even if this content were one of sympathy, the virtue of any proper form not being debated. They began merely to repeat after Freud the key to his discovery, it fa speaks, precisely where it was least expected, namely, where it suffers. If there ever was a time when, to respond to it, it sufficed to listen to what it was saying, for the answer is already there in hearing it, let us assume that the great ones of the early days, the armchair giants, were struck by the curse that befalls titanic acts of daring, or that their chairs ceased to be conductors of the good word which they were vested to sit before. Be that as it may, since then, there have been more meetings between the psychoanalyst and psychoanalysis in the hope that the Athenian would reach his apex with Athena having emerged fully armed from Freud's head. Shall I tell you of the jealous fate, ever the same, that thwarted these meetings. Behind the mask where each of us was to meet his betrothed, alas! Thrice alas! And a cry of horror at the thought of it, another woman having taken her place. He who was there was not him either. Let us thus calmly return and spell out with the truth what it said of itself. The truth said, I speak. In order for us to recognize this I on the basis of the fact that it speaks, perhaps we should not have jumped on the I, but should have paused at the facets of the speaking. There is no speech without language reminds us that language is an order constituted by laws, about which we could at least learn what they exclude. For example, that language is different from natural expression and that it is not a code either, that language is not the same as information. Take a close look at cybernetics and you'll see the difference, and that language is so far from being reducible to a superstructure that materialism itself was alarmed by this heresy. See Stalin's pronouncement on the question. Should you like to know more about it, read Saussure, and since a bell tower can hide even the sun, let me make it clear that I am not referring to the Saussure of psychoanalytic repute, but to Ferdinand, who may be said to be the founder of modern linguistics. 345. The thing's order. A psychoanalyst should find it easy to grasp the fundamental distinction between signifier and signified, and to begin to familiarize himself with the two networks of non-overlapping relations they organize. The first network, that of the signifier, is the synchronic structure of the material of language insofar as each element takes on its precise usage therein by being different from the others. This is the principle of distribution that alone regulates the function of the elements of language. Long get its different levels, from the phonemic pair of oppositions to compound expressions, the task of the most modern research being to isolate the stable forms of the latter. The second network, that of the signified, is the diachronic set of concretely pronounced discourses, which historically affects the first network, just as the structure of the first governs the pathways of the second. What dominates here is the unity of signification, which turns out to never come down to a pure indication of reality real, but always refers to another signification. In other words, signification comes about only on the basis of taking things as a whole. Ensemble, its mainspring cannot be grasped at the level at which signification usually secures its characteristic redundancy, for it always proves to exceed the things it leaves indeterminate within it. The signifier alone guarantees the theoretical coherence of the whole as a whole. Its ability to do so is confirmed by the latest development in science, just as, upon reflection, we find it to be implicit in early linguistic experience. These are the foundations that distinguish language from signs. Dialectic 415 derives new strength from them. For the remark on which Hegel bases his critique of the beautiful soul, according to which it is said to live, in every sense, even the economic sense of having something to live off of, precisely off the disorder it denounces, escapes being tautological only by maintaining the tautoontic of the beautiful soul as mediation, unrecognized by itself, of this disorder as primary in being. However dialectical it may be, this remark cannot shake up the delusion of presumption to which Hegel applied it, remaining caught in the trap offered by the mirage of consciousness to the infatuated with its own feeling, which Hegel turns into the law of the heart. Of course this I in Hegel is defined as a legal being, making it more concrete than the real being from which people formerly thought it could be abstracted, as is clear from the fact that it implies both a civil status and an account status. But it was left to Freud to make this legal being responsible for the Dicer. 346. Der manifest in the most tightly closed field of the real being, namely, in the organism pseudo-totality. I explain this possibility by the congenital gap presented by man's real being in his natural relations, and by the reprising, in a sometimes ideographic, but also a phonetic and even grammatical usage, of the imaginary elements that appear to be fragmented in this gap. But we have no need for this genesis to demonstrate the symptom signifying structure. Once deciphered, it is plain to see and shows the omnipresence for human beings of the symbolic function stamped on the flesh. What distinguishes a society grounded in language from an animal society, which even the ethnological standpoint allows us to see, namely, the fact that the exchange that characterizes such a society has other foundations than needs, even if it satisfies them. Specifically, what has been called the gift as total social fact can then be taken much further, so far as to constitute an objection to defining this society as a collection of individuals, since the immixing of subjects makes it a group with a very different structure. This reintroduces the impact of truth as cause from a totally different angle, and requires a reappraisal of the process of causality, the first stage of which would seem to be to recognize the degree to which the heterogeneity of this impact is inherent. 2. It is strange that materialist thought seems to forget that it derived its impetus from this recourse to the heterogeneous. More interest might then be shown in a feature that is much more striking than the resistance to Freud mounted by the pedants, namely, the connivance this resistance encountered in collective consciousness. If all causality evinces the subject's involvement, it will come as no surprise that every order conflict is attributed to him. The terms in which I am posing the problem of psychoanalytic intervention make it sufficiently clear, I think, that its ethics are not individualistic. But its practice in the American sphere has so summarily degenerated into a means of obtaining success and into a mode of demanding happiness that it must be pointed out that this constitutes a repudiation of psychoanalysis, a repudiation that occurs among too many of its adherents due to the pure and simple fact that they have never wanted to know anything about Freud's discovery, and that they will never know anything about it, even in the way implied by repression, for what is at work. Here is the mechanism of systematic misrecognition insofar as it simulates delusion, even in its group forms. But had analytic experience been more rigorously linked to the general structure of semantics, in which it has its roots, it would have allowed us to convince con Vainkratham before having to vanquish Vainkratham. For the subject of whom I was just speaking as the legatee of recognized. 347. Truth is definitely not the ego perceptible in the more or less immediate data of conscious jouissance or the alienation of labor. This de facto distinction is the same distinction found from the beginning to the end of Freud's work, from the Freudian unconscious, insofar as it is separated by a profound gulf from the preconscious functions, to Freud's last will and testament in Lecture 31 of his Nieuwe Verbelsingen New Introductory Lectures, Wo es war, soll ich werden. A formulation in which signifying structuration clearly prevails. Let us analyze it. Contrary to the form that the English translation 417 where the ID was, there the ego shall be * cannot avoid, Freud said neither das Es, nor das Ich, as was his wont when designating the agencies he had used to organize his new topography for the previous 10 years, and, concede airing the inflexible rigor of his style, this gives a particular emphasis to their use in this sentence. In any case, even without having to confirm, through a detailed examination of Freud's opus, that he in fact wrote Das Ich und das Es, the ego and the ID, in order to maintain the fundamental distinction between the true subject of the unconscious and the ego as constituted in its nucleus by a series of alienating identifications, it seems here that it is in the locus wo, where, es, the subject devoid of any das or other objectifying article, war, was atate, it is a locus of being that is at stake, and that in this locus, soil, it is a duty in the moral sense that is announced here, as is confirmed by the single sentence that follows it, bringing the chapter to a close. 3 Ich, I, there must I, just as in French one announced ce suis je, it is I, before saying c'est moi, it's me, werden, become devenir, not occur venir, or even happen advenir, but be born venir au jour of this very locus insofar as it is a locus of being. Even though it runs counter to the principles of economy of expression that must dominate a translation, I would thus agree to force the forms of the signifier a little in French in order to bring them into line with the weight of a still refractory signification, which the German tolerates better here. To do so I would play on the homophony between the German es and the first letter of the word subject. By the same token, I might feel more indulgent, at least momentarily, toward the first French translation that was provided of the word es, namely, le soi, the self. The ca, the it or the id, which was eventually preferred, not groundlessly, does not seem to me to be much better, since it is rather to the German das, in the question, was ist das, that it corresponds in das ist, c est it is. The elided c that appears if we stick to the accepted equivalence thus suggests to me the production of a verb, s être, which would express the mode of absolute subjectivity, insofar as Freud truly discovered it in its radical eccentricity, where it was la ouciatate, one might say, where $34. It was itself ideusitate, as I would like it to be heard, it is my duty that I come into being for. You should realize that the point is not to analyze if and how the I leg and the ego le moi are distinct and overlap in each particular subject on the basis of a grammatical conception of their functions. What a linguistic conception, which must shape the analytic worker in his basic initiation, will teach him is to expect the symptom to prove its signifying function, that is, that by which it differs from the natural index commonly designated by the term symptom in medicine. And in order to satisfy this methodological requirement, he will oblige himself to recognize its conventional use in the significations brought out by analytic dialogue, a dialogue whose structure I shall try to articulate. But he will maintain that these very significations can be grasped with certainty only in their context, that is, in the sequence constituted for each one of them by the signification that refers back to it and the signification to which it refers in the analytic discourse. These basic principles can be easily applied in analytic technique and, in elucidating it, they dissipate many of the ambiguities which, being maintained even in the major concepts of transference and resistance, make the use that is made of them in practice exceedingly costly. Resistance to the resistors. To consider only resistance, whose use is increasingly confused with that of defense and all the latter thus implies by way of maneuvers designed to eliminate it, maneuvers whose coercive nature we can no longer ignore. It is worth recalling that the first resistance analysis faces is that of discourse itself, insofar as it is first of all a discourse of opinion, and that all psychological objectification proves to be intimately tied to this discourse. This is, in effect, what motivated the remarkable simultaneity with which the psychoanalytic practice of the Burgraves of analysis came to a standstill in the 1920s, for by then they knew both too much and not enough about it to get their patients, who scarcely knew less about it, to recognize the truth. But the principle adopted at that time of granting primacy to the analysis of resistance hardly led to a favorable development. For the reason that giving top priority to an operation doesn't suffice to make it reach its objective when one is unclear as to what that objective is. Now the analysis of resistance was designed precisely to reinforce the subject's objectifying position, to so great an extent, indeed, that this directive now permeates the principles that are supposed to be applied in the conduct of a standard treatment. The Freudian thing. 349. Far from having to maintain the subject in a state of self-observation, therefore, one must know that by inviting him to adopt such a position one enters a circle of misunderstanding that nothing in the treatment, or even in the analytic literature, will be able to shatter. Any intervention that moves in this direction can thus only be justified by a dialectical aim, namely, to demonstrate that it amounts to an impasse. But I will go further and say that you cannot both carry out this objectification of the subject yourself and speak to him as you should. And for a raison, which is not simply that you can't, as the English proverb has it, have your cake and eat it too, that is, adopt two different approaches to the same objects whose consequences are mutually exclusive. But for the deeper raison that is expressed in the saying you can't serve two masters, that is, conform your being to two actions that lead in opposite directions. For objectification in psychological matters is subject, at its very core, to a law of misrecognition that governs the subject not only as observed, but also as observer. In other words, it is not about him that you must speak to him, for he can do this well enough himself, and in doing so, it is not even to you that he speaks. While it is to him that you must speak, it is literally about something else, that is, about something other than what is at stake when he speaks of himself, which is the thing that speaks to you. Regardless of what he says, this thing will remain forever inaccessible to him if, being speech addressed to you, it cannot elicit its response in you, and if, having heard its message in 420 this inverted form, you cannot, in returning it to him, give him the twofold satisfaction of having recognized it and of making him recognize its truth. Can't we then know the truth that we know in this way? Ad sequatio reiet intellectus. Thus has the concept of truth been defined, since there were thinkers who lead us into the pathways of their thought. Intellects like ours will certainly measure up to the thing that speaks to us, nay, that speaks in us, and even when it hides behind a discourse that says nothing merely to make us speak, it would be shocking indeed if the thing did not find someone to speak to. I hope you will be so lucky. We must speak about it now, and those who put the thing into practice have the floor. Interlude. But don't expect too much here, for ever since the psychoanalytic thing became an accepted thing and its servants started having their hands manicured, the house cleaning they have been performing makes do with sacrifices to good taste, which, as far as ideas which psychoanalysts have never had, J50, in abundance are concerned, is certainly convenient. Ideas on sale for everyone will make up the balance of what each person is lacking in. We are sufficiently abreast of things to know that schisma is hardly in good taste, which is our way of sidestepping the question. Why go off in search of something other than the ego you distinguish, when you forbid us to see it? It may be objected. So we objectify it. What's wrong with that? Here the delicate shoes move stealthily forward to deliver the following kick in the face. Do you think, then, that the ego can be taken as a thing? We'd never entertain any such notion. From 35 years of cohabitation with the ego under the roof of the second Freudian topography, including 10 years of a rather stormy relationship, finally legitimized by the ministry of Miss Anna Freud in a marriage whose social credit has done nothing but grow ever since, so much so that PEO 421 Pi assure me it will soon request the Church's blessing. In short, from the most sustained work of psychoanalysts, you will draw nothing more than this drawer. It is true that it is chock full of old novelties and new antiques, the sheer mass of which is at least entertaining. The ego is a function, the ego is a synthesis of functions, a function of synthesis. It is autonomous. That's a good one. It's the latest fetish introduced into the holy of holies of a practice that is legitimate by the superiority of the superiors. It does the job as well as any other, everyone realizing that it is always the most outmoded, dirty, and repulsive object that best fulfills this function being entirely real. That this object should gain for its inventor the veneration it does where it is in operation is just barely tolerable, but the most amazing thing is that in enlightened circles it has earned him the prestige of having returned psychoanalysis to the fold of the laws of general psychology. It is as if His Excellency the Aga Khan, not content with receiving his weight in gold, which in no way diminishes the esteem in which he is held in cosmopolitan society, were to be awarded the Nobel Prize for, in exchange, distributing to his followers the precise rules for pari-mutuel. But the latest find is the best. The ego, like everything else we have been handling of late in the human sciences, is an operational notion. At this point I appeal, before those in the audience, to this naive schisma which keeps them sitting so properly in their seats, listening to me despite the barrage of calls to serve, so that they might, with me, agree to put a stop to this opstopper CTOPE / in what respect does this op rationally distinguish what one makes of the notion of the ego in analysis from the common usage of any other thing, of this lectern, to take the first thing at hand. It distinguishes them so little that 35I am confident I can show that the discourses about them, and that is what is at stake, coincide point for point. For this lectern, no less than the ego, is dependent on the signifier, namely on the word, which, generalizing its function compared to the pulpit of quarrelsome memory and to the Tronchin table of noble pedigree, is responsible for the fact that it is not merely a tree that has been felled, cut down to size, and glued back together by a cabinet maker, for reasons of commerce tied to need creating fashions that maintain its exchange value, assuming it is not led too quickly to satisfy the least superfluous of those needs by the final use to which wear and tear will eventually reduce it, namely, fuel for the fire. Moreover, the significations to which the lectern refers are in no way less dignified than those of the ego, and the proof is that they occasionally envelop the ego itself, if it is by the functions Heinz Hartmann attributes to the ego that one of our semblables may become our lectern, namely, maintain a position suitable enough for him to consent to it. An operational function, no doubt, that will allow the said semblable to display within himself all the possible values of this lectern as a thing, from the hefty rent charged for its use that kept and still keeps the standing of the little hunchback of the Rue Quincampoix above both the vicissitudes and the very memory of the first great speculative crash of modern times, through all the purposes of everyday convenience, of furnishing a room, of transfer for cash or assignment of interest, to its use. And why not? It has happened before as firewood. But that isn't all, for I am willing to lend my voice to the true lectern so that it might deliver a lecture on its existence, which, even though it is instrumental, is individual, on its history, which, however radically alienated it may seem to us, has left all the written traces a historian might require, documents, texts, and bills from suppliers, and on its very destiny, which, though inert, is dramatic, since a lectern is perishable, is engendered by labor, and has a fate subject to chance, obstacles, misadventures, prestige, and even fatalities whose index it becomes, and it is destined to an end of which it need know nothing for it to be the lectern's own, since we all know what it is. But it would be nothing more than sheer banality if, after this prosopopoeia, one of you dreams that he is this lectern, whether or not it is endowed with the gift of speech. And since the interpretation of dreams has become a well-known, if not a widespread, practice, there would be no reason to be surprised if by deciphering the use as a signifier that this lectern has taken on in the rebus in which the dreamer immures his desire, and by analyzing the more or less equivocal reference implied by this use to the significations the lectern's consciousness has awakened in him, with or without its lecture we reached what might be called the lectern's preconscious. 352. At this point I hear a protest, which I am not sure how to name, even though it is totally predictable, for, in effect, it concerns that which has no name in any language long, and which, generally manifesting itself in the ambiguous mollifying motion of the total personality, comprises everything that leads us to be publicly ridiculed in psychiatry for our worthless phenomenology and in society for our stationary progressivism. The protest is that of the beautiful soul, no doubt, but in form suited to the wishy-washy being, wry manner, and tenebrous approach of the modern intellectual, whether on the right or left. Indeed, it is in this quarter that the fictional protest of those that disorder causes to proliferate finds its noble alliances. Let us listen rather to the tone of this protest. The tone is measured but serious, neither the preconscious nor consciousness, we are told, belongs to the lectern, but to we who perceive the desk and give it its meaning all the more easily, moreover, since we ourselves have made the thing. But even if a more natural being were at stake, we should never thoughtlessly debase in consciousness the high form which, however feeble we may be in the universe, assures us an imprescriptible dignity in it. Look up, read in the dictionary of spiritualist thought. I must admit that Freud incites me to be irreverent here by the way in which, in a passing remark somewhere, as if without touching on it, he speaks about the modes of spontaneous provocation that are usual when universal consciousness goes into action. And this relieves me of any constraint about pursuing my paradox. Is the difference between the lectern and us, as far as consciousness is concerned, so very great then if, in being brought into play between you and me, the lectern can so easily acquire a semblance of consciousness that my sentences could allow us to mistake the one for the other? Being placed with one of us between two parallel mirrors, it will be seen to reflect indefinitely, which means that it will be far more like the person who is looking than we think, since in seeing his image repeated in the same way, he too truly sees himself 424 through another's eyes when he looks at himself, since without the other, his image, he would not see himself seeing himself. In other words, the ego's privileged status compared to things must be sought elsewhere than in this false recurrence to infinity of the reflection which constitutes the mirage of consciousness, and which, despite its utter uselessness, still titillates those who work with thought enough for them to see in it some supposed progress in interiority, whereas it is a topological phenomenon whose distribution in nature is as sporadic as the dispositions of pure exteriority that condition it, even if it is true that man has helped spread them with such immoderate frequency. 3. How, moreover, can we separate the term preconscious from the affectations of this lectern, or from those which are potentially or actually found in any other thing and which, by adjusting themselves so exactly to my affections, will become conscious along with them? I am willing to accept that the ego, and not the lectern, is the seat of perceptions, but it thus reflects the essence of the objects it perceives and not its own essence, insofar as consciousness is supposedly its privilege, since these perceptions are, for the most part, unconscious. It is no accident, moreover, that I have detected the origin of the protest that I must address here in the bastardized forms of phenomenology that cloud the technical analyses of human action, especially those required in medicine. If their cheap material, to borrow a term Jaspers uses in his assessment of psychoanalysis, really is what gives his work its style, and its weight to him as the epitome of the cast-iron spiritual advisor and tin-plate guru, they are not useless indeed, their use is always the same, namely, to create a diversion. They are used here, for example, in order to avoid discussing the important point that the lectern does not talk, which the upholders of the false protest want to know nothing about, because my lectern, hearing me grant them the point, would immediately begin to speak. The others discourse. In what way, then, is the ego you treat in analysis better than the lectern that I am? It would ask them. For if its health is defined by its adaptation to a reality that is quite frankly regarded as being measured against the ego, and if you need the alliance of the healthy part of the ego in order to eliminate discordances with reality, in the other part of the ego, no doubt, which only appear to be discordances due to your principle of regarding the analytic situation as simple and innocuous, and concerning which you won't stop until you have made the subject see them as you see them, isn't it clear that there is no way to discern which is the healthy part of the subject's ego except by its agreement with your point of view? And, since the latter is assumed to be healthy, it becomes the measure of all things. Isn't it similarly clear that there is no other criterion of cure than the complete adoption by the subject of your measure? This is confirmed by the common admission by certain serious authors that the end of analysis is achieved when the subject identifies with the analyst's ego. Certainly, the fact that such a view can spread and be accepted so calmly leads one to think that, contrary to the commonly held view that it is easy to impress the naive, it is much easier for the naive to impress others. And the 35.4. Hypocrisy revealed in the declaration whose repentant tone appears with such curious regularity in this discourse that we should speak to the subject in his own language, gives one still further pause for thought regarding the depth of this naivete. We still have to overcome the nausea we feel at the idea it suggests of employing baby talk, without which well-informed parents would believe themselves incapable of inculcating their lofty reasons in the poor little guys that have to be made to keep quiet. These are simple attentions people consider necessary because, according to the notion projected by analytic imbecility, neurotics supposedly have weak egos. But we are not here to dream between nausea and vertigo. The fact remains that, although I may be a mere lectern in speaking to you, I am the ideal patient, for not so much trouble has to be taken with me, the results are obtained immediately, I am cured in advance. Since the point is simply to replace my discourse with yours, I am a perfect ego, since I have never had any other discourse, and I leave it to you to inform me of the things to which my adjustment controls do not allow you to adapt me directly, namely, of everything other than your eyesight, your height, and the dimensions of your papers. Not a bad speech for a lectern, I'd say. I must be kidding, of course. In what it said under my command, it did not have its say. For the reason that it itself was a word, it was me moi as grammatical subject. Well, that's one rank achieved, one worth being picked up by the opportunistic soldier in the ditch of an entirely heuristic claim, but which also provides us with an illustration of the Freudian motto, which, expressed as la ou889a, lege deut et re, would confirm, to our benefit, the feeble character of a translation that substantifies the ich, by giving a t to deut translating soil, and fixes the price of the es according to the rate of the 9. The fact remains that the lectern is not an ego, however eloquent it was, but a means that I have employed in my discourse. But, after all, if we envision its virtue in analysis, the ego, too, is a means, and they can be compared. As the lectern so pertinently mentioned, it has the advantage over the ego of not being a means of resistance, and that's precisely why I chose it to prop up my discourse and proportionately mitigate whatever resistance a greater interference of my ego in Freud's words might have given rise to in you, satisfied as I would already be if the resistance you must be left with, despite this effacement, led you to find what I am saying interesting. It's no accident that this expression, in its euphemistic use, designates what interests us only moderately, and manages to come full circle in its antithesis, by which speculations of universal interest are called disinterested. But were what I am saying to come to interest you personally, as they say. 355. Filling out an antonomasia with a pleonasm, the lectern would soon be in pieces for us to use as a weapon. Well, all of that applies to the ego, except that its uses seem to be reversed in their relation to its states. The ego is a means of the speech addressed to you from the subject's unconscious, a weapon for resisting its recognition. It is fragmented when it conveys speech and whole when it serves not to hear it. Indeed, the subject finds the signifying material of his symptoms in the disintegration of the imaginary unity that the ego constitutes. And it is from the sort of interest the ego awakens in him that come the significations that turn his discourse away from it. Imaginary passion. This interest in the ego is a passion whose nature was already glimpsed by the traditional moralists, who called it amour propre, but whose dynamics in relation to one's own body image only psychoanalytic investigation could analyze. This passion brings to every relation with this image, constantly represented by my semblable, a signification which interests me so greatly, that is, which makes me so dependent on this image that it links all the objects of my desires to the other's desire, more closely than to the desire they arouse in me. I am talking about objects as we expect them to appear in a space structured by vision, that is, objects characteristic of the human world. As to the knowledge on which desire for these objects depends, men are far from confirming the expression that says they see no further than the end of their nose. On the contrary, their misfortune is such that their world begins at the end of their nose, and they can apprehend their desire only by means of the same thing that allows them to see their nose itself, a mirror. But no sooner has this nose been discerned than they fall in love with it, and this is the first signification by which narcissism envelopes the forms of desire. It is not the only signification, and the growing importance of aggressiveness in the firmament of analytic concerns would remain obscure if we confined our attention to this one alone. This is a point I believe I myself have helped elucidate by conceptualizing the so-called dynamics of the mirror stage as the consequence of man's generic prematurity at birth, leading at the age indicated to the jubilant identification of the individual who is still an infant with the total form in which this reflection of the nose is integrated, namely, with the image of his body. This operation, which is carried out in an approximate manner that might be off by a nose fait avou de ne an apt expression here, in other words. 356. Falling more or less into the same category as the aha. That enlightens us about the chimpanzee's intelligence, amazed as we always are to detect the miracle of intelligence on our peers' faces, does not fail to bring deplorable consequences in its wake. As a witty poet so rightly remarks, the mirror would do well to reflect a little more before sending us back our image. For at this point the subject has not yet seen anything. But let the same capture be reproduced under the nose of one of his semblables, the nose of a notary, for example, and Lord knows where the subject will be led by the nose, given the places such legal professionals are in the habit of sticking theirs. And whatever else we have, hands, feet, heart, mouth, even the eyes, that is so reluctant to follow, is threatened by a breaking up of the team, whose announcement through anxiety could only lead to severe measures. Regroup, and appeal to the power of this image which made the honeymoon with the mirror so jubilant, to the sacred union of right and left that is affirmed in it, as inverted as it may appear to be should the subject prove to be a bit more observant. But what finer model of this union is there than the very image of the other, that is, of the notary in his function? It is thus that the functions of mastery, improperly called the ego's synthetic functions, institute on the basis of a libidinal alienation the subsequent development, namely, what I formerly termed the paranoiac principle of human knowledge, according to which man's objects are subjected to a law of imaginary reduplication, evoking ratification by an indefinite series of notaries, which owes nothing to their professional federation. But the signification that strikes me as decisive in the constitutive alienation of the ego's erbild appears in the relation of exclusion that henceforth structures the dyadic ego-to-ego relationship in the subject. For should the imaginary cooptation of the one to the other bring about a complementary distribution of roles between, for example, the notary and the notarized party, an effect of the ego's precipitated identification with the other in the subject is that this distribution never constitutes even a kinetic harmony, but is institute on the basis of a permanent it's you or me form of war in which the existence of one or the other of the two notaries in each of the subjects is at stake. This situation is symbolized in the so are you of the transitivist Quarrel, the original form of aggressive communication. We can see to what the ego's language is reduced: intuitive illumination, recollective command, and the retorting aggressiveness of verbal echo. Let us add to this what the ego receives from the automatic scraps of everyday discourse, rote learning and delusional refrain, modes of communication perfectly reproduced by objects scarcely more complicated than this lectern, a 3*7. Feedback construction for the former, a gramophone record, preferably scratched in the right place, for the latter. It is, nevertheless, in this register that the systematic analysis of defense is proffered. It is corroborated by semblances of regression. The object relation provides appearances of it, and this forcing has no other outcome than one of the three allowed by the technique currently in force. Either the impulsive leap into reality reel through the hoop of fantasy, acting out * in a direction that is ordinarily the opposite of suggestion, or transitory hypomania due to ejection of the object itself, which is correctly described in the megalomaniacal intoxication which my friend Michael Balint, in an account so veracious as to make him a still better friend, recognizes as the index of the termination of an analysis according to current norms. Or in the sort of somatization constituted by mild hypochondria, discreetly theorized under the heading of the doctor-patient relationship. The dimension of a two-body psychology, suggested by Rickman, is the fantasy in which a two-ego analysis hides, which is as untenable as it is coherent in its results. Analytic action. This is why I teach that there are not only two subjects present in the analytic situation, but two subjects each of whom is provided with two objects, the ego and the other, the latter beginning with a lowercase o. Now, due to the singularities of a dialectical mathematics with which we must familiarize ourselves, their union in the pair of subjects S and A includes only 4 terms in all, because the relation of exclusion that obtains between A and A reduces the two couplets thus indicated to a single couple in the juxtaposition of the subjects. In this game for 4 players, the analyst will act on the significant resistances that weigh down, impede, and divert speech, while himself introducing into the quartet the primordial sign of the exclusion that connotes the either/or of presence or absence which formally brings out death as included in the narcissistic Bildung. This sign is lacking, let it be noted in passing, in the algorithmic apparatus of the modern logic that is called symbolic, demonstrating the dialectical inadequacy that renders it still unsuitable for formalizing the human sciences. This means that the analyst concretely intervenes in the dialectic of analysis by playing dead, by cadaverizing his position, as the Chinese say, either by his silence where he is the other with a capital O, or by cancelling out his own resistance where he is the other with a lowercase o. In both cases, and via symbolic and imaginary effects, respectively, he makes death present. 3 to the power of 8th. Still, he must recognize and therefore distinguish his action in each of these two registers to know why he is intervening, at what moment the opportunity is presenting itself, and how to act on it. The primordial condition for this is that the analyst should be thoroughly convinced of the radical difference between the other to whom his speech should be addressed, and the second other who is the one he sees before him, about whom and by means of whom the first speaks to him in the discourse it pursues before him. For, in this way, the analyst will be able to be the one to whom this discourse is addressed. The fable of my lectern and the usual practice of the discourse of conviction will show him clearly enough, if he thinks about it, that no word discards whatever inertia it may be based on or whatever passion it may appeal to is ever addressed to anyone except the wise to whom it is sufficient. Even what is known as an ad hominem argument is only regarded by the person who uses it as a seduction designed to get the other, in his authenticity, to accept what the person says parole. This speech constitutes a pact, whether it is made explicit or not, between the two subjects, but it is situated in either case beyond the reasons furnished in the argument. In general, each person knows that others will remain, like himself, inaccessible to the constraints of reason, failing an a priori acceptance of a rule of 431 debate that cannot function without an explicit or implicit agreement as to what is called its ground fons, which is almost always tantamount to a prior agreement regarding the stakes. What is called logic or law is never anything more than a body of rules that were laboriously worked out at a moment of history, duly dated and situated by a stamp of origin, whether agora or forum, church, or even political party. Thus I won't expect anything from these rules without the other's good faith and, as a last resort, will only make use of them, if I see fit or am forced to, in order to beguile bad faith. The locus of speech. The other is, therefore, the locus in which is constituted the I who speaks along with he who hears, what is said by the one being already the reply, the other deciding, in hearing entendre it, whether the one has spoken or not. But, in return, this locus extends as far into the subject as the laws of speech reign there, that is, well beyond the discourse that takes its watchwords from the ego, since Freud discovered its unconscious field and the laws that structure it. It is not because of some mystery concerning the indestructibility of certain childhood desires that the laws of the unconscious determine analyzable 3.9 symptoms. The subject's imaginary shaping by his desires, which are more or less fixated or regressed in relation to the object, is too inadequate and partial to provide the key. The necessary and sufficient reason for the repetitive insistence of these desires in the transference and their permanent remembrance in a signifier that repression has appropriated, that is, in which the repressed returns, is found if one accepts the idea that in these determinations the desire for recognition dominates the desire that is to be recognized, preserving it as such until it is recognized. Indeed, the laws of remembering and symbolic recognition are different in their essence and manifestation from the laws of imaginary reminiscence, that is, from the echo of feeling or instinctual imprinting, Paerdgung, even if the elements organized by the former as signifiers are borrowed from the material to which the latter give signification. To grasp the nature of symbolic memory, it suffices to have studied once, as I had people do in my seminar, the simplest symbolic sequence, that of a linear series of signs connoting the presence/absence alternative, each sign being chosen at random by whatever pure or impure means adopted. If this sequence is then elaborated in the simplest way, isolating three-term sequences to generate a new series, syntactical laws arise that impose on each term of this new series certain exclusions of possibility until the compensations demanded by its antecedents have been satisfied. Freud's discovery went right to the heart of this determination by the symbolic law, for in the unconscious, which, he insisted, was quite different from everything that had previously been designated by that name, he recognized the instance of the laws on which marriage and kinship are based, establishing the Oedipus complex as its central motivation already in the Traumdeutung. This is what now allows me to tell you why the motives of the unconscious are limited to sexual desire, a point on which Freud was quite clear from the outset and from which he never deviated. Indeed, it is entirely on sexual relations liaison by regulating them according to the law of preferential marriage alliances and forbidden relations that the first comminatory for exchanges of women between family lines relies, developing the fundamental commerce and concrete discourse on which human societies are based in an exchange of gratuitous goods and magic words. The concrete field of individual preservation, on the other hand, through its links with the division not of labor, but of desire and labor already manifest right from the first transformation that introduced human signification into food and up to the most highly developed forms of the production of consumable goods sufficiently shows that it is structured in the master/slave. 3. So, dialectic, in which we can recognize the symbolic emergence of the imaginary struggle to the death that I defined above as the ego's essential structure, it is hardly surprising, then, that this field is exclusively reflected in this structure. In other words, this explains why the other great generic desire, hunger, is not represented, as Freud always maintained, in what the unconscious preserves in order to get it recognized. Thus Freud's intention, which was quite legible to anyone who didn't confine himself to merely parroting Freud's texts, became increasingly clear when he promoted the topography of the ego. His intention was to restore, in all its rigor, the separation right down to their unconscious interference between the field of the ego and that of the unconscious he discovered first, by showing that the former is in a blocking position in relation to the latter, the former resisting recognition of the latter through the effect of its own significations in speech. Here lies the contrast between the significations of guilt, whose discovery in the subject's action dominated the first phase in the history of psychoanalysis, and the significations of the subject's affective frustration, instinctual innate quasi, and imaginary dependence that dominate its current phase. It isn't going very far to say that the latter significations, whose predominance is now consolidating through a forgetting of the former significations, promise us a preparatory course in general infantilization, for psychoanalysis is already allowing large-scale practices of social mystification to claim legitimacy by appealing to analytic principles. Symbolic debt. Will our action go so far, then, as to repress the very truth that it implies in its practice? Will it put this truth back to sleep, a truth that Freud, in the Possion of the Rat Man, forever offers up so that we may recognize it, should we increasingly turn our vigilance away from it, namely, that the stone guest who came, in symptoms, to disturb the banquet of his desires was fashioned out of acts of treachery and vain oaths, broken promises and empty words, whose constellation presided over a man's birth. For the sour not green grape of speech by which the child received the authentication of the nothingness of existence from a father too early, and the grapes of wrath that responded to the words of false hope with which his mother lured him in feeding him with the milk of her true despair, set his teeth on edge more than if he had been weaned from an imaginary jouissance or even deprived of some real attentions. Will we escape unscathed from the symbolic game in which the real Miss 361 deed pays the price for imaginary temptation? Will we turn our attention away from what becomes of the law when, by virtue of having been intolerable to the subject's loyalty, it is misrecognized by him already when it is still unknown to him, and from what becomes of the imperative when, having presented itself to him through imposture, it is challenged in his heart before being discerned? In other words, will we turn our attention away from the mainsprings that, in the broken link of the symbolic chain, raise from the imaginary the obscene, ferocious figure in which the true signification of the superego must be seen? It should be understood here that my criticism of a kind of analysis that claims to be an analysis of resistance, and is reduced ever more to the mobilization of the defenses, bears solely on the fact that it is as disoriented in its practice as it is in its principles, and is designed to remind analysts of their legitimate ends. The maneuvers involving dyadic complicity that this form of analysis forces itself to implement to achieve happiness and success can have value in our eyes only if they reduce the resistance, stemming from the effects of prestige in which the ego asserts itself, to the speech that is owned as avoué at a certain moment of analysis, which is the analytic moment. I believe that it is in the owning leveo of this speech, of which transference is the enigmatic actualization, that analysis must re-find its center along with its gravity, and let no one imagine from what I said earlier that I conceptualize the speech as some mystical mode reminiscent of karma. For what is striking in the moving drama of neurosis is the absurd aspects of a disconcert symbolization whose case of mistaken identity seems more derisory the more one delves into it. Ad sequatio reiet intellectus, the homonymic enigma that can be brought out in the genitive, rei, which without even changing accents can be the genitive of the word reus, meaning the party to the case in a lawsuit, specifically the accused, and metaphorically he who has incurred a debt surprises us by providing, in the end, a formulation for this singular correspondence ad equation that I raised as a question for our intellect and that finds its answer in the symbolic debt for which the subject is responsible as a subject of speech. The training of analysts to come. In taking up anew my analysis of the ways in which speech is able to recover the debt it engenders, I will thus return to the structures of language that are so manifestly recognizable in the earliest discovered mechanisms of the unconscious. 362. We need but thumb through the pages of Freud's work for it to become abundantly clear that he regarded a history of language's longue and institutions, and the resonances whether attested to or not in human memory of literature and of the significations involved in works of art, as necessary to an understanding of the text of our experience. Indeed, Freud himself found his inspiration, ways of thinking, and arsenal of techniques therein. But he also believed it wasn't superfluous to make them a condition for instituting the teaching of psychoanalysis. The fact that this condition has been neglected, even in the selection of analysts, cannot be unconnected with the results we see around us. It indicates to us that it is only by articulating Freud's requirements in terms of technique that we will be able to satisfy them. It is with an initiation into the methods of the linguist, the historian, and, I would add, the mathematician that we should now be concerned if a new generation of practitioners and researchers is to recover the meaning and motor force of the Freudian experience. This generation will also find in these methods a way to avoid social psychological objectification, in which the psychoanalyst seeks, in his uncertainty, the substance of what he does, whereas it can provide him with no more than an inadequate abstraction in which his practice gets bogged down and dissolves. Such reform will require an institutional undertaking, for it can only be sustained by means of constant communication with disciplines that would define themselves as sciences of intersubjectivity, or by the term conjectural sciences, a term by which I indicate the kind of research that is now changing the implication of the human sciences. But such a direction can only be maintained by a true teaching, that is, teaching that constantly subjects itself to what is known as renewal. For the pact instituting analytic experience must take into account the fact that this experience instates the very effects that capture it, diverting it from the subject. Thus, in exposing magical thinking, people don't see that it is magical thinking and, in fact, an alibi for thoughts about wielding power that are ever ready to bring about their own rejection in an action that is sustained only by its connection with truth. Freud is referring to this connection with truth when he declares that it is impossible to meet three challenges: to educate, govern, and psychoanalyze. Why are they impossible, if not for the fact that the subject can only be missed in these undertakings, slipping away in the margin Freud reserves for truth? For in these undertakings truth proves to be complex in its essence, humbly in its offices and foreign to reality, refractory to the choice of sex, akin to death and, on the whole, rather inhuman. Diana perhaps. Actaeon, 2-3 Guilty to hunt the goddess, prey in which is caught, O huntsman, the shadow that you become. Let the pack go without hastening your step. Diana will recognize the hounds for what they are worth. 437 Psychoanalysis and its teaching. Talk given at the French Philosophical Society during the session held February 23, 1957. As was customary, the following abstract was distributed to the members of the Society prior to the talk. Psychoanalysis and what it teaches us. I in the unconscious, which is not so much deep as it is inaccessible to conscious scrutiny, it speaks, the notion of a subject within the subject, transcending the subject, has raised questions for philosophers since Freud first wrote The Interpretation of Dreams. 2. The fact that symptoms are symbolic is not the whole story. The author demonstrates that their use as signifiers distinguishes them from their natural meaning, thanks to the step of narcissism, in which the imaginary separates from the symbolic, that the truth of the unconscious must be situated between the lines, since a broader metonymy encompasses their metaphors, that, with his notion of the death instinct, Freud investigates the basis support of this truth. 3. By challenging the propriety of Freud's investigation, contemporary psychoanalysts J55 have arrived at a declared environmentalism, which contradicts the contingency Freud assigned to the object in the vicissitudes of the tendencies, and have returned to the most simplistic form of egocentrism, which suggests a misunderstanding of the dependent status Freud later assigned to the ego. And yet, how to teach it? For the vast literature in which this contradiction and misunderstanding are revealed can serve as useful casuistry by demonstrating where resistance, which is a dupe here of its own course, is situated, namely, in the imaginary effects of the dyadic relation. When shed light on by another source, its fantasies make people take the series suite of these effects to be consistent. And this impoverished path tries to legitimate itself on the basis of the following condition of psychoanalysis, that the true work in it is, by its very nature, hidden. But the same is not true of the structure of analysis, which can be formalized in a way that is completely accessible to the scientific community, provided one relies on Freud, who truly constituted it. For psychoanalysis is nothing more than an artifice, the components of which Freud provided in positing that the whole set of these components encompasses the very notion of these components. Such that, while the purely formal maintenance of these components suffices for their overall structure to be effective, the incompleteness of the analyst's conception of these components tends, depending on how great it is, to be confused with the limit that the analytic process cannot go beyond in the analysand. The theory currently in favor verifies this with its amazing confession: the analyst's ego, which must be said to be autonomous at the very least, is the measure of reality, and, for the analysand you analyze, his own analysis constitutes the testing of that reality. Nothing of the kind could possibly be at stake within the confines of analysis. What is at stake is, rather, the restoring of a symbolic chain, the three dimensions of which indicate the directions in which the author intends to trace out pathways for the training of analysts. Those dimensions are the dimension 366 of history, of a life lived as history, of subjection to the laws of language, which alone are capable of overdetermination, of the intersubjective game by which truth enters reality real. 6. The locus described as that of truth serves as a prelude to the truth of the locus described. While this locus is not the subject, it is not the other, to be written with a lowercase o, who, giving soul to the ego's wagers and body to the mirages of perverse desire, brings about coalescences of the signifier with the signified, onto which all resistance grabs hold and in which all suggestion finds its pivotal point, without anything being sketched out there by way of some cunning of reason, if not that they are permeable to it. The cunning of reason that runs through them, violence being banished, is the refined rhetoric on which the unconscious offers us a Handel prize, along with a surprise introducing this other, to be provided with a capital 0, faith in whom is invoked by anyone when he addresses an other, with a lowercase 0, even if only to lie to him. The analyst leaves room for this other beyond the other by the neutrality with which he makes himself be any uter, neither the one nor the other of the two who are there, and if he remains silent, it is in order to let this other speak. The unconscious is the other's discourse, in which the subject receives his own forgotten message in the inverted form suitable for promises. This other is, nevertheless, only halfway from a quest that the unconscious betrays by its difficult art, and whose ever so informed ignorance is revealed by the paradoxes of the object in Freud's work. For, if we listen to him, we learn that reality real derives its existence from a refusal, that love creates its object from what is lacking in reality real, and that desire stops at the curtain behind which this lack is figured by reality real. The author will discuss one or two of the points outlined in this abstract, which will serve as a reference point for the discussion. The talk given was couched in the following terms. Without stopping to wonder whether the text of my abstract was based on an accurate assessment of my audience, I will indicate that in raising the question how can we teach what psychoanalysis teaches us, I was not trying to give an illustration of my mode of teaching. This abstract lays out so that the discussion may use it as a reference point, as I mentioned at the end of it. Theses 367. Concerning the order that institutes psychoanalysis as a science, and then extracts from them the principles by which we can maintain the program of its teaching in this order. Were such a statement applied to modern physics, no one would, I think, qualify the discrete use of an algebraic formula, in order to indicate the order of abstraction that it constitutes, as Sibylline. Why then would we consider ourselves to be deprived of a more succulent experience here? Need I indicate that such a statement assumes that the moment is now behind us at which it was important to get the existence of psychoanalysis recognized and, as it were, to produce certificates of good conduct on its behalf? I take for granted that psychoanalysis' existence as a qualified discipline is more than adequately accepted by all legitimate thinkers. No one undergoing analysis today is taxed with being unbalanced when it comes to judging his social or legal competence. Rather, and despite the extravagance of this viewpoint, recourse to analysis is taken to involve a praiseworthy attempt at self-criticism and self-control. At the same time, the very people who applaud such recourse are likely to prove far more reserved regarding its use on themselves or their loved ones. The fact remains that the psychoanalyst is considered rather thoughtlessly, in truth to know a lot, and the least credulous of his psychiatric colleagues, for example, are quite happy to refer all kinds of cases to him that they themselves do not know how to handle. Nevertheless, I assume that the specialists in the widely varied disciplines to whom I am speaking today have come here, given the venue, in their capacity as philosophers in a large enough measure for me to begin my discussion by raising the following question: what, in their view, does analysis teach us that is proper to analysis, or the most proper, truly the most truly? I would hardly be going out on a limb were I to presume that the answers I would receive here would be more varied than at the time of the challenge that analysis at first presented the world. The revolution constituted by the categorical predominance given to the sexual tendencies in human motivations became obscured due to the expansion of the theme of interpersonal relations, and even of social psychological dynamics. Although the libidinal instances could not altogether escape characterization, they could, it was thought upon closer examination, be broken down into existential relations whose regularity and normativeness show them to have reached a truly remarkable state of domestication. Beyond that, we would supposedly see sketched out a sort of positivistic analogism between morals and instincts. While its conformist aspects no. 36 longer offend our sense of propriety, they can still provoke shame, by which I mean the shame that is sensitive to ridicule, and would bring down the curtain to rely here on the evidence provided by anthropological studies. Here psychoanalysis contributions would seem to be imposing, although perhaps all the more subject to caution the more directly they are imposed. This can be gauged by comparing the massive renewal that occurred in the analysis of mythologies, owing to psychoanalytic inspiration, with the formation of a concept like that of basic personality structure, with which the American Procrusteans torment with their yardstick the mystery of suppository-edly primitive souls. Nevertheless, one of us would be justified in standing up and underscoring here just how much of what our culture propagates has Freud's name written on it, and in affirming that, regardless of its value, its order of magnitude is comparable to what our culture disseminates that, for better or for worse, has Marx's name written on it. But we would also have to place in the scales a more militant Freud, a Freud committed to relieving forms of servitude that are more confused than those addressed by his paragon. Then you would turn to practitioners to ask them to determine the substance of Freud's message on the basis of their own experience. But were you to simply peruse the clearly abundant literature in which they address their problems of technique, you would be surprised to find no surer line, no more decided path of progress in it, than his. It would become clear to you, rather, that if a certain degree of wear and tear were not foreign to the acceptance of psychoanalysis in educated circles, a sort of strange side effect would meet it head-on, as if some mimesis/mimetisma/ subverting the effort to convince, had conquered the interpreters in their own compromises. And you would then have the malaise of wondering whether this weon in which you would find yourself thrown in with technicians, leading you to recognize in the simple existence of this we what it is that would thus like to evade your question is not itself too questionable in its intermination not to cast doubt on the very fact of this recognition, assuming that the recognition requires that one base oneself on a firmer alterity, even if only for an intellectual leader. 442 It should be clear that I assume responsibility for this casting of doubt in raising my question and, in this respect, as an analyst, I distinguish myself from those who believe that the behind closed doors Hughes class nature of our technique and our tightly sealed lips regarding our knowledge are adequate expedients by which to deal with this failing alterity. But how can one remind three registered analysts that error finds safety in the rules with which the worries it engenders protect themselves, and to the very degree to which people consider those rules to be transparent? Let me pose my question again now so that we can marvel at the fact that no one dreams any longer of answering with the simple word unconscious, because this word has not raised any questions for anyone for a long time. It has not raised any questions because people have endeavored to ensure that its use in Freud's work appears only drowned in the midst of homonymous conceptions to which it owes nothing, even though they preceded it. These conceptions, far from overlapping, have the following feature in common: they constitute a dualism in psychical functions, in which unconscious is opposed to conscious, like instinctual to intellectual, automatic to controlled, intuitive to discursive, passionate to rationalized, and elementary to integrated. Such conceptions created by psychologists were, nevertheless, relatively impermeable to the accents of a natural harmony that the romantic notion of the soul had promoted regarding the same themes, for they preserved in the background an image of levels which, situating their object in the lower one, took it to be confined there and even contained by the upper agency, and which, in any case, imposed upon its effects if they were to be accepted at the level of this agency a filtering in which what they lost in energy they gained in synthesis. The history of these presuppositions deserves attention in more than one respect, beginning with the political biases on which they are based and which accompany them. The latter refer us to nothing less than a social organicism, an organicism which since the time of the unsurpassable simplicity with which it was articulated in the fable that earned the consul Menenius Agrippa an ovation has hardly enriched its metaphor except on the basis of the concise role granted to the brain in the activities of psychological command in order to arrive at the now assured myth of the virtues of a brain trust. It would be no less curious to observe how the values masked here obliterate the notion of automatism in medical anthropology and pre-Freudian psychology, compared to its use by Aristotle, which is far more amenable to everything that has already been restored to it in the contemporary revolution in machines. The use of the term liberation, to designate the functions that are revealed in neurological disintegrations, clearly marks the values of conflict which preserve here, in other words, in a place where it has no business being a truth of a different provenance. Is it this authentic provenance that Freud found anew in the conflict that he placed at the heart of the psychical dynamic that constitutes his discovery? 370 merits. First, let us observe the locus in which the conflict is denoted, and then its function in reality real. As for the first, we find it in symptoms that we approach only at the level at which we must not simply say that they are expressed but at which the subject articulates them in words, assuming it is important not to forget that this is the crux of the constant chatting to which analysis limits its means of action and even its modes of examination, a position which would render the entire technique inconceivable, including that applied to children, if it were not constitutive and instead merely manifest in the analysis of adults. This conflict is read and interpreted in the text of this chatting, which must be enriched through the procedure of free association. In this sense, it is thus neither simply the obtuse pressure nor the static-like noise of the unconcise tendency that makes itself heard in this discourse, but the interferences of its voice, if I may introduce in this manner what I will have to elaborate on at length. What can we really say about this voice? Do we find anew here the imaginary sources whose prestige romanticism incarnated in the Volksgeist, the spirit of the race? If that were the import of the symbolism by means of which Freud made headway in the analysis of symptoms while simultaneously defining their psychoanalytic meaning, we would be unable to see why Freud excommunicate Jung, or what authorizes Freud's followers to continue to anathematize Jung's followers. In fact, there is nothing more different than the reading that these two schools apply to the same object. What is funny here is that the Freudians proved unable to formulate such a clear difference in a satisfactory 444 manner. Reveling in the words scientific and even biological, which, like all words, can be spoken by all mouths, did not allow them to score any points along this pathway. Even in the eyes of psychiatrists their heart of hearts does not fail to warn them about the import of the use they themselves make of these words in such uncertain procedures. Here, however, the path was not simply traced out for us by Freud, he paved the whole road for us with the most sweeping, unvarying, and unmistakable assertions. Read his work, open his texts to any page, and you will rediscover the foundational stonework of this royal road. If the unconscious can be the object of a kind of reading that has shed light on so many mythical, poetic, religious, and ideological themes, it is not because it provides their genesis with the intermediary link of a sort of significantness significativite of nature in man, or even of a more universal signatura rerum that would be at the core of their possible resurgence in each individual. Psychoanalyzable symptoms, whether normal or pathological, can be distinguished not only from diagnostic indices but from all graspable forms. 371. Of pure expressiveness insofar as they are sustained by a structure that is identical to the structure of language. By this I do not mean a structure that can be situated in some sort of supposedly generalized semiology which can be drawn from its limbo regions, but rather the structure of language as it manifests itself in what I will call natural languages, those that are effectively spoken by human groups. This refers to the foundation of the structure, namely, to the duplicity that subjects the two registers that are bound together in it to different laws, the registers of the signifier and the signified. The word register here designates two chains taken in their entirety, and the primary fact that they are distinct a prioristically obviates any possibility of establishing a term-by-term equivalence between these registers, regardless of the size of the chains we examine. In fact, such an equivalence turns out to be infinitely more complex than any one-to-one correspondence, the model of which is only conceivable between one signifying system and another signifying system, according to its definition as given in the mathematical theory of groups. Thus, if symptoms can be read, it is because they themselves are already inscribed in a writing process. As particular unconscious formations, symptoms are not significations, but their relation to a signifying structure that determines them. If you will allow me this play on words, I would say that what is always at stake is the agreement between the subject and the verb. Indeed, what Freud's discovery brings us back to is the enormity of the order into which we have entered, into which we are, as it were, born a second time, in leaving behind the state which is rightly known as the infant state, for it is without speech, namely, the symbolic order constituted by language, and the moment of the concrete universal discourse and of all the furrows opened up by it at this time, in which we had to find lodging. For the main notion articulated here by my remarks goes well beyond the functional and even notional apprenticeship to which the narrow-minded horizon of pedagogues tried to reduce the relations between the individual and language. If man must truly find lodging in a milieu that has just as much a right to our consideration as the edges of reality /real /wrongly presumed to be the only ones that generate experience, Freud's discovery shows us that the milieu of symbolism is consistent enough to even render inadequate the locution that would say of the lodging in question that it does not happen all by itself, for what is serious is that it does happen all by itself, even when things are going badly. In other words, the alienation that had been accurately described to us for some time, although on a somewhat panoramic level, as constitutive of the 3yz Relations among men on the basis of the relations between their labor and the forms assumed by their production. This alienation, as I was saying, now appears in some sense redoubled because it manifests itself in a particularity that joins with being in forms that must truly be qualified as unprogressive. However, this does not suffice to characterize this discovery as reactionary, regardless of the complicit uses to which it may have been put. One would do better to explain in this way the enraged sullenness of petit bourgeois mores that seem to accompany a form of social progress that misrecognizes its mainspring in all cases, for presently, it is insofar as this progress is endured that it legitimates psychoanalysis, and it is insofar as it is put into action that it proscribes psychoanalysis. The result is that the effects of Freud's discovery have not yet gone beyond those that Diogenes expected from his lantern. There is nothing here, however, that contradicts the vast dialectic that makes us serfs of history by superimposing its waves on the brewing of our grand migrations, in what attaches each of us to a scrap of discourse that is more alive than his very life, if it is true that, as Goethe said, when that which is without life is alive, it can also produce life one. For it is also true that, having been unable to proffer this scrap of discourse from our throats, each of us is condemned to make himself into its living alphabet to trace out its fatal line. In other words, at every level of its marionette's game, it borrows some element so that the sequence of elements suffices to attest to a text without which the desire that is born in it would not be indestructible. But this already overstates what we bring this attestation, whereas in its deportment it quite neglects us, transmitting, without our approval, its transformed cipher in our filial lineage. For even if there were no one to read it for as many centuries as was true of the hieroglyphics in the desert, it would remain as irreducible in its absolute nature as a signifier as the hieroglyphics would have remained amid the shifting sands and silence of the stars if no human being had come along to restore their signification. The following share in this irreducibility: the fragile smoke of dreams, like rebuses at the bottom of one's dish, dreams and rebuses being considered by Freud to be similar in their elaboration, bungled actions, like typographical errors, both of which are successful in their signifierness rather than failed significations, and the frivolity of jokes, the specific joy of which, as Freud shows us on the basis of his technique, stems from the fact that they make us share in the dominance of the signifier over the significations of our fate that are the hardest to bear. Aren't these, in fact, the three registers that are taken up in the three primordial works in which Freud discovered the laws of the unconscious? If you read them or reread them with this key, you will be surprised to note that Freud 373. In enunciating these laws in detail, merely anticipated the laws that Ferdinand de Saussure was to bring to light several years later when he paved the way for modern linguistics. I would not dream of establishing a table of concordances here whose overly rapid construction would rightly be open to objection. I have indicate elsewhere what condensation, displacement, considerations of representability, and sequences, in which, interestingly enough, Freud at first sought the equivalent of a syntax, correspond to in the fundamental relation between the signified and the signifier. I simply want to indicate that the function of the signifier proves to predominate in both the simplest and most complex symptoms, having an effect already at the level of puns. We see this, for example, in Freud's extraordinary analysis of the crux of the mechanism of forgetting, 1898, in which the relation between the symptom and the signifier seems to emerge fully armed from an unprecedented thought. Recall the broken tip of the memory's sword, the signor of the name Signorelli that Freud could not recall, Signorelli being the author of the famous fresco of the Antichrist in the cathedral at Orvieto, even though the details of the fresco and the very self-portrait of the painter that is included in it seem to present themselves all the more clearly to his mind. This is because Signor Carrot along with Herr, the absolute master, is aspirated and repressed by the apocalyptic breeze that blows in Freud's unconscious in the echoes of the conversation he is in the process of carrying on. It is the disturbance, as he insists there, of a theme which has just emerged, by the preceding theme which is, in fact, that of death for which one has assumed responsibility. Thus we find again here the constitutive condition that Freud imposes on a symptom in order for it to deserve to be called a symptom in the analytic sense of the term, which is that a memory element from a special, earlier situation be taken up anew in order to articulate the current situation. In other words, that this memory element be unconsciously employed in it as a signifying element, with the effect of shaping the indeterminacy of the lived experience into a tendentious signification. Doesn't that say it all? I will thus consider it sufficient to underscore the relationship between the effects of the unconscious and the twofold construction of synchrony and diachrony which, as necessary as it is, it would be pedantic of me to elaborate on in such company by providing a fable to bring out, through a sort of stereoscopy, both the style of the unconscious and the response that it is suitable to give it. If the unconscious indeed seems to give new support to the biblical proverb which says that the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth 374 are set on edge, it is on the basis of a readjustment that perhaps satisfies the nullity with which Jeremiah strikes it in citing it. For I will say that it is because it was said that the sour grapes that were eaten by the fathers set the children's teeth on edge, that the child for whom these grapes are indeed far too sour, being those of the disappointment all too often brought him, as everyone knows, by the stork dons anew his fox mask face. Of course, the lessons dispensed by a woman of genius who revolutionized our knowledge of the child's imaginary formations, the themes of which the initiated will recognize if I entertain the fanciful notion of calling her the tripe butcher, teach us to tell the child that he would like to rip those bad object grapes out of the stork's guts and that this is why he is afraid of the fox. I am not saying no. But I have more confidence in La Fontaine's fable to introduce us to the structures of myth, that is, to what necessitates the intervention of the frightening fourth party whose role, as a signifier in phobia, seems to be far more of a motor force to me. Leave this mechanism to our study and retain but the moral that this apologue finds in my wish that this reference to the holy text, Jeremiah 31.29, if it is not altogether inconceivable to encounter it in the unconscious, would not automatically, a serendipitous term here, make the analyst wonder about the person in the patient's environment, as people have been putting it for some time now, whose telephone number it would be. Whether this joke asterisk be good or bad, you will realize that I am not haphazardly taking the risk of tying it so desperately to the letter, for it is through the mark of arbitrariness characteristic of the letter that the extraordinary contingency of accidents that give the unconscious its true face can be explained. This is why a slap being passed down for several generations, born first of the violence of passion, but then becoming more and more enigmatic, being repeated in compulsive scenarios, the construction of which it seems to determine in the manner of a story by Raymond Roussel, until it is no longer anything but an impulse punctuating with its syncopation and almost paranoiac distrust of women, will tell us more when it is inserted as a signifier into a context in which, to an eye glued to a peephole, figures who are less characterized by their real psychology than by profiles comparable to those of Tartaglia and Pantalone in the Commedia dell'arte are found anew from one age to the next in a transformed framework, forming the figures of the tarot from which the choices, that were decisive in his destiny, of objects that are now charged for him with the most disconcerting of valences have really stemmed, albeit unbeknown to him. I will add that it is only in this way that these affinities, which are sources 375 of disorders that cannot be mastered as long as they remain latent, can be recognized, and that a more or less decorative reduction of their paradox to object relations prefabricated in the brains of twits who are better educate in heartfelt letters to dear Abby than in the law of the heart can have no more effect on them than to attempt to subject them to the technique of providing corrective experiences for the emotions that are presumed to be their cause. For that is certainly what psychoanalysts came up with by the sole pathway of the shame that overcame them when seeking recognition for their experience, which is so completely spun, right from its very origins, from this so very veridical, fictional structure they heard each other object, with the overblown gravity of the praetor, that it was not usual to impute such serious consequences to such minimal causes, and that even if one found general frameworks for them, one would all the more completely lose sight of the reason why only some suffer from them and not everyone. It is owing to their failure to explore the nature of the unconscious, even though the work was already prepared by Freud, simply by his having said that it is overdetermined, but who considers this term long enough to realize that it pertains only to the order of language, that the false shame of analysts regarding the object of their activity begetting their aversion, this aversion begetting pretension, and pretension begetting both hypocrisy and impudence, whose proliferating lineage I will put a stop to. Here they ended up confusing the apple of genital copulation with the orange of the ablative gift, and promoting the analyst's ego as the elective means by which to reduce the subject's straying from reality. This reduction is supposed to be accomplished by no other means than through identification with an ego whose virtue can thus derive only from identification with another ego, but the latter, if it is that of another psychoanalyst, requires recurrence to some paragonized relationship to reality real. For nothing and no one, up until recently, it must be said, has ever emphasized or dreamt, regarding the selection of analysts and their training, of concerning himself with the glaringly obvious, conscious biases they have about the world they live in, or with their ignorance, which is manifest in this game of love to do it, of the rudiments of the classics that are required to orient them in the reality of their own operations. For the classics humanites sketch out the experience of man's relation to the signifier, and it is in this relation that the situations that generate what we call humanity are instituted. This is attested to by the fact that Freud, in the midst of full-scale scientism, was led not only to reconceptualize the Oedipus myth, but to promote in our time a myth of origin in the guise of a killing of the father that the primordial law is supposed to have perpetuated, according 3J5. To the formula with which I have connoted the entrance of symbolism into reality real, in giving it another meaning. With all the contingency that the instance of the signifier stamps in the unconcise, that instance merely sets out before us all the more surely the dimension that no imaginable experience could enable us to deduce from the datum of a living immanence, namely, the question of being, or, better stated, the question tout court, why is one here, by which the subject casts his sex and his existence as an enigma. This is what made me pen the following passage, on the same page on which I emphasized, in the moving drama of neurosis, the absurd aspects of a disconcerted symbolization whose case of mistaken identity seems more derisory the more one delves into it, restoring the import of paternal authority such as Jeremiah and Ezekiel in the above-cited passage show it to be at the core of the signifying pact, conjoining it as one must in the biblical terms used by the female author too of the American Battle Hymn of the Republic with the curse of the mother. For the sour grape of speech by which the child received the authentication of the nothingness of existence from a father too early, and the grapes of wrath that responded to the words of false hope with which his mother lured him in feeding him with the milk of her true despair, 451 set his teeth on edge more than if he had been weaned from an imaginary jouissance or even deprived of some real attentions. Indeed, we will not be surprised to realize that both hysterical neurosis and obsessive neurosis presuppose in their structure the terms without which the subject cannot accede to the notion of his facticity with regard to his sex in the one and with regard to his existence in the other. Each of these structures constitutes a sort of response to this facticity. Responses which are subject, no doubt, to the condition that they be concretized in a behavior on the part of the subject that is a pantomime of it, but which do not, for all that, have any less right to the title formed and articulated thoughts that Freud gives to the following shorter lasting unconscious formations, symptoms, dreams, and parapraxis. This is why it is a mistake to consider these responses to be simply illusory. They are imaginary only inasmuch as the truth brings out its fictional structure in them. Asking why the neurotic is deceived se trompe, even though thecation is better oriented, all too often shows the flat-footed sliding in which analysts, in drifting toward the stupidity of some sort of reality real funk. 377. Have tumbled, along with Freud's predecessors, on a path that is designed instead for the hoof of a divine goat. Since, moreover, there is more wit in the written form of a word than in the use made of it by a pedant, The SE in SE trompe, which one would be wrong to isolate as representing the neurotic in a logical analysis of the verb that gives his passion a deponent form, warrants our stressing the fact that it indicates the path Freud did not back away from. It suffices to turn the question back on him by converting it into the following terms: who is the neurotic deceiving? Let me repeat that this places us 10,000 leagues above the question who is the neurotic making fun of. A question whose target the impenitent neurologist cannot help but make himself. It must still be articulated that the other who is the partner of an intimate strategy here is not necessarily encountered among the individuals in the neurotic's entourage, the only points currently accepted, since they are united by relational vectors on the maps onto which modern social psychology projects its schemas. This other can be the image that is more essential to the desire of the living being than the living being whom he must clutch a triandra in order to 452 survive through struggle or love. For animal ethology confirms for us the order of lures by which nature proceeds in order to force its creatures into its pathways. The fact that puppets, facsimiles, and mirrors can easily be substituted for the phenotype in order to catch desire in the trap of their emptiness speaks volumes about the function that can be played in man by this generic other, if one knows, moreover, that it is by subordinating his tendencies to it that man learns what it means to be what he calls their master. But whether a man or a woman, he may have nothing else to present to the real other than this imaginary other in which he has not recognized his being. How then can he attain his object, I've? Through an exchange of places between his knights cavaliers, I will say, therefore giving the queen dame responsibility for demonstrating the hysteric step. For she can find this real other only in someone of her own sex, because it is in this beyond that she calls for what can incarnate her lui donner corps, because she has not been able to take on a tangible form prendre corps anywhere shy of it. In the absence of a response from this other, she will notify her of imprisonment for debt contra intepar corps by having her seized through the services of a straw man, the latter being a substitute for the imaginary other in whom she has not so much alienated herself as she has remained in abeyance before him. This is how the hysteric comes to know herself s éprouvée in the homage 3js paid to another woman, and offers up the woman in whom she adores her own mystery to the man whose role she takes without being able to enjoy it and jouir. In quest, without respite, of what it means to be a woman, she can but stave off trompe her desire, since this desire is the other's desire, never having achieved satisfate the narcissistic identification that would have prepared her to satisfy the one and the other in the position of the object. Leaving the lady dame there now, I will return to the masculine as regards the subject of the obsessive strategy. Let me point out to you in passing that this game, which is so palpable in experience and that analysis makes manifest, has never before been articulated in the terms I will use. Here it is death that one must stave off trompe her using 1,000 ruses, and the other who is the subject's ego enters into the game as a prop for the challenge of the 1,000 feats which alone assure him of the success of his ruses. The assurance that the ruse derives from the feat turns against itself because of the confidence that the feat derives from the ruse. And this ruse, which is sustained by a supreme reason on the basis of a field outside of the subject that is called the unconscious, is also the ruse whose means and end escape him. For it is the ruse that holds the subject back, and even steals him away from the combat, as Venus did to Paris, making him always be elsewhere than where risks are run, and making him leave in his place but a shadow of himself, for he annuls in advance both gain and loss, by first abdicating the desire that is at stake. But the jouissance of which the subject is thus deprived is transferred to the imaginary other, who assume it like the jouissance of a spectacle, namely, the spectacle offered by the subject in the cage, in which with the participation of a few wild animals from reality /real / that participation being obtained most often at their expense, he pursues the prowess of the classical equitation exercises by which he proves that he is alive. The fact that the point is nevertheless merely to prove himself, furtively conjures away death due to the challenge issued to it. But all the pleasure accrues to the other whom one cannot kick out of his place without death being let loose, all the while waiting for death to get the better of him. This is how death comes to take on the semblance of the imaginary other, and how the real other is reduced to death, a borderline figure who answers the question about one's existence. The way out of these impasses is unthinkable, as I was saying, by any maneuver involving imaginary exchange, since that is what makes them impasses. The reintegration of the subject into his ego is certainly conceivable, and all the more so since, as opposed to the idea circulating in contemporary Psy. 379. Co-analysis, this ego is far from weak. We see this, moreover, in the assistance that the neurotic, whether hysteric or obsessive, obtains from his semblables who are presumed to be normal in these two tragedies which are opposite in many respects, even though the second does not, it must be noted, exclude the first, since, even when elided, desire remains sexual. Please excuse me for providing but these few indications here. But the path that this reintegration suggests we take is a mistake, since it can only lead the subject to an increased alienation from his desire, that is, to some form of inversion, insofar as his sex is in question. And insofar as his existence is in question, it can only lead the subject not to a destruction of the tendency, endlessly invoked in psychoanalysis since the author of the word aphonesis introduced its analytic nonsense, which was already palpable in its shamelessly scholarly form, but to a sort of stalemate of desire, which is not what people refer to as ambivalence, but an impossibility to maneuver that stems from the very status of the strategy adopted. The result can be catastrophic here, even as it gives satisfaction. To illustrate it, let us simply imagine what would happen if we treated a man with a limp by making him one-legged. In a society in which the rule is declared that one must hop everywhere, unless one has oneself carried by someone else's legs, that might be appropriate and would leave the subject a good chance of winning group competitions like the human pyramid and centipede. But the solution must be sought elsewhere, that is, in the other with a capital zero, by which I designate a place that is essential to the structure of the symbolic. This other is required in order to situate the question of the unconscious in truth, that is, in order to give it the structural term that makes the entire sequence of neurosis into a question and not a lure, a distinction which is highlighted in the fact that the subject uses his lures only in order to skirt the question. As I have often said, this other is merely the guarantor of good faith who is necessarily evoked, even by the deceiver, as soon as what is at stake is no longer the ploys of struggle or desire but rather the pact of speech. It is only owing to the place of the other that the analyst can receive the investiture of the transference that qualifies him to play his legitimate role in the subject's unconscious and to speak up there in interventions that are suited to a dialectic whose essential particularity is defined by the private realm. Any other place for the analyst leads him back to the dyadic relation, which has no other outcome than the dialectic of misrecognition, negation, and narcissistic alienation that Freud repeatedly indicates throughout his work to be the ego's doing. Now, contemporary psychoanalysis claims to inscribe its effects in the Proj. 38.0. ECT of strengthening the ego through a complete misunderstanding of the mainspring by which Freud introduced the study of the ego into his doctrine, namely, on the basis of narcissism and in order to expose therein the sum total of the subject's imaginary identifications. In a conception that is as diametrically opposed to this as it is retrograde, the ego is considered by contemporary analysts to constitute the apparatus of a relationship to reality, the static notion of which no longer bears any relation to the reality principle that Freud instituted in a dialectical relationship with the pleasure principle. On that basis, people now aim only to eliminate the imaginary strayings from reality that are given rise to in the subject by the analytic situation, in the real terms of this situation which is considered to be so simple. The fact that it provokes these strayings could make us doubt this simplicity, but it seems we must accept the idea that, from the real point of view, it is in effect simple enough, indeed, to appear somewhat closed, since there are no sacrifices that the analyst does not prove to be ready to make in order to keep it that way. Fortunately, these sacrifices are purely imaginary, but they run the gamut from offering oneself up as fodder to an imaginary fellatio, strange substitute for symbolic filiatio, to the abolition of the unfortunate distance from the object which creates all of the neurotic's problems. They go on to the pompous avowal of propitious complicities recognized in the counter-transference, on the basis of bemired erring concerning the conditions for the righting of dependency and the best pathway by which to compensate the patient for his frustration, a term that is not found in Freud's work. And let us not forget those still stranger excursions among the lost children, including a reference to fear for example, which, in order to render any signifying elaboration of phobia null and void, would make do with an ideal anthropoid for its therapeutic distillation, if only the missing link of an adrenal discharge that strengthens the ego apparatus could manage to give it some verisimilitude. At this extreme of absurdity, the truth ordinarily manifests itself in a grimace. This is what, in fact, happens when one hears, in the same vein, a tearful appeal to goodness, "Oh my goodness." This frenzy in the theory manifests, in any case, analysis resistance to the analyst, which one can merely advise the latter to take into account in order to make room for his own resistance in his analysand's experience. This, in praying heaven that he will be more clement toward them than toward analysis, for regarding the latter, he can say even today, like Anthony said of his mistress, "She resisted me and so I assassinated her." His actual practice is, fortunately, not so somber. No one before whom the 381 phenomenon of the writing on the wall of the words many, tickle, parson is constantly repeated at just the right moment, even if they are traced out in cuneiform characters, can indefinitely see in them but festoons and astragals. Even if he reads the phenomenon like one reads coffee grinds, what he reads will never be all that stupid, provided that he reads, even if he does so like Monsieur Jourdain, without knowing what reading is. For here there is no dearth of Mariette stones with which to rectify his reading, were it only in the defenses, which are obvious, without seeking any further than the subject's verbalizations. Perhaps he will not know which way to turn in his attempt to account for these defenses, and he may get confused in his conception of the subtle bond that links the text of the palimpsest to the text which, underneath it, staining the ground, alters reprend its forms and shades. But he cannot stop a singular life of intentions from emerging from this exercise of discernment. He will thus be thrown, his reservations about it notwithstanding, into the heart of the perplexities of spiritual direction which have been elaborated over the centuries along the path of a demand for truth, a demand linked to a no doubt cruel personification of this other, but which did a fairly good job of sounding the folds in striving to clear out every other affection from people's loins and hearts. This suffices to force the psychoanalyst to evolve in a region that academic psychology has never considered except through a spyglass. This is what makes it all the more enigmatic, and let us consider ourselves spared the effort to question further, in the name of I know not what parody of social critique, a substructure that people take to be analogous to production but nonetheless natural, all the more enigmatic too that people then give themselves the task of bringing it all back into the fold of that psychology, qualified for the occasion as general psychology, with the result of paralyzing all research by reducing its problems to discordant terms, and even disfiguring analytic experience so thoroughly as to render it unutilizable. Psychoanalysis' responsibility for the sort of cancer constituted by the recurrent alibis of psychologism is probably not very great, in a society that covers over its irresponsibility with what the word liberal once signified. The real point is not that this sterilizing diversion of research and this degrading complicity of action are encouraged and sustained by chain recession abdications of responsibility by critics in our culture. It is that they are maintained and protected in psychoanalysis, fed by the very institution which distinguishes, let us not forget, through Freud's express intention, the community of analysts from a scientific society founded upon a common practice. I mean, the very international institution that Freud founded in order to preserve the transmission of his discovery and method. 382. Did he thus simply miss his target here? To answer that question, let me first point out that none of the institutes currently sponsored by this institution around the world has yet even tried to put together the curriculum of studies whose intention and extension Freud so often and in such detail defined as allowing for no substitute, even if it were tactically motivated, allowing for no integration into the official medical teaching, such as he could see it at his time, for example. The teaching in these institutes is merely professional teaching and, as such, fails to demonstrate in its programs either a plan or an aim that goes beyond those of a dental school, which are no doubt praiseworthy. This reference was not simply accepted but proffered by the interested parties themselves. Regarding the subject matter in question, however, this goes no further than the training of a qualified nurse or of a social worker, and those who offer training that is ordinarily and fortunately of a higher caliber, at least in Europe, always acquired it from a different origin. This much is undeniable. But the institutes are not the institution, and we should examine the history of the latter in order to grasp the authoritarian implications by which the extraordinary subjection to which Freud doomed his posterity is maintained, a posterity one hardly dares in this case to qualify as spiritual. I have mentioned elsewhere the biographical documents that allow us to conclude that Freud deliberately wanted things to be this way, so much so that he approved in writing the structure by which those whom he charged with the highest responsibilities, by the mere fact of bequeathing his technique to them, would be censured by a secret college. It is not difficult to show how contemptuous Freud was of men whenever his mind confronted them with this task, which was considered by him to be beyond their capabilities. But his contempt was, at that time, consolidated by the fact that his first supporters repeatedly abandoned his views, a gauge in his eyes of their mental and moral inadequacies. Still, their minds and characters clearly far surpass the best of the crowd that, since then, has spread throughout the world with his doctrine. Lack of faith, moreover, does not receive any sanction from this latter fact, since it necessarily occurs in the direction of the effects that it presumes. Thus I believe that Freud got what he wanted here, a purely formal preservation of his message, which is manifest in the spirit of reverential authority in which the most obvious changes of that message are made. Indeed, even the slightest idiocy proffered in the insipid garbage constituted by the analytic literature takes the trouble to base itself on a reference to Freud's work, such that, in many cases, if the author were not, in addition, an affiliated member. 383. Of the institution, one could not find any other mark of analytic qualification in his work. It is thanks to this, and we must not doubt it, given the conditions of our historical era, that Freud's fundamental concepts have remained unshakable. They owe their value as non-present signifiers to the fact of having remained largely misunderstood. I think that Freud wanted it to be this way until the day these concepts, whose considerable lead over the other human sciences I have already indicated, could finally be recognized in their ordering, which is flexible but impossible to destroy without detaching them from each other. This made inevitable both the repression that occurred of the truth they carried and the extraordinary cacophony that currently constitutes the discourses of the deaf, to which groups give themselves over in one and the same institution, and to which individuals give themselves over in one and the same group. They do not agree among themselves about the meaning of a single one of the terms that they religiously apply to both the communication and direction of their experience. Their discourses nevertheless harbor those sorts of shameful manifestations of the truth that Freud referred to as the return of the repressed. A return to Freud, which provides the material for a teaching worthy of the name, can only be produced by the pathway by which the most hidden truth manifests itself in the revolutions of culture. This pathway is the only training that I can claim to transmit to those who follow me. It is called a style. The situation of psychoanalysis and the training of psychoanalysts in 1956. For some, and to others, we rarely celebrate the 100-year anniversary of someone's birth. To do so assumes that the work provides a continuation of the man, suggesting his survival. I will have to point to denounce the appearances of this in my twofold subject here. Being a psychoanalyst myself and having long been confined to practicing analysis, I have seen that the latter can be elucidated by using the terms with which Freud defined it, not as precepts but as concepts that are appropriate to these terms. Being thus engaged as much as possible, and certainly more than I planned, in psychoanalysis history in action, I will say things here that will only appear daring if one confuses bias with perspective. My title is also, as I know, such as to put off people whom these things might touch, stopping them from reading on any further. Please excuse this malice. What I have become accustomed to discussing with these terms is the true situation and valid training. Here on the other hand it is the real situation and the training actually provided that I would like to account for to a broader audience. Oh, how universally people would agree if I were to collapse psychoanalysis and training into each other in order to study the situation of the psychoanalyst himself. And how edifying it would be to extend that study to his very lifestyle. I will simply touch on his relation to the world for an instant in order to introduce my topic. S85. We are aware of the question, how can anyone be a psychoanalyst? That still occasionally, when spoken by people of the world, makes us seem like Persians, to which are soon added the words, I wouldn't like to live with a psychoanalyst, the dear pensive woman reassuring us with them of what fate spares us. This ambiguous reverence is not as far removed as it may seem from the credence, which is no doubt more serious, that science lends us. For although scientists willingly note the relevance of certain facts that are supposed to concern us, it is from the outside and with a caveat related to the foreignness of our mental customs that they are willing to allow us. How could we not but be satisfied with this intellectual segregation, which is the fruit of the distance that we ourselves maintain on the basis of the incommunicability of our experience? Too bad that such segregation stymies a need for reinforcements, which is all too manifest in that it looks more or less anywhere, one can gauge in our discouraging literature the crumbs with which it contents itself. It will suffice here for me to mention the shudder of ease that went through the ranks of my elders when a disciple of the school, one having anointed himself with Pavlovism for the occasion, came to give them his licet. The prestige of the conditioned reflex and even of animal neurosis has not ceased since that time to wreak havoc in our reveries. Should some of them come to hear about what are known as the human sciences, they will take to shouting, and zealots on the stage conform to the commandments of intelligent figuration. Assuredly, this gesture, holding out one's hand but never shaking hands, can only have an internal reason, by which I mean that the explanation for it must be sought out in the situation of psychoanalysis rather than of psychoanalysts. For if I have ironically defined psychoanalysis as the treatment one expects from a psychoanalyst, it is nevertheless certainly psychoanalysis that determines the quality of the psychoanalyst. As I have said, there is in analysis a real situation that can be indicated if we relate the most common cliché that is produced in it, namely, that no new notion has been introduced in psychoanalysis since Freud, to the fact that one is so utterly obliged to resort to the notion of frustration as an explanation for everything that it has now become trivial. Yet one would be hard-pressed to find the slightest trace of this term in all of Freud's work, for one only finds therein an opportunity to rectify it with the term Veräugung, which implies renunciation. Veräugung is thus distinguished from frustration by the entire difference between the symbolic and reality /real/ a difference which I will assume I can take for granted with my readers. Freud's work can be understood as giving it the weight of a new instance. 386. It is central here to point out this protruding sign of a diffuse discordance, which is in fact such that since Freud's terms are, so to speak, and we will see that this is not insignificant, left in place, each person designates something different by them when he uses them. Indeed, there is nothing that better satisfies the requirements of the concept than Freud's terms, in other words, that is more identical to the structure of a relationship, namely, the analytic relationship, and to the thing that is grasped therein, namely, the signifier. This means that these concepts, which are powerfully interrelated, do not correspond to anything that is immediately given to our intuition. Now this is precisely what is substituted for them point for point through an approximation which can only be gross, and which is such that one can compare that approximation to what the idea of force or waves means to someone who has no knowledge of physics. This is why transference, regardless of one's reservations about it and of what each person professes about it, remains, with the sticking power of common consent, identified with a feeling or a constellation of feelings felt by the patient, whereas by simply defining it as the kind of reproduction that occurs in analysis, it becomes clear that the greater part of it must remain unnoticed by the subject. Similarly, and more insidiously still, resistance is associated with the oppositional attitude that the word connotes in its ordinary usage, whereas Freud does not allow for equivocation here, qualifying, as he does, the most accidental events of the subject's life as resistance inasmuch as they pose obstacles to the analysis, if only by obviating his physical presence at his sessions. Of course, these trivial reminders remain opaque in this form. To know what transference is, one must know what happens in analysis. To know what happens in analysis, one must know where speech comes from. To know what resistance is, one must know what blocks the advent of speech, and it is not some individual disposition, but rather an imaginary interposition which goes beyond the subject's individuality, in that it structures his individualization as specified in the dyadic relation. Please excuse such an abstract formulation designed to orient our thinking. It merely indicates, thus, like the general formula for gravitation in a text on the history of science, the foundations of our research. One cannot require psychoanalytic popularization to abstain from all such references. It is not, in fact, that conceptual rigor and developments in technique are lacking in psychoanalytic works. If they remain so sporadic and even inefficient, it is because of a more profound problem that is due to a singular confusion in the precepts of practice. We know the asystematic attitude that is laid down as the crux of both the so-called fundamental rule of psychoanalysis, which requires the patient not to omit to mention anything that comes to mind and, in order to do so, to give up all criticism and selection of what comes to mind and of so-called free-floating attention, which Freud expressly recommends to the psychoanalyst as the attitude that simply corresponds to the fundamental rule. These two precepts, between which the fabric of psychoanalytic experience is, as it were, stretched taut, bring out, it seems, clearly enough the fundamental role of the subject's discourse and of its being listened to son écoute. This is what psychoanalysts devoted themselves to in the golden age of psychoanalysis, and it bore fruit. It was no accident that the crop they harvested both from the ravings never before so permitted to roll off the tongue and from the slips never so offered up to an open ear was so bountiful. But this very abundance of data, which were sources of knowledge, quickly led them to a knot that they managed to turn into an impasse. Having acquired these data, could they stop themselves from taking their bearings from them in navigating what they heard thereafter? In fact, the problem only arose for them once patients, who soon became just as familiar with this knowledge as they themselves were, served up to them pre-prepared interpretations that it was the analyst's task to provide, which is, it must be admitted, certainly the worst trick one can play on a soothsayer. No longer believing their two heirs, they wanted to find anew the beyond that discourse had, in fact, always had, but they did not know what it was. This is why they invented for themselves a third ear, supposedly designed to perceive that beyond without intermediary. And to designate this immediacy of the transcendent, all the metaphors involving something compact were invoked: effect, lived experience, attitude, discharge, need for love, latent aggressiveness, character armor, and the system of defenses. Let us leave aside the magician's shaker and engage in sleight of hand, the recognition of which was no longer accessible henceforth except to this genes qua, of which a clicking of the tongue is the last probation and which introduces into teaching an utterly new requirement, that of the inarticulate. After that, psychological fancies could be given free rein. This is not the place to write the history of the vagaries of fashion in psychoanalysis. They are hardly noticed by their supporters, who are always captivated by the latest one: exhaustion of fantasies, instinctual regression, outwitting of defense, mopping up of anxiety, freeing up of aggression, identification with the analyst's strong ego, imaginary incorporation of his attributes, the dynamic, the dynamic in which the object relation is reconstructed, and according to the most recent echoes, the objective in which a discipline grounded in the subject's history culminates. The high et non couple. The latter's twin croaking is 388. Ironic not simply because it makes us consult anew the pages of our forgotten Latin, but because it touches on a better brand of humanism by resuscitating the crows. We are once again wasting our time gawking at Les Corneilles Osquels nous revoiled by and / no longer having anything but the itchings of our counter-transference with which to deduce our auspices from the defiance of their oblique fluttering and the mocking shudder of their winks. This domain of our erring is not, however, pure smoke and mirrors. Its labyrinth is clearly the one whose thread we were given, but through a fluke this lost thread has dissipated the labyrinth's walls into reflections, and making us skip 20 centuries of mythology in breaking has changed the cor riders of Daedalus into Ariosto's palace, in which everything in your beloved or in the rival who defies you is but a lure. Freud is crystal clear here as he is everywhere else. All his efforts from 1897 to 1914 were designed to distinguish between the imaginary and reality real in the mechanisms of the unconscious. It is odd that this led psychoanalysts, at two different stages, first to make the imaginary into another reality real, and then, in our times, to find in the imaginary the norm of reality real. Of course, the imaginary is not illusion and it gives food for thought. But what allowed Freud to track down the treasure in it, treasure that made his followers rich, is the symbolic determination to which the imaginary function is subordinated, and which in Freud's work is always powerfully recalled, whether in discussions of the mechanism of forgetting a word or the structure of fetishism. By insisting that the analysis of neurosis always be brought back to the knot of the Oedipus complex, it can be said that Freud was precisely aiming to assure the imaginary in its symbolic concatenation, for the symbolic order requires at least three terms, and this forces the analyst not to forget the other that is present between the two who, since they are there, do not envelop the one who speaks. But despite what Freud adds to this warning with his theory of the narcissistic mirage, psychoanalysts keep going ever further into the dyadic relation without being struck by the extravagance of the introjection of the good object, by which they offer themselves up as a new kind of pelican, fortunately in a phantasmatic form, to the appetite of the consumer. Nor are they stopped, in their texts celebrating this conception of analysis, by the doubts our nephews will form when wondering about the obscenities proffered by the obscurantin brothers who found favor and faith in our Novecento. In truth, the very notion of pre-Oedipal analysis summarizes the disbanding of the necklace whereby one casts one's swine before pearls. Curiously enough, as the objectives of analysis lose their importance, ritual forms of technique become more highly valued. The coherence of this twofold movement in the new psychoanalysis is sensed by its zealots. And one of them who, in pages by Michelet where the commode chaise percée is considered to be the centerpiece of the Maoris of the 17th century, found grist for his mill and material about which to wax strident right up to the no-holds-barred profession that beauty is either scatophagus or is not at all, mustered no less courage when he announced that the conditions in which Freud's final truth was produced were miraculous, and that we must not change one line of them, hence the counting of the minutes that the analyst spends in his seat, to which the subject's unconscious can adjust its habits. One could have foreseen the results, in which the imaginary, in order to rejoin reality real, must find the no man's land asterisk that provides access to it by effacing the border between them. Non-spatializing sensoriums indicate them, in which hallucination itself leads to difficulties at its limit. But an inventive emergence always anticipates man's calculations, and it was to everyone's pleasant surprise that a novice once recounted to us, in several modest and unembellished pages that were a great success for him, the elegant solution he had found to a recalcitrant case. After so many years of analysis, my patient still could not smell me. One day my no less patient insistence prevailed, he perceived my odor. The cure lay there. We would be wrong to steer clear of such audacious moves, since they have their letters patent of nobility. The ingenious Dr. Swift would not withhold his patronage here. By way of proof, consider the grand mystery, or art of meditating over an house of office, restored and unveiled, of which I will cite a passage on pages 5 and 6, not altering anything in it, where he praises the enlightenment one can draw from fecal matter which, while the excrement remains fresh, provides an exhalation of like particles, which ascending through the optic and olfactory nerves of any person standing over it, excite by sympathy, the like affections in him, and inform him, if first duly instructed, in these profound mysteries, of all that he can desire to know, concerning the tempor, thoughts, nay actions and fortunes, of the author of the excrement. Swift continues, I hope therefore, it will be no offense to my superiors, and we learn on page 10 that these are the doctors and fellows of the Royal Society 9 who try to make this science a secret. That I propose, at the end of this little treatise, to lodge the supreme inspection of necessary houses, in persons of more learning and bet. 390. Ter judgment, than those who are now in possession of that office. The dignity of it is evident, but it will be in much higher esteem, when occupied by philosophers and statesmen, who will be able, from the taste, smell, tincture, and substance of the issue of our bodies natural, to guess at the constitution of the body politic, and to inform and warn the government of all plots, designed revolutions, and intestine grumblings of restless and aspiring men. It would be vain of me to indulge in the Dean's cynical humor toward the end of his life, if not of his thought. But I would like to recall in passing, in a way that will be perceptible even to olfactory minds, the difference between a naturalist materialism and Freudian materialism. The latter, far from stripping us of our history, assures us of its permanence in its symbolic form, independently of the whims of our assent. This is not insignificant, assuming it suitably represents the traits of the unconscious, which Freud asserted ever more strongly instead of softening them. Then why avoid the questions that the unconscious raises? If so-called free association gives us access to the unconscious, is it through a liberation that can be compared to a liberation from neurological automatisms? If the drives that are discovered there are located at the diencephalic level, or even at the renencephalic level, how can we understand the fact that they are structured in terms of language? For while their effects made themselves known in language from the outset, their ruses, which we have since learned to recognize, nonetheless denote a linguistic procedure, in both their triviality and their finesse. The drives, which in dreams are acted out in almanac-type puns, also exude an air of witi which touches even the most naive readers of the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams. For they are the same drives whose presence separates witticisms from comedy, asserting themselves in them in a loftier right. But defense itself, whose negation suffices to indicate unconscious ambiguity, makes use of forms that are no less rhetorical. Its modes are hard to conceptualize without resorting to the tropes and figures, those of speech or words that are as true as in Quintilian, and which run the gamut from axismus and metonymy to catachresis and antiphrasis, and on to hypallage and even understatement, recognizable in what Fenichel describes. The more the defense seems to us to be unconscious, the clearer this is. This obliges us to conclude that there is no stylistic form, however elaborate, and the unconscious abounds in such forms, not excepting erudite, conceitist, and precious forms, that is disdained by the unconscious, any more than by the author of these lines, the Gongora of psychoanalysis, as people call him, at your service. Should this be such as to discourage us from rediscovering the unconcise in the peristalsis of a dog, however Pavlovized we may assume it to be, it is not designed to require analysts to immerse themselves in macaronic poetry or lessons in tablature for the courtly arts, even though it would make their debates far more pleasant. Still we could require them to be trained in a linguistic problematic, enough to allow them to distinguish symbolism from natural analogy, with which they habitually confuse it. Such training would cover the distinction between the signifier and the signified, rightly credited to Ferdinand de Saussure, because it is thanks to his teaching that it is now included in the foundations of the human sciences. Let us simply note that, apart from precursors like Baudouin de Courtenay, this distinction was perfectly clear to the ancients, and was attested to in the works of Quintilian and Saint Augustine. In their texts, the primacy of the signifier over the signified already seems inescapable in any discourse on language, even if this idea is so utterly disconcerting that it has not been braved by linguists in our own times. Only psychoanalysis is capable of forcing us to recognize this primacy in our thinking, by demonstrating that the signifier does without any cogitation, even the least reflexive, in creating indivisible groupings in the significations that enslave the subject and, furthermore, in manifesting itself in him in this alienating intrusion through which the notion of symptom in analysis takes on an emergent meaning, the meaning of the signifier that connotes the subject's relation to the signifier. Thus I will say that Freud's discovery is the truth that the truth never loses its rights, and that, although it may hide its claims even in the domain destined to the immediacy of instincts, its register alone allows us to conceptualize the inextinguishable duration of desire, a feature of the unconscious which is hardly the least paradoxical, even though Freud never gives it up. But in order to obviate any misunderstanding, let me make it clear that this register of truth must be followed to the letter à la lettre, in other words, symbolic determination, which Freud calls overdetermination, must be considered first as a product of syntax, if one wishes to grasp its analogical effects. For these effects occur from the text to meaning, rather than imposing their meaning on the text. This can be seen in the truly senseless desires that are the least twisted of these effects. Comminatory logic gives us the most radical form of this symbolic determination, and we must learn how to give up the naive requirement that would have us locate its origin in the vicissitudes of the cerebral organization that occasionally reflects it. This is a healthy rectification, however offensive it may be to psychological bias. And to defend it, it does not seem excessive to recall all the loci in which the symbolic order finds its vehicle, were it only in the peopled silence of the universe that has arisen from physics. Human industry, which the symbolic order determines far more than it serves, exists not merely to preserve it but already visibly extends it beyond that part of it that man masters, and the 2 kilos of language whose presence I can point to here on the table seem less inert when we find them carried on the crisscrossing airwaves of our broadcasts to open the very ears of the deaf to the truth that Rabelais was able to encompass in his apology of the frozen words. A psychoanalyst should find assurance in the obvious fact that man is, prior to his birth and beyond his death, caught up in the symbolic chain, a chain that founded his lineage before his history was embroidered upon it. He must work at the idea that it is in his very being, in his total personality, as it is comically put, that man is in fact considered to be a whole, but like a pawn, in the play of the signifier, and this is so even before its rules are transmitted to him, insofar as he ends up discovering them. This order of priorities must be understood as a logical order, that is, as forever current. No prehistory allows us to efface the cut brought about by the heteronomy of the symbolic. On the contrary, everything it gives us merely deepens the cut, tools whose serial form directs our attention more toward the ritual of their fabrication than toward the uses to which they were put, piles that show nothing other than the symbol anticipating the symbolic's entry into the world, and graves which, beyond any explanation that we can dream up for them, are edifices unknown to nature. The fact that the symbolic is located outside of man is the very notion of the unconscious. And Freud constantly proved that he stuck to it as if it were the very crux of his experience. This is witnessed by the point at which he made a clean break with Jung, in other words, when the latter published his study of the transformations and symbolisms of the libido. For the archetype makes the symbol into the blossoming of the soul, and that is that, the fact that the unconscious may be both individual and collective had little importance to the man who, explicitly in his Moses and monotheism, and implicitly in his totem and taboo, admits that a forgotten drama comes down through the ages in the unconscious. But what we must say, following Aristotle's lead, is that it is not the soul that speaks but man who speaks with his soul, on the condition that we add that he receives the language he speaks and that, in order to bear it, he sinks more into it than Jacques. His soul, he sinks into it his very instincts whose ground resonates in the depths only to throw back the signifier's echo. And when this echo comes back to the surface, the speaker marvels at it and raises up the praise of eternal romanticism. Spricht die Seele, so spricht. The soul speaks, listen to it. ACH/Schon die Seele nicht mehr. 5. You can listen to it, the illusion will not last long. You can ask Ernest Jones about it instead, one of the rare disciples who attempted to articulate something about symbolism that held water, he will tell you the fate of the special commission instituted to give body to his study at the 1910 Congress. 6. If, moreover, we consider Freud's enduring preference for his totem and taboo and the fact that he obstinately opposed every attempt to relativize the killing of the father, which he considered to be the inaugural drama of humanity, we can see that what he maintained thereby was the primordial nature of the signifier that is represented by paternity beyond the attributes that it accumulates, the link of generation being but one part of it. Its import as a signifier appears unequivocally in the assertion produced in this way that the true father, that is, the symbolic father, is the dead father. And the connection between paternity and death, which Freud explicitly highlights in many case discussions, allows us to see from whence the signifier garners its primordial rank. Hammering away like this in order to re-establish a perspective will not, 470 however, give the psychoanalyst the mental means with which to operate in the field this perspective delimits. Of course, it is not a question of mental level, but rather of the fact that the symbolic order can be approached only through its own apparatus. Just as you cannot do algebra without knowing how to write, you cannot handle or parry even the slightest signifying effect without at least suspecting what is implied by writing. Must it be the case that the views of those that the Trom de Doom one led to analysis were so short-sighted, or that the hair on the Medusa's head that it presented to them was too long? What is this new interpretation of dreams if not an attempt to redirect the oniromancer to the sole but irrefutable foundation of all mantic, namely, the battery of its material? I do not mean the matter of the said battery, but rather its ordinal finity. Sticks thrown on the ground or the illustrious swords of the tarot, the simple game of odds or evens or the supreme chaos of the slashing in you, every possible fate, every conceivable debt, can be summarized, for nothing in you is worthwhile except the comminatory in which the giant of language takes on anew his stature by being suddenly delivered from the Gulliverian bonds of signification. If dreams are still more suitable to it, it is because the elaboration produced by your games is at work in their development, only the dream's elaboration interests us. 394. Freud says, and again, a dream is a rebus. What would he have had to add so that we would stop expecting dreams to deliver up the words of the soul? Have the sentences of a rebus ever had the slightest meaning, and does its interest, that is, the interest we take in its deciphering, not derive from the fact that the signification manifest in its images falls away, having no other scope than that of conveying the signifier that is disguised in it? This would even warrant that I shed psychoanalysis reflected light back onto the sources that have illuminated my discussion here, by inciting linguists to strike from their papers the illusory locution which makes them speak, pleonastically moreover, of ideographic writing. Writing, like dreams, can be figurative, but, like language, it is always symbolically articulated, namely, just like language, it is phonemic, and indeed phonetic as soon as it is read. Will, lastly, slips of the tongue, when they are stripped bare, make us grasp what is meant by the fact that they allow themselves to be summed up in the following formulation, that in slips discourse manages to overcome feigned significations. Will we manage thereby to rip the soothsayer away from his desire for entrails and bring him back to the goal of free-floating attention? Even after analysts have spent some 50 million hours finding both their ease and dis-ease in it, it seems that no one has wondered what free-floating attention is. For although Freud proposed this sort of attention as the counterpart Gegenstück, of free association, the term free-floating does not imply fluctuation, but rather evenness of level. This is emphasized by the German term, Gleichschwebend. Let us note, moreover, that the third ear, which I used to deny the existence of the uncertain beyonds of an occult sense, is nevertheless in fact the invention of an author, Theodor Reich, who is rather sensible in his tendency to adapt himself to a realm that is shy of speech. But what need can an analyst have for an extra ear, when it sometimes seems that two are already too many, since he runs headlong into the fundamental misunderstanding brought on by the relationship of understanding? I repeatedly tell my students, don't try to understand. And leave this nauseating category to Karl Jaspers and his consorts. May one of your ears become as deaf as the other one must be acute. And that is the one that you should lend to listen for sounds and phonemes, words, locutions, and sentences, not for getting pauses, scansions, cuts, periods, and parallelisms, for it is in these that the word-for-word transcription can be prepared, without which analytic intuition has no basis or object. It is in this way that the speech that offers itself up to your agreement as 395. The commonplace belief would have it, and with an obviousness that is as fallacious as its truth is attractive, delivering itself up only at a second moment in the following form: the number 2 rejoices in being odd, and it is quite right to rejoice in it, but it can be faulted for not being able to say why. 9 finds at the unconscious level its most signifying import, purified of its equivoque 472 occasions, when it is translated as, the two numbers that have no equal are waiting for Godot. I think I have gotten my point across, and it should be clear that the interest I am showing here in Mantic is not designed to approve of the fortune teller style that sets the tone in the theory of instincts. On the contrary, the study of symbolic determination would allow us to reduce, if not simultaneously isolate, what psychoanalytic experience provides in the way of positive data, and this is not insignificant. The theory of narcissism and that of the ego, in the way in which Freud oriented the latter in his second topography, are data that extend the most modern research in natural ethology, under the very heading of the theory of instincts. But even their solidarity, in which they are grounded, is misrecognized, and the theory of the ego is no longer anything but an enormous error, a return to what intuitive psychology itself rejected. For the lack of theoretical sophistication that I am pointing to in analytic doctrine brings us to the chink in our teaching, which reciprocally corresponds to that lack of theoretical sophistication, namely, to the second topic of my talk, to which I shifted a moment ago. Because psychoanalytic technique concerns the subject's relation to the signifier, the knowledge it has conquered can only be situated as organized s-ordinary around that. This gives it its place in the grouping that is asserting itself as the order of the conjectural sciences. For conjecture is not the improbable, strategy can order it into certainty. Similarly, the subjective is not the value of feeling with which it is often confused. The laws of intersubjectivity are mathematical. It is in this order that the notions of structure are edified, failing which the view from the inside of the neuroses and the attempt to deal with the psychoses remain fruitless. The perspective of such research requires training that reserves a very sub-473 stantial role for language. This is what Freud expressly formulated in his program for an ideal institute. After what I have been saying here, one should not be surprised that this program includes the whole set of philological studies. 10 Here, as earlier, we can begin with a brutal contrast, by noting that Noth. 396. In any of the institutes affiliated with his name has ever even been sketched out in this direction. Since our agenda here is to discuss Freud's legacy, let me turn to what has become of it in the present state of affairs. History shows us the concern that guided Freud in organizing the IPA, or International Psychoanalytical Association, especially starting in 1912, as he supported the form of authority that was to prevail in it, when, in spelling out the details of the institutions, he determined how powers would be exercised and transmitted. It was the concern, which is clearly avowed in his correspondence, to ensure that his thought would be maintained in its completeness when he himself would no longer be there to defend it. Jung's defection, which was more painful to Freud than all the others it followed, posed an anxiety-provoking problem related to such maintenance. In order to deal with it, Freud accepted what was offered to him at that moment, namely, the idea, which came to a sort of young guard who aspired to veteran status, of overseeing the said maintenance of Freud's thought at the heart of the IPA, not only through a secret solidarity but through an unknown action. The carte blanche that Freud granted this project, and the security he found 474 in it that calmed him, 12 are attested to in documents by his biographer, himself the last survivor of the secret committee called the Committee of the Seven Rings, whose existence had been announced by the late Hans Sachs. Their theoretical import and their actual consequences cannot be veiled by the amused qualification of romanticism 13 with which Freud sweetens the pill of one of these consequences, and the striking incident that Jones rushes to pin on the others, namely, the letter written behind Jones' back to Freud by Ferenczi, which read as follows: Jones, not being Jewish, will never be liberated enough to be sure in this game, you must keep Jones constantly under your eye and cut off his line of retreat 14. The secret history of the IPA has not been written nor should it be. Its effects are of no interest to those who are in on history's secret. And history's secret must not be confused with the conflicts, violence, and aberrations that constitute its fable. The question that Freud raised, whether analysts as a whole live up to the standard of normality that they demand of their patients, is regularly cited in this context and gives analysts an opportunity to show their bravery. It is surprising that the authors of these jibes do not see the ruse in it themselves. Anecdote, here as elsewhere, dissimulates structure. The clearest characteristics of the IPA's structure are the very ones that make it invisible, and not only to those who are immersed in it. This is true of the initiation which marks one's access to it, and which, being in our time rather unique, as they say, is actually flaunted. It is also true of the COM 3.97. Internism, whose features are shown by its internal style and whose more ordinary prestige is not disavowed there. And the steering wheel, which is more or less weighed down with worldly goods that determine its direction, is a fact of reality which does not in itself have to find a remedy, only the spiritual extraterritoriality it embodies deserves sanction. The paradox of the idea that came to me on this point is better kept until later. 15. Given my aim, we must begin with the remark, which has never before been made, to the best of my knowledge, that Freud started the IPA along its path 10 years before he became interested, as we see in group psychology and the analysis of the ego, in the mechanisms that make an organic group, such as the church or the army, like a crowd. The clear partiality of his exploration there is justified by his fundamental discovery of the identification of each individual's ego with the same ideal image, the mirage of which is borne by the personality of the leader. A sensational discovery, which slightly anticipate the fascistic organizations that rendered it obvious. Had he become attentive to these effects earlier on, 16 Freud would no doubt have wondered about the field left to the dominance of the function of the boss asterisk, in an organization which, in order to sustain his very speech, certainly could, as in the models he studied, strike a balance by resorting to a symbolic link, that is, to a tradition and a discipline, but not in the same manner, since the objective of tradition and discipline in psychoanalysis is to call into question their very crux, along with man's relation to speech. Indeed, what is at stake here is nothing less than the problem of the ego's relations to truth. For this effect of imaginary identification, by which can be gauged, in passing, the distance at which the outmoded usages remain from it in which the notion of the ego is debased in psychoanalysis, boils down to the structure of the ego in its greatest generality. Here Freud provides us with the positive mainspring of the moment of consciousness, whose dialectical structure Hegel deduced as a phenomenon of infatuation. This is why I will give the name sufficiency /suffisance to the sole unique rank in the psychoanalytic hierarchy. For, as opposed to what a foolish people imagines on the basis of appearances, this hierarchy has only one rank, and it is in this respect that it can legitimately call itself democratic, at least if we refer to the meaning this term took on in antiquity's city-states, in which democracy included only the masters. Sufficiency thus is in itself beyond all proof. It need not suffice for anything, since it suffices unto itself. In order to be passed on, and not having at its disposal the law of blood that implies generation, or the law of adoption that presupposes marriage, it 398 has at its disposal only the pathway of imaginary reproduction, which, through a form of facsimile analogous to printing, allows it to print, as it were, a certain number of copies whereby the one unique becomes plural. This form of multiplication finds favorable affinities in this situation. For let us not forget that entry into the community of analysts is subjected to the condition of undergoing a training analysis, and there surely must be some reason why the theory of the end of analysis as identification with the analyst's ego first saw the light of day in the circle of training analysts. But once the sufficiencies have constituted an analytic society, and new members are chosen through nomination by the existing members, the notion of class forces itself upon us. It can only appear in the class from which their choice of new members is made by defining it in opposition to their own class. The opposition of insufficiency, which is suggested by a pure formalism, is dialectically untenable. The slightest taking on assumption of sufficiency ejects insufficiency from its field, but the thought of insufficiency as a category of being thus radically excludes sufficiency from all the others. It is the one or the other, incompatibly. We need a category that, while not implying a lack of dignity, indicates that its place is outside of sufficiency, and that one becomes qualified to occupy it by staying there. The name Little Shoes, for those who situate themselves there, thus seems appropriate to me, for, apart from the fact that it provides enough of an image so that one can distinguish them easily in an assembly, it defines them by this very staying. They are always in their little shoes, and they manifest a sufficiency veiled in its opposition to sufficiency in the very fact that they make do with this. There nevertheless remains a hiatus between the position thus designated and sufficiency that no transition can fill. And the rank that simulates it in the hierarchy is nothing but trompe-l'oeil there. For however little we think about it, we will see that there are not lesser or greater degrees of sufficiency. Either one suffices or one does not. This is already true when it is a question of sufficing for this or that, but is even truer when one must suffice for sufficiency. Thus sufficiency cannot be attained, either de facto or de jure without one having already attained it. But one must nevertheless get there, and that itself supplies us with the intermediate category. Yet it is a category that remains empty. Indeed, it cannot be filled but merely inhabited. It is a station in which one sometimes does what one has to, and about which one can even say that on the whole one does what needs to be done, but these very locutions betray the irreducible limit to which one's approach to it is doomed. I will label this approximation by calling those who occupy it, not the necessary, but the truly necessary bien nécessaires. J29. What is the purpose of the truly necessary in the organization? To highlight the use of speech, about which, as you can see, I have not yet spoken. Indeed, I have thus far left aside the paradox which is difficult to understand in a community whose responsibility it is to maintain a certain discourse that in the community's core classes, including sufficiencies and little shoes, silence is the true master and its temple rests on two taciturn columns. What could the little shoes in fact say? Ask questions. They do not ask them for three reasons, two of which they are aware of. The first reason is that they are in analysis, and a good analyse and analyze does not ask questions of formulation which must be understood at the same peremptory level at which the proverb "a penny saved is a penny earned" ends the reply to a demand for an accounting considered to be importunate in a famous pastiche by Claudel. The second reason is that it is strictly impossible to pose a sensible question in the language that has currency in this community, and one would have to have the shamelessness of the Huron or the monstrous gumption of the child to whom the emperor is naked to point this out. This would, nevertheless, be the only way to open things up for discussion there. The little shoes are unaware of the third reason, under ordinary conditions, and I will only present it at the end of my paper. Of what use could it be to the sufficiencies to speak? Sufficing unto themselves, they have nothing to say to each other, and faced with the silence of the little shoes, they have no one to answer. This is why it is left to the truly necessary to lodge an appeal against this silence by filling it with their discourse. They do not fail to do so, still less because virtually nothing can impede this discourse once it is set in motion. Freed, as I have said, from its own logic, what is found there does not shock anyone, what is encountered does not offend anyone, and what is excluded is not done so conclusively. Yes has a compatibility with no there which is not that of balance but of superfluousness. We might as well say that the two go hand in hand, or, on the other hand, since that goes without saying, we might as well not say it. This dialectic is of the same ilk as the prose by the would-be gentleman. It is a dialectic unknown to itself, but it answers to an aspiration, that of the prestidigitator who becomes worried when he is applauded for having pulled a rabbit out of his hat, for he himself was surprised to find the rabbit in it. He wonders why pourquoi he succeeded in his trick, and, looking for the answer in the possible reasons that could be given for the rabbit's presence, he finds them equally worthy explanations and lets them all stand, in an indifference. 400. Born of the presentiment he has that they do not get at what concerns him, which is to determine in what way and qua / his trick was successful. Thus the truly necessary discourse does not suffice to render questions superfluous, but proves to be superfluous in being sufficient for the task. The superfluousness that translates the station shy of sufficiency cannot go to the crux of its chink if sufficiency itself does not answer it with the superfluousness of its excess. This is the function of the members of the organization whom I will call Beatitudes, borrowing this name from the Stoic and Epicurean sects that, as we know, strove to attain the satisfaction of sufficiency. The Beatitudes are the spokesmen for the sufficiencies, and this very delegation of power suggests that it is important for us to reconsider the silence of the sufficiencies, having considered we were done with them a bit hastily. The sufficiencies, as I said without insisting, have nothing to say to each other. This is worth explaining. The ideal of sufficiency, in associations that are commanded by this ideal, hardly encourages speech, but it imposes on them a constrained suction whose effects are uniform. 17. Contrary to what people imagine, in collective identification it is by an individual thread that subjects are informed. This information is shared only because it comes from the same source. Freud emphasized that what is at stake is the identity that narcissistic idealization carries in itself, and allows us thus to complete the image that serves the function of the object there with a schematic trait. But one can foresee the kind of relations on which such a group will rest in the effects produced by narcissistic identification in couples, whether fraternal jealousy or conjugal acrimony. Regarding the conquest of power, ample use has been made of the schadenfreude garnered by the oppressed party through identification with the Führer. In a quest for knowledge, a certain refusal on the scale of being, beyond the object, is the feeling that most solidly ties the troop together. This feeling is knowledge in a pathetic form, people commune in it without communicating, and it is called hatred. Of course, a good object, as they put it, can be promoted to such subjection functions, but this image, which makes dogs faithful, makes men tyrannical, for it is Eros, whose true face Plato showed in the phosmid that extends its wings over the destroyed polis, by which the hounded soul is panic-stricken. To bring this talk back to its present proportions, I will take the hand that Valery holds out to Freud when, speaking of these uniques who people what he calls the delusional professions. 18. Valery spins a metaphor of two electrons whose edifying music he hears buzzing in the atom of their unicity, the one who sings, "There is only me, me, me," and the other who shouts, "But." 401. There is this one, that one. And this other too. For, as the author adds, the name changes often enough. This is why the number ones asterisk that proliferate here turn out, to an expert gaze, to be so many number twos. Which is to say that the trap godant they fall into as such, the strangeness of which I mentioned earlier, is carried to a degree of exaltation here which is not rendered any more convincing just because it is general, but which will perhaps be clarified by its repercussion. Where will the fact that the number 2 rejoices in being odd lead it in this meeting reunion that we can legitimately arrange in a single unique row on the sole condition of connecting each of them in single file to the one that precedes it? It is plain to see that the number 3 must descend like God from the machine in order to engender the alternation that will give birth to the odd, before the latter can exercise its seductive powers on the number 2. This remark already indicates the crux of the matter, but we will see it more clearly in a developed form. In the series thus constituted, we can in fact say that an odd place is occupied by half of the number 2's, but since the series has no head, closing on itself instead like a crown, nothing and no one can designate which half it is. Thus the number 2's, every man for himself and God for us all, can rightfully claim to be odd, although everyone is sure that half of them cannot be odd. But is this necessarily true? No, it is not, for if half plus one of the number 2s can say they are of odd rank, that suffices for, having gone too far, there to be no more limits, and for all the number 2s, no matter which one we use to begin the series, to be indisputably caught in the counted odd impair de nombre. Here we see the function of the 1 extra un n plus, but we also see that it must be just a 1 un sens plus, for every one more un encore would be one too many un de trop, making all the number 2s fall back into a presumption that remains without remission, it being known to be irremediable. This 1 extra was already in the number 3, as a preliminary condition of the series in which it got us to see it more clearly. And this demonstrates that the joy of sufficiency's number 2 requires that its duality exceed itself in this 1 extra, and that beatitude, being the excess of sufficiency, thus has its place outside of it. But this 1 extra that each of the beatitudes thus is, only being able to be just a 1, is doomed by its position to monologue. And that is why, unlike the sufficiencies who have nothing to say to each other, the beatitudes speak to each other, but not in order to say more about it to each other. 402. For this 1 extra, with which the number 3 joins se reunit / is assuredly the mediation of speech, but by maintaining itself in the other from which it should detach itself in order to return to the same, it does not form in its mouth anything but this form which trumpets, the O of an oracle, that only the appetite of the truly necessary can eat away at so as to make of it the U of a verdict. But the two superfluities that are conjugated here by the connivance of the chink in the inconsistent discourse with the excess of the unexplained discourse still do not correspond to each other. No more than can as many marbles as one might posit make a strainer that is apt for serving soup. This is why analytic teaching has been able to retain almost nothing in its sieve of the enormous quantity of experience that has traversed psychoanalysis, for here we cannot say that people have gotten nothing out of its milk billy goat. 19. An observation that anyone who knows anything about analysis will agree with, deep down inside, even if he feels the need, when confronted with my diatribe, to seek the refuge taken by one of those natures whose spinelessness teaches and leads him in equal measures, when in my company he came out one day with the following conclusion: there is no field in which one exposes oneself more totally than in speaking about psychoanalysis. Such is the organization that constrains speech to wind its way between two walls of silence, in order to conclude a marriage between confusion and arbitrariness. Speech adapts to this for reasons of advancement. The sufficiencies regulate the entrance of the little shoes into their periphery, and the beatitudes tell them which of the little shoes will become the truly necessary. Conversely, it is by addressing the beatitudes that the truly necessary will arrive at sufficiency, and the sufficiencies respond to them by drawing new beatitudes from their bosom. An attentive observer here would count all the forms of indirect fire or of this type of winding one's way known as zigzagging. I might as well say those that provoke the assailant to act invisible. This is the flaw in the system as a means of selecting subjects, and people should not be surprised that this flaw, when combined with the muzzle it imposes on speech, leads to a few paradoxical results, only two of which I will mention, the one having a permanent effect, the other being based on singular cases. 1. The fact that the curriculum imposed in the lecture courses essentially covers what I call fictional matters, there being nothing positive taught there but medicine, which is superfluous since it covers the same ground as the public medical schools do. Indeed, the fact that it is tolerated warrants admiration. 403. 2. The fact that, since a policy of tenacious silence has to find its way toward beatitude, illiteracy in its congenital state actually has some chance of succeeding. 20. But we must still indicate what the conjunction of these two effects can produce in this case, for we will see in it the way in which the system, by limiting itself to this, finds a way to gain strength from it. It so happened that a beatitude of type 2 believed he was required by circumstances to prove himself in a teaching of type 1, the promotion to which should have been a great boon to him. And a fine mess it was, indeed. Certain people clamored for a license to teach, meaning a degree in psychology, the exam for which the beatitude in question could not have passed, according to them. But those who were better informed were able to learn something from the great lesson that was thus offered up to them, in which they could suddenly read the supreme law, an unwritten law, on which the association was founded, a law by which each of us finds in his heart his intellectual base and usual morals already laid down, a law that the long-term observation to which he has been subjected should have, above all, shown he is apt for, a law whose simple and sure commandment he will hear in himself at grave moments: one must not bother the Beatitudes. This is the reason which the little shoes are unaware of, even though they have a presentiment of it for their own silence, and a new generation, having seen the veil ripped away, left the place all the stronger for it, and they rallied around the person who had revealed that reason to them. But, in all of that, who thinks about the fate of the Beatitudes themselves? Can we imagine the disgrace of a solitary beatitude when he realizes that, whereas the remarks of the truly necessary are mostly superfluous, those of the truly fortunate Bayan heroes are usually unfortunate? And what his beatific solitude can, in this misfortune, become? Will his just barely achieved sufficiency whisper in his ear that it itself is nothing but a necessary evil? Oh! May the little shoes be spared this anxiety. At least, let them be prepared for these dangers. But people do prepare them. As a beatitude myself, for years I have, in the ceremony referred to as the second little tour, heard from the very lips of the little shoes how much good their personal analysis did them. I will indicate here the most frequent, major benefit they mentioned in the homage they paid their training analyst. It can be summarized in one word: disintellectualization. Oh! How these dear children finally felt free, almost all of whom attribute their decision to study psychiatry to the endless torments of that accursed year which the academic course of French studies inflicts upon you in the Com. 404. Penny of ideas. No, that was not, as they now knew, what had guided them. What a relief and what a boon to be free of it at so little cost, for once this mistake was cleared up and replaced with the conviction that this damned intellectualism was, in fact, a kind of pruritus. How straight the pathway finally seemed, how easily thought found its way towards nature. Aren't our gut feelings designed to assure us of this? This is what allows a good analytic student of this type to be distinguished at first glance by anyone who has seen one even just once before, by the inner and even posterior air that makes him look as if he were leaning on the mac-arat fetus of his resistances. Disintellectualization. This word does not indicate that anyone becomes stupid. For all that, unlike ordinary fears and even hopes, analysis is truly incapable of changing anything in this department. The study of intelligence, the level of which behaviorist psychology thought it could superimpose onto the measure of what the animal knows how to encompass in deed or behavior, has often seemed to me capable of improvement, at least for man, through a broader reference, namely, through what I would call trace behavior. I have always been struck, while taking my little dog for a walk so he could attend to his needs, by what we could glean from his activities that would help us analyze the capacities that make for man's success in society, as well as the virtues that antiquities thinkers meditated upon under the heading of means to an end, moyen de parvenir. I hope that this digression will, at the very least, dispel the misunderstanding I may have given rise to in certain people's minds, the misunderstanding of attributing to me the doctrine of a discontinuity between animal psychology and human psychology, which is truly foreign to my way of thinking. I simply wanted to maintain that, in order to correctly work on what psychoanalysis classifies in mankind as symptoms which, being so directly involved in his destiny, not to mention his vocation, seem to fall with these latter under the same heading, that of language, it is preferable, no doubt, not to remain completely illiterate. More modestly stated, the possible risk of making a mistake should not prevent us from making an effort to become literate. But other needs no doubt take precedence over this, and the burden borne by the Beatitudes, like that borne by the white man, cannot be within a single man's purview. I heard it, and everyone could have heard it, from the lips of a sufficiency at a fertile moment of the psychoanalytic institution in France. We want there to be, this mouth declared, 100 mediocre psychoanalysts. He was 405. Not affirming in this statement the modesty of a program, but rather the ambitious demand for the qualitative change that Marx's formidable thinking forever showed to be rooted in quantitative change. And the statistics published to date show that the undertaking, superbly 21 overcoming all obstacles, is in the process of achieving a success in which it exceeds its own standards. Assuredly, we are still far from what is achieved in other countries, the 13 two-columned quarto pages that barely suffice to list the analysts in the Amer-Icon Psychoanalytic Association dwarfing the scant 2.5 pages on which the French and British practitioners fit. The German diaspora must bear much of the responsibility for this, having given America the highest executives of beatitude, and we must realize what is represented by the responsibility it takes for all these dentists, to borrow the term used by these supreme beatitudes to designate the rank and file asterisk, a term which is imbued with the traditional affectionate paternalism. It is not difficult to understand why it was among these beatitudes that the theory of the autonomous ego first appeared. 22. How could we but admire the strength of those who initiated the grand project of disintellectualization, which, extending little by little, represents one of the most fertile challenges by which a civilization can assert its strength, those challenges that it forges within itself? However do they find the time to oversee the project, when all year long they devote themselves to humbling the strong egos and raising up the weak egos mois, no doubt during the months mois that do not include an R. Assuredly, a civilized state will, in the long run, find something to criticize in the fact that the prebends, on the scale of the considerable investments mobilized by such a community, are left to the discretion of a spiritual power whose odd extraterritoriality I have noted. But the solution would be easy to find: a small territory, on the scale of philatelic states, Ellis Island, to give a concrete idea, could be ceded by the U.S. Congress through a vote by the states most involved in this business to the IPA so that the latter could locate its departments there, including its congregations of the index, missions, and propaganda. The situation would be better defined, diplomatically speaking, because the decrees that the IPA would hand down to the entire world would be dated and promulgated from this territory. One would clearly know, moreover, whether the function of the autonomous ego is, for example, an article of the ecumenical doctrine's symbolism or simply an article to be given to the little shoes for Christmas. Let me stop here in order to end on an energizing note. Since I was not afraid to show the forces of dissociation to which Freud's heritage is being 406 subjected, let me point out the remarkable persistence the psychoanalytic institution has demonstrated. I will deserve little credit for doing so, since nowhere else have I found greater confirmation of the virtue that I grant to the pure signifier. For in the use that is made in the psychoanalytic institution of Freud's concepts, how can we fail to see that their signification is in no way taken into account? And yet it is to nothing but their presence that one can attribute the fact that the association has not yet fallen apart and been dispersed into the confusion of Babel. Thus the coherence maintained in this large body reminds me of the odd imaginings that Poe's genius proposes to us in the extraordinary story of the facts in the case of M. Valdemar. It is the story of a man who passes away, but since he was under hypnosis during his death throes, his cadaver remains intact, due to the action of the hypnotizer, in a state involving not only an apparent immunity to physical dissolution but also the ability to attest in speech to his atrocious condition. This is how the association created by Freud metaphorically lives on in its collective being, but here it is a voice that sustains it, the voice of a dead man. Of course, Freud went so far as to make us recognize the eros by which life finds a way to prolong its jouissance in the reprieve of its rotting. In such a case, however, the operation of waking that association up using the master's words in a return to life of his speech can be confused with the care involved in providing a decent burial. Pommersfelden Court, September-October 1956 Appendix. The version that was originally published in 1956, starting from the paragraph designated in the footnote on page 485 in 1966, read as follows. Had he been more attentive to these effects earlier on, Freud would have given more serious thought to the specific pathways required of the institution designed to ensure the transmission of his doctrine. The mere organization of a community would not have seemed to him to ensure this transmission against the insufficiency of the very team asterisk of the faithful. Several things he apparently said in confidence show that he harbored hard feelings toward them. 1. He would have realized the root of the affinity between ever psychologizing simplifications, against which analytic experience warned him, and the function of misrecognition characteristic of an individual's ego as such. He would have perceived the slippery slope that the particularity of the test that this community must impose at its threshold offers up to this misrecognition, namely, analysis, which is customarily referred to as training analysis. The slightest deflecting of the meaning of what it seeks turns it into an experience of dyadic identification. I am not the one who is making a judgment here, for it was in the circles of training analysts that the theory of the end of analysis as identification with the analyst's ego was avowed and is still professed. Now, no matter how closely we assume an ego has managed to conform to the reality it is supposed to gauge, the psychological subjection with which such analysts thus align the completion of an analysis is, if one reads my work correctly, what is most opposed to the truth that analysis must bring out, that truth being the foreignness of unconscious effects, which cut down to size the pretension to autonomy that the ego takes as its ideal. Nor is there anything more contrary to the boon we expect from an analysis, namely, restitution to the analysand of the signifier that explains these unconscious effects, involving a mediation that in fact reveals the aspect of repetition that is precipitated in the model. The fact that the dyadic pathway, which these analysts choose instead as the aim of analysis, fails to bring about normalization which might have served as a minimal justification for it is, as I have said, commonly recognized, but no one draws the obvious inference that there must be a mistake in. 409. The premises, people being content to attribute its result to the reflected weaknesses whose accident is, in effect, only too visible. At any rate, the very fact that the goals of training are asserted in the form of psychological postulates introduces a form of authority into the group that has no counterpart anywhere in science, a form that the term sufficiency alone allows us to qualify. Indeed, only the Hegelian dialectic of infatuation may possibly account for the phenomenon. Failing which, we would have to resort to satire if its savor did not repulse those who are not part of this milieu in order to give a fair idea of the way people try to stand out in it. One can only highlight apparent results here. Consider, first, the curious position of scientific extraterritoriality with which I began my remarks, and the magisterial tone with which analysts maintain it as soon as they have to respond to the interest their discipline generates among those in neighboring fields. If, second, the variations that I have pointed out in the different theoretical approaches to psychoanalysis give outsiders the impression that analysis is engaged in an ever-conquering progression at the forefront of new fields, it is all the more striking to note just how static the formulations teachable to insiders are compared to the enormous quantity of experience which has, as it were, passed through their hands. This has resulted in something that is diametrically opposed to the opening up for which Freud formulated the university project, as I have indicated, namely, in the establishment of a routinized theoretical program, the content of which I could designate quite well with the coined term fictional matters. Nevertheless, given the state of neglect in which psychoanalytic method, which was nonetheless revolutionizing in its approach to the phenomena, left psychiatric nosography, it is hard to say whether one should be more surprised that its teaching in this field confines itself to elaborating on the classical symptomatology, or that it manages in this way to cover the same ground as the official courses in psychiatry. Lastly, however little one forces oneself to keep up with a literature which is, it must be admitted, hardly enticing, one sees the role played in it by ignorance, by which I do not mean to designate learned ignorance or trained ignorance, but rather crass ignorance, the kind of ignorance whose surface has never even been scratched by the plough of a critique of its sources. These sterilizing phenomena, which are even more blatant when seen from the inside, must be related to the effects of imaginary identification whose fundamental instance Freud revealed in groups and associations. At the very least, 410. We can say that these effects do not foster discussion, which is at the root of all scientific progress. Identification with the image that gives the group its ideal, which is here the image of sufficiency incarnate, certainly founds, as Freud showed in a decisive schema, the communion of the group, but it is precisely at the expense of all articulate communication. Hostile tension is even constitutive of individual-to-individual relations in it. This is what the euphuism that is customary in the milieu quite validly recognizes with the expression the narcissism of minor differences, which I will translate in more direct terms as conformist terror. Those who are familiar with the itinerary of the phenomenology of mind will find their way around better at this critical juncture, and will be less surprised by the patience that seems to defer any and every questioning excursion in this milieu. Yet the reluctance to call things into question does not concern candidates alone, and it was not a novice who was learning from his courage who explained it as follows: there is no field in which one exposes oneself more totally than in speaking about analysis. Of course, a good object, as they put it, can preside over this collective subjection, but this image, which makes dogs faithful, makes men tyrannical. 490. For it is Eros itself, whose phosmid, extending itself over the destroyed polis, by which the hounded soul is panic-stricken, Plato showed us. This experience thus comes to give rise to its own ideology, but in the form of misrecognition characteristic of the ego's presumption, by resuscitating a theory of the autonomous ego that is weighed down with all the question-begging which psychology had refuted, without waiting for psychoanalysis, but that unambiguously delivers up the figure of its promoter's ideals. Too assuredly, this analytic psychologism does not fail to encounter resistance. What is interesting is that in treating it as resistance, this psychologism proves to be favored by the many confusions that have appeared in the lifestyles of large cultural regions, insofar as a demand for patterns * manifests itself in them, patterns that it is not inept at furnishing. 3. We find here the point at which psychoanalysis is deflected toward a form of behaviorism, which is ever more dominant in psychoanalysis' current tendencies. This movement is supported, as we see, by sociological conditions that go far beyond analytic knowledge as such. What one cannot fail to say here is that Freud, in foreseeing this collusion with behaviorism, denounced it in advance as diametrically opposed to his pathway. For whatever the outcome must be of the odd spiritual direction in which psychoanalysis thus seems to be heading, its promoters must retain full responsibility for the subjects they take into their charge. And it is here that one cannot but be alarmed by certain ideals that seem to prevail in their training, such as 411. The one that is sufficiently denounced by the term disintellectualization, which has gained full acceptance. As if it were not already dreadful that the success of the analytic profession has attracted so many uneducated enthusiasts to it, is it fitting to consider as a major and beneficial result of training analysis that even the slightest hint of 491 a thought is proscribed among those for whom all of human reflection would not suffice to thwart the intempestive actions of all sorts to which their best intentions expose them? Thus the plan to produce, for this country alone, 100 mediocre psychoanalysts was proffered in notorious circumstances, and not as the remark of a well-informed modesty, but as the ambitious promise of the shift from quantity to quality illustrated by Marx. The promoters of this plan have even announced, according to the latest news, that they are in the process of exceeding their own standards. No one doubts, in fact, the importance of the number of workers for the advancement of a science. Yet discordance must not break out on all sides regarding the meaning to be attributed to the experience that founds it. That is, as I have said, the situation of psychoanalysis. At least this situation seems to me exemplary in that it provides additional proof of the preeminence that I attribute, based on Freud's discovery, to the signifier in the structure of the intersubjective relationship. The more the analytic community lets Freud's inspiration dissipate, what, if not the letter of his doctrine, will allow it to continue to constitute a body? The instance of the letter in the unconscious or reason since Freud. Of children who are wrapped in swaddling bands, O cities of the sea, I behold in you your citizens, women as well as men, tightly bound with stout bonds around their arms and legs by folk who will have no understanding of why our speech, and you will only be able to give vent to your griefs and sense of loss of liberty by making tearful complaints, and sighs, and lamentation one to another, for those who bind you will not have understanding of your speech nor will you understand them. 1 Leonardo da Vinci. While the theme of the third volume of La Psychanalyse 1 commissioned this contribution by me, I owe this deference to what will be discovered here by introducing it in situating it between writing and speech. It will be halfway between the two. Writing is in fact distinguished by a prevalence of the text in the sense that we will see this factor of discourse take on here which allows for the kind of tightening up that must, to my taste, leave the reader no other way out than the way in, which I prefer to be difficult. This, then, will not be a writing in my sense of the term. The fact that I contribute something wholly new at each class of my seminar has heretofore prevented me from providing such a text, except in one class, which has nothing particularly outstanding about it in terms of the series, and is only worth referring to for an idea of its overall level. For the urgency that I am now taking as a pretext for leaving that aim behind merely covers over the problem that, in maintaining it at the level at which I must present my teachings here, it might stray too far from speech, whose very different measures are essential to the training I seek to effect. This is why I took the opportunity presented to me at that time by an invitation to meet with the philosophy group of the Fédération d'étudiants es Lettres 3 to make an appropriate adjustment to my exposit's necessary generality matching the extraordinary character of their interest, but its sole object. 413. Encountering the connivance of their common background, a literary background, to which my title pays homage. Indeed, how could we forget that Freud constantly, and right until the end, maintained that such a background was the prime requisite in the training of analysts, and that he designated the age-old Universitas Literarum as the ideal place for its institution. For thus this reference to the real-life context of my lecture, by showing whom I tailored it for, also marked those to whom it is not addressed. I mean, none of those who, for whatever reason in psychoanalysis, allow their discipline to take advantage of some false identity. This is a vice of habit and its effect on the mind is such that its true identity may appear among them as just one more diversion, whose refined redoubling one hopes will not escape the notice of subtler minds. It is thus that we observe with curiosity the beginnings of a new tack concerning symbolization and language in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis. A great many wetted fingers leafing through works by Sapir and Jesperson. These exercises are still green around the edges, but it is above all the tone that is missing. A certain seriousness always raises a smile when it enters the domain of veracity. And how could a contemporary psychoanalyst not sense, in coming upon speech, that he had reached this domain, when it is from speech that analytic experience receives its instrument, its frame, its material, and even the background noise of its uncertainties. The meaning of the letter. My title conveys the fact that, beyond this speech, it is the whole structure of language that psychoanalytic experience discovers in the unconscious. This is to alert prejudiced minds from the outset that the idea that the unconscious is merely the seat of the instincts may have to be reconsidered. But how are we to take the letter here? Quite simply, literally à la lettre. By letter I designate the material medium support that concrete discourse borrows from language. This simple definition assumes that language is not to be confused with the various psychical and somatic functions that serve it in the speaking subject. The primary reason for this is that language, with its structure, exists prior to each subject's entry into it at a certain moment in his mental development. Let us note that, although the deficits of aphasia are caused by purely anatomical lesions in the cerebral systems that provide the mental center for 414. These functions, they prove, on the whole, to be distributed between the two aspects of the signifying effect of what I am calling here the letter in the creation of signification. 5. This point will become clearer in what follows. And the subject, while he may appear to be the slave of language, is still more the slave of a discourse in the universal movement of which his place is already inscribed at his birth, if only in the form of his proper name. Reference to the experience of the community as the substance of this discourse resolves nothing. For this experience takes on its essential dimension in the tradition established by this discourse. This tradition, long before the drama of history is inscribed in it, grounds the elementary structures of culture. And these very structures display an ordering of exchanges which, even if unconcise, is inconceivable apart from the permutations authorized by language. With the result that the ethnographic duality of nature and culture is giving way to a ternary conception of the human condition, nature, society, and culture, the last term of which may well be reduced to language, that is, to what essentially distinguishes human society from natural societies. But I shall neither take sides here nor take this as a point of departure, leaving to their own obscurity the original relations between the signifier and labor. To settle accounts with the general function praxis in the genesis of history by way of a quip, I will confine myself to mentioning that the very society that wished to restore the hierarchy responsible for the relations between production and ideological superstructures to its rightful political place, alongside the privilege of the producers, has nevertheless failed to give birth to an Esperanto whose relations to socialist reality real would have ruled out from the start any possibility of literary formalism. 6. For my part, I will put my faith in only those premises whose value has already been proven, in that they have allowed language to attain the status in experience of a scientific object. This is what permits linguistics 7 to present itself in the pilot position in this domain, around which a reclassification of the sciences is signaling, as is usually the case, a revolution in knowledge. Only the necessities of communication have made me term this domain, in the theme of this volume of La Psychanalyse, the sciences of man, despite the confusion that may hide behind it. To pinpoint the emergence of the discipline of linguistics, I will say that, as in the case of every science in the modern sense, it consists in the constitutive moment of an algorithm that grounds it. This algorithm is the following. SS 415. It is read as follows: signifier over signified, over corresponding to the bar separating the two levels. The sign written in this way should be attributed to Ferdinand de Saussure, although it is not reduced to this exact form in any of the numerous schemas in which it appears in the printed version of the various lectures from the 3 courses he gave in 1906-7, 1908-9, and 1910-11, which a group of his devoted disciples collected under the title, Cours de linguistique, generate a publication of prime importance for the transmission of a teaching worthy of the name, that is, that one can stop only on its own movement. This is why it is legitimate for us to credit him for the formalization, which characterizes the modern stage of linguistics, despite the diversity between schools of linguistics. The major theme of this science is thus based, in effect, on the primordial position of the signifier and the signified as distinct orders initially separated by a barrier resisting signification. This is what makes possible an exact study of the connections characteristic of the signifier, and of the magnitude of their function in generating the signified. For this primordial distinction goes well beyond the debate over the arbitrariness of the sign, such as it has been elaborated since the reflections of antiquity, and even beyond the impasse, already sensed at that time, which opposed the one-to-one correspondence between word and thing, even in the act of naming, despite the appearances suggested by the role imputed to the index finger pointing to an object as an infant learns its mother tongue, or in the use of so-called concrete academic methods in the study of foreign languages langues. We can take things no further along this path than to demonstrate that no signification can be sustained except by reference to another signification. 8. This ultimately leads us to the remark that there is no existing language langue whose ability to cover the field of the signified can be called into question, one of the effects of its existence as a language langue being that it fulfills all needs there. Were we to try to grasp the constitution of the object in language, we could but note that this constitution is found only at the level of the concept, which is very different from any nominative, and that the thing chose, when quite obviously reduced to the noun, splits into the double, divergent ray of the cause in which the thing has taken shelter in French, and of the nothing rein to which the thing has abandoned its Latin dress, rem. These considerations, as existent as they may be to philosophers, divert us from the locus whence language questions us about its very nature. And we, 4I6, will fail to sustain this question as long as we have not jettisoned the illusion that the signifier serves répondre the function of representing the signified, or better, that the signifier has to justify répondre its existence in terms of any signification whatsoever. For even if it is reduced to this latter formulation, the heresy is the same, the heresy that leads logical positivism in search of the meaning of meaning, asterisk as its objective is called in the language langue in which its devotees snored. It can be seen here how this sort of analysis can reduce the text the most highly charged with meaning to insignificant trifles. Only mathematical algorithms resist this process, they are considered to be devoid of meaning, as they should be. 9. The fact remains that if we were able to subtract solely the notion of the parallelism of its upper and lower terms from the algorithm, each term only being taken globally, it would remain the enigmatic sign of a total mystery. Which, of course, is not the case. In order to grasp its function, I will begin by reproducing the faulty illustration by which its usage is classically introduced. We can see here how it lends itself to the kind of direction indicated above as erroneous. In my lecture, I replaced this illustration with another, which can be considered more correct only because it exaggerates in the incongruous dimension psychoanalysts have not yet altogether given up, because of their justified sense that their conformism derives its value from it alone. Here is the other illustration. Gentlemen. Oiiolo. Here we see that, without greatly extending the scope of the signifier involved in the experiment, that is, by simply doubling the nominal type through the mere juxtaposition of two terms whose complementary meanings would seem to have to reinforce each other, surprise is produced by 41J. The precipitation of an unexpected meaning, the image of two twin doors that symbolize, with the private stall offered Western man for the satisfaction of his natural needs when away from home, the imperative he seems to share with the vast majority of primitive communities that subjects his public life to the laws of urinary segregation. The point is not merely to silence the nominalist debate with a low blow, but to show how the signifier in fact enters the signified, namely, in a form which, since it is not immaterial, raises the question of its place in reality. For in having to move closer to the little enamel plagues that bear it, the squinting gaze of a nearsighted person might be justified in wondering whether it is indeed here that we must see the signifier, whose signified would in this case be paid its last respects by the solemn procession in 2 lines from the upper nave. But no contrived example can be as telling as what is encountered in the lived experience of truth. Thus I have no reason to be unhappy I invented the above, since it awoke in the person the most worthy of my trust a childhood memory which, having come serendipitously to my attention, is best placed here. A train arrives at a station. A little boy and a little girl, brother and sister, are seated across from each other in a compartment next to the outside window that provides a view of the station platform buildings going by as the train comes to a stop. "Look," says the brother, "we're at ladies." "Imbecile," replies his sister, "don't you see we're at gentlemen?" Aside from the fact that the rails in this story materialize the bar in the Saussurean algorithm in a form designed to suggest that its resistance may be other than dialectical, one would have to be half blind to be confused as to the respective places of the signifier and the signified here, and not to follow from what radiant center the signifier reflects its light into the darkness of incomplete significations. For the signifier will raise dissension that is merely animal in kind, and destined to the natural fog of forgetfulness, to the immeasurable power of ideological warfare, which is merciless to families and a torment to the gods. To 501 these children, gentlemen, and ladies will henceforth be 2 homelands toward which each of their souls will take flight on divergent wings, and regarding which it will be all the more impossible for them to reach an agreement since, being in fact the same homeland, neither can give ground regarding the one's unsurpassed excellence without detracting from the other's glory. Let us stop there. It sounds like the history of France, which it is more humane to recall here, and rightly so, than that of England, destined to flip from the large to the small end of Dean Swift's egg. 4 is It remains to be grasped up what steps and down what corridor the S of the signifier, visible here in the plurals homs and dames by which it focuses its welcome beyond the train window, must pass to impress its curves upon the ducts by which like hot air and cold air indignation and scorn hiss on this side. One thing is certain, this access must not, in any case, carry any signification with it if the algorithm, with its bar is appropriate to it. For insofar as the algorithm itself is but a pure function of the signifier, it can reveal only a signifying structure in this transfer. Now the structure of the signifier is, as is commonly said of language, that it is articulated. This means that its units, no matter where one begins in tracing out their reciprocal encroachments and expanding inclusions, are subject to the twofold condition of being reduced to ultimate differential elements and of combining the latter according to the laws of a closed order. These elements, the decisive discovery of linguistics, ax phonemes, we must not look for any phonetic constancy in the modulatory variability to which this term applies, but rather for the synchronic system of differential couplings that are necessary to discern voceables in a given language long. This allows us to see that an essential element in speech itself was predestined to flow into movable type which, in didots or Garamond's squeezing into lower cases, renders validly present what I call the letter, namely, the essentially localized structure of the signifier. The second property of the signifier, that of combining according to the 502 laws of a closed order, affirms the necessity of the topological substratum, of which the term I ordinarily use, signifying chain, gives an approximate idea, links by which a necklace firmly hooks onto a link of another necklace made of links. Such are the structural conditions that define the order of the signifier's constitutive encroachments up to the unit immediately above the sentence as grammar, and the order of the signifier's constitutive inclusions up to the verbal locution as the lexicon. In the limits within which these two approaches to understanding linguistic usage are confined, it is easy to see that only signifier-to-signifier correlations provide the standard for any and every search for signification. This is indicated by the notion of usage of a taxeme or semanteme, which refers to contexts just 1 degree above that of the units in question. But it is not because grammatical and lexical approaches are exhausted at a certain point that we must think that signification rules unreservedly beyond it. That would be a mistake. 419. For the signifier, by its very nature, always anticipates meaning by deploying its dimension in some sense before it. As is seen at the level of the sentence when the latter is interrupted before the significant term, I'll never, the fact remains, still perhaps. Such sentences nevertheless make sense, and that sense is all the more oppressive in that it is content to make us wait fork. 10. But the phenomenon is no different, which making her appear, with the sole postponement of a but, as comely as the Shulamite, as honest as a virtuous maiden adorns and readies the negress for the wedding and the poor woman for the auction block. Whence we can say that it is in the chain of the signifier that meaning insists, but that none of the chain's elements consists in the signification it can provide at that very moment. The notion of an incessant sliding of the signified under the signifier thus comes to the fore, which Ferdinand de Saussure illustrates with an image resembling the wavy lines of the upper and lower waters in miniatures from manuscripts of Genesis. It is a twofold flood in which the landmarks find streaks of rain traced by vertical dotted lines that supposedly delimit corresponding segments seem insubstantial. All our experience runs counter to this, which made me speak at one point in my seminar on the psychoses of the button ties points to capitan required by the schema to account for the dominance of the letter in the dramatic transformation that dialogue can effect in the subject. 11. But while the linearity that Saussure considers to be constitutive of the chain of discourse in accordance with its emission by a single voice and with the horizontal axis along which it is situated in our writing is in fact necessary, it is not sufficient. It applies to the chain of discourse only in the direction in which it is oriented in time, even being taken up therein as a signifying factor in all languages langues in which the time of Peter hits Paul is reversed when the terms are inverted. But it suffices to listen to poetry, which Saussure was certainly in the habit of doing, 12 for a polyphony to be heard and for it to become clear that all discourse is aligned along the several staves of a musical score. Indeed, there is no signifying chain that does not sustain as if attached to the punctuation of each of its units all attested contexts that are, so to speak, vertically linked to that point. Thus, if we take up the word arbre, tree, again, this time not in its nominal isolation, but at the endpoint of one of these punctuations, we see that it is not simply because the word bane, bar, is its anagram that it crosses the bar of the Saussurean algorithm. For broken down into the double spectre of its vowels and consonants, it calls up with the robaroque robber and the plain triplet and the significations of strength and majesty that it takes on in our flora. Tapping all the symbolic contexts in which it is used in the Hebrew of the Bible, it erects on a barren hill the shadow of the cross. Next it reduces to a capital Y, the sign of dichotomy which, without the illustration that historiets armor yields, would owe nothing to the tree, however genealogical it claims to be. Circulatory tree, arborvitae of the cerebellum, lead tree, or silver amalgam arbor de Diane / crystals precipitated into a tree that conducts lightning, is it your countenance that traces our destiny for us in the fire-scorched tortoise shell, or your flash that brings forth from an infinite night that slow change in being in the ev and vka of language? No. Says the tree, it says no. In the scintillating of its superb head. Verses that I consider to be as legitimately heard in the harmonics of the tree as their reverse. Which the storm treats universally. As it does a blade of grass. For this modern verse is organized according to the same law of the parallelism of the signifier, whose concert governs both primitive Slavic epic poetry and the most refined Chinese poetry. This can be seen in the common mode of being /9 from which the tree and the blade of grass are chosen, so that the signs of contradiction saying no and treat as can come into being here, and so that, through the categorical contrast between the particularity of superb and the university or sally of its reduction, the indiscernible scintillating of the eternal instant may be accomplished in the condensation oit, head, and tempet, storm. But all this signifier can only operate, it may be objected, if it is present in the subject. I answer this objection by assuming that he has shifted to the level of the signified. For what is important is not whether the subject know more or less about it. If gentlemen and ladies were written in a language long with which the little boy and girl were unfamiliar, their quarrel would simply be more exclusively a quarrel over words, but it would be no less ready to take on signification for all that. What this structure of the signifying chain discloses is the possibility I. 421. Have precisely insofar as I share its language long with other subjects, that is, insofar as this language long exists to use it to signify something altogether different from what it says. This is a function of speech that is more worthy of being pointed out than that of disguising the subject's thought, which is usually indefinable, namely, the function of indicating the place of the subject in the search for truth. I need but plant my tree in a locution, grimper a arbri, or even project onto it the derisive light that a descriptive context gives the word, arbor, to not let myself be imprisoned in some sort of communique oft facts, however offichial it may be, and if I know the truth, convey it, despite all the censors, between he lines using nothing but the signifier that can be constituted by my acrobatics through the branches of the tree. These acrobatics may be provocative to the point of burlesque or perceptible only to the trained eye, depending on whether I wish to be understood by the many or the few. The properly signifying function thus depicted in language has a name. We learned this name in our childhood grammar book on the last page, where the shade of quintillion, relegated to some phantom chapter to convey final considerations on style, seemed suddenly to hasten its voice due to the threat of being cut off. It is among the figures of style, or tropes from which the verb to find trouver comes to us that this name is, in fact, found. This name is metonymy. I shall refer only to the example of it given there, 30 sails. For the worry I felt, over the fact that the word ship bateau that was hiding therein seemed to split its presence there in two by having been able to borrow its figurative sense from the very rehashing of this example, veiled voile not so much those illustrious sails voiles as the definition they were supposed to illustrate. The part taken for the whole I said to myself, if the thing is supposed to be based on reality, real leaves us with hardly any idea what we are to conclude about the size of the fleet these 30 sails are nevertheless supposed to gauge. For a ship to have but one sail is very rare indeed. This shows that the connection between ship and sail is nowhere other than in the signifier, and that metonymy is based on the word-to-word nature of this connection. 13. I shall designate as metonymy the first aspect of the actual field the signifier constitutes, so that meaning may assume a place there. The other aspect is metaphor. Let me illustrate it immediately. Quillet's dictionary seemed appropriate to me to provide a sample that would not be suspected of being deliberately selected, and I didn't pursue the farce any far. 422. There than Victor Hugo's well-known verse, his sheaf was neither miserly nor hateful. With which I presented metaphor, when the time came for it, in my seminar on the psychoses. Let us say that modern poetry and the surrealist school led us to take a major step forward here by showing that any conjunction of two signifiers could just as easily constitute a metaphor, if an additional condition that of the greatest disparity of the images signified weren't required for the production of the poetic spark, in other words, for metaphoric creation to occur. Of course, this radical position is based on the so-called automatic writing experiment, which would not have been attempted without the assurance its pioneers drew from Freud's discovery. But it remains marked by confusion because the doctrine behind it is false. Metaphor's creative spark does not spring forth from the juxtaposition of two images, that is, of two equally actualized signifiers. It flashes between two signifiers, one of which has replaced the other by taking the other's place in the signifying chain, the occulted signifier remaining present by virtue of its metonymic connection to the rest of the chain. One word for another, this is the formula for metaphor, and if you are a poet you will make it into a game and produce a continuous stream, nay, a dazzling weave of metaphors. You will, moreover, obtain the intoxicating effect of Jean Tardieu's dialogue that goes by this title, due solely to the demonstration it provides of the radical superfluousness of all signification to a perfectly convincing representation of bourgeois comedy. In Hugo's verse, it is obvious that not the slightest light emanates from the assertion that a sheaf is neither miserly nor hateful, because it is clear that the sheaf has no more the merit than the demerit of these attributes, since miserliness and hatred, along with the sheaf, are properties of Booz, who exercises them when he uses the sheaf as he sees fit, without making his feelings known to it. If his sheaf refers back to Booz, as is clearly the case nevertheless, it is because it replaces him in the signifying chain at the very place that awaited him, because it had been raised up a step by the clearing away of miserliness and hatred. But the sheaf has thus cleared this place of Booz, ejected as he now is into the outer darkness where miserliness and hatred harbor him in the hollow of their negation. But once his sheaf has thus usurped his place, Booz cannot go back to it, the slender thread of the little his that attaches him to it being an additional obstacle thereto, because it binds this return with a title of ownership that would detain him in the heart of miserliness and hatred. His asserted generosity is thus reduced to less than nothing by the munificence of the sheaf which, being 423. Drawn from nature, knows neither our reserve nor our rejections, and even in its accumulation remains prodigal by our standards. But if, in this profusion, the giver disappears with the gift, it is only to re-emerge in what surrounds the figure of speech in which he was annihilated. For it is the radiance of fecundity which announces the surprise the poem celebrates, namely, the promise of acceding to paternity that the old man receives in a sacred context. Thus it is between a man's proper name qua signifier and the signifier that metaphorically abolishes it that the poetic spark is produced, and it is all the more effective here in bringing about the signification of paternity in that it reproduces the mythical event through which Freud reconstructed the path along which the mystery of paternity advances in the unconscious of every man. The structure of modern metaphor is no different. Hence the ejaculation, love is a pebble laughing in the sun, recreates love in a dimension that I have said strikes me as tenable, as opposed to its ever-imminent slippage into the mirage of some narcissistic altruism. We see that metaphor is situated at the precise point at which meaning is produced in non-meaning, that is, at the passage which, as Freud discovered, when crossed in the opposite direction, gives rise to the word that is the word LEMOT 99 par excellence in French, the word that has no other patronage there than the signifier esprit 14, and at which it becomes palpable that, in deriding the signifier, man defies his very destiny. But to return to metonymy now, what does man find in it, if it must be more than the power to skirt the obstacles of social censure? Doesn't this form, which gives oppressed truth its field, manifest a certain servitude that is inherent in its presentation? It's worth taking the time to read a book in which Leo Strauss, from the land that has traditionally offered asylum to those who have chosen freedom, reflects on the relations between the art of writing and persecution. 15. By honing in on the sort of connaturality that ties this art to this condition, he allows us to glimpse something that imposes its form here, in the effect of truth on desire. But haven't we been feeling for a while now that, in following the paths of the letter to reach the Freudian truth, we are getting hot, its flames spreading all around us? Of course, as it is said, the letter kills while the spirit gives life. I don't disagree, having had to pay homage somewhere here to a noble victim of the error of seeking in the letter, but I also ask how die spirit could live without the letter. The spirit's pretensions would nevertheless remain indisputable if 424. The letter hadn't proven that it produces all its truth effects in man without the spirit having to intervene at all. This revelation came to Freud, and he called his discovery the unconscious. To the letter in the unconscious. In Freud's complete works, 1 out of 3 pages presents us with philological references, 1 out of 2 pages with logical inferences, and everywhere we see a dialectical apprehension of experience, linguistic analysis becoming still more prevalent the more directly the unconscious is involved. Thus what is at stake on every page in the interpretation of dreams is what I call the letter of discourse, in its texture, uses, and immanence in the matter in question. For this book inaugurates both Freud's work and his royal road to the unconscious. And we are informed of this by Freud, whose confession in letters to Fliess that have since been made public, when he launches this book toward us in the early days of this century, 16 merely confirms what he continued to proclaim to the end, that the whole of his discovery lies in this no-holds-barred expression of his message. 510. The first clause, articulated already in the introductory chapter because its exposition cannot be postponed, is that the dream is a rebus. And Freud stipulates that it must be understood quite literally a la lettre / as I said earlier. This is related to the instance in the dream of the same litterating, in other words, phonemic, structure in which the signifier is articulated and analyzed in discourse. Like the unnatural figures of the boat on the roof, or the man with a comma for a head, which are expressly mentioned by Freud, dream images are to be taken up only on the basis of their value as signifiers, that is, only insofar as they allow us to spell out the proverb presented by the oniric rebus. The linguistic structure that enables us to read dreams is at the crux of the signifierness of dreams, at the crux of the Traumdeutung. Freud shows us in every possible way that the image's value as a signifier has nothing to do with its signification, giving as an example Egyptian hieroglyphics in which it would be ridiculous to deduce from the frequency in a text of a vulture, which is an aleph, or a chick, which is a va, indicating a form of the verb to be and plurals, that the text has anything whatsoever to do with these ornithological specimens. Freud takes his bearings from certain uses of the signifier in this writing that are effaced in ours, such as the use of determinatives, where a categorical figure is added as an exponent to the literal figuration of a verbal term, but this is only to bring us back to the fact that we are dealing with writing where even the supposed ideogram is a letter. 425. But psychoanalysts who have no training in linguistics don't need the current confusion regarding the term ideogram to believe in a symbolism deriving from natural analogy, or even from instinct's cooptational image. This is so true that, apart from the French school, which attends to this, it is with a statement like reading coffee grounds is not the same as reading hieroglyphics that I must recall to its own principles a technique whose pathways cannot be justified unless they aim at the unconscious. It must be said that this is admitted only reluctantly, and that the mental vice denounced above enjoys such favor that the contemporary psychoanalyst can be expected to say that he decodes before resolving to take the journey with Freud. Turn at the statue of Champollion, says the guide, that is necessary for him to understand that he deciphers the latter, differing in that a cryptogram 511 only takes on its full dimensions when it is in a lost language long. Taking this journey simply amounts to going further in the Traumdeutung. Anstellung, translated as transposition, which Freud shows to be the general precondition for the functioning of the dream, is what I designated earlier, with Saussure, as the sliding of the signified under the signifier, which is always happening, unconsciously, let us note, in discourse. But the two aspects of the signifier's impact on the signified are also found here. Verdichtung, condensation, is the superimposed structure of signifiers in which metaphor finds its field, its name, condensing in itself. The word Dichtung shows the mechanism's connaturality with poetry, to the extent that it envelopes poetry's own properly traditional function. Verschiebung or displacement. This transfer of signification that metonymy displays is closer to the German term. It is presented, right from its first appearance in Freud's work, as the unconscious best means by which to foil censorship. What distinguishes these two mechanisms, which play a privileged role in the dream work, Traumarbeit, from their homologous function in discourse? Nothing, except a condition imposed upon the signifying material, called Reinsicht auf Darstellbarkeit, which must be translated as consideration of the means of staging, the translation by role of the possibility of representation being overly approximate here. But this condition constitutes a limitation operating within the system of writing, rather than dissolving the system into a figurative semiology in which it would intersect the phenomena of natural expression. This would probably allow us to shed light on problems with certain types of pictography, which we are not justified in regarding as evolutionary stages simply because they were abandoned in writing as imperfect. Let us say, then, that dreams are like the parlor game in which each person, in 426 turn, is supposed to get the spectators to guess some well-known saying or variant of it solely by silent gestures. The fact that dreams have speech at their disposal makes no difference since, for the unconscious, speech is but one stagging element among others. It is precisely when games and dreams alike run up against the lack of taxonomic material by which to represent logical relationships such as causality, contradiction, hypothesis, and so on that they prove they have to do with writing, not mime. The subtle procedures dreams end up using to represent these logical connections in a much less artificial way than games usually employ are taken up specifically in Freud's work, where it is once again confirmed that the dream work proceeds in accordance with the laws of the signifier. The rest of the dream revision is termed secondary by Freud, taking on its value from what is at stake. They are fantasies or daydreams, Tagtraum, to use the term Freud prefers to use to situate them in their wish-fulfilling function, Wunschvorstellung. Given that these fantasies may remain unconscious, their distinctive feature is clearly their signification. Now, Freud tells us that their role in dreams is either to serve as signifying elements for the statement of the unconscious thought, Traumgedanke, or to be used in the secondary revision that occurs, that is, in a function not to be distinguished, he says, from our waking thought Jan unserem wachen denken nicht u unterscheidre. No better idea of this function's effects can be given than by comparing it to patches of color wash which, when applied here and there on a stencil, can make stick figures which are rather unprepossessing in themselves in a rebus or hieroglyphics look more like a painting of people. I apologize for seeming to spell out Freud's text myself. It is not merely to show how much is to be gained by not lopping off parts of it. It is to be able to situate what has happened in psychoanalysis in terms of its earliest reference points, which are fundamental and have never been revoked. Right from the outset, people failed to recognize the constitutive role of the signifier in the status Freud immediately assigned to the unconscious in the most precise and explicit ways. The reason for this was twofold, the least perceived being, naturally, that this formalization was not sufficient by itself to bring people to recognize the instance of the signifier, Because when the Traumdeutung was published it was way ahead of the formalizations of linguistics, for which one could no doubt show that it paved the way by the sheer weight of its truth. The second reason is merely the flip side of the first, for if psychoanalysts were fascinated exclusively by the significations highlighted in the unconscious, it was because these significations derived their most secret attraction from the dialectic that seemed to be immanent in them. 423. I demonstrated to those who attend my seminar that the apparent changes of direction, or rather changes in tack along the way that Freud, in his primary concern to ensure the survival of his discovery along with the basic revisions it imposed upon our knowledge, felt it necessary to apply to his doctrine, were due to the need to counteract the ever-accelerating effects of this partiality. For, I repeat, given the situation he found himself in, where he had nothing corresponding to the object of his discovery that was at the same level of scientific maturity, he at least never failed to maintain this object at the level of its ontological dignity. The rest was the work of the gods, and took such a course that analysis today finds its bearings in the imaginary forms I have just shown to be sketched out through inverse printing on the text they mutilate. It is to them that the analyst same now adapts, confusing them, in the interpretation of dreams, with the visionary liberation of the hieroglyphic aviary, and seeking more generally to verify the exhaustion of the analysis in a sort of scanning *17 of these forms wherever they appear, with the idea that they bear witness both to the exhaustion of the regressions and to the remodeling of the object relation that is supposed to typify the subject. 18. The technique that is based on such positions can give rise to many varied effects, which are quite difficult to criticize behind their therapeutic aegis. But 514. An internal critique can emerge from the flagrant discordance between the mode of operation by which the technique legitimates itself, namely, the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis, all the instruments of which, starting with free association, derive their justification from its inventor's conception of the unconscious and the complete ignorance reigning there of this very conception of the unconscious. The most trenchant supporters of this technique let themselves off the hook here with a mere flourish. The fundamental rule must, they say, be observed all the more religiously since it is only the fruit of a lucky accident. In other words, Freud never really knew what he was doing. A return to Freud's texts shows, on the contrary, the absolute coherence between his technique and his discovery, and this coherence allows us to situate his procedures at their proper level. This is why any rectification of psychoanalysis requires a return to the truth of that discovery, which is impossible to obscure in its original moment. For in the analysis of dreams, Freud intends to give us nothing other than the laws of the unconscious in their broadest extension. One of the reasons why dreams were the most propitious here is, Freud tells us, that they reveal these laws no less in normal subjects than in neurotics. In neither, however, does the efficacy of the unconscious cease upon a walk. 428. Ending. Psychoanalytic experience consists in nothing other than establishing that the unconscious leaves none of our actions outside its field. The presence of the unconscious in the psychological order, in other words, in the individual's relational functions, nevertheless deserves to be more precisely defined. It is not coextensive with that order, for we know that, while unconscious motivation manifests itself just as much in conscious psychical effects as in unconscious ones, conversely it is elementary to note that a large number of psychical effects that are legitimately designated as unconscious, in the sense of excluding the characteristic of consciousness, nevertheless bear no relation whatsoever, by their nature, to the unconscious in the Freudian sense. It is thus only due to an incorrect use of the term that psychical and unconscious in this sense are confused, and that people thus term psychical what is actually an effect of the unconscious on the soma, for example. 515. The point is, therefore, to define the topography of this unconscious. I say that it is the very topography defined by the algorithm. What it has permitted me to elaborate concerning the impact of the signifier on the signified allows for its transformation into. It is on the basis of the copresence in the signified not only of the elements of the horizontal signifying chain but also of its vertical dependencies, that I have demonstrated the effects, distributed in accordance with two fundamental structures, in metonymy and metaphor. We can symbolize them by slash s. S equals s. That is, metonymic structure, indicating that it is the signifier to signifier connection that allows for the elision by which the signifier instates lack of being le manque de vetre / in the object relation, using signification's referral renvoi value to invest it with the desire aiming at the lack that it supports. The sign placed in manifests here the maintenance of the bar which, in the first algorithm, denotes the irreducible nature of the resistance of signification as constituted in the relations between signifier and signified. 19. 429. Now we turn to slash s equals s plus metaphoric structure, indicating that it is in the substitution of signifier for signifier that a signification effect is produced that is poetic or creative, in other words, that brings the signification in question into existence. 20. The plus sign in manifests here the crossing of the bar, and the constitutive value of this crossing for the emergence of signification. This crossing expresses the condition for the passage of the signifier into the signified, whose moment I pointed out above by provisionally conflating 516 it with the place of the subject. It is the function of the subject, thus introduced, on which we must now dwell since it lies at the crux of our problem. I am thinking, therefore I am cogito ergo sum, is not simply the formulation in which the link between the transparency of the transcendental subject and his existential affirmation is constituted, at the historical apex of reflection on the conditions of science. Perhaps I am only object and mechanism, and so nothing more than phe nomenon, but assuredly, insofar as I think so, I am absolutely. Philosophers certainly made important corrections here, namely, that in that which is thinking, cogitans, I am never doing anything but constituting myself as an object, cogitatum. The fact remains that through this extreme purification of the transcendental subject, my existential link to its project seems irrefutable, at least in the form of its actuality, and that cogito ergo sum ubi cogito, ibisum, overcomes this objection. Of course, this limits me to being there in my being only insofar as I think that I am in my thought. To what extent I really think this concerns me alone and, if I say it, interests no one. 21. Yet to avoid it on the pretext of its philosophical semblances is simply to demonstrate one's inhibition. For the notion of the subject is indispensable even to the workings of a science such as strategy in the modern sense, whose calculations exclude all subjectivism. It is also to deny oneself access to what might be called the Freudian universe in the sense in which we speak of the Copernican universe. Indeed, Freud himself compared his discovery to the so-called Copernican revolution, emphasizing that what was at stake was once again the place man assigns himself at the center of a universe. Is the place that I occupy as subject of the signifier concentric or eccentric in relation to the place I occupy as subject of the signified? That is the question. The point is not to know whether I speak of myself in a way that conforms to what I am, but rather to know whether, when I speak of myself, I am the same as the self of whom I speak. And there is no reason not to bring in the term thought here. For Freud uses the term to designate the elements at stake in the unconscious, that is, in the signifying mechanisms I just pointed to there. It is nonetheless true that the philosophical cogito is at the center of the mirage that renders modern man so sure of being himself in his uncertainties about himself, and even in the distrust he has long since learned to exercise regarding the pitfalls of pride. Now if, turning the weapon of metonymy against the nostalgia that it serves, I stop myself from seeking any meaning beyond tautology, and if, in the name of war is war and a penny's a penny, I resolve to be only what I am, how can I escape here from the obvious fact that I am in this very act? And how in going to the other, metaphoric, pole of the signifying quest, and dedicating myself to becoming what I am, to coming into being can I doubt that, even if I were to lose myself there, I am there? Now it is on these very points, where the obvious is subverted by the empirical, that the trick of the Freudian conversion lies. This signifying game of metonymy and metaphor up to and including its active tip point that counterpins my desire to a refusal of the signifier or to a lack of being, and links my fate to the question of my destiny. This game is played, in its inexorable subtlety, until the match is over, where I am not because I cannot situate myself there. That is, it wasn't going very far to say the words with which I momentarily dumbfounded my audience: I am thinking where I am not, therefore I am where I am not thinking. These words render palpable to an attentive ear with what elusive ambiguity the ring of meaning flees from our grasp along the verbal string. What we must say is, I am not, where I am the plaything of my thought, I think about what I am where I do not think I am thinking. This two-sided mystery can be seen to intersect the fact that truth is evoked only in that dimension of ruse whereby all realism in creation derives its virtue from metonymy, as well as this other fact that access to meaning is granted only to the double elbow of metaphor, when we hold in our hand their one and only key, namely, the fact that the S&S of the Saussurean algorithm 431 are not in the same plane, and man was deluding himself in believing he was situated in their common axis, which is nowhere. At least until Freud made this discovery. For if what Freud discovered isn't precisely that, it is nothing. The contents of the unconscious, in their deceptive ambiguity, supply us no reality in the subject more consistent than the immediate. It is from truth that they derive their virtue in the dimension of being. Kern Unser's Wesen is Freud's own expression. Metaphor's two-stage mechanism is the very mechanism by which SYMP-TOMs, in the analytic sense, are determined. Between the enigmatic signifier of sexual trauma and the term it comes to replace in a current signifying chain, a spark flies that fixes in a symptom a metaphor in which flesh or function is taken as a signifying element, the signification, that is inaccessible to the conscious subject, by which the symptom may be dissolved. And the enigmas that desire with its frenzy mimicking the gulf of the infinite and the secret collusion whereby it envelopes the pleasure of knowing and of dominating in jouissance poses for any sort of natural philosophy are based on no other derangement of instinct than the fact that it is caught in the rails of metonymy, eternally extending toward the desire for something else. Hence its perverse fixation at the very point of suspension of the signifying chain at which the screen memory is immobilized and the fascinating image of the fetish becomes frozen. There is no other way to conceive of the indestructibility of unconscious desire given that there is no need which, when its satiation is prohibited, does not wither, in extreme cases through the very wasting away of the organism itself. It is in a kind of memory, comparable to what goes by that name in our modern thinking machines, which are based on an electronic realization of signifying composition, that the chain is found which insists by reproducing itself in the transference, and which is the chain of a dead desire. It is the truth of what this desire has been in his history that the subject cries out through his symptom, as Christ said that stones themselves would have cried out, had the children of Israel not lent them their voices. And this is also why psychoanalysis alone allows us to differentiate in MEM 519 Ori the function of remembering. The latter, rooted in the signifier, resolves the Platonic aporias of reminiscence through the ascendancy of history in man. One need but read 3 essays on the theory of sexuality which is aired over for the masses by so many pseudo-biological glosses to note that Freud has all accession to the object derived from a dialectic of return. 432. Having thus begun with Holderlin's V6 OXO Q, Freud arrives less than 20 years later at Kierkegaard's repetition, that is, his thought, in submitting at the outset to the humble but inflexible consequences of the talking cure alone, was never able to let go of the living servitudes that, starting from the royal principle of the logos, led him to rethink the deadly Empedoclean antinomies. And how, if not on the other scene Freud speaks of as the locus of the dream, are we to understand his recourse as a man of science to a deus ex machina that is less derisory in that here it is revealed to the spectator that the machine directs the director himself? How can we fathom the fact that a scientist of the 19th century valued more highly than all his other works his totem and taboo with its obscene, ferocious figure of the primordial father, who is inexhaustibly redeemed in the eternal blinding of Oedipus, before which contemporary ethnologists bow as before the development of an authentic myth, unless we realize that he had to bow to a force of evidence that went beyond his prejudices. Similarly, the imperious proliferation of particular symbolic creations such as what are called the sexual theories of children, which account for even the smallest details of the neurotic's compulsions, answer to the same necessities as do myths. This is why, to bring you to the precise point of the commentary on Freud's work I am developing in my seminar, little Hans, left in the lurch at the age of 5 by the failings of his symbolic entourage, and faced with the suddenly actualized enigma to him of his sex and his existence, develops under the direction of Freud and his father, who is Freud's disciple, all the possible permutations of a limited number of signifiers in the form of a myth, around the signifying crystal of his phobia. We see here that, even at the individual level, man can find a solution to the impossible by exhausting all possible forms of the impossibilities that are encountered when the solution is put into the form of a signifying equation. This is a striking demonstration that illuminates the labyrinth of a case study which thus far has been used only as a scrap heap. It also makes us grasp that the nature of neurosis is revealed in the fact that a symptom's development is coextensive with its elimination in the treatment, whether phobic, hysterical, or obsessive. Neurosis is a question that being raises for the subject from where he was before the subject came into the world. This subordinate clause is the very expression Freud uses in explaining the Oedipus complex to little Hans. At stake here is the being that appears in a split second in the emptiness of the verb to be, and, as I said, this being raises its question for the subject. What does that mean? It does not raise it before the subject, since the subject cannot come to the place where being raises it, but being raises it in the sub 433. Jacques' place, in other words, being raises the question in that place with the subject, just as one raises a problem with a pen and as antiquity's man thought with his soul. Freud brought the ego into his doctrine in this way, defining it by the resistances that are specific to it. 22-1 have tried to get people to understand that these resistances are imaginary in nature, like the cooptational lures that ethology shows us in display or combat in animal behavior, these lures being reduced in man to the narcissistic relation introduced by Freud and elaborated by me in the mirror stage. While Freud, by situating in this ego the synthesis of the perceptual functions in which the sensoromotor selections are inte-graded, seems to agree with the tradition that delegates to the ego the task of answering for reality, this reality is simply all the more included in the sus pension of the ego. For this ego, distinguished first for the imaginary inertias it concentrates against the message of the unconscious, operates only by covering over the displacement the subject is with a resistance that is essential to discourse as such. This is why an exhaustion of the defense mechanisms, as palpable as 521 Fenichel renders it in his Problems of Psychoanalytic Technique, because he is a practitioner, whereas his whole theoretical reduction of the neuroses and psychoses to genetic anomalies in libidinal development is pure platitude, turns out to be the other side of unconscious mechanisms, without Fenichel accounting for or even realizing it. Periphrasis, hyperbaton, ellipsis, suspension, anticipation, retraction, negation, digression, and irony, these are the figures of style, quintillions figuri sententiarum, just as catachresis, lytides, antonomasia, and hypotypesis are the tropes, whose names strike me as the most appropriate ones with which to label these mechanisms. Can one see here mere manners of speaking, when it is the figures themselves that are at work in the rhetoric of the discourse the analysand actually utters? By obstinately characterizing resistance as having an emotional permanence, thereby making it foreign to discourse, contemporary psychoanalysts simply show that they have succumbed to one of the fundamental truths Freud rediscovered through psychoanalysis, which is that we cannot confine ourselves to giving a new truth its rightful place, for the point is to take up our place in it. The truth requires us to go out of our way. We cannot do so by simply getting used to it. We get used to reality real. The truth we repress. Now it is especially necessary to the scholar, the sage, and even the quack, to be the only one who knows. The idea that deep within the simplest of souls and, what's more, in the sickest there is something ready to blossom is one thing. but that there may be someone who seems to know as much as them. 434. About what we ought to make of it. Come to our rescue yon categories of primitive, pre-logical, and archaic thought, nay, of magical thought, so convenient to attribute to others. It is not fitting that these country bumpkins should keep us breathless by posing enigmas to us that prove overly clever. To interpret the unconscious as Freud did, one would have to be, as he was, an encyclopedia of the arts and muses, as well as an assiduous reader of the Fliegende and the task would become no easier were we to put ourselves at the mercy of a thread spun of allusions and quotations, puns and equivocations. Must we make a career out of antidote fanfreluches? Indeed, we must resolve to do so. The unconscious is neither the primordial nor the instinctual, and what it knows of the elemental is no more than the elements of the signifier. The three books that one might call canonical with regard to the unconscious, the Traumdeutung, the Psychopathology of Everyday Life, and Jacques, Wit Carrot, and their relation to the unconscious are but a web of examples whose development is inscribed in formulas for connection and substitution, though multiplied tenfold by their particular complexity, diagrams of them sometimes being provided by Freud outside the main body of the text, which are the formulas I give for the signifier in its transference function. For in the Traumdeutung it is in terms of such a function that the term Übertragung, or transference, which later gave its name to the mainspring of the intersubjective link between analyse and an analyst, is introduced. Such diagrams are not solely constitutive in neurosis of each of the SYMP tomes, but they alone allow us to encompass the thematic of its course and resolution, as the major case histories provided by Freud demonstrate admirably. To fall back on a more limited fact, but one that is more manageable as it provides a final seal with which to close these remarks, I will cite the 1927 article on fetishism and the case Freud reports there of a patient for whom sexual satisfaction required a certain shine on the nose, Glenpercent auf der Nase. The analysis showed that he owed it to the fact that his early English-speaking years had displaced the burning curiosity that attached him to his mother's phallus, that is, to that eminent want to be, whose privileged signifier Freud revealed into a glance at the nose, asterisk, rather than a shine on the nose, asterisk, in the forgotten language long of his childhood. It was the abyss, open to the thought that a thought might make itself heard in the abyss, that gave rise to resistance to psychoanalysis from the outset, not the emphasis on man's sexuality, as is commonly said. The latter is the object that has clearly predominated in literature throughout the ages. And the evolution of psychoanalysis has succeeded by a comical stroke of magic in turning it into a moral instance, the cradle and waiting area of ablativity 43s. And attraction. The soul's Platonic steed, now blessed and enlightened, goes straight to heaven. The intolerable scandal when Freudian sexuality was not yet holy was that it was so intellectual. It was in this respect that it showed itself to be the worthy stooge of all those terrorists whose plots were going to ruin society. At a time when psychoanalysts are busy refashioning a right-thinking psychoanalysis, whose crowning achievement is the sociological poem of the autonomous ego, I would like to say, to those who are listening to me, how they can recognize bad psychoanalysts, by the word they use to deprecate all research on technique and theory that furthers the Freudian experience in its authentic direction. That word is intellectualization, execrable to all those who, living in fear of putting themselves to the test by drinking the wine of truth, spit on men's bread, even though their spittle can never again have any effect but that of leavening. 777. The letter, being, and the other. Is what thinks in my place, then, another ego? Does Freud's discovery represent the confirmation, at the level of psychological experience, of Manichaeism? 24. There can, in fact, be no confusion on this point. What Freud's research introduced us to was not some more or less curious cases of dual personality. Even at the heroic era I have been describing, when, like animals in die age of fairy tales, sexuality spoke the diabolical atmosphere that such an orientation might have given rise to never materialized. 25. The goal Freud's discovery proposes to man was defined by Freud at the height of his thought in these moving terms: woe es war, solch werden. Where it was, I must come into being. This goal is one of reintegration and harmony, I might even say of reconciliation Versöhnung, but if we ignore the self's radical eccentricity with respect to itself that man is faced with, in other words, the very truth Freud discovered, we will renege on both the order and pathways of psychoanalytic mediation, we will make of it the compromise operation that it has, in effect, become precisely what both the spirit and letter of Freud's work most repudiate. For, since he constantly points out that compromise is behind all the miseries his analysis assuages, we can say that resorting to compromise, whether explicit or implicit, disorients all psychoanalytic action and plunges it into darkness. But neither does it suffice to rub shoulders with the moralistic Tartuffes of our time, or to be forever spouting forth about the total personality in order to have said anything articulate about the possibility of mediation. 436. The radical heteronomy that Freud's discovery shows gaping within man can no longer be covered over without whatever tries to hide it being fundamentally dishonest. Which other is this, then, to whom I am more attached than to myself, moi, since, at the most ascended to heart of my identity to myself, he pulls the strings. His presence can only be understood in an altérité raised to the second power, which already situates him in a mediating position in relation to my own splitting from myself, as if from a semblable. If I have said that the unconscious is the other's discourse, with a capital O, it is in order to indicate the beyond in which the recognition of desire is tied to the desire for recognition. In other words, this other is the other that even my lie invokes as a guer antier of the truth in which my lie subsists. Here we see that the dimension of truth emerges with the appearance of language. Prior to this point, we have to admit the existence in the psychological relation, which can be precisely isolated in the observation of animal behavior 525I or of subjects, not because of some projective mirage, it being the psychologist's vacuous watchword to hack this phantom to pieces, but because of the manifested presence of intersubjectivity. In the animal hidden in his lookout, in the well-laid trap, in the straggler ruse by which a runaway separated from the flock throws a raptor off the scent, something more emerges than in the fascinating erection of display or combat. Yet there is nothing here that transcends the function of allure in the service of a need, or that affirms a presence in that beyond the veil where the whole of nature can be questioned about its design. For the question to even arise, and we know that it arose for Freud in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, there must be language. For I can lure my adversary with a movement that runs counter to my battle plan, and yet this movement has its deceptive effect only insofar as I actually make it for my adversary. But in the proposals by which I initiate peace negotiations with him, what my negotiations propose is situated in a third locus which is neither my speech nor my interlocutor. This locus is nothing but the locus of signifying convention, as is seen in the comedy of the distressed complaint of the Jew to his pal, "Why are you telling me you are going to Krakow so I'll believe you are going to Lemberg, when you really are going to Krakow?" Of course the aforementioned flock movement can be understood in the 43J. Conventional register of a game's strategy, where it is on the basis of a rule that I deceive my adversary, but here my success is assessed as connoting betrayal, that is, it is assessed in the relationship to the other who is the guer antier of good faith. Here the problems are of an order whose heteronomy is simply ignored if it is reduced to some awareness of others, or whatever people choose to call it. For the existence of the other having, not long ago, reached the ears of Midas, the psychoanalyst, through the partition that separates him from the phenomenologist's confabs, the news is now being whispered through the reeds: Midas, King Midas, is the other of his patient. He himself said so. What sort of breakthrough is that? The other? Which other? Which other was the young André Gide aiming at when he defied the landlady, in whose care his mother had placed him, to treat him as a responsible being by unlocking right in front of her with a key that was fake only insofar as it opened all locks of the same kind, the lock that she herself considered to be the worthy signifier of her educational intentions? Was it she who would later intervene and to whom the child would laughingly say, "Do you really think a lousy padlock can ensure my obedience?" but by simply remaining out of sight and waiting until that evening before lecturing the kid, after giving him a suitably cold reception upon his return home, it was not simply a female other whose angry face she showed him, but another André Gide, one who was no longer really sure, either then or even later when he thought back on it, what he had wanted to do, who had been changed right down to his very truth by the doubt cast on his good faith. Perhaps it would be worth dwelling on this realm of confusion, which is simply that in which the whole human opera buffa is played out, to understand the pathways by which analysis proceeds, not only to restore order here but also to instate the conditions for the possibility of its restoration. Kern Unser's Wesen, the core of our being. It is not so much that Freud commands us to target this, as so many others before him have done with the feudal adage know thyself, as that he asks us to reconsider the pathways that lead to it. Or, rather, the this which he proposes we attain is not a this which can be the object of knowledge, but a this, doesn't he say as much, which constitutes my being, and to which, as he teaches us, I bear witness as much and more in my whims, aberrations, phobias, and fetishes, than in my more or less civilized personage. Madness, you are no longer the object of the ambiguous praise with which the sage furnished the impregnable burrow of his fear. And if he is, after all, not so badly ensconced there, it is because the supreme agent at work since 43*. Time immemorial, digging its tunnels and maze, is reason itself, the same logos he serves. Then how do you explain the fact that a scholar like Erasmus, with so little talent for the commitments that solicited him in his age, as in any other, could hold such an eminent place in the revolution brought about by a reformation in which man has as much of a stake in each man as in all men? It is by touching, however lightly, on man's relation to the signifier in this case, by changing the procedures of exegesis, that one changes the course of his history by modifying the moorings of his being. It is precisely in this respect that anyone capable of glimpsing the changes we have lived through in our own lives can see that Freudianism, however misunderstood it has been and however nebulous its consequences have been, constitutes an intangible but radical revolution. There is no need to go seeking witnesses to the fact. 26 Everything that concerns not just the human sciences, but the destiny of man, politics, metaphysics, literature, the arts, advertising, propaganda, and thus, no doubt, economics has been affected by it. But is this anything more than the dissonant effects of an immense truth where Freud has traced a pure path? It must be said here that a technique that takes advantage of the psychological categorization alone of its object is not following this path, as is the case of contemporary psychoanalysis apart from a return to the Freudian discovery. Thus the vulgarity of the concepts by which its practice shows its mettle, the embroidery of Freudie Vorfreudheim which is now mere decoration, and what must be called the discredit in which it prospers, together bear witness to the fundamental repudiation of that discovery. Through his discovery, Freud brought the border between object and being that seemed to mark the limits of science within its ambit. This is the symptom of and prelude to a re-examination of man's situation in the midst of beings dans Elatony / as all the postulates of knowledge have heretofore assumed it to be. But please don't be content to classify the fact that I am saying so as a case of Heideggerianism, even prefixed by a neo- that adds nothing to the trashy style by which it is common to spare oneself any reflection with the quip, separate that out for me from its mental jetsam. When I speak of Heidegger, or rather when I translate him, I strive to preserve the sovereign signifierness of the speech he proffers. If I speak of the letter and being, if I distinguish the other from the other, it is because Freud suggests them to me as the terms to which resistance and transference effects refer, effects against which I have had to wage unequal battle in the 20 years that I have been engaged in the practice that we all. 439. Repeating after Freud, call impossible, that of psychoanalysis. It is also because I must help others avoid losing their way there. It is to prevent the field they have inherited from falling fallow, and to that end to convey that if the symptom is a metaphor, it is not a metaphor to say so, any more than it is to say that man's desire is a metonymy. For the SYMP Tom is a metaphor, whether one likes to admit it or not, just as desire is a metonymy, even if man scoffs at the idea. Thus, if I am to rouse you to indignation over the fact that, after so many centuries of religious hypocrisy and philosophical posturing, no one has yet validly articulated what links metaphor to the question of being and metonymy to its lack, something of the object of this indignation must still be there, something that, as both instigator and victim, corresponds to it, namely, the man of humanism and the irremediably contested debt he has incurred against his intentions. TTYEMUPT. May 14-26, 1957. Related to this article is a presentation I made on April 23, 1960, to the Philosophical Society regarding the paper Chaim Perlman gave there on his theory of metaphor as a rhetorical function found in his trait of argumentation. My presentation is included as an appendix, Appendix 2, in this volume 1966. V. On a question prior to any possible treatment of psychosis. This article contains the most important material from the seminar I gave during the first two terms of the 1955-1956 academic year, the material from the third term thus having been excluded. It was published in Volume 4 of La Psychanalyse. Hoc quod triginta trace per annos in ipso loco studui, et sancti anni genealoci, et dilecti juventudi, qui eomi sectata est, diligenter dedico. Toward Freud. 1/2 a century of Freudianism applied to psychosis has left the latter still to be reconceptualized, in other words, in statu quo ante. We might say that, prior to Freud, discussion of psychosis was unable to move beyond a theoretical framework that presented itself as psychology and was merely a laicized residue of what I will call the long metaphysical coction of science in the school, with the capital S our reverence owes it. Now if our science, concerning the psychosis, in its ever purer mathematization, retains from this cuisine no more than a stench so subtle that one may legitimately wonder whether a substitution of person has not occurred, the same cannot be said concerning the emphasis, that is, the living apparatus that one hopes is capable of taking the measure of the said psychosis, whose smell of burnt fat indubitably betrays the age-old practice of preparing brains in that cuisine. Thus the theory of abstraction, necessary to account for knowledge, has become fixed in an abstract theory of the subject's faculties, which the most radical sensationalist question-begging has been unable to render more functional with regard to subjective effects. The ever-renewed attempts to correct its results by the various counterweights of affect must, in fact, remain futile as long as one neglects to ask 532 whether or not it is indeed the same subject that is affected. 44.5. 2. This is the question one learns to avoid once and for all on one's school, with a lowercase s, bench, for even if alternations in the identity of the percipient are accepted, the latter's function in constituting the unity of the perceptum is not challenged. Thus diversity of structure in the perceptum affects only a diversity of register in the percipiens in the final analysis, that of the sensoriums. This diversity is always surmountable, in principle, provided the percipiens remains at a level commensurate with reality. This is why those whose task it is to answer the question raised by the existence of the madman have been unable to stop themselves from interposing between it and them those same school benches, which they find, in this case, to be a convenient wall behind which to take shelter. Indeed, I would dare to lump together, so to speak, all positions on the matter, whether mechanistic or dynamic, whether they see the genesis of madness as based on the organism or the psyche, and its structure as based on disintegration or conflict. Yes, all of them, however ingenious they may be, insofar as, in the name of the obvious fact that a hallucination is a perceptum without an object, they confine themselves to asking the percipients to account for this perceptum, without realizing that, in doing so, they skip a step, that of inquiring whether the perceptum itself bequeaths a univocal meaning to the percipiens who is asked here to explain it. This step should nevertheless seem legitimate in any unbiased examination of verbal hallucination, in that the latter is not reducible, as we shall see, to any particular sensorium, and especially not to any percipiens insofar as the percipiens would give it its unity. Indeed, it is a mistake to take verbal hallucination to be auditory in nature, when it is theoretically conceivable that it not be auditory at all, in the case of a deaf-mute, for example, or of some known auditory register of hallucinatory spelling out of words, but above all if we consider that the act of hearing is not the same when it aims at the coherence of the verbal chain, namely, its overdetermination at each instant by the deferred action après coup of its sequence, and the suspension at each instant of its value upon the advent of a meaning that is always susceptible to postponement renvoi, and when it adjusts to sound modulation in speech, for the purpose of acoustic analysis, whether tonal or phonetic, or even of musical power. These highly abbreviated remarks would seem to suffice to bring out the different subjectivities we must consider when investigating the perceptum, and the extent to which they are misunderstood in patient interviews and the nosology of voices. But it might be claimed that we can reduce these differences in subjective ity to levels of objectification in the percipiens. 443. This is not so, however. For it is at the level at which subjective synthesis confers upon speech its full meaning that the subject manifests all the paradoxes to which he falls victim in this singular perception. The fact that these paradoxes already appear when it is the other who proffers speech is sufficiently manifested in the subject by the possibility of obeying the other insofar as the latter's speech orders him to listen and to be on guard, for by simply listening in, the subject falls under the sway of a suggestion from which he can only escape by reducing the other to being no more than the mouthpiece of a discourse that is not his own or of an intention that he sets aside in his discourse. But more striking still is the subject's relation to his own speech, in which what is important is somewhat masked by the purely acoustic fact that he cannot speak without hearing himself. Nor is there anything special in the behavior or of consciousness about the fact that he cannot listen to himself without becoming divided. Clinicians did better when they figured out that verbal motor hallucinations are often accompanied by the subject's own partial phonatory movements. Yet they did not articulate the crucial point, which is that, since the sensorium is indifferent in the production of a signifying chain, a. the signifying chain imposes itself, by itself, on the subject in its dimension as voice, b. it takes on, as such, a reality proportionate to the time, which is perfectly observable in experience, involved in its subjective attribution, c. and its own structure, qua signifier, is determinant in this attribution, which is distributive as a rule, that is, it has several voices and thus renders equivocal the supposedly unifying percipiens. 3. I will illustrate what I have just said with a phenomenon taken from one of my clinical presentations from 1955 to 1956, the very year of the seminar whose work I am presenting here. Let us say that such a find can only be the reward for complete, albeit enlightened, submission to the patient's properly subjective positions which are all too often forced by being reduced in the doctor/patient dialogue to the morbid process, thus increasing the difficulty of fathoming them due to a not unjustified reticence on the subject's part. It was a case of one of those shared delusions dealers ado, the typical case of which is the mother/daughter couple, as I showed long ago, in which a feeling of being intruded upon, that had developed into a delusion of being watched, was but the development of the defense characteristic of an effective binary relation, open as such to every alienation. It was the daughter who, during my examination, presented me as proof. 448. Of the insults to which she and her mother were subjected by their neighbors, a fact concerning the boyfriend of their female neighbor who was supposedly harassing them with her onslaughts, after they had had to break off an intimate friendship with her that was at first kindly received. This man, who was thus an indirect party to the situation and, moreover, a rather secondary figure in the patient's allegations, had, according to her, flung at her the offensive term "so," as he passed her in the hallway of their apartment building. On hearing this, and being hardly inclined to see in it a retort to pig, that would be too easy to extrapolate in the name of a projection which in such cases is never anything more than the psychiatrist's own projection, I asked her straight out what in herself had been proffered the moment before. Not in vain, for she conceded with a smile that, upon seeing the man, she had murmured the following words which, if she is to be believed here, gave no cause for offense: "I've just been to the pork butcher's." At whom were these words aimed? She was hard-pressed to say, giving me the right to help her. For their literal meaning, we cannot neglect the fact, among others, that the patient had suddenly taken leave of her husband and her in-laws and thus given a marriage her mother disapproved of, a conclude 535 Zion that had not changed in the interim due to the conviction she had formed that these country bumpkins were planning nothing less, in order to finish off this good-for-nothing city girl, than to carve her up piece by piece. But what difference does it make whether or not one has to resort to the fantasy of the fragmented body in order to understand how the patient, a pre-oner of the dyadic relationship, was responding once again here to a situation that was beyond her? For our present purposes, it is enough that the patient admitted that the sentence was elusive, even though she was unable for all that to demonstrate anything other than perplexity over which of the two people present or the one person absent was targeted by the illusion. For it thus appears that the I, as subject of the sentence in direct speech, left in abeyance in accordance with its function as a shifter, as it is called in linguistics, the designation of the speaking subject for as long as the illusion, in its conjuratory intention no doubt, itself remained oscillating. After a pause, this uncertainty came to an end with the apposition of the word so, itself too loaded with invective to follow the oscillation isochronously. This is how the discourse managed to realize its rejecting intention in the hallucination. In the locus where the unspeakable object was rejected into the real, a word made itself heard because, in coming to the place of what has no name, it was unable to follow the subject's intention without detaching itself from it by the dash that intro. 449. Dutses the reply opposing its disparaging antistrophe to the grumbling of the strophe that was thus restored to the patient with the index of the I, resembling in its opacity the exclamations of love, when, running short of signifiers to call the object of its epithalamion, it employs the crudest imaginary means. I'll eat you up. My sweetie. Jojf you'll love it. You dog, you. And zr/. For I mention this example here only to show in a real-life case that the function of unrealization is not entirely located in the symbol. For in order for its eruption in the real to be incontrovertible, the symbol need but present itself, as it commonly does, in the form of a broken chain. 2. We also see here the effect every signifier has, once it is perceived, of arising in the percipiens an assent composed of the awakening of the percipiens' hidden duplicity by the signifier's manifest ambiguity. Of course, all of this can be considered to be a mirage from the classic perspective of the unifying subject. But it is striking that this perspective, reduced to itself, offers only such impoverished views regarding hallucination, for example, that the work of a madman, as remarkable as Judge Schreiber proves to be in his memoirs of my nervous illness, after being well received, even before Freud, by psychiatrists, can be regarded, even after Freud, as a text worth reading as an introduction to the phenomenology of psychosis, and not simply for beginners. For this work provided me with the basis for a structural analysis in my 1955 to 1956 seminar on Freudian structures in the psychoses when, following Freud's advice, I re-examined it. The relation between the signifier and the subject that this analysis uncovers can be found as is apparent in this preamble in the very appearance of the phenomena, provided that, coming back to it from Freud's experience, one knows where it leads. But, if properly carried out, an approach that starts from the phenomenon leads back to this point, as was the case for me when my initial study of paranoia 30 years ago brought me to the threshold of psychoanalysis. 5. Nowhere, in fact, is the fallacious conception of a psychical process in Jasper's sense in which a symptom is merely an index more irrelevant than in dealing with psychosis, because nowhere is the symptom more clearly articulated in the structure itself, assuming one knows how to read it. This makes it incumbent upon us to define this process by the most radical determinants of man's relation to the signifier. 45. 5. But we need not have reached this stage to be interested in the variety of forms verbal hallucinations assume in Schreiber's memoirs, or to recognize in them differences quite other than those by which they are classically classified, according to the way they involve the percipiens, the degree of his belief, or the latter's reality, audivation, namely, differences that stem instead from their speech structure, insofar as this structure is already in the perceptron. If we consider the text of the hallucinations alone, a distinction immediately arises for the linguist between code phenomena and message phenomena. Belonging to the code phenomena, in this approach, are the voices that use the Grundsprache, which I translate as basic language /Langdefond/ and which Schreber describes, S13, 6 as a vigorous though somewhat antiquated German, which is especially characterized by its great wealth of euphemism. Elsewhere, S167, he ruefully refers to its form, which is authentic on account of its characteristics of noble distinction and simplicity. These code phenomena are specified in locutions that are neological in both their form, new compound words, though the compounding here takes place in accordance with the rules of the patient's mother tongue, and usage. Hallucinations inform the subject of the forms and usages that constitute the neocode. The subject owes to them, for example, first and foremost, the term Grundsprache that designates this neocode. We are dealing here with something fairly akin to the messages that linguists call autonomous, insofar as it is the signifier itself, and not what it signifies, that is the object of the communication. However, this peculiar but normal relation of the message to itself is redoubled here, in that these messages are taken to be borne by beings whose relations are enunciated by the messages themselves, in modes that prove to be quite analogous to the connections between signifiers. The term nervenanhang, which I translate as nerve annexation, and which also comes from these messages, illustrates this remark insofar as passion and action between these beings are reduced to those annexed or disannexed nerves, but also insofar as these nerves, just like the divine rays, Gottesstrahlen, with which they are homogeneous, are nothing but the entification of the spoken words they bear, S130, which the voices formulate as. Do not forget that the nature of the rays is that they must speak. This is the system's relation to its own constitution as signifier, which should be filed under the question of metalanguage and which, in my opinion, demonstrates the impropriety of this notion if it is intended to define elements differentiated within language. Let us note, on the other hand, that we are presented here with phenomena that have mistakenly been called intuitive due to the fact that the effect of 451 signification anticipates the development of signification therein. What is actually involved is an effect of the signifier, insofar as its degree of certainty, sec on degree, signification of signification, takes on a weight proportional to the enigmatic void that first presents itself in the place of signification itself. What is amusing in this case is that it is precisely to the extent that the signified high tension drops for the subject that the hallucinations turn into refrains, mere repetitions whose emptiness is imputed to beings devoid of intelligence and personality, or who are even altogether effaced from the register of being. It is to this very extent, as I was saying, that the voices highlight the Seelenaufassung, the soul conception. In the basic language, this conception is manifested in a catalogue of thoughts that is not unworthy of a book of classical psychology. This catalogue is tied to a pedantic intention on the part of the voices, which does not stop the subject from making highly relevant comments on it. Note that the source of terms is always carefully referenced in these comments. For example, when the subject uses the word instani, S30 note, see also notes on pages 11 to 21, he emphasizes in a note, this expression is mine. This is why the primordial importance of memory thoughts, Erinnerungsgedanken, in the psychical economy does not escape him, and he immediately offers proof of this in the poetic and musical use of modulating reprise. Our patient, who provides the priceless description of this soul conception as a somewhat idealized representation which souls had formed of human life and thought, S164, thinks that he has gained insight into the nature of human thought processes and human feelings for which many a psychologist might envy me, S167. I would agree all the more readily in that, unlike them, he does not imagine that he has wrested this knowledge, whose scope he assesses so humorously, from the nature of things, and in that, while he thinks that he must make use of it, it is, as I have just indicated, on the basis of a semantic analysis. 7. But to return to the thread of my argument, let us turn to the phenomena that I will contrast with the preceding ones as message phenomena. The latter are interrupted messages, by means of which a relationship is sustained between the subject and his divine interlocutor, a relationship to which the messages give the form of a challenge asterisk or an endurance test. Indeed, his partner's voice limits the messages in question to the beginning of a sentence whose complement of meaning poses, moreover, no problem to the subject, except for its harassing, offensive character, which is usually so idiotic as to discourage him. The valiance he displays by not faltering in his reply, and even in eluding the traps he is led into, is not the least important aspect for our analysis of the phenomenon. 4.2. But I will dwell here again on the very text of what might be called the hallucinatory provocation, or better, prot-asis. The subject gives us the following examples of such a structure, S 217, 1. None will ich mich. Now I shall, 2. Sie sollen endlich. You were to, 3. Das will ich mir. I shall, 540. To take only these three, to which he must reply with their significant supplement, which to him is not open to doubt, namely, 1. Resign myself to being stupid, 2. Be exposed, a word of the basic language, as denying God, as given to voluptuous excesses, not to mention other things, 3. Think about that first. One might note that each sentence is interrupted at the point at which the group of words that one might call index terms ends, the latter being those designated by their function in the signifier, according to the terminology employed above, as shifters asterisk, that is, the terms in the code that indicate the subject's position on the basis of the message itself. After which, the properly lexical part of the sentence, in other words, the part that includes the words the code defines by their use, whether it is the shared code or the delusional code, remains elided. Aren't we struck by the predominance of the signifier's function in these two orders of phenomena, and even incited to seek what lies at the root of the association they constitute, that of a code constituted by messages about the code and of a message reduced to what, in asterisk the code, indicates the message? All this would have to be carefully transcribed onto a graph, 8. The graph with which I have tried this year to represent the signifier's internal connections, insofar as they structure the subject. For there is a topology here that is altogether different from the topology we might be led to imagine by the requirement of an immediate parallelism between the form of the phenomena and their pathways in the central nervous system. But this topology, which follows the lines laid down by Freud when, after opening up the field of the unconscious with dreams, he set out to describe the dynamics of the unconscious, without feeling bound by any concern for cortical localization, is precisely what may best prepare the questions we should ask when investigating the surface of the cerebral cortex. For it is only after linguistic analysis of the phenomenon of language that one can legitimately establish the relation it constitutes in the subject, and at the same time delimit the order of machines, in the purely associative sense. 5j. This term takes on in network theory in mathematics, that can bring about this phenomenon. It is no less remarkable that it was the Freudian experience that led the author of these lines in the direction presented here. Let us examine, then, what this experience contributes to our question. 1. What did Freud contribute here? I began by stating that, regarding the problem of psychosis, his contribution led to backsliding. This is immediately apparent in the simplistic character of the mainsprings invoked in conceptions that all boil down to the following fundamental schema: how can the inside be shifted outside? Indeed, even though the subject here encompasses an opaque ID, it is nevertheless as an ego, that is, and this is clearly expressed in the current psychoanalytic orientation, as the same inexhaustible percipience that he is invoked in explaining psychosis. This percipience has total power over its no less unchanged correlate, reality, and the model for this power is derived from a fact accessible to everyday experience, that of affective projection. For what is noteworthy about current theories is the absolutely uncritical way in which the mechanism of projection is put to use in them. Everything objects to it, yet nothing stops them, least of all the obvious clinical fact that there is no relation between affective projection and its supposed delusional effects between, for example, the jealousy of the unfaithful spouse and the jealousy of the alcoholic. Freud, in the essay in which he interprets the Schreber case, which is read badly when it is reduced to the rehashings that followed it, uses the form of a grammatical deduction in order to present the switching involved in the relation to the other in psychosis. He employs the different ways of negating the proposition, I love him, from which it follows that the negative judgment is structured in two stages. The first is a reversal of the value of the verb, I hate him, or inversion of the gender of the agent or object, it is not me or it is not him but her, or vice versa. The second is a reversal of subjects, he hates me, it is her that he loves, it is she who loves me. But no one pays any attention to the logical problems formally involved in this deduction. Furthermore, while Freud in this text expressly dismisses the mechanism of projection as insufficient to account for the problem entering at this point into a very long, detailed, and subtle discussion of repression, which offers us, all the same, some toothing stones for our problem, suffice it to say that these toothing stones continue to stand out inviolate above the clouds of dust raised on the psychoanalytic construction site. 2. After that, Freud contributed on narcissism. It was put to the same use, namely, to a sort of pumping a sucking in and spewing out, depending on the stages of the theorem of libido by the percipiens, which is thereby capably of inflating and deflating a windbag reality. Freud provided the first theory of the way in which the ego is constituted on the model of the other in the new subjective economy determined by the unconscious. The response was to acclaim the rediscovery in this ego of the good old reliable percipiens and of the synthesizing function. Is it surprising that the only use made of it regarding psychosis was to definitively foreground the notion of loss of reality? That's not all. In 1924 Freud wrote an incisive article, The Loss of Real Ity in Neurosis and Psychosis, in which he directs our attention back to the fact that the problem is not that of the loss of reality, but of the mainspring of what takes its place. His words fell on deaf ears, since the problem had already been resolved. The prop room is inside and the props are taken out as the need arises. Such is, in fact, the schema with which even Kitten remains satisfied in his studies, in which he examines so attentively the stages of Schreber's psychosis, guided by his concern to penetrate the pre-psychotic phase when he highlights the defense against instinctual temptation, against masturbation and homosexuality in this case, in order to justify the upsurge of hallucinatory phantasmagoria, which he considers to be a curtain interposed by the operation of the percipiens between the tendency and its real stimulus. What a relief this simplicity would have been to me at one time, if I had thought it sufficed to explain the problem of literary creation in psychosis. 3. Yet can any problem still constitute an obstacle to the discourse of psychoanalysis, when the fact that a tendency gets expressed in reality is conceded indicative of regression in the couple they form? What could possibly tire minds that let people talk to them of regression, without distinguishing between regression in structure, regression in history, and regression in development, which Freud always differentiates as topographical, temporal, or genetic? I shall refrain from spending time here taking inventory of the confusion. It is old hat to those whom I train and would be of no interest to others. I will confine myself to pointing out, for their common meditation, the sense of unfamiliarity that is produced in those whose speculation has condemned itself for SS. To go around in circles between development and entourage by the simple mention of characteristics that are nevertheless the very framework of the Freudian edifice, namely, the equivalence Freud maintains of the imaginary function of the phallus in the two sexes, long the despair of fans of false biological, that is naturalist, windows, the castration complex considered to be a normative phase of the subject's assumption assumption of his own sex, the myth of the killing of the father, rendered necessary by the constitutive presence of the Oedipus complex in every personal history, and, last but not the splitting brought about in love life by the instance, indeed the repetitive instance, of the object that is always to be refound as unique. Must we again recall the fundamentally dissident nature of Freud's notion of the drive, the theoretical disjunction between the tendency, its direction, and its object, and not only its original perversion but its involvement in a conceptual systematic, a systematic whose place Freud indicated, from the very beginning of his work, under the heading of the sexual theories of children? Is it not clear that we have been far from all that for a long time now, in an educational naturism that no longer has any other principle than the notion of gratification and its counterpart, frustration, which is nowhere mentioned in Freud's work? The structures revealed by Freud no doubt continue to sustain not only in their plausibility, but also in the way they are handled the vague dynamisms with which contemporary psychoanalysis claims to orient its flow. A forsaken technique would merely be more capable still of performing miracles were it not for the extra dose of conformism that reduces its effects to those of an ambiguous combination of social suggestion and psychological superstition. For it is even striking that a demand for rigor is found only in those people whom the course of things keeps out of the mainstream in some respect, such as Ida McAlpine, who gives us cause to marvel, encountering, as we do in reading her work, a sound thinker. Her critique of the cliché that confines itself to the factor of the suppression of a homosexual drive which is, moreover, altogether undefined to explain psychosis is brilliant, and she demonstrates it amply in the Schreiber case itself. Homosexuality, which is supposedly the determining factor in paranoiac psychosis, is actually a symptom articulated in the psychotic process. This process had begun long before the first sign of it appeared in Schreiber in the form of one of those hypnopompic ideas which, in their fragility, present us with tomographies, as it were, of the ego, an idea whose imaginary function is sufficiently indicated to us by its form, that it would be beautiful to be a woman submitting to the act of copulation. 36. McAlpine, to introduce a valid criticism here, nevertheless seems to neglect the fact that, although Freud places considerable stress on the homosexual question, it is in order to show, first of all, that it conditions the idea of grandeur in delusion, but, more essentially, he indicates in it the mode of alterity by which the subject's metamorphosis occurs, in other words, the place where his successive delusional transferences occur. She would have done better to put her trust in the reason why Freud here again stubbornly insists on a reference to the Oedipus complex, which she does not accept. This difficulty would have led her to discoveries that would certainly have been illuminating to us, for everything still remains to be said about the function of what is known as the inverted Oedipus complex. McAlpine prefers to reject all recourse to Oedipus here, making up for it with a procreation fantasy found in children of both sexes in the form of pregnancy fantasies which, moreover, she considers to be related to the structure of hypochondria. 9. This fantasy is, indeed, essential, and I will even add that in the first case in which I obtained this fantasy in a man, it was by a means that marked an important milestone in my career, and he was neither a hypochondriac nor a hysteric. McAlpine feels rather subtly, indeed surprisingly so given the way things are today, a need to tie this fantasy to a symbolic structure. But in order to find a structure independent of the Oedipus complex, she goes off in search of ethnographic references, her assimilation of which is hard to gauge in her text. This involves the Heliolithic theme, which has been championed by one of the most eminent supporters of the English diffusionist school. I am aware of the merit of these conceptions, but they do not seem to me to even remotely corroborate McAlpine's idea that asexual procreation is a primitive conception. 10. McAlpine's error is seen elsewhere, in the fact that she arrives at a result that is diametrically opposed to the result she is seeking. By isolating a fantasy in a dynamic that she terms intrapsychic, in accordance with the conception of transference she introduces, she ends up designating the psychotic's uncertainty about his own sex as the sensitive spot where the analyst must intervene, contrasting the felicitous effects of intervening there with the catastrophic effect which is, in fact, constantly found in work with psychotics of any suggestion that goes in the direction of getting the subject to recognize his latent homosexuality. Now, uncertainty about one's own sex is a common feature in hysteria, whose diagnostic encroachments McAlpine points out. The fact is that no imaginary formation is specific 1x or determinant in either the structure or dynamics of a process. And this is why one condemns oneself 45y. To missing both of them when, in the hope of grasping them better, one flouts the symbolic articulation that Freud discovered at the same time as the unconscious, that is, in effect, consubstantial with the unconscious. The necessity of this articulation is what he indicates to us in his methodical reference to the Oedipus complex. 5. How can we hold McAlpine responsible for such neglect when, rather than being remedied, it has continued to grow in psychoanalysis? That is why, in order to define the minimal split, which is certainly called for, between neurosis and psychosis, psychoanalysts are reduced to deferring to the ego's responsibility regarding reality. This is what I call leaving the problem of psychosis in statu quo ante. One point was, however, very precisely designated as the bridge across the border between the two domains. Analysts have even emphasized it in the most inordinate way concerning the question of transference in psychosis. It would be uncharitable to repeat here what has been said on the subject. I shall simply take the opportunity of paying homage to McAlpine's intelligence, when she sums up a position in line with the genius deployed in psychoanalysis today in these terms. In short, psychoanalysts claim to be able to cure psychosis in all cases in which psychosis is not involved. 12. It is on this point that Midas, laying down the law one day regarding the cases in which psychoanalysis is indicated, expressed himself thus: it is clear that psychoanalysis is possible only with a subject for whom there is an other. And Midas crossed the bridge back and forth thinking it to be a wasteland. How could he have done otherwise, since he was unaware that the river lay there? The term other, never before heard by the psychoanalytic people, had no other meaning for them than the whispering of the reeds. 3. With Freud. 1. It is rather striking that a dimension that is felt to be that of something other autre chose in so many of the experiences men have not at all without thinking about them, rather in thinking about them, but without thinking that they are thinking, and like Telemachu's thinking of the expense has never been thought out to the point of being suitably stated by those whom the idea of thought assures that they are thinking. Desire, boredom, confinement, revolt, prayer, wakefulness. I would like us to pause here, since Freud explicitly refers to the latter by mentioning, in 458, the middle of his text on Schreber, a passage from Nietzsche's Zarathustra, carrot and panic are evidence of the dimension of this elsewhere and draw our attention to it, not as mere moods that deadpan thinkers can put in their place, but much more so as permanent principles of collective organizations, without which it does not seem human life can maintain itself for long. It is probably not out of the question that the most thinkable one who thinks about thinking that he himself is this other thing /autre chose / may have always been unable to tolerate this possible competition. But this aversion becomes perfectly clear once the conceptual connection, which nobody had yet thought of, was made between this elsewhere and the locus, present for all of us and closed to each of us, in which Freud discovered that, without us thinking about it, and thus without anyone being able to think he thinks about it better than anyone else, it thinks. It thinks rather badly, but it thinks steadily. It is in these very terms that Freud announces the unconscious to us, thoughts that, while their laws are not exactly the same as those of our everyday thoughts, whether noble or vulgar, are certainly articulated. There is no longer any way, therefore, to reduce this elsewhere to the imaginary form of a nostalgia for some lost or future paradise. What one finds there is the paradise of the child's loves, where Baudelaire did scandalous things happen. Moreover, if any doubt still remained in our minds, Freud called the locus of the unconscious ein anderer Schauplatz another scene, borrowing a term that had struck him in a text by Fechner, who, in his experimentalism, is not at all the realist our textbooks suggest he is. Freud repeats it some 20 times in his early works. This spray of cold water having hopefully sharpened our wits, let us move on to the scientific formulation of the subject's relation to this other. 2. In order to set down our ideas and orient the souls who are lost here, I shall apply the said relation to the previously introduced L schema, which I will simplify as follows. S era. Pound schema a caret A. This schema signifies that the condition of the subject, S, neurosis or psychosis, depends on what unfolds in the other, A. What unfolds there is articulated like $45. A discourse, the unconscious is the other's discourse discours de iotra, whose syntax Freud first sought to define for those fragments of it that reach us in certain privileged moments, such as dreams, slips, and witticisms. Why would the subject be interested in this discourse if he were not a party to it? He is, indeed, insofar as he is drawn to the four corners of the schema, namely, S, his ineffable and stupid existence, A, his objects, A, his ego, that is, his form as reflected in his objects, and A, the locus from which the question of his existence may arise for him. For it is an experiential truth for psychoanalysis that the question of the subject's existence arises for him, not in the kind of anxiety it provokes at the level of the ego, which is only one element of his cortege, but as an articulated question, what am I there about? His sex and his contingency in being, namely, that on the one hand he is a man or a woman, and on the other that he might not be, the two conjugating their mystery and knotting it in symbols of procreation and death. The fact that the question of his existence envelopes the subject, props him up, invades him, and even tears him apart from every angle, is revealed to the analyst by the tensions, suspense, and fantasies that he encounters. It should be added that this question is articulated in the other in the form of elements of a particular discourse. It is because these phenomena are organized in accordance with the figures of this discourse that they have the fixity of symptoms and that they are legible and dissolve when deciphered. 3. I must therefore emphasize the fact that this question is not presented in the unconscious as ineffable and that this question is a calling into question there, that is, that prior to any analysis this question is articulated there in discrete elements. This is of capital importance, for these elements are the ones that linguistic analysis obliges us to isolate as signifiers, and they are grasped here functioning in their purest form at what is simultaneously the most unlikely and likely point. The most unlikely, since their chain is found to subsist in an alterity with respect to the subject, which is as radical as that of the still indecipherable 550 hieroglyphics in the desert's solitude, the most likely, because only here can there function that of inducing signification into the signified by imposing their structure on it appear quite unambiguously. For the furrows opened up by the signifier in the real world will certainly seek out the gaps in order to widen them that the real world as an entity etant offers the signifier, so much so that an ambiguity may well persist as 460. To whether the signifier does not, in fact, follow the law of the signified here. But this is not the case at the level of the calling into question, not of the subject's place in the world, but of his existence as a subject, a calling into question which, starting with him, will extend to his within the world relation to objects, and to the existence of the world, insofar as its existence, too, can be called into question beyond its order. For it is of the utmost importance to observe in the experience of the unconcise other where Freud is our guide that the question does not find its outlines in protomorphic proliferations of the image, in vegetative intim senses, or in animastic halos radiating from the palpitations of life. This is the whole difference between Freud's orientation and that of Jung's school, which latches onto such forms, Wandlung der libido. These forms may be brought to the fore in a mantic, for they can be produced using the proper techniques, promoting imaginary creations such as reveries, drawings, etc., in a situable site. This site can be seen on my schema stretched between A and A, that is, in the veil of the narcissistic mirage, which is eminently suited to sustaining whatever is reflected in it through its effects of seduction and capture. If Freud rejected this mantic, it was at the point at which it neglects the guiding function of a signifying articulation, which operates on the basis of its internal law and of material subjected to the poverty that is essential to it. Similarly, it is precisely to the extent that this style of articulation has been maintained, by virtue of the Freudian word verb y, even if it has been dismembered, in the community that claims to be orthodox, that such a profound 551 difference persists between the two schools, although, given where things now stand, neither school is in a position to say why. As a result, the level of their practice will soon seem to be reduced to the distance between the forms of reverie found in the Alps and the Atlantic. To borrow a formulation that delighted Freud when he heard it from Charcot, that doesn't stop it from existing, it here being the other, in its place, a. For if the other is removed from its place, man can no longer even sustain himself in the position of Narcissus. The anima, like a rubber band, snaps back to the animus and the animus to the animal, who between S and A maintains considerably closer foreign relations with its umwelt than our own, without our being able to say, moreover, that its relation with the other is nil, but simply that we only ever see it in sporadic sketches of neurosis. 5. The L of the calling into question of the subject in his existence has a culminatory structure that must not be confused with its spatial aspect. In this 461 respect, it is the signifier itself that must be articulated in the other, especially in its quaternary topology. To support this structure, we find here the three signifiers where the other may be identified in the Oedipus complex. They suffice to symbolize the significations of sexual reproduction, under the relational signifiers of love and procreation. The fourth term is given by the subject in his reality, foreclosed as such in the system and entering into the play of signifiers only in the form of the dummy mort, but becoming the true subject as this play of signifiers makes him signify. Indeed, this play of signifiers is not inert, since it is animated in each particular case party by the whole ancestral history of real others that the denomination of signifying others involves in the subject's contemporaneity. Furthermore, insofar as this play is properly instituted above and beyond each case, it already structures the three instances in the subject, ideal, ego, real ity, and superego, which were determined by Freud's second topography. Moreover, the subject enters the game as the dummy mort, but it is as a 552 living being that he plays it. It is in his life that he must play the suit he calls trump at some point. He will do so by using a set asterisk of imaginary figures, selected from among the innumerable forms of animastic relations, the choice of which involves a certain arbitrariness, since, in order to cover the symbolic ternary homologically, it must be numerically reduced. To do so, the polar relation by which the specular image, of the narcissistic relationship, is linked, as unifying, to the set of imaginary elements of the so-called fragmented body provides a couple that is not merely readied by a natural fit between development and structure to serve as a homologue for the symbolic mother-child relation. While the imaginary couple of the mirror stage, through the counter-natural features it manifests, must be related to a specific prematurity of birth in man, it proves appropriate for providing the imaginary triangle with the base that the symbolic relation may, in some sense, overlap. See the R schema. Indeed, it is by means of the gap in the imaginary opened up by this prematurity, and in which the effects of the mirror stage proliferate, that the human animal is capable of imagining himself mortal, which does not mean that he could do so without his symbiosis with the symbolic, but rather that, without the gap that alienates him from his own image, this symbiosis with the symbolic, in which he constitutes himself as subject to death, could not have occurred. 6. The third term of the imaginary ternary, the one where the subject is identified, on the contrary, with his living being, is nothing but the phallic image. 462. Whose unveiling in this function is not the least scandalous facet of the Freudian discovery. I will now inscribe here, as a conceptual visualization of this double ternary, what I shall henceforth call the R schema, which represents the lines that condition the perceptern, in other words, the object insofar as these lines circumscribe the field of reality rather than merely depending on it. Thus, in considering the vertices of the symbolic triangle, I as the egoideal, M as the signifier of the primordial object, and P torpere / as the position in A of the name of the father, we can see how the homologous pinning of the signification of the subject S under the signifier of the phallus may have repercussions on the support of the field of reality delimited by the quadrangle memel. The other two vertices of this quadrangle, IN/RC, represent the two imaginary terms of the narcissistic relation, the ego M for moi and the specular image. Schema MI. We can thus situate between I and M, that is, in A the extremities of the segments SZ, SA1, SA2, SAN, and SM, where we place figures of the imaginary other in the relationships of erotic aggression where they are realized. Similarly, we can situate between M and I, that is in A, the extremities of segments S/72, SCZ1, SA2, SAN, and SI, where the ego is identified, from its specular build to the paternal identification involved in the ego ideal. 14. Those who attended my 1956-1957 seminar know the use I made of the imaginary ternary laid out here, whose vertex, I, is really constituted by the child, qua desired in order to restore to the notion of the object relation. 15. Somewhat discredited by the mass of nonsense that the term has been used to validate in recent years, the capital of experience that legitimately belongs to it. In effect, this schema allows us to show the relations that refer not to pre-Oedipal stages, which are not, of course, non-existent, but are analytically unthinkable, as is sufficiently obvious in Melanie Klein's faltering but not altogether misguided work, but to the pregenital stages insofar as they are organized by the retroactive effect of the Oedipus complex. The whole problem of the perversions consists in conceiving how the child, in its relationship with its mother, a relationship that is constituted in anally. 463. Cis not by the child's biological dependence, but by its dependence on her love, that is, by its desire, for her desire identifies with the imaginary object of her desire insofar as the mother herself symbolizes it in the phallus. The phallocentrism produced by this dialectic is all that need concern us here. It is, of course, entirely conditioned by the intrusion of the signifier in man's psyche, and strictly impossible to deduce from any pre-established harmony between the psyche and the nature it expresses. This imaginary effect, which can be felt as a discordance only on the basis of a belief in a normativity proper to instinct, nevertheless gave rise to the long quarrel which is now dead, but not without leaving wreckage in its wake concerning the primary or secondary nature of the phallic phase. Even apart from the extreme importance of the question, this quarrel would warrant our interest due to the dialectical exploits it imposed on Ernest Jones in order to maintain, with the claim that he was in complete agreement with Freud, a position that was diametrically opposed to Freud's, namely, a position that made him, with certain minor qualifications no doubt, the champion of the British feminists, enamored of their to each his own principle, boys have the dick, girls have the C. 7. Freud thus unveiled the imaginary function of the phallus as the pivotal point in the symbolic process that completes, in both sexes, the calling into cation of one sex by the castration complex. The current obscuring of this function of the phallus, reduced to the role of a part object, in the analytic chorus, is simply the continuation of the profound mystification in which culture maintains its symbol in the sense in which paganism itself presented it only at the culmination of its most secret mysteries. In the subjective economy, commanded as it is by the unconscious, it is, in effect, a signification that is evoked only by what I call a metaphor, to be precise, the paternal metaphor. And this brings us back, since it is with McAlpine that I have chosen to dialogue, to her need to refer to a heliolithism, by which she claims to see procreation codified in a pre-Oedipal culture, where the father's procreative function is eluded. Anything that can be put forward along these lines, in whatever form, will only better highlight the signifying function that conditions paternity. For in another debate dating back to the time when psychoanalysts still puzzled over doctrine, Ernest Jones, with a remark that was more relevant than his aforementioned one, contributed a no less inappropriate argument. Indeed, concerning the state of beliefs in some Australian tribe, he refused. 4 and 4. to admit that any collectivity of men could overlook the fact of experience that except in the case of an enigmatic exception no woman gives birth without having engaged in coitus, or even be ignorant of the requisite lapse of time between the two events. Now the credit that seems to me to be quite legitimately granted to human capacities to observe reality real is precisely what has not the slightest importance in the matter. For, if the symbolic context requires it, paternity will nevertheless be a tribute to the woman's encounter with a spirit at such and such a fountain or at a certain rock in which he is supposed to dwell. This is clearly what demonstrates that the attribution of procreation to the father can only be the effect of a pure signifier, of a recognition, not of the real father, but of what religion has taught us to invoke as the name of the father. Of course, there is no need of a signifier to be a father, any more than there is to be dead, but without a signifier, no one will ever know anything about either of these states of being. Let me remind those who cannot be persuaded to seek in Freud's texts something to complement the wisdom that their coaches dispense to them, how insistently Freud stresses the affinity of the two signifying relations I just mentioned, whenever the neurotic subject, especially the obsessive, manifests this affinity through the conjunction of their themes. How, indeed, could Freud fail to recognize such an affinity, when the necessity of his reflection led him to tie the appearance of the signifier of the father, as author of the law, to death indeed, to the killing of the father, thus showing that, if this murder is the fertile moment of the debt by which the subject binds himself for life to the law, the symbolic father, insofar as he signifies this law, is truly the dead father. We can now enter into the subjectivity of Schreber's delusion. The signification of the phallus, as I said, must be evoked in the subject's imaginary by the paternal metaphor. This has a precise meaning in the economy of the signifier, whose formalization I can only recall to mind here, but which is familiar to those who attend the seminar I am giving this year on unconscious formations. Namely, the formula for metaphor, or for signifying substitution. Here the capital SS are signifiers, X is the unknown signification, and S is the signified induced by the metaphor, which consists in the substitution in the signifying chain of S for S. The elision of S, represented in the formula by the fact that it is crossed out, is the condition of the metaphor's success. This applies thus to the metaphor of the name of the father, that is, the metaphor that puts this name in the place that was first symbolized by the operation of the mother's absence. Name of the father, mother's desire /t. /a/r, name of the father, mother's desire signified to the subject /phallus/. Let us now try to conceive of a circumstance of the subjective position in which what responds to the appeal to the name of the father is not the absence of the real father, for this absence is more than compatible with the presence of the signifier, but the lack of the signifier itself. This is not a conception for which nothing has prepared us. The signifier's presence in the other is, in effect, a presence that is usually closed off to the subject, because it usually persists there in a repressed, verdressed state, and insists from that place so as to be represented in the signified by means of its repetition automatism, Wiederholungskarriere. Let us extract from several of Freud's texts a term that is sufficiently articulated in them to render them unjustifiable if it does not designate in them a function of the unconscious that is distinct from the repressed. Let us take as demonstrated what constituted the crux of my seminar on the psychoses, namely, that this term, Verwerfungkarriere, refers to the most necessary implication of Freud's thought when it grapples with the phenomenon of psychosis. It is articulated in this register as the absence of Beijahung, the judgment of attribution which Freud posits as a necessary precedent for any possible application of Verneinung negation, the latter, in contrast with Beijahungkarriere, being the judgment of existence. Meanwhile, the whole article in which he separates out this Verneinung as an element of analytic experience demonstrates in Verneinung the owning aveu of the very signifier that Verneinung annuls. The primordial Beijahung thus also bears on the signifier, and other texts allow us to recognize this, in particular, letter 52 of Freud's correspondence with Fliess, in which it is expressly isolated as the term for an original perception by the name sign, Zeichen. I will thus take Verwerfung to be foreclosure of the signifier. at the point at which the name of the Father is summoned, and we shall see how a pure and simple whole may thus answer in the other, due to the lack of the 466. Metaphoric effect. This whole will give rise to a corresponding whole in the place of phallic signification. This is the only form in which it is possible for us to conceptualize something whose outcome Schreber presents to us as that of an injury which he is in a position to reveal only in part, and in which, he says, the term Soulmoorder, Seelenmord, S22, along with the names Flechsig and Schreber, plays an essential role. 16. It is clear that what we are presented with here is a disturbance that occurred at the inmost juncture of the subject's sense of life. The censorship, which mutilated the text of his memoirs before the edition announced by Schreber, to the rather roundabout explanations that he tried to give of the disturbances process, inclines me to think that he associated facts that could not be published due to the conventions of the time with the names of people who were still alive. The following chapter 3 is thus missing in its entirety, and, to exercise his perspicacity, Freud had to confine himself to the allusion to Faust, Der Verskillt and Byron's Manfred, the latter work, from which he assumes Ahriman, the name of one of the manifestations of God in Schreber's delusion, was borrowed, seeming to him to derive its full value in this reference from its theme: the hero dies from the curse born in him by the death of the object of fraternal incest. For my part, since like Freud I have chosen to trust in a text which, except for these mutilations, regrettable as they are, remains a document whose guarantees of credibility place it among the finest it is in the most highly developed form of the delusion, with which the book coincides, that I will try to demonstrate a structure that will prove to be similar to the psychotic process itself. 2. Following this line of approach, I will observe with the hint of surprise that Freud sees as the subjective connotation of the unconscious when recognized that the delusion deploys its whole tapestry around the power of creation attributed to the words of which the divine rays, Gottesstrahlen, are the hypostasis. This begins as a leitmotif in the first chapter, where the author first dwells on what is shocking to thought about the act of bringing something into existence out of nothing, flying, as it does, in the face of the evidence that experience provides to thought of the transformations of matter in which reality finds its substance. He emphasizes this paradox by contrasting it with ideas that are more familiar to the man he assures us he is, as if there were any need for it, a Gebildet 46J. German of the Wilhelmine era, raised on Hegelian metascientism, to support which he provides a list of readings, an occasion for us to fill out, by reading them, what Gavarni somewhere calls a courageous idea of man. 17. It is in this very paradox, reflected by the intrusion of a thought, for him hitherto unthinkable, that Schreber sees the proof that something must have happened that did not proceed from his own mind, a proof which, it seems, only the question begging highlighted above in the psychiatrist's position gives us the right to resist. 3. Having said this, let us for our part confine our attention to a sequence of phenomena that Schreber establishes in chapter 15, S20415. At this point in the book we know that the support for his side in the forced game of thought, Den El Kwang, which God's words constrain him to play, see section 1.5 above, has a dramatic stake. God, whose powers of ignorance become apparent later, considering the subject to have been annihilated, leaves him in the lurch, Liegen lassen, a threat to which we will return further on. The fact that the effort to reply which the subject is thus stuck on, so to speak, in this way in his being as a subject eventually fails at a moment of thinking nothing, Nix Denken S205, which certainly seems to be the most humanly merited of rests, Schreber says S47, leads, according to him, to a. what he calls the bellowing miracle, Brullenwunder, a cry torn from his breast that surprises him beyond all warning, whether he is alone or with others who are horrified by the image he offers them of his mouth suddenly agape before the unspeakable void, abandoned by the cigar that was stuck there a moment before, b. the cries of help, Heilfirufen, made by those of God's nerves separated from the total mass, whose woeful tone is explained by the greater distance to which God withdraws S206. Two phenomena in which the subjective rending is indistinguishable enough from its signifying mode for me not to belabor the point. C. The imminent appearance in the occult zone of the perceptual field, in the hallway, or in the next room of manifestations which, though not extraordinary, strike the subject as produced for him. D. The appearance, at the next stage, from afar, in other words, out of the 468 range of the senses, in the park, in the reel of miraculous creations, that is, newly created beings, which, as McAlpine perspicaciously notes, always belong to flying species, birds or insects. Don't these latter meteors of the delusion appear as the trace of a furrow, or as a halo effect, showing the two moments at which, from out of its darkness, the signifier which has fallen silent in the subject first makes a glimmer of signification spring forth at the surface of the reel, and then causes the reel to become illuminated with a flash projected from below its underpinning of nothingness. Thus, at the height of these hallucinatory effects, these creatures, which are the only ones that deserve to be called hallucinations if we rigorously apply the criterion that the phenomenon appear in reality, advise us to reconsider in their symbolic solidarity the trio of creator, creature, and created that separates out here. For indeed, it is from the position of the creator that we will arrive at that of the created, which subjectively creates the former. Unique in his multiplicity, multiple in his unity, these are the attributes by which Schreber, like Heraclitus, defines him, this God broken down, in effect, into a hierarchy of realms, which warrants a separate study of its own degrades into beings that pilfer disannexed identities. Immanent in these beings, whose capture by their inclusion in Schreber's being threatens his integrity, God is not without the intuitive prop of a hyperspace, in which Schreber sees even signifying transmissions being conducted along filaments, that materialize the parabolic trajectory by which they enter his cranium through the occiput, S315. Yet, as time goes by, God, in his manifestations, allows the field of beings devoid of intelligence to expand ever further, beings who do not know what they are saying, inane beings, such as those miracled birds, those talking birds, those four courts of heaven, Vorhof de Himmels S19, in which Freud's misogyny detected at first glance the silly geese that young girls were considered to be in the ideals of his time, finding his view confirmed by the proper names 18 the subject later gives them. Suffice it to say that, in my view, they are far more representative by virtue of their surprise at the similarity of vocables and the purely homophonic equivalences on which they rely in using them. Santiago equals Carthago, Chinese anthem equals Jesum Christum, etc., S210. Similarly, God's being in its essence withdraws ever further into the space that conditions it, a withdrawal that can be intuited in the increasing slowness of his speech, which even goes as far as a halting, stammered articulation of 469. Every letter of a word, S223. Indeed, were we to follow solely what this process indicates, we would regard this unique other with carat which the subject's existence is linked as suited above all for emptying the places, S196 note, in which the murmuring of words unfolds, were Schreber not careful to inform us, in addition, that this God is foreclosed from every other aspect of the exchange. He apologizes for doing so, but however sorry he may be about it, he nevertheless has to observe it. God is not simply impermeable to experience, he is incapable of understanding a living man, he grasps him only from the outside, which certainly seems to be his essential mode, all interiority is closed off to him. A writing down system Aufschreibsystem S126, in which acts and thoughts are preserved recalls, of course, in a displaced way, the notebook kept by the guardian angel from Arcatch's childhood, but beyond that we should note the absence of any trace of the sounding of loins or hearts, S20. Again, in the same way, after the purification of souls, Leiterung, has abolished every remnant of their personal identity in them, everything will be reduced to the eternal subsistence of this verbiage, which is the sole means God has for knowing the very works that men's ingenuity has constructed, S300. How could I fail to note here that the grandnephew of the author of Novi Species Insectorum, Johann Christian Daniel von Schreber, points out that none of the miracled creatures is of a new species, or to add in opposition to Macalpine, who sees in them the dove that conveys the fruitful tidings of the Logos from the Father's lap to the Virgin, that they remind me, rather, of the species a magician produces from out of the opening of his waistcoat or sleeve in great numbers. This leads me at last to the surprising conclusion that the subject who has fallen prey to these mysteries does not hesitate, created being though he be, to use words to deal with the dismayingly silly traps set by his Lord, or to stand his ground in the face of the destruction he believes his Lord capable of initiating against him or anyone else, by virtue of a right that legitimates his doing so in the name of the order of things, Weltordnung. The fact that this right is on his side is the reason for this unique victory of a creature whom a chain of disturbances has made succumb to his Creator's perfidy. This word, which he lets slip out not without reservations, is in French in the original, s. 226. Isn't this recalcitrant created being, who holds out against his following to the sole support of his word and to his faith in speech, a strange counterpart to Malebranche's continuous creation? This would warrant another look at the authors covered on the baccalaureate exam in philosophy, for we have perhaps been overly dismissive of those who did not help pave the way for homopsychologies, in which our era finds forja. The measure of a humanism that is, don't you think, perhaps somewhat pedestrian. Between Malebranche and Locke the cleverer is the crazier. Yes, but which one is it? There's the rub, my dear colleague. Come on, drop that stiff manner. When will you feel at ease, then, here where you are on your home turf? 5. Let us now try to locate the subject's position, as it is constituted here in the symbolic order, on the ternary that maps it in my R schema. It seems to me, then, that if the created, I, takes the place here of the law in P, which is left vacant, the place of the Creator is designated here by this legen lassen, this fundamental leaving in the lurch, in which the absence that allowed the primordial symbolization, M, of the mother to be constructed appears to be unveiled, by virtue of the foreclosure of the Father. Between the two, a line which would culminate in the creatures of speech occupying the place of the child who doesn't come, dashing the subject's hopes, see my postscript further on, would thus be conceived as skirting the hole excavated in the field of the signifier by the foreclosure of the name of the Father, see the I schema, page 571 below. It is around this hole, where the subject lacks the support of the signifying chain, and which need not, as can be observed, be ineffable to induce panic, that the whole struggle in which the subject reconstructed himself took place. He conducted the struggle honorably, and the vaginas of heaven, another meaning of the word Vorhof mentioned above, the cohort of miracled young girls who laid siege to the edges of the hole commented on it in the clucks of admiration wrung from their harpies' throats, Verfluchter Kerlf, one hell of a fellow. In other words, what a great guy. Alas! It was by way of antiphrasis. 6. For in the field of the imaginary, a gap had already recently opened up for him in response to the absence of the symbolic metaphor, a gap that could only find a way to be eliminated in the carrying out Entmannung, emasculation. This was at first horrifying to the subject, then it was accepted as a reasonable compromise, Vernienfuge, s. 177, and thereafter as an irremissible resolve, s. 179 note, and a future motive for a redemption concerning the entire world. Although we still are not off the hook regarding the term Entmannung, it will surely be less of a hindrance to us than it is to Macalpine, given her stand. 431. Point, as I have described it. No doubt she thought she was clarifying things by substituting the word unmanning asterisk for emasculation, asterisk which the translator of volume 3 of the collected papers had innocently believed to suffice to render it. She even went so far as to try to ensure that the translation was altered in the authorized version then being prepared. Perhaps she was struck by some imperceptible etymological suggestion that differentiated the two terms, despite their identical usage. 19. But to what avail? When she rejects as improper 20 the calling into cation of an organ which, in referring to the memoirs, she considers to be detained only to a peaceful reabsorption into the subject's entrails. Does she mean by this to depict the timorous slyness in which it takes refuge close to the body when he shivers with cold, or the conscientious objection the description of which the author of the Satyricon maliciously lingers over? Or could it perhaps be that she erroneously believes that the castration complex has always had something to do with real castration? She is no doubt justified in noticing the ambiguity there is in regarding as equivalent the subject's transformation into a woman, Verwaiblichung, and castration evaration, for this is certainly the meaning of Entmannung. But she does not see that this ambiguity is that of the very subjective structure which produces it here. The latter implies that what borders, at the imaginary level, on the subject's transformation into a woman is precisely what makes him forfeit any inheritance from which he may legitimately expect the allotment of a penis to his person. This because, whereas being and having are mutually exclusive in theory, they overlap, at least as far as the result is concerned, when a lack is at stake. Which does not prevent the distinction between them from being decisive in what follows. As we can perceive if we note that the patient is destined to become a woman not because he is foreclosed from the penis, but because he has to be the phallus. The symbolic parity Mädchen equals phallus, or, in English, the equation girl equals phallus, in the words of Fenichel, 21. This equation providing him the theme of a worthy, albeit somewhat confused, essay finds its root in the imaginary paths by which the child's desire manages to identify with the mother's want to be, into which she herself was, of course, inducted by the symbolic law in which this want is constituted. It is as a result of the same mainspring that, whether they like it or not, women in reality real serve as objects for exchanges ordained by the elementary structures of kinship, which are sometimes perpetuated in the imaginary, while what is simultaneously transmitted in the symbolic order is the phallus. 4J2. 7. Here the identification, whatever it may be, by which the subject assume his mother's desire, triggers, as a result of being shaken up, the dissolution of the imaginary tripod. Note that it was in his mother's apartment, where he had taken refuge, that the subject had his first attack of anxious confusion with suicidal raptus, s. 39-40. Divination by the unconscious no doubt warned the subject very early on that, unable to be the phallus the mother is missing, there remained the solution of being the woman that men are missing. This is the meaning of his fantasy, his account of which has often been commented on and which I quoted above from the incubation period of his second illness, namely, the idea that it would be beautiful to be a woman submitting to the act of copulation s. 36. This is precisely the ports asinorum of the Schreberian literature. Yet this solution was premature at the time because, regarding the Menschenspielerei, a term that appeared in the basic language, meaning, in our contemporary idiom, brawling among men, that normally would have ensued, any attempt by Schreber to call upon real men was bound to fall flat, as it were, since they became as improbable as Schreber himself, that is, as devoid as he was of any phallus. This is because a stroke was omitted in the subject's imaginary no less for them than for him, the stroke, parallel to the outline of their figure, that can be seen in a drawing by little Hans, which is familiar to connoisseurs of children's drawings. It was because others were, from then on, no more than images of men cobbled together 1,2,3 images die Hamstorches a la 6 due to combine, in this translation of Vluchtig Hingemak manner. Nederlands remarks on the uses of Hinmaken and Edouard Pichon's inspired translation of the expression into French. 22. The upshot being that matters might have stagnated in a rather dishonorable fashion, had the subject not succeeded in brilliantly saving the day. He himself articulated the way out, in November 1895, that is, 2 years after the beginning of his illness, with the term Versöhnung. The word has the meaning of expiation or propitiation and, given the characteristics of the basic language, must be drawn even more toward the primitive meaning oisuni, that is, sacrifice. Instead, people have emphasized its meaning as compromise, reasonable compromise, with which the subject explains the accepting of his destiny, see page 564 above. Here Freud, going well beyond the subject's own rationalization, admits paradoxically that the reconciliation, since this flat meaning of the term versonnung is the one that was chosen in the French translation, highlighted by the subject, finds its mainspring in the underhanded dealings of the partner 4J3. Involved in this reconciliation, namely, in the consideration that God's wife contracts, in any case, an alliance that would satisfy the most pernickety pride. I think we can say that Freud failed to live up to his own standards here, and in the most contradictory way, in that he accepts as a turning point of the delusion what he refused in his general conception, namely, to make the homosexual theme depend on the idea of grandeur. I will assume that my readers are familiar with his text. The reason for this failure is found in necessity, that is, in the fact that Freud had not yet formulated on narcissism, an introduction 1914. 3 years after 1911 he probably would not have missed the true reason for the reversal in Schreber's sense of indignation initially aroused in him by the idea of Entmannung, which was precisely the fact that in the interval the subject had died. This, at least, was the event that the voices, always informed by the right sources and ever constant in their information service, made known to him after the fact, complete with the date and name of the newspaper in which the event was announced in the obituaries, S81. We, on the other hand, can make do with the evidence provided by the medical certificates, which depict the patient to us as sunk in a catatonic stupor at the relevant time. As is commonly the case, his memories of this time are plentiful. Thus we know that, modifying the custom according to which one departs this life feet first, our patient, so as to do it only in transit, took pleasure in keeping his feet out of it, that is, stuck out the window, under the tendentious pretext of exposing them to the cold, S172, thus reviving perhaps. I will leave this to be gauged by those who will only be interested here in the imaginary avatar, the direction of his birth. But this is not a career that one takes up at a full 50 years of age without becoming disoriented to some degree. Hence the faithful portrait that the voices, analysts I would say, gave him of himself as a leper corpse leading another leper corpse, S92, a truly brilliant description, it must be admitted, of an identity reduced to a confrontation with its psychical double, but which, moreover, renders patent the subject's regression a topographical, not a genetic, regression to the mirror stage, insofar as the relationship to the specular other is reduced here to its mortal impact. This was also the time at which his body was merely an aggregate of colonies of foreign nerves, a sort of dump for detached fragments of his persecutors' identities, S. Chapter 14. 4J4. It seems to me that the relation of all this to homosexuality, which is certainly manifest in the delusion, requires a more advanced set of rules regarding the theoretical use that can be made of this reference. It holds great interest, since it is certain that the use of this term in interpretation may cause serious damage if it is not informed by the symbolic relations that I consider determinant here. 9. I believe that this symbolic determination is demonstrated in the form in which the imaginary structure comes to be restored. At this stage, the imaginary structure presents two facets that Freud himself distinguished. The first is that of a transsexualist practice, not at all unworthy of being related to perversion, the features of which have been presented in many case histories since that time. 23. Furthermore, I must point out how the structure I am isolating here may shed light on the highly unusual insistence displayed by the subjects of these case histories on obtaining their father's authorization for, one might even say his hands-on assistance with, their demands for the most radical rectifications. Be that as it may, we see our subject give himself over to an erotic activity which, he emphasizes, is strictly reserved for solitude, but whose satisfactions he nevertheless admits to satisfactions his image in the mirror gives him, when, dressed in the cheap adornments of feminine finery, nothing in the upper part of his body, he says, seems to him incapable of convincing any possible aficionado of the female bust, S280. To which we must link, I believe, the development, alleged to be an endosomatic perception, of the so-called nerves of female pleasure in his own integument, particularly in those zones where they are supposed to be erogenous in women, S274. One remark he makes the remark that if he were to incessantly contemplate woman's image, and never detach his thoughts from the prop of something feminine, God's sensuality would be all the better served. Turns our attention to the other facet of his libidinal fantasies. This facet links the subject's feminization to the coordinate of divine copulation. Freud very clearly saw in this the sense of mortification, when he stressed everything that links soul voluptuousness, Seelenwollust, which is included in it, to bliss beatitude Fseligkeit, insofar as the latter is the state of deceased souls, Abschiedenen Ewesen. The fact that the now blessed voluptuousness should become the soul's bliss is, indeed, an essential turning point, and Freud, it should be noted, stresses 4J5. Its linguistic motivation when he suggests that the history of his language long might shed some light on it. 24. This is simply to make a mistake regarding the dimension in which the let term manifests itself in the unconscious, and which, in accordance with its own literal instance, is far less etymological, or diachronic, to be precise, than homophonic, synchronic. Indeed, there is nothing in the history of the German language long that would allow us to relate selig to seek, or to relate the happiness that transports lovers to heaven insofar as it is this happiness to which Freud refers in the aria he quotes from Don Giovanni to the happiness promised to the so-called blessed souls by their stay in heaven. The dead are selig in German only by virtue of a borrowing from Latin, and because of the Latin phrase of blessed memory, vitae memoriae, seliger Gedächtnis. Their seelen have more to do with the lakes, scene, in which they sojourned at one time than with anything like their bliss. The fact is that the unconscious is concerned more with the signifier than with the signified, and that the phrase, Famunper, my late father, may mean there that my father was the fire of God le feu de Dieu / or even give the order for him to be shot, fire. But this digression aside, the fact remains that we are, here, in a beyond of the world, which easily accommodates an indefinite postponement of the realization of its goal. Once Schreiber has completed his transformation into a woman, the act of divine fecundation will assuredly take place, although it is clear that God could not compromise himself by taking an obscure journey through the organs, s3. Let us not forget God's aversion to the living being. It is thus through a spiritual operation that Schreiber will fail awakening in him the embryonic germ, whose stirrings he already experienced in the early stages of his illness. The new spiritual humanity of the Schreiberian creatures will be entirely engendered through his womb, of course, so that the rotten and condemned humanity of the present age may be reborn. This is clearly a sort of redemption, since this is how the delusion has been catalogued, but it aims only at the creature of the future, for the creature of the present is struck by a decadence that is correlative to the captation of the divine rays by the voluptuousness that rivets them to Schreiber, s. 51-52. In this, the mirage dimension becomes visible. It is further highlighted by the indefinite amount of time for which the promise is postponed, and is profoundly conditioned by the absence of mediation to which the fantasy bears witness. For we can see that this fantasy parodies the situation of the last surviving couple who, following some human catastrophe, would find themselves 4J6. Confronted with what is total in the act of animal reproduction, holding as they would the power to repopulate the earth. Here again one can place under the sign of the creature the turning point from which the line flees along its two branches, that of narcissistic jouissance and that of ideal identification, but in the sense in which its image is the decoy of the imaginary capture in which the two branches are rooted. And here, too, the line revolves around a hole, the very hole in which soul murder has installed death. Was this other gulf formed by the simple effect in the imaginary of the futile appeal made in the symbolic to the paternal metaphor? Or must we conceive of it as produced at one remove by the elision of the phallus, which the subject would like to reduce, in order to resolve it, to the lethal gap of the mirror stage? The link, which this time is a genetic one, between this stage and the symbolization of the mother insofar as she is primordial would certainly have to be evoked to explain this solution. Can we locate the geometrical points of the R schema on a schema of the subject's structure at the end of the psychotic process? I shall try to do so in the I schema below. 3 schema. This schema no doubt suffers from the excess endemic to any formalization that is presented in the intuitive realm. In other words, the distortion that it manifests between the functions identified here by the letters transferred to it from the R schema can only be gauged on the basis of its use in restarting the dialectic. Let me simply point out here in the double curve that resembles a hyperbola except for the slippage of the two curves along one of the guiding lines of their asymptote, the link made palpable in the double asymptote that unites. 477. The delusional ego to the divine other, of their imaginary divergence in space and time to the ideal convergence of their conjunction. And let us not overlook the fact that Freud himself had an intuition of such a form, since he himself introduced the term asymptotisch in this context. 25. The entire width of the real creature, on the other hand, is interposed for the subject between the narcissistic jouissance of his image and the alienation of speech in which the ego ideal has taken the place of the other. The schema shows that the final state of the psychosis does not represent the frozen chaos encountered in the aftermath of an earthquake, but rather the bringing to light of lines of efficiency that makes people talk when it is a problem with an elegant solution. It materializes in a signifying way what lies at the crux of the true fruitfulness of Freud's research. For it is a fact that without any other support or prop than a written document which is not only a testimony to, but also a product of, this final state of the psychosis, Freud shed the first light on the very evolution of the psychotic process, allowing us to elucidate its proper determination, by which I mean the only organicity that is essentially involved in this process, the organicity that motivates the structure of signification. Condensed in the form of this schema, the relations emerge by which the signifier's induction effects, impacting the imaginary, bring about the upheaval in the subject that clinicians refer to as the twilight of the world, necessitating new signifying effects in response. In my seminar I showed that the symbolic succession of the anterior realms, and then the posterior realms of God, the lower and the upper, Ahriman and Ormuzd, and their shifts in policy, a word of the basic language, with respect to the subject, provide these very responses at the various stages of the imaginary dissolution which, moreover, the patient's memories and the medical certificates connote sufficiently in order to restore order in the subject there. Regarding the question that I am foregrounding here concerning the signifier's alienating impact, I will refer to the low point that came on a night in July of 1894 when Ahriman, the lower god, revealing himself to Schreiber in the most impressive trappings of his power, addressed him with a simple and, according to the subject, common word of the basic language, literal 16. To translate the word we must do more than simply look it up in the Saxe-Villette dictionary, to which the French translator confined his efforts. Nederland's reference to lewd in English, meaning whore, does not seem acceptable to me as an attempt to convey the sense of spineless or slut, which is what it means when used as an obscene insult. But if we take into account the archaism indicated as characteristic of the basic language, I believe we can justifiably link this term to the root of the 4j8 French lure, and of the English lure, asterisk, which is certainly the best ad hominem address to be expected coming from the symbolic. The other with a capital O can be awfully impertinent. There remains the disposition of the field R in the schema, inasmuch as this disposition represents the conditions in which reality was restored for the subject, for him a sort of island, the consistency of which is imposed on him after proving its constancy. 27. Which, to my mind, is linked to what makes it inhabitable for him, but which also distorts it, namely, eccentric reshapings of the imaginary, I, and of the symbolic, S, which reduce reality to the field of the skew between them. The subordinate conception that we must have of the function of reality in the process, in both its cause and effects, is what is important here. I cannot elaborate here on the question, which is nevertheless crucial, of what we are for the subject, we whom he addresses as readers, nor on the question of what remains of his relationship with his wife, for whom his book was initially intended, whose visits during his illness were always greeted by him with the most intense emotion, and for whom, he asserts, alongside the most decisive admission of his delusional vocation, I retain my former love in full. S. 179 note. The maintenance of the trajectory, SAAA, in the I schema symbolizes there the opinion I have formed, on the basis of my examination of this case, that the relation to the other qua relation to one semblable, and even a relation as elevated as that of friendship in the sense in which Aristotle makes it the essence of the conjugal link, are perfectly compatible with the skewing of the relation to the other with a capital zero and all the radical anomalies it brings with it qualified, improperly. But not without some relevance as a first approximation, in the old clinical jargon as a partial delusion. Nonetheless, it would be better to consign this schema to the garbage heap, if, like so many others, it prompted anyone to forget, because of an intuitive image, the analysis on which this image is based. Indeed, one need but think about it to realize how satisfied McAlpine, my interlocutor here, whose authentic reflection I will praise now one last time, would be with it, by simply misrecognizing what made me construct it. What I am asserting here is that, in recognizing the drama of madness, REA Sun is doing what it likes best, SUA residential adjutor, because it is in man's relation to the signifier that this drama is situated. The danger people mention of becoming as mad as the patient no more intimidates me than it did Freud. Like Freud, I hold that we must listen to the speaker, when what is at stake is a message that does not come from a subject beyond language, but from 479. Speech beyond the subject. For it is then that we will hear this speech, which Schreber picked up in the other, when from Ahriman to Ormuzd, from the evil God to the absent God, it carries the summons in which the very law of the signifier is articulated, Aher Unsinn het sich auf. All nonsense cancels itself out. S 182-83 and 312. Here we encounter anew, leaving to those who will concern themselves with me later the task of figuring out why I have left it in abeyance for 10 years, what I said in my dialogue with Henry E.Y., not only can man's being not be understood without madness, but it would not be man's being if it did not bear madness within itself as the limit of his freedom. 28. V. Postscript. Following in Freud's footsteps, I teach that the other is the locus of the kind of memory he discovered by the name unconscious, memory that he regards as the object of a question that has remained unanswered, insofar as it conditions the indestructibility of certain desires. I will answer this question with the conception of the signifying chain, inasmuch as once this chain has been inaugurated by primordial symbolization, made manifest in the Fort, de, game, which Freud elucidated as lying at the origin of repetition automatism, it develops in accordance with logical connections whose hold on that which is to be signified, namely, the being of entities, is exerted through the signifying effects I describe as metaphor and metonymy. It is an accident in this register and in what occurs in it, namely, the foreclosure of the name of the father in the place of the other and the failure of the paternal metaphor that I designate as the defect that gives psychosis its essential condition, along with the structure that separates it from neurosis. This thesis, which I am contributing here as a question prior to any possibly treatment of psychosis, has a dialectic that can be pursued beyond this point, but I shall stop it here and say why. First, because it is worth indicating what can be discovered by my halting here. A perspective that does not distinguish Schreber's relationship with God on the basis of its subjective impact marks this relationship with negative fiatures which make it appear as a mixture rather than as a union of being with being, and which in the voracity that accommodates disgust there and in the complicity that tolerates its exaction show nothing, to call things by their rightful names, of the presence and joy that illuminate mystical experience. This opposition is not only demonstrated but founded by the astonishing absence in this relationship of the du, in French of the two certain languages. 480. Langues reserving a voceable, example thou asterisk, for God's appeal and for the appeal to God which is the signifier of the other in speech. We are familiar with the false modesties that are considered proper in science in this regard. They accompany pedantry's false thoughts when it invokes the ineffability of lived experience, or even morbid consciousness, in order to disarm the effort it spares itself, namely, the effort that is required at the point at which it is not ineffable precisely because it speaks, at which lived experience, far from separating us, is communicated, and at which subjective ity surrenders its true Structure, that structure in which what can be analyzed is identical to what can be articulated. Thus from the same vantage point to which delusional subjectivity has brought us, I will turn to scientific subjectivity, I mean the subjectivity that the scientist at work in science shares with the man of the civilization that supports it. I will not deny that I have seen enough on this score in our time to wonder about the criteria by which this man with a discourse on free dom that must certainly be called delusional, I devoted one of my seminars to it, with the concept of the real in which determinism is no more than an alibi that quickly becomes anxiety-provoking when one tries to extend its field to chance. I had my audience experience this in a preliminary experiment, and with a belief that unites men, half the universe at least, under the symbol of Father Christmas, which no one can overlook, would stop me from situating him, by legitimate analogy, in the category of social psychosis which, if I am not mistaken, Pascal established before me. There is no doubt but that such a psychosis may turn out to be compatible with what is called an orderly state of affairs, but that does not authorize the psychiatrist, even if he is a psychoanalyst, to trust in his own compatibility with this orderly state to believe that he is in possession of an adequate idea of the reality to which his patient supposedly proves to be unequal. Under these conditions, he would perhaps do better to jettison this idea from his assessment of the foundations of psychosis, which brings us back to the objective of its treatment. To gauge the length of the path that separates us from it, suffice it to mention the mass of delays with which its pilgrims have marked it. Everyone knows that no discussion of the mechanism of transference, however learned it may be, has succeeded in stopping it from being conceived in practice as a relationship whose terms are purely dyadic and whose substratum is utterly confused. If we simply consider transference on the basis of its fundamental nature as a repetition phenomenon, let me raise the question of what it is repeating in the persecuting persons Freud designates as its effect here. I can just imagine the lame reply, following your approach, a paternal. 481. Failing no doubt. In this vein, there has been no shortage of accounts of every kind, and the psychotic's entourage has been minutely scrutinized for all the so-called biographical and characterological tidbits the anamneses enabled people to extract from the dramatis personae, even from their interpersonal relations. 29. Let us nevertheless proceed according to the structural terms I have outlined. For psychosis to be triggered, the name of the father verworfen, foreclosed, that is, never having come to the place of the other must be summoned to that place in symbolic opposition to the subject. It is the lack of the name of the father in that place which, by the hole that it opens up in the signified, sets off a cascade of reworkings of the signifier from which the growing disaster of the imaginary proceeds, until the level is reached at which signifier and signified stabilize in a delusional metaphor. But how can the name of the Father be summoned by the subject to the only place from which it could have come into being for him and in which it has never been? By nothing other than a real Father, not at all necessarily by the subject's own father, but by one Father unpair, yet this one Father must still come to that place to which the subject could not summon him before. For this, the one Father need but situate himself in a tertiary position in any relationship that has as its base the imaginary couplea, that is, ego object or ideal reality involving the subject in die field of eroticized aggression that it induces. We should try to detect this dramatic conjuncture at the beginning of each case of psychosis. Whether the conjuncture presents itself to a woman who has just given birth, in her husband's face, to a penitent confessing her sins in the person of her confessor, or to a girl in love in her encounter with the young man's father, it will always be found, and it will be found more easily if one allows oneself to be guided by situations in the novelistic sense of the term. It should be noted in passing that these situations are the novelist's true resource, namely, the resource that brings out the depth psychology to which no psychological perspective can give him access. 30. To move on now to the principle of foreclosure, verwerfung, of the name of the Father, it must be admitted that the name of the Father redoubles in the other's place the very signifier of the symbolic ternary, insofar as it constitutes the law of the signifier. Provisionally admitting this can cost nothing, it seems, to those who in their quest for the environmental coordinates of psychosis wander like lost souls from the frustrating mother to the overfeeding mother, feeling the less that in directing their attention to the father's situation, they are burning, as one says in the game of hide the thimble. 482. Even so, in this groping search for a paternal failing the range of which is unsettling, including as it does the thundering father, the easygoing father, the all-powerful father, the humiliated father, the rigid father, the pathetic father, the stay-at-home father, and the father on the loose, it would probably be excessive to expect the following remark to provide a jolt of any kind: the effects of prestige that are at stake in all of this, and in which, thank heaven, the ternary relation of the Oedipus complex is not entirely omitted, since the mother's reverence is regarded as decisive in it, boil down to the rivalry between the two parents in the subject's imaginary. In other words, they boil down to what is articulated in the question that regularly, not to say obligatorily, seems to be raised in any self-respecting childhood: whom do you love more, daddy or mommy? My aim in drawing this parallel is not to reduce anything, quite the contrary, for this question, in which the child never fails to concretize the disgust he feels at his parents' childishness, is precisely the question with which the real children, who are the parents, in this sense, there are no other children in the family but the parents, try to mask the mystery of their union, or disunion as the case may be, namely, the mystery of what their kid clearly knows to be the real problem and poses to himself as such. People will say that they are emphasizing the bond of love and respect by which the mother does or does not situate the father in his ideal place. It is curious, I would reply first, that they do not make much of the same bonds in the opposite direction, proving that the theory is complicit in the veil thrown over the parents' coitus by childhood amnesia. But what I want to stress is that we should concern ourselves not only with the way the mother accommodates the father as a person, but also with the importance she attributes to his speech, in a word, to his authority, in other words, with the place she reserves for the name of the father in the promotion of the law. Further still, the father's relation to this law must be considered in its own right, for one will find in it the reason for the paradox whereby devastating effects of the paternal figure are found with particular frequency in cases where the father really functions as a legislator, or boasts that he does, whether he is, in fact, one of the people who makes the laws, or presents himself as a pillar of faith, as a paragon of integrity or devotion, as virtuous or a virtuoso, as serving a charitable cause, whatever the object or lack thereof that is at stake, as serving the nation or birth-rate, safety or salubrity, legacy or law, the pure, the lowest of the low, or the empire. These are all ideals that provide him with all too many opportunities to seem to be at fault, to fall short, and even to be 483 fraudulent. In short, to exclude the name of the father from its position in the signifies this result can be obtained with still less, and no one who practices child analysis will deny that children see right through hypocritical behavior, so much so that it can be devastating to them. But who articulates that the lie thus perceived implies a reference to the constitutive function of speech? It thus turns out that a little severity is not excessive if we are to give the most accessible experience its true meaning. The consequences that may be expected of it in clinical examination and analytic technique can be gauged elsewhere. I am giving here only what is needed to perceive the clumsiness with which the best inspired authors handle what they find most valuable in following Freud on the ground of the preeminence that he grants to the transference of the relation to the father in the genesis of psychosis. Nederland provides a remarkable example of this when he draws attention to the delusional genealogy Schreber attributes to Flechsig. This genealogy is constructed with the names of Schreber's own ancestors, Gottfried, Gottlieb, Fürchtegott, and, above all, Daniel, which is handed down from father to son and whose meaning in Hebrew he gives in order to show in their convergence on the name of God, God, a symbolic chain that is important in that it manifests the function of the father in the delusion. 31 But failing to distinguish in it the instance of the name of the father and to recognize it, it obviously does not suffice that it be visible here to the naked eye. Nederland misses the opportunity to grasp the chain in which the erotic aggressions experienced by the subject are woven together, and thereby to contribute to putting what must properly be termed delusional homosexuality in its place. How, then, could he have dwelt on what is concealed in the statement quoted above from the first lines of Schreber's second chapter 32, one of those statements so obviously made in order not to be heard that they must catch our ear? What, to take it literally, is the meaning of the fact that the author equally links the names Flechsig and Schreber to soul murder in his bid to take us to the crux of the abuse of which he is the victim? We must leave something for future commentators to elucidate. Just as uncertain is the attempt, made by Nederland in the same article, to specify starting with the subject this time, no longer with the signifier. These terms are, of course, foreign to him, the role of the paternal function in triggering the delusion. Indeed, if Nederland claims that what occasioned the psychosis was the 484 mere assumption of paternity by the subject, which is the theme of his essay, then it is contradictory on his part to regard as equivalent the disappointment Schreber mentions of his hopes of becoming a father and his appointment to the High Court, his title as Senate's President emphasizing the quality of conscripted father that it assigns him, this being the sole reason Nederland gives for his second illness, the first being explained analogously by our author by the failure of his candidacy for the Reichstag. Whereas reference to the tertiary position, to which the signifier of paternity is summoned in all such cases, would be correct and would eliminate this contradiction. But from the standpoint of my thesis, it is the primordial foreclosure, Verwerfung, that dominates everything with its problem, and the preceding considerations do not leave me unprepared. For if we refer to the work of Daniel Gottlob Moritz Schreber, the founder of an Institute of Orthopedics at the University of Leipzig, an educator, or, better still, an educationalist * as they say in English, a social reformer with an apostle-like mission to bring health, happiness, and bliss to the masses, sick, Memoirs, L. 33 through Physical Culture, the initiator of those allotment gardens, intended to preserve in the employee a vegetable garden idealism, which in Germany are still known as Schrebergarten, not to mention the 40 editions of medical indoor gymnastics, of which the little Menkabe bled together 1,2,3 that illustrate it are more or less explicitly mentioned by Schreber, s. 166, we will be able to consider as having been exceeded the limits at which the native and the natal give way to nature, the natural, naturism, and even naturalization, at which virtue turns into vertigo, legacy into league, and salvation into saltation, at which the pure verges on the evil realm, and at which we will not be surprised if the child, like the apprentice sailor of Prevert's famous catch, sends packing, Verwerf, the whale of imposture, after having, according to the wit of this immortal piece, seen right through the pop purse Lautréamé appear on part. There can be no doubt that the figure of Professor Flechsig, with his researcher's gravity, McAlpine's book contains a photograph that shows him profiled against a colossal enlargement of a cerebral hemisphere, did not succeed in supplementing the suddenly perceived void constituted by the inaugural Verwerfung, Kleiner Flechsig. Little Flechsig. Proclaim the voices. At least, this is Freud's conception, insofar as it designates the transference the subject developed to Flechsig as the factor that precipitated the subject into psychosis. Thanks to which, a few months later, the divine jaculations make their con. 485. Cert heard in the subject in order to tell the name of the Father to go fuck itself, with the name of God 34 right behind it, and to found the Son in his certainty that at the end of his trials, he could do no better than to go 35 on the whole world, s. 226. The last word with which our centuries' inner experience has yielded us its computation was thus articulated 50 years ahead of its time by the theodicy to which Schreber was exposed, God is a whore 36. This is the term in which the process by which the signifier was unleashed in the real culminates, after the name of the Father began to col lapse, the latter being the signifier which, in the other, qua locus of the signifier, is the signifier of the other qua locus of the law. I will leave this question prior to any possible treatment of the psychoses at that for the time being. It is a question that introduces, as we see, the conception to be formed of the handling of the transference in such treatment. To say what we can do in this area would be premature, because it would now be to go beyond Freud, and it is out of the question to go beyond Freud when psychoanalysis after Freud has, as I have said, returned to a pre-Freudian stage. At least this is what keeps me from any other objective than that of restoring access to the experience Freud discovered. For to use the technique he instituted outside the experience to which it applies is as stupid as to toil at the oars when one's ship is stuck in the sand. December 1957 to January 1958. The direction of the treatment and the principles of its power. Paper given at the Royaumont Colloquium held July 10 to 13, 1958. Who analyzes today? One people say that an analysis bears the marks of the analyst and as a person as if it were self-evident. But they think they are being audacious if they take an interest in the effects that the analyst as a person may have on an analysis. This, at least, explains the shudder that runs through us when trendy remarks are made about counter-transference, which contribute, no doubt, to masking its conceptual impropriety. Just think of the high-mindedness we display when we show that we ourselves are made of the same clay as those we shape. That was a nasty thing to say. Yet it barely suffices for those it targets, given that people now go about proclaiming, under the aegis of psychoanalysis, that they are working toward the patient's emotional re-education. 22. Situating the analyst's action at this level implies a position based on a principle, with respect to which anything that might be said about counter-transference, even if it were not futile, would merely serve as a diversion. For the imposture that I wish to dislodge here now lies beyond this. 3. I am not, for all that, denouncing the anti-Freudian aspects of contemporary psychoanalysis. Indeed, we should be grateful to the partisans of the latter for throwing down their mask in this regard, priding themselves, as they do, on going beyond what they, in fact, know nothing about, having retained just enough of Freud's doctrine to sense how significantly what they are led to enunciate about their experience diverges from it. 490. I intend to show how the inability to authentically sustain a praxis results, as is common in the history of mankind, in the exercise of power. Too assuredly, a psychoanalyst directs the treatment. The first principle of this treatment, the one that is spelled out to him before all else, and which he finds throughout his training, so much so that he becomes utterly imbued with it, is that he must not direct the patient. The direction of conscience, in the sense of the moral guidance a faithful Catholic might find in it, is radically excluded here. If psychoanalysis raises problems for moral theology, they are not those of the direction of conscience which, let me remind you, also raises problems. The direction of the treatment is something else altogether. It consists, first of all, in getting the subject to apply the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis, that is, the directives whose presence at the heart of what is called the analytic situation cannot be neglected, under the pretext that the subject would best apply them without thinking about it. These directives are initially laid out to the patient in the form of instructions which, however little the analyst comments on them, convey, even in the very inflections of his statement of them, the doctrine the analyst himself has arrived at. Which does not mean that the analyst remains unscathed by the mass of prejudices that await him in the patient, based on the idea the latter has been allowed to form of the procedures and aim of the psychoanalytic enterprise by the spreading of notions about analysis in his culture. This is already enough to show us that, from the initial directives on, the problem of direction cannot be formulated along the lines of univocal communication, a fact that forces us to go no further in our discussion of this stage and to shed light on it by what follows it. Let me simply state that, if we reduce it to its truth, this stage consists in getting the patient to forget that it is merely a matter of words, but that this does not excuse the analyst for forgetting it himself. 16. 3. In any case, I announced that I intended to approach the topic from the analyst's vantage point. Let us say that in the capital outlay involved in the common enterprise, the patient is not alone in finding it difficult to pay his share. The analyst too must pay. Pay with words, no doubt, if the transmutation they undergo due to the analytic operation raises them to the level of their effect as interpretation, but also pay with his person, in that, whether he likes it or not, he lends it as a prop for the singular phenomena analysis discovered in transference. 491. Can anyone forget that he must pay for becoming enmeshed in an action that goes right to the core of being, Kern Unser's Javasens, as Freud put it 6, with what is essential in his most intimate judgment, could he alone remain on the sidelines? Let those who support my cause not be concerned at the thought that I am exposing myself here once again to adversaries who are always only too happy to dismiss me for my metaphysics. For it is at the heart of their claim to be satisfied with effectiveness that a statement like the analyst cures not so much by what he says and does as by what he is 22 can be made. Nobody, apparently, demands an explanation from the author for such a remark, any more than one appeals to his sense of modesty when, with a tired smile directed at the ridicule he incurs, he puts his trust in goodness, his own goodness. We must be good, there being no transcendence in this context, to put an end to a dead-end debate about transference neurosis. For but who would be so cruel as to question someone buckling under the weight of his luggage, when his posture clearly indicates that it is full of bricks? Yet being is being, regardless of who invokes it, and we have the right to ask what it is doing here. For so I shall cross-examine the analyst again, insofar as I myself am one, in order to note that the more his being is involved, the less sure he is of his action. As an interpreter of what is presented to me in words or deeds, I choose my own oracle and articulate it as I please, sole master of my ship after God, and while, of course, I am far from able to weigh the whole effect of my words, I am well aware of the fact and strive to attend to it. In other words, I am always free in the timing and frequency, as well as in the choice of my interventions, so much so that it seems that the rule has been entirely designed so as not to interfere in any way with my activity as an executor, to which corresponds the aspect of material, which is how my action here takes up what it produces. 5. In handling transference, on the other hand, my freedom is alienated by the splitting my person undergoes in it, and everyone knows that it is here that the secret of analysis must be sought. This does not prevent people from believing they are making progress with the following learned remark, that psychoanalysis must be studied as a situation involving two persons. To be sure, conditions are placed on it that restrict its movements, but the situation thus conceived nevertheless serves to articulate, and with no more artifice than the aforementioned emotional re-education, the principles for training the so. 492. Called weak ego, by an ego that one likes to believe capable of carrying out such a project because it is strong. That such a view is not expressed without a certain embarrassment is shown by the strikingly clumsy repentances that are offered, like that of the author who specifies that he does not compromise on the need for a cure from the inside 22. 5. But it is all the more significant to observe that the subject's assent, referred to in this passage, comes only secondarily, from an effect that was at first imposed. It is not for my own pleasure that I point out these deviations, but rather to use their pitfalls as markers for our route. In fact, every analyst, even those who wander off course in this way, always experiences the transference in wonder at this least expected effect of a relationship between two people that would seem to be like any other. He tells himself that he is dealing here with a phenomenon for which he is not responsible, and we know with what insistence Freud stressed the spontaneity of its appearance in the patient. For some time now, analysts in the here trending revisions they treat us to have willingly insinuated that this insistence, with which they for so long built a wall around themselves, expressed a flight on Freud's part from the commitment that the notion of situation presupposes. We are, you see, up to date, they seem to say. But it is rather the facile excitement of their gesture in dumping feelings, which they class under the heading of their counter-transference, onto one side of the scales, the situation balancing out due to the weight of those feelings, that to me is evidence of a troubled conscience corresponding to a failure to conceptualize the true nature of transference. One cannot reason from the fantasies the analysand gets propped up to the analyst's person in the same way as an ideal player guesses his opponent's intentions. There is probably always an element of strategy, but one should not be deceived by the metaphor of the mirror, appropriate as it may be to the smooth surface the analyst presents to the patient. An impassive face and sealed lips do not have the same purpose here as in bridge. Instead, the analyst enlists the aid of what in bridge is called the dummy mort / but he does so in order to bring out the fourth player who is to be the analysand's partner here, and whose hand the analyst, by his maneuvers, strives to get the analysand to guess. Such is the restraint of abnegation, as it were, that is imposed on the analyst by the stakes of the game in analysis. One might pursue the metaphor by deducing his game therefrom according to whether he places himself to the right or to the left of the patient, in other words, in a position to play his cards after or before the fourth player, that is, before or after the latter, by using the dummy. 49j. But what is certain is that the analyst's feelings have only one possible place in the game, that of the dummy, and that if the dummy is revived the game will proceed without anyone knowing who is leading it. This is why the analyst is less free in his strategy than in his tactics. 6. Let us go further. The analyst is even less free in what dominates both his strategy and tactics, namely, his politics, where he would do better to take his bearings from his want to be than from his being. To put it another way, his action concerning the patient will escape him along with the idea he forms of his action, as long as he does not reconsider its point of departure in terms of what makes his action possible and does not preserve the paradox of its quadripartition, in order to revise at the core the structure by which all action intervenes in reality. For contemporary psychoanalysts, this relationship to reality is self-evident. They gauge the patient's defections from it using the authoritarian principle that has been employed by educators since time immemorial. They simply rely on training analysis to ensure its maintenance at a sufficient rate among analysts, about whom one can't help feeling that, in facing the problems of humanity that are addressed to them, their views are sometimes a bit parochial. This is merely to push the problem back to an individual level. And it is hardly reassuring when they describe the procedure of analysis as the reduction in the subject of deviations, attributed to his transference and his resistances, but mapped in relation to reality, to hear them gush about the perfectly simple situation that is provided by analysis as a means of assessing those deviations. Come now. The educator is hardly ready to be educated if he can judge so superficially an experience that he, too, must nevertheless have undergone. From such an assessment, one assumes that these analysts would have provided this experience with other means if they had had to depend on their own sense of reality to invent it themselves, a priority shocking to imagine. They half suspect as much, and that is why they are so punctilious about preserving its forms. One understands why, in order to prop up so obviously precarious a conception, certain individuals on the other side of the Atlantic felt the need to introduce a stable value here, a standard by which to measure reality real, the autonomous ego star. It is the supposedly organized set of the most disparate functions that lend their support to the subject's feeling of innateness. It is regarded as autonomous because it is supposed to be sheltered from the person's internal conflicts, non-conflictual sphere * 14. One recognizes here a worn-out mirage that the most academic introspect. 494. TIV psychology had already rejected as untenable. Yet this regression is celebrated as a return to the fold of general psychology. Be that as it may, it solves the problem of the analyst's being. 6. A team of egos, no doubt less equal than autonomous, but by what stamp of origin do they recognize each other in the sufficiency of their autonomy, offers itself to Americans to guide them toward happiness, without upsetting the autonomies, whether egoistic or not, that pave with their non-conflictual spheres the American way * of getting there. 7. Let me summarize. If an analyst dealt only with resistances, he would look twice before hazarding an interpretation, which he in fact does, but this prudence would suffice. However, this interpretation, if he gives it, will be received as coming from the person the transference imputes him to be. Will he agree to take advantage of this error concerning who he is? Psychoanalytic morals do not forbid it, on the condition that he interpret this effect, failing which the analysis would remain at the level of crude suggestion. This is an indisputable position, except that the analyst's speech is still heard as coming from the transferential other, and the subject's exit from the transference is thus postponed ad infinitum. It is therefore because of what the subject imputes the analyst to be, his being elsewhere, that an interpretation may come back to the place from which it can bear upon the distribution of responses. But who will say what the analyst is there, and what remains of him when he is up against the wall of the task of interpreting? Let him dare say it himself if the fact that he is a man is all he has by way of an answer. Whether he has any or not would then be all there is to it, yet it is here that he beats a retreat, not only on account of the impudence of the mystery, but because in this having, it is being that is at stake, and how. We shall see later that this how is no easy matter. Thus he prefers to fall back on his ego, and on the reality about which he knows a thing or two. But here he is, then, at the level of I and me with his patient. How can he manage it if they're at each other's throats? It is here that we astutely count on the secret contacts we must have on the inside named, in this case, the healthy part of the ego, the part that thinks like us. We might conclude that this brings us back to our initial problem, namely, how to reinvent analysis. Or to recast it, by treating transference as a particular form of resistance. Many profess to do so. It is to them that I would ask the question that forms the title of this chapter: who is the analyst? He who interprets by taking advan. 495. Tage of the transference. He who analyzes transference as resistance. Or he who imposes his idea of reality. It is a question that may pinch a bit harder those to whom it is addressed, and be less easy to sidestep than the question, who is speaking? Which one of my students blared into their ears regarding the patient? For their impatient answer, an animal of our species to a changed question would be more annoyingly tautological, to have to say, me moi dot. And that's all there is to it. 2. What is the place of interpretation? 1. The preceding does not answer all the questions that occur to a novice. But in gathering together the problems currently raised concerning the direction of an analysis, insofar as this currency reflects contemporary practice, I think I have kept everything in proportion. Which is to say, the smaller place occupied by interpretation in present-day psychoanalysis. Not that people no longer know the meaning of interpretation, but they seem to be embarrassed when they approach it. No author tackle interpretation without first distinguishing it from every other form of verbal intervention that does not constitute interpretation: explanations, gratifications, responses to demands, and so on. This process becomes revealing when it gets close to the center of interest. It stipulates that even something said to lead the subject to an insight * into one of his behaviors, especially its signification as resistance, may be given any other name: confrontation, for example, if only confrontation of the subject with his own words, without deserving the name interpretation, simply because it is a clarifying statement. It is touching to see an author attempt to storm Gestalt theory to find in it a metaphor that would allow him to express what interpretation brings by way of resolution to an ambiguity of intention, and by way of closure to an incompleteness that is nevertheless achieved only after the fact too. 2. One senses that what is slippery here is the nature of the transmutation that occurs in the subject. This is all the more painful for thought in that it eludes thought at the very moment thought shifts into action. Indeed, no index suffices to show where interpretation operates, unless one accepts in all its radical implications a concept of the function of the signifier, which grasps where it is that the subject subordinates himself to the signifier to so great an extent that he is suborned by it. In order to decipher the diachrony of unconscious repetitions, interpretation must introduce into the synchrony of signifiers that come together there. 496. Something that suddenly makes translation possible. This is precisely what is allowed by the function of the other in the possession of the code, it being in relation to that other that the missing element appears. This importance of the signifier in the localization of analytic truth appears implicitly when an author holds firmly to the internal coherence of analytic experience in defining aporias. One should read Edward Glover to gauge the price he pays for not having the term signifier at his disposal. In articulating the most relevant views, he finds interpretation everywhere, even in the banality of a medical prescription, being unable to set any limits to it. He even goes so far as to say, quite simply without our being sure he knows what he is saying, that symptom formation is an inexact interpretation on the subject's part. 13. Conceived of in this way, interpretation becomes a sort of phlogiston. It is manifest in everything that is understood rightly or wrongly, as long as it feeds the flame of the imaginary, of that pure display which, going by the name of aggressiveness, flourishes in the technique of that period. 1931 new enough to still be current today. 13. It is only insofar as interpretation culminates in the here and now of this game that it can be distinguished from the reading of the Signatura Rerum, regarding which Jung tries to outdo Bohm. To follow it there would hardly suit the being of our analysts. But to keep time with Freud requires a very different tablature, one for which it is useful to know how to take the clock apart. 3. My doctrine of the signifier is first of all a discipline, in which those I train have to familiarize themselves with the ways the signifier affects the advent of the signified, which is the only way of conceiving how it is that interpretation, by inscribing itself therein, can produce anything new. For interpretation is not grounded in some assumption of divine archetypes, but in the fact that the unconscious has the radical structure of language and that a material operates in the unconscious according to certain laws, which are the same laws as those discovered in the study of natural languages langues, that is, languages langues that are or were actually spoken. The phlogiston metaphor, which was suggested to me a moment ago by Glover, derives its appropriateness from the error it evokes. Signification no more emanates from life than phlogiston escapes from bodies in combustion. We should speak of signification rather as of the combination of life with the atom of the sign. 7. The sign insofar as it first of all connotes presence or absence, by essentially introducing the and that links them, since in cannot. 497. In presence or absence, it institutes presence against a background of absence, just as it constitutes absence in presence. One will recall that with characteristic sureness of step in his field, Freud, seeking a model of repetition automatism, stopped at the crossroads formed by a game of occultation and an alternating scansion of two phonemes, whose conjugation by a child made a striking impression on him. At the same time, we also see in the game that the value of the object is insignificant, the object the child causes to appear and disappear, and that phonetic perfection is less important than phonemic distinction. No one would dispute that Freud was right to translate it immediately by the Fort. Of the German he as an adult spoke. 9. This is the point of insemination for a symbolic order that pre-exists the infantile subject and in accordance with which he has to structure himself. For I will spare myself the task of providing the rules of interpretation. It is not that they cannot be formulated, but their formulations presuppose developments that I cannot presume to be known, since I cannot give a condensed account of them here. I will confine myself to remarking that, in reading the classical commentaries on interpretation, I always regret how little is made of the very facts people supply. To give an example, everyone acknowledges in his own way that to confirm that an interpretation is well-founded, it is not the conviction with which it is received by the subject that counts, its well-foundedness instead being gauged by the material that emerges afterward. But psychologizing superstition has such a powerful grip on our minds that people always seek out the phenomenon of well-foundedness in the subject's assent, entirely overlooking the consequences of what Freud says about Verneinung negation as a form of avowal. To say the least, negation by the subject cannot be treated as equivalent to drawing a blank. This is how theory translates the way in which resistance is engendered in practice. It is also what I am trying to convey when I say that there is no other resistance to analysis than that of the analyst himself. 5. The problem is that contemporary authors seem to have gotten the sequence of analytic effects backward. According to them, interpretation is but hesitant stammering compared to the opening up of a broader relationship in which, at last, we understand each other, from the inside, no doubt. Interpretation becomes necessary here because the subject's weakness. 49 requires our assistance. It is also something that is very difficult to get his weakness to swallow without rejecting it. It is both at once, in other words, a very awkward means. But what we have here is only the effect of the analyst's passions, his fear, which is not of making a mistake but of displaying his ignorance, his taste, which is not to satisfy but not to disappoint, his need, which is not to govern but to keep the upper hand. It has nothing to do with counter-transference on the part of this or that analyst, it has to do with the consequences of the dyadic relation, if the therapist does not overcome it, and how could he overcome it when he views it as the ideal of his action? Primum vivere, no doubt, a break must be avoided. That the practice of common decency should be classified as a technique to be taught so that breaks are avoided is one thing. But to confuse this physical necessity, the patient's presence at his appointment, with an analytic relationship is a mistaken notion that will mislead the novice for a long time. 6. From this point of view, transference becomes the analyst's security, and the subject's relation to reality real becomes the terrain on which the outcome of the battle is determined. Interpretation, which was postponed until the transference was consolidated, now becomes subordinate to its liquidation. As a result, interpretation is absorbed into a kind of working through asterisk that one can quite simply translate by work of transference travail du transfer which serves as an alibi for a sort of revenge the analyst takes for his initial timidity, that is, for an insistence that opens the door to all kinds of forking, placed under the banner of strengthening the ego 21-22. 7. But has anyone observed, in criticizing Freud's approach, as presented for example in the case of the rat man, that what surprises us as a preliminary indoctrination is due simply to the fact that Freud proceeds in exactly the opposite order? For he begins by introducing the patient to an initial situating of his position in reality /real / even if the situating leads to a precipitation, I would even go so far as to say a systematization of symptoms. 8. Another well-known example, Freud brings Dora to realize that she has done more than merely participate in the great disorder of her father's world, whose damaging consequences she complains of. She has made herself its linchpin, and it could not have continued without her connivance. 7. I have long stressed the Hegelian procedure at work in this reversal of positions of the beautiful soul in relation to the reality he accuses. The point is not to adapt him to it, but to show him that he is only too well adapted to it, since he assists in its very fabrication. 499. But the path to be followed with the other ends here. For the transference has already done its job, demonstrating that what is at stake is something altogether different than relations between the ego and the world. Freud does not always seem to find his way about very well in the transference in the cases he describes. And that is why they are so precious. For he immediately recognized that the crux principi of his power lay in the transference, in which respect it did not differ from suggestion, but also that this power only gave him a way out of the problem on the condition that he not use it, for it was then that it took on its whole transferential development. From then on he no longer addressed the person who was in his proximity, which is why he refused to work face to face with him. Interpretation in Freud's work is so bold that, in popularizing it, we no longer recognize its import as mantic. When Freud exposes a tendency what he calls Trieb, which is altogether different from an instinct, the freshness of the discovery prevents us from seeing the advent of a signifier that the Trieb in itself implies. But when Freud brings to light what can only be called the subject's lines of fate, what we ponder is Tiresias' face confronting the ambiguity where his verdict operates. For the lines that are divined here have so little to do with the subject's ego, or with anything he may make present here and now in the dyadic relation, that in the case of the rat man, it is by a direct hit on the pact that presided over his parents' marriage, that is, on something that occurred well before the rat man was born, that Freud finds several conditions intermingled in it: honor just barely saved, emotional betrayal, social compromise, and prescribed debt, of which the great compulsive scenario that led the patient to him seems to be the cryptographic copy, and finally manages to explain the impasses in which the rat man's moral life and desire go astray. But the most striking thing about it is that access to this material was rendered possible only by an interpretation in which Freud relies too heavily on the idea that the rat man's father had prohibited his son from marrying the girl to whom he was sublimely devoted, in order to explain the impossibility that seems to have blocked this relationship for him in every way. An interpretation which, to say the least, is inexact, since it is contradicted by the real it presumes, but which is nevertheless true in the sense that, in it, Freud evinces an intuition that anticipates my own contribution regarding the function of the other in obsessive neurosis. I have demonstrated that this function may be served, in obsessive neurosis, by a dead man unmoored and that in this case it could not be better served than by the father, insofar as the rat man's father had, by his death, acceded to the position Freud recognized as that of the absolute father. 500. 8. I will ask those who have read my work and who have attended my seminar to forgive me for citing examples with which they are already familiar. I am doing so not only because I cannot make use of my own analyses to demonstrate the level interpretation reaches when the interpretation, proving to be coextensive with the subject's history, cannot be communicated in the communicating milieu in which many of my analyses take place without the risk of betraying the subject's identity. For I have succeeded at times in saying enough about a case without saying too much, that is, in conveying my example without anyone, except the person in question, recognizing it. Nor is it because I regard the rat man as a case that Freud cured, for if I were to add that I do not think that the analysis is entirely unconnected with the tragic conclusion of his story by death on the battlefield, what an opportunity for contempt I would be offering to those who wish to find fault. What I am saying is that it is in a direction of the treatment, ordered, as I have just shown, in accordance with a process that begins with rectification of the subject's relations with reality real and proceeds to development of the transference and then to interpretation, that is situated the horizon at which the fundamental discoveries, which we are still living off, surrendered themselves to Freud concerning the dynamics and structure of obsessive neurosis. Nothing more, but nothing less either. The question now is whether we have lost this horizon by reversing this order. 9. What we can say is that the new pathways by which the approach laid out by the discoverer has supposedly been authenticated are proof of terminological confusion that can only be exposed in particular cases. I will thus take an example that has already contributed to my teaching. It has, of course, been chosen from a first-rate author who, by virtue of his background, is particularly attuned to the dimension of interpretation. I am referring to Ernst Chris and to a case which he does not hide the fact he took over from Melita Schmidberg 15. It concerns a subject inhibited in his intellectual life and particularly incapable of publishing his research on account of an impulse to plagiarize, which, it seems, he was unable to control. Such was the subjective drama. Melita Schmidberg had understood it as the recurrence of an adolescent delinquency. 25, the subject stole sweets and books, and it was from this angle that she had undertaken the analysis of the unconscious conflict. Ernst Chris gently approaches the case anew in accordance with a more methodical interpretation, one that proceeds from the surface to the depths, he says. The fact that he credits this interpretation to ego*psychology a la 5 Hartmann, whose supporter he felt he had to become, is incidental to an assessment of what takes place. Ernst Chris changes perspective on the case and claims to give the subject insight * for a new departure on the basis of a fact that is merely a repetition of his compulsion, but regarding which Chris quite commendably does not content himself with what the patient says. And when the patient claims to have taken, in spite of himself, the ideas for a piece that he has just completed from a book which, on being remembered, enabled him to check it after the fact, Chris looks at the evidence and discovers that nothing has apparently gone beyond what is implied by a shared field of research. In short, having assured himself that his patient is not a plagiarist when he thinks he is, he sets out to show him that he wants to be one in order to prevent himself from really being one, which is what we call analyzing the defense before the drive, the latter being manifested here in an attraction to others' ideas. This intervention may be presumed to be erroneous, owing simply to the fact that it presupposes that defense and drive are concentric, the one being molded, as it were, around the other. What proves that it is, in fact, erroneous is the very thing Chris thinks confirms his intervention, namely, that just when he feels he can ask the patient what he thinks of the tables being turned in this way, the patient, daydreaming for a moment, replies that for some time, on leaving his sessions, he has wandered along a street full of attractive little restaurants, scrutinizing their menus in search of his favorite dish, fresh brains. An admission which, rather than sanctioning the felicity of the intervention by way of the material it contributes, seems to me to have the corrective value of an acting out asterisk in the very report he gives of it. 600 The post-session condiment the patient sniffs out seems to me rather to tell the dinner host that the condiment had been sorely lacking during the meal. However compulsive he may be about smelling it, it is a hint asterisk, being a transitory symptom, no doubt, it warns the analyst that he is barking up the wrong tree. Indeed, you are barking up the wrong tree, I would continue, addressing the late Ernst Chris, as I remember him at the Marienbad Congress where, the day after my address on the mirror stage, I took my leave, anxious as I was to get a feeling for the spirit of the time, a time full of promises at the Olympics in Berlin. He kindly objected, pound a nese fate pas. That isn't done, having already acquired that penchant for the respectable that perhaps influenced his approach here. Was this what misled you, Ernst Chris, or was it simply that while your intentions may have been upright, and your judgment indubitably so as well, things themselves were askew?